Xia stays for dinner at the Lin family. As Lin Cece said, her mother's cooking is superb. Now Lin Cece is staring in amazement at Xia, then at her flat stomach. This is your 5th bowl of rice. Why is your stomach still so flat? It's so slim, it's almost unbelievable. My family can eat a lot. Otherwise, where does the energy come from? Xia gracefully puts down her bowl and says to Lin Cece's mother, "Ma'am, this is delicious. Thank you for your hospitality. You're welcome. Come again if you want to eat. I just love seeing people enjoy their food. That's the highest praise for a cook." Okay. Xia agrees, but whether she'll come again is uncertain. After finishing her meal, she has no reason to stay. She gets up to leave, and Lin Cece goes out to see her off. At the gate of the factory, Xia suddenly turns around and looks at Lin Cece. "Lin Cece, write me a thank you letter when you get home. I saved you. Would it be too much to ask for a thank you letter?" Lin Cece stared at Xia. "Not too much, but who would ask for it voluntarily? I just asked for it myself. No big deal. The address is Haisan Island." Xia took it. Xia waved his hand and walked out the door.
Lin Cece bolted.
Strange. She turned around and went home, while Xia went to the ferry dock and took the ferry home. On the ferry, Xia coincidentally saw that suspicious spy who had hidden a big box on the small island. He was checking tickets. When he saw Xia, he sneered. "Just a fly flying in." "Uft," Xia chuckled and left. The man behind him glared fiercely, but he had other things to do and didn't want to attract attention. Xia found a seat, sat down, closed his eyes, and rested. About half an hour after the ferry set sail, the ticket seller pretended to patrol, and when he reached a quiet corner, a glass bottle fell into the sea. Xia kept paying attention. Was the bottle sending a message? Her supernatural ability extended along the sea surface. Not far from them, there was another cargo ship. Someone on the cargo ship was pretending to fish and pulled the bottle out. Xia retracted her supernatural power. It seems she needs to find a good time to tell Commander Chung. Soon, the cargo ship's speed surpassed the ferry. She noticed it was full of vegetables. So many vegetables couldn't be bought on a small island like Haisan Island. The only answer was that they were supplies for the army. Xia thought deeply. The ferry was slowly approaching Haisan Island. Xia is back. Uncle Chow said you're fine. You didn't come back with us. Finally back. Your grandpa has come several times already. Xia got off the boat and chatted with everyone. Hurry back. Old Master Shi is worried. That's right. If it weren't for Wen Lao Shi stopping him, Uncle Chow would have been thrown into the sea by your grandpa. And Accountant Su is clever. As soon as he saw Old Master Shi, he ran away. Ha ha ha. That's true. From their casual talk, Xia knew her grandpa was anxious. Seeing Uncle Chow and Accountant Su return first, he was clearly unhappy. Xia ran home. Before she even entered, she met her grandpa.
Girl.
Grandpa Shi called out worriedly, circling around her to check if she was hurt, then obediently stood still. I'm back. Grandpa Shi nodded and followed Xia home. In just a few days, her small yard had been tidied up by Grandpa Shi so thoroughly that it was almost covered in fallen leaves. The big tree was almost embarrassed. Grandpa, you finished the vegetable garden. This stone bench is square now, and this table so round. Xia watched as White's square nest appeared, and she couldn't help but laugh. White, luckily Grandpa didn't make you lay eggs in a square nest.
Ha, ha.
You're lucky. Xia patted White and then stroked Little Flower. These two are great at guarding the house. In the evening, after they ate a simple meal, Xia took the opportunity before it got completely dark to visit Uncle Chow's house. When they arrived at the island's drying area, many women were picking dried squid and golden pomfret from the sun. They cut the golden pomfret in half, then sliced each half into strips, making sure the meat stayed connected, and then dried them. Once dried, the meat was firm and without bones. At Uncle Chow's house after dinner, Uncle Chow saw Shirxia come over and wasn't surprised. He directly said, "Come on, let's go to the village office to talk." Old Sue is there too.
Okay.
They went to the village office, but didn't go inside. They sat on small stools outside, with a small table. Accountant Sue was drawing and writing. "There's bamboo pole storage in Jujua village. We can buy it in the name of Hassan Island, and the commune will help. After buying it, I'll find some seaweed spores to soak, then dip the bamboo poles in water for a while, and finally put them into seawater. That way, the seaweed will grow. After harvesting, we can dry the seaweed and sell it as dried seaweed. When the time comes, just take some samples to the commune, and they will help." Uncle Chow and Accountant Sue nodded repeatedly. "I'll go with Old Sue to Chow Village. You don't have to worry about that." "Yes, we'll handle the errands." Shirxia didn't want to compete. Her original goal was just to help the islanders on Ha Sen Island live less miserably. She didn't plan to suffer herself or cause others to envy her. But after the incident with the Chin family, Shirxia's attitude changed a little. Within her ability, it was good to help everyone live a better life. She had free time anyway. After they agreed, Shirxia stood up to leave, then suddenly turned back. "There's likely to be a storm soon. Remind the villagers not to go to sea." "I know. Old Moo also mentioned this before you did." Seeing Uncle Chow's serious expression, Shirxia didn't say more. She had just left the village office when she saw a thin mist rising over the sea. Shirxia rubbed her fingers repeatedly. With this humidity, it might rain heavily. She quickened her pace and ran home, first to the Wen family's house. "Uncle Wen, Aunt Wen, it might rain heavily. Fix the roof a bit so nothing gets damaged."
Got it.
"I'll get it ready." Auntie Shen completely trusted Shirxia's skills and started working without any hesitation. Shirxia also didn't waste time and went back next door to help Grandpa Shir clean up. At this moment, Uncle Chow was going door to door, warning everyone about the changing weather, advising them not to go out to sea and to gather their belongings. The residents by the sea were very cautious about weather changes. They preferred to work more than less. Earlier, at the land port, several men and women dressed in Zhongshan suits were renting boats. "Stay on land a couple more days. It looks like the weather might turn bad. Comrade, we need to go to Haiming Island urgently for an important matter. We can't delay." One man stepped forward to talk, but the old fisherman hesitated. Their families were waiting for money, so they wanted to go quickly and return soon. "Comrade, we'll pay. The weather is nice now, so it shouldn't turn bad. Yes, just trust us. We're all college students studying this stuff. We won't make a mistake." The old fisherman took a deep breath. "All right, let's go." A small fishing boat quietly left the port. An hour later, fog began to rise, making it hard to see the boat's direction. The old fisherman wanted to turn back. Li Da, the college student, stepped forward, holding a black suitcase. "Comrade, we have radar. You don't need to be afraid. This is high-tech. We won't get lost." "Not fish. Not fish, radar." The old fisherman didn't understand and looked up at the sky with a frown. The fog thickened, and now it was impossible to return. The best plan was to find a small island and get off the boat. "Lida, this is a prototype device. It hasn't been used in real situations yet. It's okay. Our theory is solid, and it will definitely work." Lida was very confident. The others wanted to say more, but someone beside them pulled them away. "He's the leader. He won't listen to us anyway. But this isn't a game. If something happens at sea, we won't be able to call for help. What should we do?" "It's fine. I called Haiming Island before we left. They'll send a boat to pick us up." They exchanged glances, feeling slightly reassured. They hadn't thought about whether the soldiers coming out might be in danger. At the same time, all the members of Haiming Island obediently packed their things. After packing up, Shirxia went for a walk and felt very touched. Such disciplined islanders were very adorable. After a walk, Shirxia carried 2 fish home. It was completely dark now. The fog had cleared, replaced by strong wind. Shirxia used wood to block the door. Outside, the strong wind howled loudly, trying hard to away their house, almost pulling up the ground itself. The door was rattling loudly in the wind. Both Dabai and Xiaohua were brought inside by Shixia. They stopped fighting and instead snuggled together in a nest, leaning on each other. Shixia remained calm, sitting by the stove. Opposite her was Grandpa Shi, and they were roasting sweet potatoes. The sweet potatoes were a bit dry, almost enough to choke if not careful. Shixia drank some plain water and ate 2 roasted sweet potatoes. It's going to rain. Just as Shixia finished speaking, heavy raindrops started to fall. The rain was big and fast. The wind and rain seemed to come alive in this moment. Listening to the rain, eating sunflower seeds and roasted peanuts, Shixia yawned and felt a little sleepy. Grandpa, go to bed early.
Sleep.
Shixia washed up and went to sleep. Grandpa Shi insisted on finishing the chores. She tried to help, but was disliked so much that Grandpa Shi almost wanted to scold her. Shixia gave up. Every household on Haisen Island carefully closed their doors and windows, hiding inside. At this time, 10 months after the island's population peak, births usually increase. With the sound of rain, Shixia fell asleep comfortably. Far away on Haiming Island, Wen Cheng'an was not so lucky. Because of his good swimming skills, he was called out for a mission. Wen Cheng'an and Li Daniu sat together. Only they were new soldiers. Big brother-in-law, here you go. Wen Cheng'an looked at Li Daniu, who handed him a warm egg. I need to take care of my boss's people. Wen Cheng'an smiled and pushed the egg to Li Daniu, saying, I won't eat it. Shixia sent me a marinated chicken egg. His tone was a bit proud, but unfortunately, Li Daniu didn't catch the hint. My boss is really good. Wen Cheng'an turned his head and saw that Li Daniu was genuinely happy, and he suddenly understood why Shixia allowed Li Daniu to call her boss. Here you go. Wen Cheng'an took out some dried shrimp from his pocket and handed them to Li Daniu. Li Daniu grinned and said foolishly, Big brother-in-law, you're pretty good too. Maybe just a little worse than my boss. Wen Cheng'an nodded carefully, saying you're right. Your boss is the best. The two laughed happily, temporarily forgetting their worries about the weather. The military ship set sail through the wind and rain. Captain Chung in the cabin looked very angry, his face dark. They told us the weather would change, and now they come here.
Why?
Because of their mischief. Our soldiers have to risk their lives to rescue them. Commander Chung used strong language, and his partner, Commissar Lin, didn't try to stop him. Because he also wanted to swear. They found the enemy's sonar in the sea and reported it. The research institute was very interested and said they would send people over. This group thought they knew everything and ignored their advice, insisting on coming during bad weather. They claimed it was for research, but in fact, many parties were fighting over these things, all wanting to get them first. The research institute also had factions. Commissar Lin took a deep breath and looked at Commander Chung, who was venting his anger, and said, All right. Commander Chung threw his hat down and sat heavily. I know. The two leaders exchanged a look, calmed down, and began planning the rescue. Strong winds, huge waves, and heavy rain made searching for a small fishing boat at sea very difficult. Report, faint radar signals. Full speed ahead. Yes. The boat chased after the faint radar signals, while the small fishing boat was already half filled with water. Help! What do we do? I can't swim. The waves were huge, and the small boat floated helplessly, like a leaf. Nothing on the boat was secured, and everyone fell into the sea and disappeared. My equipment. Lida grabbed a mast tightly and watched helplessly as his equipment fell into the sea, his eyes wide with despair. But now, saving his equipment was impossible. An old fisherman clung tightly to a piece of wood, muttering, Sea Goddess, please protect us, Sea Goddess, please protect us. As for steering the boat, it was no longer necessary.
I don't want to die.
It won't happen. Someone will come to save us. On the other side, the military ship was also rocking and dancing in the storm. Many soldiers were so dizzy they were about to, with bile rising in their throats. Only Li Daniu and Wen Cheng'an remained calm, even having the energy to help others. A soldier who had moved from land to sea gave them a thumbs up. Neo. Ugh. Sounds kept coming. Commander Chung saw this scene. Wen Qing'an, Li Daniu, get ready to save people at any moment. Yes. Yes. Wen Qing'an, Li Daniu, and a few other soldiers who could barely stand prepared themselves. Walking on the ship in the storm was like walking on a pirate ship, very difficult. Inside the command cabin, the signal soldier finally caught a clear signal and immediately reported. Commander Chung listened, and the ship tried its best to get closer, but they only found a box. It should be nearby. The ship continued to drift, the storm blurring the view. Commander Chung stood at the bow, gripping the railing with one hand, veins bulging, while holding binoculars in the other, watching the ship rise and fall. 37 degrees northwest, getting closer.
He saw it.
The ship struggled to approach the small fishing boat. The people on the fishing boat also saw the military vessel. We're here. Hurry, save us. Someone moved, waving with one hand. Suddenly, a huge wave crashed over, and the small boat capsized. The wave surged high, and a loud roar filled the air. The crest of the wave was torn apart by the fierce wind into countless white splashes, like a million angry birds circling in the sky. The whole ocean roared loudly. At that moment, the fishing boat flipped over. Help! Save them! Commander Chung shouted desperately. 5 soldiers and Chung quickly tied a rope around their waists and leapt into the sea without hesitation, risking everything. The sounds of splashing water disappeared into the howling storm. After falling into the water, Wen Qing'an struggled to surface. His vision was blurred by the seawater, and the huge waves looked like small mountains blocking everything. He could only rely on his memory of the previous direction and swam hard toward that point. Every required several times the usual effort. He managed to go 1 meter, only to be pushed back half a meter or more by the waves.
It was exhausting him.
Ugh ugh ugh. He saw a hand faintly emerging from the waves. Wen Qing'an held his breath, increased his effort, and finally swam toward the person. As the waves rose and fell, the person struggled to surface and saw Wen Qing'an for the first time, desperately grabbing him as a lifeline. Wen Qing'an, already drained, was instantly pulled into the sea by that person. That was all he could think. In a critical moment, Wen Qing'an remained calm. He didn't care about these people's lives or deaths. He jumped in purely to make a difference. Only by saving others could he advance and get closer to Xia. Underwater, Wen Qing'an used force to pry the person's fingers apart. The person gurgled bubbles, showing Wen Qing'an's strength. Breaking free from the hold, Wen Qing'an swam swiftly to the back of the person, locked his throat, and pulled him upward. With a splash, Wen Qing'an spat out water and, guided by the ship's spotlight, swam toward the bright spot. Someone's coming back. Help us. All the soldiers who could stand on the ship had come. After Wen Qing'an handed the person over to them, he took a deep breath, kicked forcefully, and left again. Be careful. His simple warning was drowned out by the heavy rain. Wen Qing'an swam in another direction. At the same time, Li Daniu also found the first person, who happened to be Li De. Li De cooperated fairly well, allowing Li Daniu to put on a life jacket and pull him towards the boat.
Wait.
My equipment, my equipment. Li De shouted, pointing at a black box. Li Daniu ignored him. He was already exhausted. Stop, stop. Go get my box. Li Daniu was stubborn and said, No, the order is to save people. He continued forward, ignoring whatever Li De said. Li De gritted his teeth and threw off the life jacket around his neck. If you won't go, I will. Li Daniu felt the weight behind him lighten. When he looked back, Li De was desperately removing his life jacket. You're crazy. If you die, you really die. Li Daniu was furious, but he knew he had to obey orders. Struggling to keep his strength in the waves, Li Daniu swam angrily toward Li De and grabbed the back of his neck. No box, I'll die right in front of you. Your task is to save me. Li De shouted loudly, with waves crashing into his mouth.
Wait.
Li Daniu held his breath and swam toward the box. Li Da quickly put on his own life jacket. But the box was lifeless. Unlike a person who could struggle a bit, it just floated with the waves. Li Daniu struggled to catch up, gradually losing strength. When he looked back, Li Da was gone. All that remained around him were the waves, rising and falling, as if only he and the sea existed. Staring at the drifting box, Li Daniu clenched his teeth and made one last effort. A huge wave, about 7 or 8 meters high, crashed down fiercely. Li Daniu, already exhausted, was knocked out by the impact. The rescue was still ongoing. After Wen Cheng'en saved the third person, everyone on the boat was rescued, including several soldiers. "Where's Li Daniu?" Wen Cheng'en grabbed the boat's rope, searching for Li Daniu. Commander Chung and his comrades were also anxious, asking one after another, "Did you see a big soldier?" The rescued scientists shook their heads, including Li Da, who had asked Li Daniu to find the box. He saw Li Daniu being hit by a giant wave and disappear. He couldn't say anything. If he told, they would definitely ask why that soldier went to find the box, and he couldn't explain. Li Da nodded his head in agreement. Wen Cheng'en stared intently at them. "I'll go find him." Wen Cheng'en ignored Captain Cheng's attempt to stop him and leapt down. He couldn't let Xia's younger brother be in danger. Wen Cheng'en. Captain Cheng didn't want to stop him, but he also wanted to go. The rope was tied around their bodies again, and the comrades all wanted to go search, but Lin Jingwei stopped them. "Stop fooling around. Do you have the strength to save him? Change another group and go." After a few moments of knocking sounds, 5 more people went down to find Li Daniu. Wen Cheng'en was the first to jump into the sea, shouting wildly, "Li Daniu! Li Daniu! Your boss Xia is looking for you, Li Daniu." Wen Cheng'en took a deep breath and dove underwater.
Search. Keep looking.
Wen Cheng'en had been in the sea for over half an hour, holding on to his strength with all his might. At the critical moment when his energy was about to run out, he felt that his life might be over here. What a pity! He hadn't truly fallen in love with Xia yet. Suddenly, a warm flow of air surged from Wen Cheng'en's heart, spreading through his limbs and bones, and the lost strength quickly returned.
Xia?
For some reason, Wen Cheng'en felt that it was Xia's blessing. He continued searching. At the same time, Xia, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up. Did something happen? She felt an inexplicable sense of panic. She quickly reviewed everyone in her mind. Everyone was with her except Wen Cheng'en. Wen Cheng'en was training, so he shouldn't be in danger. And she had left a bit of her special power in his heart. Xia let out a breath and listened to the fierce wind and rain outside, whispering to herself, "With such weather, surely no one would go out to sea, right?" Xia never expected that, in fact, someone did. Wen Cheng'en, using the power brought by his special ability, finally found Li Daniu. Li Daniu obviously drank seawater, and Wen Cheng'en didn't dare delay, pulling him towards the boat. "Li Daniu, you must stay alive. Your boss Xia is waiting for you to come back. If you get into trouble, you'll shame your boss even more. Do you hear me?"
Li Daniu.
Wen Cheng'en's eyes turned red, teeth clenched, and he fought to bring Li Daniu back onto the boat. At the moment Li Daniu was pulled away, Wen Cheng'en, exhausted, only said 2 words, "Save him." Wen Cheng'en, "Hurry up and pull him up." After sending Li Daniu onto the boat, Wen Cheng'en floated exhausted on the sea surface and was pulled up by his comrades. At the same time, the military doctor was rescuing Li Daniu. Resuscitation, artificial respiration, again and again. Wen Cheng'en stared intently. "Li Daniu, open your eyes. Your boss is here." Everyone was watching Li Daniu's chest, which was still and unmoving. The soldiers clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Li Da was trembling, feeling lost in the vast ocean. How did he find his way back? At this moment, he actually hoped the other person wouldn't wake up. "Li Daniu, sure Xia is here." Wen Cheng'en shouted into Li Daniu's ear, yelling loudly, "Wake up for me." Cough, 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 Li Daniu spat out a big mouthful of seawater. Wen Cheng'en sat down heavily on the boat deck and threw himself toward Li Daniu. "You big fool. I knew you wouldn't die." Li Daniu looked around dazedly, coughing up more water several times. Is my boss here? The soldiers around burst into laughter, feeling relieved and happy. You big fool, are you confused? We're on a mission, and how could your boss come here? Lee Daeniu, you must be out of your mind. You can't be any dumber. He's not, his head isn't hurt enough for that. Ha ha ha. They teased, joked, and made fun of each other, but everyone was smiling. In these life-and-death moments, their bonds grew stronger, turning into comrades who trusted each other with their lives. At the same time, the boat sounded a signal, and Captain Chung and others returned safely. Luckily, everyone was there. Lee Daeniu looked down shyly, embarrassed that everyone had come to find him. Report to the captain, I failed the mission. I didn't bring back the box. Captain Chung was about to speak when Commissioner Lin asked nearby what box. Your mission was just to go underwater and save people. Lee Daeniu quickly turned to look at Lee Da, pointing at him and saying, I found him and brought him back, but he said if I didn't find his box, he wouldn't cooperate with the rescue. He wanted to drown himself in the sea. Everyone looked at Lee Da, their fierce gazes making Lee Da feel terrified. You're lying. I've never seen you before. No, that's not right. This kid came back with a life buoy. I was wondering where he got it, and it turns out Lee Daeniu gave it to him. A fellow soldier stepped forward to testify, making Lee Da even more scared. The life buoy was something I picked up from the sea. I'm lucky to be alive. It has nothing to do with the soldier. You must have seen it wrong. Lee Daeniu, furious, tried to step forward, but other comrades pulled him back. You little liar. I, Lee Daeniu, never lie. It's you. Lee Da denied it, and the two argued back and forth. Captain Chung and the others believed Lee Daeniu, but now, return to base. The ships returned first because the sea was too dangerous. Although people were rescued, it doesn't mean they could go back safely. The waves were still very big. The researchers' resting place was quiet, and others quietly stayed away from Lee Da. They knew Lee Da well. He was not very capable, often overestimating himself, eager for recognition, but had a strong background, so he became a small leader. In their group, if things went well, there was no reward. If things went wrong, someone would definitely take the blame. The ships managed to return through the huge waves, difficult but successful. As dawn broke, the ships finally reached Hyaming Island. Wei and the others, who hadn't slept all night, finally relaxed. Captain Chung went to report, and everyone was happy to step onto steady ground, feeling relieved. A group of soldiers, soaked from head to toe, greeted the sunset, and their laughter and chatter could be heard from afar. My legs can't move anymore. The sea isn't shaking now. How am I supposed to walk normally? Ha ha ha. You've got a limp now. Hyaming Island. After dawn, the heavy rain turned to light rain, and the strong winds finally stopped. The islanders happily went outside, leaving the messy yard for later. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the bigger the catch. This storm must have brought in a lot of sea treasures. Shirshia followed her aunt to the seaside, and all she saw were sea treasures, sea intestines, clams, and sea cucumbers, so many she couldn't count them all. Hurry up, or they'll smell bad if you wait too long. Shirshia nodded and joined the sea treasure gathering team. Today, on the island, no one was working. Everyone was collecting things from the sea. Shirshia didn't need to use her special powers because she couldn't keep up with what she saw. There was too much to gather. Big White and Little Flower followed Grandpa Shiu. Big White carried a small grass basket woven by Grandpa around its neck, and it gathered just as fast as the humans. Big White is amazing, it can work too. Of course. Big White can take care of itself now. The islanders were used to Big White's cleverness and often teased it. Big White clucked happily and wandered farther away. When it came back, Shirshia saw a white egg in its small basket. Big White, you laid an egg outside again? Cluck, 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 cluck. What does that mean? The girl and the goose looked at each other. Big White helplessly turned and walked away. Shirshia wondered, was I being ignored? Today, everyone on Hyaming Island was collecting seafood. The rain gradually stopped. By 10 a.m., The sun appeared, and the islanders were very happy. They could finally dry the catch. With so much seafood, we can't eat it all, and it's a pity to throw it away. Drying it makes a difference. It can be stored for a longer time. One day, Shirsia was busy following the island residents. After sunset, she remembered she needed to visit Haiming Island to deliver a message. Driving her small fishing boat alone, Shirsia used her special abilities to steer. As she approached Haiming Island, she slowed down to check, and then landed. "Comrade Shir, please wait a moment." Shirsia nodded and stood at the entrance, not inside the guard post. Two people in ill-fitting green military uniforms came out, whispering to each other. How dare he say he wasn't saved by that Lee Daeniu? He almost drowned.
Stop talking.
If he finds out, you won't like the consequences. Humph. I've heard enough. I've wanted to stop working with him for a long time. He's always taking the blame.
All right.
They left, and Shirsia frowned. Just then, Commander Chung arrived. Shirsia, you got here so quickly. Commander Chung thought Shirsia was here to help with the fishing, since they said they would go when the weather cleared. Is everything okay on your island? About yesterday. What happened to Lee Daeniu? Shirsia's question made Commander Chung silent for a moment, thinking about how to answer. They also wanted to deal with Lee Da, but lacked proof, and Lee Da still had supporters. Have you heard anything? I've heard everything I need to. Shirsia looked calmly at Commander Chung. He chuckled and said, well, we have rules, so we shouldn't talk about it. Shirsia, do you like stories? I tell great stories. My kid loves listening to me. Shirsia understood the underlying meaning. Stories were secondary. The content was what mattered. I like listening to stories. Good. Commander Chung made up a terrible story, and Shirsia listened with a grimace. Commander Chung, if you ever leave the army, becoming a monk is also an option. He's naturally good at reciting scriptures. Commander Chung thought to himself, who is he doing all this for?
Just joking.
Shirsia knew what had happened. She didn't say much, her face showing a simple smile, which made Commander Chung feel uneasy. He knew Shirsia well, she never suffered losses. Shirsia, what are you planning to do? As a citizen who has received many commendations, how could I do something reckless? Commander Cheng's mouth twitched. He understood. Her words implied she wouldn't get caught even if she did something. It wasn't impossible. Commander Cheng felt a bit secretly pleased. At that moment, he suddenly understood why Shirsia didn't want to join the army. Freedom. To do whatever he wanted without many worries, unlike others who had many concerns. Commander Chung, I came to report something. Can I find a good place to talk?
Sure.
Commander Chung led Shirsia to another spot, and Shirsia shared what he had seen. A glass bottle?
Yes.
Good. Thank you, Shirsia. This information is very useful. We will follow up with an investigation. It's nothing. Save the credit for me, and maybe give me a big banner. After delivering the message, Shirsia left immediately, without stopping. Commander Chung looked puzzled. Could it be that he really didn't do anything?
No.
That wouldn't be Shirsia. Shirsia, with a distant look, did what he needed to do. He was a researcher, studying the items recovered a few days ago. Shirsia smiled playfully, not leaving Haiming Island but waiting at the port for a while. Soon, the two people who had been complaining earlier returned with some things, apparently from the supply and marketing cooperative on Haiming Island. Hello, comrades. I am Shirsia, the boss of Lee Daeniu. Next, the three of them had a friendly chat. The two comrades ran back to the military camp, and not long after, Lee Da came out. He immediately saw Shirsia. Are you looking for me? I don't know you. Are you Lee Da? Lee Da was confused. Someone had told him someone was looking for him at the camp gate, so he came out. I'm the boss of Lee Daeniu. I think you owe him an apology. Lee Da's face instantly turned grim. I don't know what you're talking about. He turned to leave, and Shirsia didn't stop him. Comrade Lee Da, not apologizing will bring bad luck. You're crazy. Lee Da walked away without looking back. Shirsia smiled slightly, waved at the seagulls sitting by the port, and several flew toward her. Be good, eat well, and more. Xia used her supernatural power to calm the seagulls, holding some fish she caught, feeding them one by one.
Go now. Splash.
A small flock of seagulls took off into the sky, flying over the military camp. Lida hurried to Commander Cheng's office, knowing the underwater salvage needed to be quick. As Lida thought deeply, he suddenly felt a shadow covering him from above. He instinctively looked up.
Puff. Puff.
A group of seagulls fiercely pooped, white and green droppings falling both wet and dry. Ah! He opened his mouth just in time to catch a lump right inside. Ugh! Lida almost vomited from the sour water, but the group of seagulls refused to leave, still circling above him, constantly pulling at him. On his hair, face, mouth, neck, and clothes. Lida was covered all over with bird droppings. This bird-dropping storm cloud caught the attention of passing soldiers, and everyone couldn't help but glance twice. Look at what? Beat them all. Beat them all. Lida, clutching his head, shouted wildly, with fresh bird droppings on the back of his hand. Commander Chung and others came out of the office, looking at the scene in front of them, trying not to laugh. No, they are well-mannered people. They definitely can't laugh. Old Lee, your hat is really funny today. Old Chung, you're saying such funny things.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Maybe it's okay to laugh a little. Lee has lost his mind. At this moment, he remembered what Big Lee Nyo had said. Not apologizing would bring bad luck. Lida, still clutching his head, rushed into the house, as the seagulls above let out regretful cries and flew away. The flying seagulls caught up with Xia, who was slowly rowing. Good job, everyone gets praise. The supernatural power was sent over, and the seagulls lined up one by one to receive it. After sending away all the seagulls, Xia leisurely continued fishing, waiting for the fish to bite. Meanwhile, the news of Lida being attacked by bird droppings spread through the military camp in less than an hour. When Big Lee Nyo heard it, he chuckled. It must be my boss taking revenge on me. When Cheng'en, who was wiping his hair, also thought so because the small animals around Xia tend to become very clever. But he was curious why Big Lee Nyo guessed so accurately. Dinyo, how do you know? My boss can do anything. Pow Pow listens to my boss too. Big Lee Nyo trusted Xia completely. No matter what Xia did, he thought it was natural. When Cheng'en smiled easily. You're right. My partner can do everything too. That's right. The others in the dormitory also rolled their eyes. These two had started again, one bragging about his partner, the other about his boss. They were also very curious, who exactly was Xia. Meanwhile, the gossiping main character, Lida, took several showers, but still wasn't satisfied. He felt like he still smelled like bird droppings. He stormed out angrily and looked for Commander Chung. Today's seagulls were made by Big Lee Nyo's boss. What should you do about it? Comrade Lee, you are a researcher, yet you speak such superstitious nonsense. Lee Dania's boss is a person, not a god, and he can't let a bird on your head. Comrade Lida, Captain Chung is right. Stop saying such things. Lida is furious, but he really can't do anything about that person. He suppresses his anger and focuses on more important matters. He came to be the first to research those items before the Beijing Research Institute. He is sure he can succeed first. Then he can show everyone that he is not just relying on his family to get ahead. Captain Chung, you've checked the machine you salvaged. It looks like a sonar system, but I need the complete sonar system for research. Please organize another dive immediately. Captain Chung doesn't agree right away. Lida presses on, saying, Captain Chung, the higher-ups ordered you to cooperate with my research unconditionally. Captain Chung curses inwardly. Of course, the higher-ups are your family, so you think they should cooperate. Comrade Lida, it's not that we refuse to cooperate, but we can't find the other equipment. Actually, there's someone who can find it, but I don't know if she's willing to help you. After the storm, the coast is sunny and breezy. Hai San Island, Xia's home. Dubai, are you incubating eggs? In the courtyard pavilion, Xia skillfully slices salmon, then turns to look at Dubai, who is lying in a square nest incubating eggs. The ant helping out is surprised. Did Dubai find a gander? Without a gander, she can't hatch goslings. Probably not. Shirxia looks away with mixed feelings, thinking about how her goose has grown up. Let her hatch the eggs first. If there are no goslings after a while, we'll stop. That's right. Dabai is smart, the ant says while helping with the salmon. Shirxia continues cutting the fish. Suddenly, she hears footsteps and looks up. Grandpa Shir is returning with the water bucket. Grandpa, Shirxia calls out, and Grandpa Shir turns his head. Put on your hat, it's sunny. Shirxia gestures on her head, but Grandpa Shir protests. It's hot. Even if it's hot, you shouldn't go bald from the sun. Without hesitation, Shirxia places a straw hat on Grandpa Shir's head and looks at him seriously. Don't take it off. Grandpa Shir grumbles in protest and goes to fetch water. The ant, watching secretly, laughs and says to Shirxia, Uncle Shir acts like a little kid. He is very stubborn. Yesterday, there was a heavy rainstorm, and he insisted on going outside to shield the vegetable field from the rain. If I hadn't stopped him, he would have caught a cold from getting soaked. Annie took the piece of salmon that Xia had cut and set it aside, saying, with you watching, there's no problem. Once you and Chungin get married, Uncle Shir will also move in. He can stay wherever he wants then. Married? Xia felt a bit guilty. She chuckled softly and changed the subject. Annie, you can take some of this fish back. We can't finish it. All right, I'll just grill a bit and add some salt. By the way, can you send some food to Chungin? Yes. He'll come out during his break. If he's not resting, it will be left at the gate, and someone will deliver it after the check. Annie was happy to hear that. She looked at the salmon and said, I'll make more and send some to Chungin. This fish is oily, and after training, he needs to replenish. Make more, and the comrades can have some too. He shouldn't eat alone. You're right. I'll make more. They chatted as all the salmon was prepared. Auntie carried a basin back, and Xia also got ready for lunch. On a thin stone slab, she grilled the salmon. Xia even found some herbs, crushed them and sprinkled on the fish, then added a little salt. It was rich and sticky. Of course, she kept some raw for eating after marinating. Xia and Grandpa Shir enjoyed the salmon feast, with no staple food for now. The fish was too much to eat all at once, or it might smell bad. This morning, she also collected a lot of seafood from the seaside, really more than they could eat. Xia thought it would be great if there was a refrigerator. Her supernatural power could only control things very close to zero, but not exactly zero. Keeping food fresh for a day or two was possible, but longer was not.
Eat.
Grandpa Shir placed the grilled fish on Xia's plate, and Xia smiled with her eyes half closed. Thank you. Grandpa Shir grinned. Is Xia at home? Captain Ching shouted from several meters away, trying to remind Xia. Xia didn't move, knowing why Captain Chung was here. Xia, dinner is ready. Captain Chung reached the door, followed by Li Da, who was covered in bird droppings from 10 meters behind. Yes, he was completely covered in bird droppings. Li Da knew that the seafood he could catch was from a fisherwoman, and he had offended her. After some inner struggle, he decided to come anyway. But as soon as he stepped outside, seagulls chased him, and one even pooped on his head. Captain Chung and the other young soldiers kept their distance from Li Da, trying not to get involved, and stifled their laughter all the way to Xia's house. Captain Chung? Why are you here? Rare guest, please come in. Shirxia warmly welcomes them and offers water to Commander Chung and others. Commander Chung smiles politely as he takes the water, pretending not to understand the situation, because he's not in a hurry. Lida arrives at the door while Commander Chung is drinking water, but Grandpa Shirxia quickly pushes him out. Just joking, with bird droppings on him, does he think he can enter the yard he's taking care of? Shirxia holds a thermos and politely says, Sorry, my grandfather is very clean. I stepped on mud outside, so I can't let anyone in. Your outfit. Special situation, so you can't come in either. Shirxia looks innocent, but with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Lida is very angry, but he also notices that the seagulls on his head have flown away. They had been following him all the way, but now they're gone. It's you who made the birds on my head. Lida points angrily at Shirxia. Suddenly, his finger is slapped away by Grandpa Shirxia. Point at my girl again and I'll break your hand. Lida trembles, feeling numb, and glares angrily at Commander Chung. Commander Chung looks even more innocent. Comrade Lida, I was just guiding you. We have no right to force anyone to work for you. That's against our rules. In other words, helpless. Lida closes his eyes and opens them again. He thinks, first, he needs to trick a fisher girl. As long as he gets this research done, none of these people will have a good outcome. Comrade Shirxia, I heard you're good at water skills. I want to ask you, no help. I haven't even said what it's about. Shirxia casually sets down her water thermos. Indifferent. Even if you invite me to a funeral and banquet, I won't go. Lida's desire to ruin someone reaches its peak. Commander Chung swallows his choking saliva, secretly praising her words. Are so precise. Comrade Shirxia, I am a researcher. My work can strengthen the Navy and help soldiers complete missions. It's very important. Your refusal will prevent all this from happening. Do you really want to be so heartless?
Lida isakusing cash.
Shirxia looks at him with disdain. Just you? Someone with poor character. What technology could you develop to help the army? I think you need achievements to boost your ego. Stop wasting time here. It's so stinky. It's making Grandpa sick. Give Li Daniu a public apology, and I'll help the troops, not just you, Lida. Lida's nails dig into his palm. Public apology? Wouldn't that mean admitting he lied and abandoning the effort to save his soldiers? If that were really the case, he would definitely face punishment and his reputation would suffer. Comrade Shirxia, I am willing to provide funds if you want to go fishing. No, thank you. Shirxia pours tea to see them off, and Commander Chung drinks the water in his cup quickly before getting up to leave. Comrade Shirxia, we're leaving now. Commander Chung is about to go, and Shirxia sees them off. After they leave, the door is closed with a bang, blocking Lida's view.
Lida feels conflicted.
He didn't expect a little fisher girl to be so difficult. But does he really want to apologize? Lida stares at the door, thinking there might be another way. Outside, Lida and his friends leave, and Shirxia continues grilling salmon. Soon, the neighbor's aunt brings cooked grilled salmon and some salmon rice balls to Haiming Island to see Wenqing'an. Haiming Island. Wenqing'an took part in the rescue last night and can rest today. He's just a new soldier and can't take leave, so he's reading the literacy book Shirxia gave him in the dorm. He also borrowed a dictionary and studies very seriously. Once a carefree kid, Wenqing'an has become the most diligent in the army. With his natural talent, he's now both admired and envied by his comrades. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. A soldier pushes it open and calls, Wenqing'an, someone's here to see you at the gate. Wenqing'an quickly stands up, closes his book, grabs his hat, and runs out. Buckle up. Watch out for the patrols catching you. His comrade reminds him from behind. Wenqing'an waves and makes a quick turn, flying down the stairs in 3 steps. This kid. Could it be his girlfriend coming? My boss is here. Li Daniu, coming out of the water room, looks at the speaker and asks, my boss is here? I don't know. I just know someone is watching Wenqing'an. Should we go see? Let's go. A group of curious people persuade him, and he agrees, so they go. When they step out of the dorm, Wenqing'an is nowhere to be seen. Is this kid a speedster? The charm of his girlfriend is so strong. I think I need to find one too. Get lost. Meanwhile, Wenqing'an has already reached the gate. The figure of the ant peeking around catches his eye. He looks back, knows Shirxia a little disappointed, but he still grins widely and runs over to the ant. Mom.
Oh.
Hearing the word mom, the ant is happy. The kid just called her mom before joining the army, and she didn't have time to hear more. I came by myself. Shirxia is at home preparing fish. Look, mom brought you some delicious food, tuna. The meat is very good, full of oil and fat, which gives you energy. I made a lot, so you and your comrades can share. These rice balls are for your group. Eat them while they're hot. Annie took out the rice balls, and Wenqing'an took one and bit into it eagerly. Delicious. Soon, he couldn't speak properly because he was eating too quickly. 2 bites per rice ball, and he finished 4 rice balls very fast. Really tasty. Mom's cooking is the best. When Chung'un's sweet words made Andy happy. Is it good? These fish were caught by Shirxia. She's really capable. Mom, I want to tell you, Shirxia is such a good girl. You should cherish her. Whether you have her or not, life is good. But if you make a mistake, she might not want you anymore. Auntie secretly looked at Wen Chung'un. He helplessly replied, I won't do anything to hurt Shirxia, Mom. Don't worry. I just want to remind you, people should remember their roots after they succeed. Don't become like a traitor who forgets where they came from. Wen Chung'un understood. I won't, Mom. Auntie nodded and didn't say more. She handed him the basket. Carry it. In a few days, I'll bring you some dried sea cucumbers. There was a strong wind last night and some got blown here. I dried them out. When you soak and eat them later, it will help your health. Okay. When Chung'un accepted all his mother's care, feeling more close to her, it made her feel warm inside, as if they were closer than ever. Behind them, a comrade was watching from afar. Of course, that's Wen Chung'un's mom. Yes. She's the older sister-in-law's real mom. After Li Daniu confirmed this, everyone stopped crowding around. But soon, Wen Chung'un came over carrying the basket. Is there something tasty? Wen Chung'un, what did Annie bring? A group of comrades, like hungry wolves, rushed over. Wen Chung'un protected the basket and said, Mom brought you all tuna. My socks still haven't been washed. Oh, Wen Chung'un, what's this? Using tuna to make us wash socks? Wen Chung'un playfully dodged. You don't have to eat it. Then he pinched a piece of grilled fish from the basket, still shiny with oil. A wash. One rebelled, and the others quickly followed. But it was too late. They really had nothing left to eat. A box of salmon was finished in just a few minutes by a group of hungry wolves. Lida from Shirxia's family hesitated for a long time after leaving her house, then finally made a call. Ding, ding, ding. Dad, Lida, what's the matter? Lida told his father what happened, of course leaving out the part about meeting Li Daniu. In his words, Shirxia, who is capable of salvage, was greedy and refused to help without huge benefits. I understand. You focus on your research. Thanks, Dad. He hung up the phone, smiling triumphantly. Within half an hour, the military called again. Commander Wei's face turned pale as he hung up. Those Li family members really have their hands everywhere. They've even reached me. The phone was dialed again. Wei's strong voice came through the line. Old Third Fu, did you come from Beijing? How long has it been? You're so straightforward. If you don't come soon, I'll smash the thing I pulled up. Do you think I dare not? With a snap, the call ended. Wei called Captain Chung. In just a few minutes, Captain Chung, looking fierce, gathered a team of soldiers to leave. Li Da was among them. Going to sea? No problem, he would go too. Is salvage simple? Good. Then you'll see for yourself. Li Da was taken onto the boat and followed the soldiers to the salvage area. Comrade Li Da is dedicated to his work. He'll wait outside the boat. Rest assured, we will cooperate fully. After giving instructions, Captain Chung stayed on the deck chatting with Li Da while the soldiers went into the water. He didn't care if Li Da responded or not, just chatting awkwardly. The sun on the sea was so hot that it only took an hour to peel off a layer of skin. Not to mention Li Da, who was just a novice outside the lab. In just 10 minutes, Li Da was sweating heavily, his skin feeling hot. Comrade Li Da, what's wrong? Can't handle this little hardship? I'm fine, really. Good. Salvaging isn't something you finish in an hour or two. It's like looking for a needle in the ocean. Comrade Li Da, you need to prepare for a long fight. Look at me, I don't talk much. Someone like you, focused on research, must be very dedicated. Captain Chung completely elevated Li Da, making him feel important. Li Da endured the sun, feeling thirsty, then drinking when he was dry. Why not ask that fisher girl to come? You mean Shirxia? Sorry, Shirxia is just a civilian. We have no right to ask her to do anything. But don't worry, we will cooperate. Lida was exposed to the sun for 3 days. After 3 days, the research team from Beijing arrived. The ferry arrives at Haisen Island every day at 8 a.m. and departs around 9 a.m. In the morning, Xia was returning from sea in a small fishing boat equipped with an engine, just in time to catch the ferry. Comrade Xia. Comrade Xia. The safety officer on the ferry waved and called out to Xia, who was fixing the boat to the shore. Xia turned around, waved back, tied the rope securely, and headed toward the ferry.
Good morning, Comrade Zhao.
Comrade Xia, here are the pork and ribs you asked for. Thanks, she replied. Both of them were polite, and no one spread any rumors. Xia carried the meat bought by bald-headed brother off the ferry. She had only taken a few steps when she heard a familiar voice calling her. Xia. Lin Cece. She turned around to look. Hurry up, I'm exhausted. My mom insists on bringing you some tasty food. Tasty food? Xia slowed her pace slightly. Seeing the knowing look in Lin Cece's eyes, she took a basket. Comrade Lin came to see me? Not at all. My mom sent me. Xia nodded and said while holding the basket, next time you're stubborn, don't smile.
Huh.
Lin Cece covered her face, and Xia laughed. You little liar, Xia. You're too easy to fool. Lin Cece raised her delicate little fist and chased Xia from the ferry to the beach, then from the beach to a small path. Giggling loudly, Xia, help. Here comes Big White. It brought the village's army of 1,000 geese. Lin Cece, who had been chased and bitten by Big White, quickly softened and begged for help. Xia looked at her amused. Is that all you've got?
I'm willing.
Xia shook her head with a smile and waved at Big White. Big White, come here. Big White, leading the army of geese, waddled over, honking twice, scaring Lin Cece into clutching Xia's coat and shrinking her neck. Big White, this is the person bringing us food. Come, smell her scent. It's a goose, not a dog. Lin Cece didn't dare move because Big White really came over.
Ha!
After a loud honk, Big White nodded at Xia and proudly returned to the group, continuing to look impressive. Xia watched, both helpless and amused. Is this even a burden for the leader? Let's go. Xia pulled Lin Cece aside and took her home. Grandpa Xia was not at home. Uncle Wen was working in the fields. Xia poured water for Lin Cece, placed the meat carefully, and sat opposite her. Lin Cece took an envelope out of her army green canvas bag. Your commendation letter. Xia took it and read it carefully. It was simple, with Lin Cece's signature at the bottom. Nice handwriting. Of course. Lin Cece smiled and started talking happily. Chen's family was sentenced. Chun Xiaodong and Miao Guilin were sent to a farm in the northwest. My dad said they will never come back. Chun Shuyuan cut ties with them immediately. He's now at his grandfather's house, but because of Chun Xiaodong, the most powerful member of the Qin family has also fallen. Now, the old and young Qin family members live in a dilapidated house, but they are managing. As for Chun Jiandong, Lin Cece looked a bit annoyed. He firmly denies being a troublemaker. His sentence was light, and he was sent to Ha Air Island.
Ha Arislam.
Xia knew about Ha Air Island. If Ha San Island is known for its simple folk, open-minded Chow uncle, and a united front despite conflicts, then Ha Air Island is a closed, feudal, and very exclusive place. Yes, originally Chun Jiandong was supposed to go to Ha San Island, but my dad stopped him. Xia was a bit surprised. She didn't expect such a thing to happen. Thanks to Uncle Lin for me. I really don't want Chun Jiandong to come. But then Xia thought of something. In the future, Ha San Island would also receive educated youths and those sent down from cities. It seems she needs to act quickly to make Ha San Island a safe place before that happens. Lin Cece didn't stay long. She had to return to land. Xia saw her off to the boat. Just as the ferry left, a military ship arrived at the dock. Xia pouted. Could today be an auspicious day? Everything seems to be happening at once. Xia. Captain Chung. Captain Chung disembarked, followed by someone Xia didn't recognize. Xia, This is Comrade Fu Chong from Beijing Research Institute and Comrade Ling Qiu. Qing Xia looked at the man and woman. Both looked good. The man wore glasses and smiled, while the woman looked cold and distant. Hello. Hello, Comrade Qing. We came today with a request. Qing Xia naturally understood what they wanted. Looking for something?
Yes, Fu Qiang replied.
Before coming, Captain Chung reminded him that Qing Xia was very direct, but he didn't expect her to be so straightforward. What is your relationship with Li Da? Qing Xia naturally understood what they wanted. Looking for something?
Yes, Fu Qiang replied.
Before coming, Captain Chung reminded him that Qing Xia was very direct, but he didn't expect her to be so straightforward. What is your relationship with Li Da? Competitive, Qing Xia answered without hesitation, looking at Captain Chung for confirmation. It seemed a seagull swooped down. Xia prepared a pen and a piece of paper from her pocket, wrote a few words, folded it into a small tube, and tied it to a bamboo tube on the seagull's leg.
Go.
The seagull, patted on the head by Xia, happily called out, flapped its wings, and flew into the sky. Commander Chung was shocked and wanted to ask many questions. Sending messages with seagulls. If this was used in the army? Comrade Xia, did you just send a message with a seagull? How did you do it? Seagulls don't have the ability to find their way back. The questioner was the unfriendly Ling Qiu, her eyes full of curiosity, as if Xia was a super difficult math problem she had to solve.
Oh.
This one is quite greedy. Xia said half-truthfully, as if her gluttony ability was also a kind of greed. Let's go. I bought pork belly today, and I need to come back for dinner tonight. Xia turned around first to get her rubber clothes from her small fishing boat, then boarded the army.
Oh.
This one is quite greedy. Xia said half-truthfully, as if her gluttony ability was also a kind of greed. Let's go. I bought pork belly today, and I need to come back for dinner tonight. Xia turned around first to get her rubber clothes from her small fishing boat, then boarded the army's boat. Commander Chung quickly followed. When they arrived, Xia didn't say a word. She put on her rubber clothes and jumped into the water with a splash.
Fu Qiang blinked.
Her straightforward personality was really
somewhat familiar.
He secretly glanced at Ling Qiu. As her name suggested, Ling Qiu had a cold, deep autumn face, expressionless, and she seemed uninterested in anything except research. Fu Chong looked away and started chatting with Commander Chung. Underwater, Xia was timing and searching. Her emitted ability attracted many sea creatures. A large adult turtle swam toward her. Xia was blocked by a big sea turtle. She moved left, but the turtle moved right. She moved right, but the turtle moved left. Xia simply stared into the turtle's two small green eyes and pointed at it with one finger. What are you doing? The big turtle turned around, its back facing Xia.
Oh.
Barnacles. Xia nodded, understanding, and pointed at the surface. Go up there. The turtle nodded back. Xia was both surprised and not surprised. After all, sea turtles live a long time, and being a bit smarter isn't unusual. She kicked hard to propel herself upward. Why did she feel something hard? Looking down, she saw a sea turtle swimming at her feet, supporting her with its shell. She simply lay on the turtle's shell and pointed upward. The turtle's limbs moved smoothly, quickly swimming upward. Fu Chong on the patrol boat was watching his watch and timing. 13 minutes had passed. Suddenly, Xia's head peeked out with a splash.
Wow.
What are you riding? Captain Chung threw a rope to Xia to help her pull herself closer. A sea turtle. Xia patted the turtle's back and said, Barnacles are attached to its shell, and it feels uncomfortable. I'll help clean them before going down again. Good. How will you do it? We'll go up together. Xia pulled on the rope and climbed up. Once on top, she reached out toward the turtle. Come here. Can it understand? Fu Chong didn't need to finish. He already knew the answer. Ling Qiu crouched down curiously, staring at Xia with bright eyes. Xia ignored everyone else. She grabbed the turtle's front leg with both hands and used her back force to pull it up. Lie down. She quickly took out a dagger tied to her leg and began scraping off the barnacles. Captain Chung, is that my dagger? Captain Chung, help out. All right. Captain Chung crouched opposite Xia and politely smiled at the turtle. I'll be careful. They scraped for about 10 minutes. The turtle stretched its limbs comfortably and looked at Xia.
Got it.
I'll turn you over now. After helping the turtle flip over, it skillfully crawled toward the boat's edge and slid down the platform into the water. It didn't walk away, but looked at Xia. Why aren't you coming down yet? Still carrying me? I'm coming. Xia went into the water, sat on the turtle's back, and waved to Captain Chung and the others. Let's go. With a splash, both the turtle and Xia disappeared into the sea. Comrade Xia is quite strong. Captain Chung nodded at Fu Chong. Someone like you could probably handle 7 or 8 of these. Fu Chong awkwardly smiled. That unit of measurement sounds a bit painful. Comrade Xia must be a kind and pure-hearted person. Otherwise, marine animals wouldn't be so close to her. Pure and kind-hearted?
Xia?
Captain Chung looked at Ling Qiu, who was earnestly saying this, and really wanted to tell her to look at Li Da, who had experienced bird droppings and been exposed to the sun for 3 days. The pure and kind-hearted Xia was lying on the turtle's back, directing it downward, moving faster than she could on her own. Soon, she found the first sonar device. With the help of the turtle, the sonar was strapped onto its shell. Xia held onto the turtle's shell, and both she and the turtle floated to the surface of the sea. After the people on the boat saw them come out, they came over to help. Sure, Xia didn't get on the boat. After handing over the items, he continued on his way. There was a back-and-forth search, and Sure Xia found 5 sonar devices. The second one was found with the help of a sea turtle, hidden in a very secret cave. Sure Xia strongly suspected that this was hidden by the sea turtle. They recovered the 5 sonar devices in less than 2 hours, which was very fast. Li Da, who had been sunbathing for 3 days, was probably crying from happiness. Fu Chong and Ling Qiu, after coming up from the sonar, became obsessed with it and wanted to open it right away. They looked very eager but also reluctant to break it now. The boat then turned back. First, they took Sure Xia back to Hai San Island, then continued their journey. After thanking them briefly, Fu Chong and Ling Qiu went into deep meditation, talking about knowledge points in a language others couldn't understand, and arguing passionately. Sure Xia didn't mind. These two seemed like real scientists. Li Da's eyes were full of desire. When Sure Xia returned to shore, he took a few steps and sensed something was wrong, so he turned back. Why are you following me? The sea turtle tilted its head, relaxed and continuing to follow, feeling this person was comfortable and beneficial for it. Sure Xia couldn't chase away the sea turtle, so he had to bring it home. Grandpa Sure opened the door in surprise. Soup? Sure Xia chuckled softly, and the old sea turtle covered its head with its front paw, pretending it didn't want to hear. Grandpa Sure frowned thoughtfully. The pot is small. It can't hold much. Grandpa, no soup. Sure Xia explained carefully, but Grandpa Sure kept staring at the sea turtle. Such a pity. How much soup would that make? The sea turtle officially moved in and became part of the team that benefited from supernatural abilities. But it didn't need to be fed and could provide food and lodging fees because it could catch fish. It also caught stonefish because Sure Xia said he liked them. Dabai was very jealous because it couldn't dive. To keep its place in the family, Dabai started incubating eggs again, trying to prove it was useful. On the 3rd day after the sea turtle arrived, Uncle Chow came to find Sure Xia with bamboo poles he had bought. I understand, Uncle Chow. I'll go get the seaweed spores today. You first string the bamboo poles with ropes, arranging them in rows. Got it. You told me before, I'll arrange it now. After Uncle Chow left, Sure Xia took out a rubber suit, ready to go find the seaweed spores. At the same time, Commander Chung finally uncovered a clue about Sure Xia's spy report. The enemy had never given up hiding. They were very interested in the Navy development on Haiming Island. Among those transporting vegetables to Haiming Island, there is a hidden enemy who uses each shipment to gather information. He secretly sends the information to the workers on the ferry using an empty bottle. Although called an empty bottle, It actually reveals writing when lightly heated with special chemicals. The spies on the ferry receive the messages and pass some to the land via a wire, while others use a hidden radio transmitter to send messages. Today, they are planning to make arrests. The operation is quick and precise, but even the best plans have flaws. One armed person jumps into the sea and escapes, avoiding the soldiers' chase. Commander Chung remains calm and gives clear orders.
Chase.
Report to the troops, send people to block the escape, and alert and search the nearby islands. Yes. On Ha-San Island, Shirxia leaves in a boat, followed by the whale Pao Pao and the turtle Lao Lu. Lao Lu is called that because the turtle is really quite old. It is very smart and with special powers, it tricks the big white and little flower at home, making them look innocent while escaping. Lao Lu is proven to be clever. At the same time, when Chungin and others receive orders and set out, the spies, Shirxia and Wen Qing'an, all approach from different directions. Shirxia lies on a small boat, rocking with the waves, yawning, crossing her legs, humming a tune of freedom. Whose girl? So beautiful and so wild.
Uffed.
Lao Lu the turtle spits out seawater into a bucket, covering his entire head with his hands. Are you annoyed that I sing badly? Lao Lu shakes his head. Suddenly, Pao Pao pops out of the water, and Lao Lu calmly points at him with a hand. It's him. He's the one. Pao Pao looks innocent and sprays seawater with seaweed spores into the bucket, then shakes his head at Shirxia. Be good. Here's some tasty food. Shirxia pats Pao Pao's head, then glances back at Lao Lu, annoyed. You dislike my singing?
Huh?
Where's the turtle? Shirxia laughs angrily. Lao Lu is really clever. Pao Pao, happy with his powers, dives back into the water to work. As for Shirxia, who uses animals for help, she picks up a coconut, uses a stick to make a makeshift straw from the shell, takes a sip, and slowly lies down. Life is good, so peaceful. Meanwhile, when Chungin and others are engaged in a water chase, a spy was driving a stolen fishing boat recklessly across the sea, zigzagging in a chaotic pattern. The military ships kept shouting through loudspeakers, trying to catch him alive because he could be useful. When Chungin and others were ready, guns loaded, prepared to shoot at any moment. The buzzing sound of the engine made Shirxia slightly sit up, shielding her eyes from the sun as she looked ahead. There was a boat, a fast boat, approaching her. Is it coming for her? The spy on the fast boat was steering with one hand and holding a weapon with the other. When he saw the small boat floating on the sea, his eyes lit up instantly. A hostage! Just as Shirxia sat up and was about to stand, the fast boat arrived. The spy pointed his gun at Shirxia and shouted, "Don't move, or I'll shoot you." Shirxia, wearing a straw hat, blinked. Such familiar lines. Such an exciting scene. She wondered which move she should use to take down the opponent, break his family, cut off his hand or foot, or give him a quick and decisive end. Shirxia quietly considered her options. The spy felt something was off, but the pursuit behind didn't give him time to think. He jumped onto Shirxia's boat, pointing his gun at her, standing behind her. Don't move. Put down your weapon. The military ships arrived. Wen Qing'an raised his gun at the spy. In just one glance, he knew the hostage the spy was holding was Shirxia. At that moment, he felt complicated. Worried? Yes, a little. If Shirxia found out, she would definitely say it was an insult to her. The spy and Shirxia seemed to be evenly matched. She punches, he falls. Wen Qing'an was underestimating the spy. The spy had traveled a long way to escape, but ended up caught by Shirxia. Shirxia, who was being held hostage, saw Wen Qing'an too. In that instant, she made a quick decision. Today was a good day, time to do something good. Her finger moved slightly and Wen Qing'an, who had been watching her, noticed it. Signal, to the left. Shirxia told him to shoot to the left. You're a bad person. Shut up. Shirxia suddenly spoke, and the spy shouted back. You're a bad person. Why should I shut up? Just as she prepared to heroically sacrifice herself, she exaggerated her words. Comrades, shoot me. I'd be honored to die. decisively eliminate every reactionary villain. Shi Xia's sudden acting made the spy irritable. The soldiers on the opposite side were moved. When Cheng'en was completely focused, all other thoughts disappeared from his mind, and only 3 points in his eyes, a straight line, remained. Since Shi Xia had given the signal, she would definitely do something. He just needed to cooperate and not hold her back.
Shutup, bang.
Suddenly, Shi Xia exerted force, causing the boat to shake. Wen Cheng'en suddenly pulled the trigger, and the gunshot echoed across the sea. With a splash, Shi Xia fell into the water, and the spy's shoulder was pierced with a blood hole, dropping the gun onto the boat. When Cheng'en fired again, entered the water, and pulled the boat. The spy, unable to grab the gun, also fell into the water. The blue sea turned red with blood. When Cheng'en and the other person fought in the water. It all happened too quickly, in less than 3 seconds.
Splash. Splash.
A few more splashes as others entered the water. The spy was quickly subdued by the team, while Shi Xia surfaced from another spot, dramatically spreading her arms. Oh my god, I'm still alive. When Cheng'en, also in the water, smiled faintly, she's really adorable. Major Cheng's main force arrived and was listening to someone recount what just happened. Who's afraid? Who's willing to risk their life? After hearing this, Major Cheng looked at Shi Xia, who was grinning at him. Then he glanced at the spy with the blood hole, now with a few strange bite marks. You can't pick anyone. Life truly should be cut off. Major Cheng approached Shi Xia, who was wrapped in her clothes, and saluted. Thank you, Comrade Shi. It's what I should do. Shi Xia smiled happily. Major Cheng, holding back his urge to complain, said seriously, Don't worry, Comrade Shi. You've made a contribution. We will thank you later.
I don't care about that.
Major Cheng, haha. Shi Xia returned to her small fishing boat to continue harvesting seaweed spores, while Major Cheng led his troops back. Wen Cheng'en nodded at Shi Xia, then quietly left, unable to say much. Shi Xia watched the troops' boat depart. Maybe it's Sergeant Wen now. Honestly, this kid didn't embarrass me. His shooting was pretty accurate. Shi Xia felt a little proud. She continued looking for seaweed spores, mainly relying on fatty and old six. After drifting on the sea for over 2 hours, Shi Xia steered the boat back home. Back on Hysan Island, she called villagers to help, placing the seaweed spores into a large pond she had prepared earlier, then dipping in bamboo poles. For a day and a night, the spores attached to the bamboo, which was placed on the sea surface, allowing the seaweed to grow. Eventually, Hysan Island would not only grow kelp but also have a new income from seaweed farming. After a few hours busy at the seaweed pond, Shi Xia was ready to go home for dinner. Shi Xia, wait a moment. Uncle Chow came over, followed by Accountant Su, Chow Ping, and the village women's director. The leadership team was assembled. The 5 of them went to the village office and sat down around a table. Shi Xia, there are 2 things. First, our village plans to build a primary school. That's good. I support it. Kids should learn more words, but both boys and girls need to go. When Shi Xia spoke, Uncle Chow smiled and said, You don't know. Several families came to ask me to let their girls go to school. That's why I wanted to do this. Many villagers saw Shi Xia as capable and smart, and they believed her potential was endless. This gave rise to the idea of letting girls attend school. The second thing is, your aunt is going to the town to take care of her grandson, and doesn't plan to come back. Shi Xia looked at Aunt. Her son had a job in town, so her going there was not surprising, but she wondered why she was being told. Uncle Chow continued, Aunt is the women's director in our village. After thinking it over, I believe there's no one more suitable than you. So, do you want to be the women's director? Women's director? Her? Uncle Chow, I'm too lazy and don't like doing chores. Going to the sea doesn't count because I can catch a lot of fish. Shi Xia's honest words made everyone in the house smile. Shi Xia, being the women's director isn't hard. It's just about promoting women's health knowledge and mediating fights in the village. It's not busy at all, and you can earn extra points. Anne explained from the side, and Shi Xia was confused. Mediating fights? Can that really be done? I always thought whoever has the bigger fist wins.
Unso cao hestita, zeger tingat king.
Sure, Xia, with your status in our village, mediating is just a matter of saying a word. You can start doing it, and if you don't like it, you can step down. After Accountant Su finished speaking, Xia thought for a moment and finally asked, just handle women's matters? Yes. Uncle Chow confirmed. All right, I'll do it. Xia agreed. Uncle Chow would handle the formalities, so Xia didn't have to worry about anything. When Xia returned home, she smelled the delicious aroma before even entering. She quickened her steps and, upon entering, leaned close to Grandpa Shi, peeking into the pot. Stir-fried pork with chili, great for the appetite.
Eat.
Grandpa Shi couldn't hear her clearly, but he knew she was hungry just by her expression. Xia washed her hands, served the dishes, and the two of them quickly ate. Stir-fried pork with chili, spicy clams, steamed egg cake, and white rice. Eat up. After this, there's spicy snail for a snack. Grandpa, you're so good. Xia smiled happily as she picked up her bowl and ate. In the military, Wen Cheng'en had achieved another victory. Since joining the army, Wen Cheng'en had been first in every training session and kept breaking records. The future potential soldier king has already made several officers jealous. They try various ways to win Cheng'en, hoping he'll be assigned to their unit after basic training. However, all these people are driven away by Captain Cheng. It's a joke. The soldier I painstakingly found. Why should I let you take him away? This promising future soldier king has saved people during a storm and made a contribution once. Now, after catching spies, he has made another contribution. At least these two achievements could earn him a squad leader position, but he hasn't even finished basic training yet. So, his achievements can only be accumulated for now, and we'll see what happens after he completes basic training. When Cheng'en isn't in a hurry, he keeps training hard, making the other new soldiers both envious and jealous. Someone curiously asks Wen Cheng'en, "Why are you working so hard?" To protect the homeland. These four firm words make Wen Cheng'en feel like he's surrounded by a shining aura. Only he knows why he is really doing it. Wen Cheng'en trains actively, and Xia also restores the orderly life on the island. When the weather is good, they go out to fish. Sometimes they dry the fish they catch or sell it directly, greatly increasing the income from fishing on Haishan Island. When the weather is bad, Xia stays at home cooking delicious food. She even spent a lot of time figuring out how to cook a fish perfectly. Frying, stir-frying, baking, slicing into strips or pieces, she always finds new ways. In the small yard, the flowers on both sides of the cobblestone path have started to bloom. Under Xia's occasional supernatural watering, they blossom beautifully. When the wind blows, the fragrance drifts around. Grandpa Shi found some grapevines on the mountain and planted them near the wall. Just thinking about sitting under the grape trellis and eating grapes makes Xia very happy. Days pass unknowingly, more than half a month. Every morning, Xia goes out to the sea with Old Turtle 6. Old Turtle 6 carries a bucket full of seafood on its shell and follows Xia leisurely. Xia, Old Cheng's family is fighting.
Fighting?
I'm coming. Old Turtle 6, go home first. Xia's voice rings out. Old Turtle 6 nods slowly, continues at a steady pace, not in a rush, a little anxious. Meanwhile, Xia, recently promoted to women's director, rushes to Old Cheng's house. Old Cheng, holding a machete, is about to attack his wife. Xia glances quickly, kicks a piece of wood on the ground. Stop. With a bang, the wood hits her wrist, the machete falls to the ground, and the disheveled woman starts crying loudly. Why is my life so hard? Shut up. Xia walks over with a serious face. Her intimidating presence makes a small child quietly move a little stool aside. Xia sat down without feeling any shame, looking at Cheng Lauda, who was sitting on the ground and standing nearby. Come first, squat down. Cheng Lauda responded with a grunt and obediently squatted down under Xia's stern gaze. Xia nodded in satisfaction.
Speak.
Cheng Lauda, holding his head, muttered gloomily, "We can't go on like this. That useless woman gave all the family money to her younger brother. The woman on the ground looked guilty, but the next second, she lifted her chin and said, I only have one younger brother. He's getting married. As his sister, shouldn't I help? Xia understood. How much did you give? When your brother has a baby, buys a house or a bicycle, and asks you for money, will you give it? Chung Auntie's eyes flickered with hesitation, wanting to say yes, but also unsure how to give so much. I don't have that much money. I didn't ask if you have it. I asked if your brother asks you for money, will you give it?
No.
I only helped because he's getting married. He has to take care of himself. Xia nodded and looked at Chung Lauda. Your wife heard what you said. Can your family still get by? Chung Lauda looked at his wife. Are you serious? You won't care anymore? Chung Auntie patted her clothes and said, Yes, when I got married, my brother even gave me his 2 cents. I just wanted to help him when he got married. They talked it out, and life went on. Xia stood up and waved to Chung Lauda. Come, let's talk. Talk about what? Safety education. Chung Lauda followed her inside. It took less than 5 minutes for him to come out. From then on, he understood an important lesson. Don't act recklessly, or the consequences can be painful. Xia felt refreshed. Being a women's director wasn't so bad. It added some fun to her otherwise boring days, and everyone was quite reasonable. Listen with just a punch or a gentle reminder. After stretching her limbs, Xia headed home and, halfway there, met Turtle Lao Lu. I say, Lao, Xia blinked. It was just a turtle. Finally, she and the turtle reached home. Dabai rushed over loudly, biting Xia's pants and pulling her along. What's wrong? What's happening? Eggs hatched? No way, they really hatched? Xia crouched down in surprise, watching a little goose emerge from inside. That beak. Does it look a bit sharp? Soon, a damp little eagle poked its head out. Xia looked at Dabai, and Dabai looked back at Xia. Xia, are you jealous? Dabai, it looks so good, just like me, handsome. When Summer watched the little eagle eat the eggshell, she gently sent some energy over. The little eagle affectionately leaned in and hopped onto Summer's hand. Please don't pull my hand, Summer said with a mix of dislike and caution. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Comrade Summer, this is Lung Qiu. Do you remember me? Is Summer home? Summer opened the door. Standing outside was researcher Lung Qiu from Jing City. Comrade Summer, do you remember me? I remember.
Come in.
Lung Qiu hesitated at the door, then wiped his shoes before stepping inside. Your yard is really beautiful and clean. That's all my grandfather's doing. He likes to keep things tidy. Summer poured water for Lung Qiu, but he didn't drink it. Instead, he got straight to the point, showing the same straightforward attitude as Summer. We've studied the sonar we recovered. We've completed the first phase for now. To move to the second phase, we need to go into the water. The military has cooperated with us, but the diving time and depth are still not enough. Captain Chung said you can be friends with orcas and sea turtles. I wonder if they can help us place the experimental equipment where it's needed. Lung Qiu finished speaking and waited for Summer's answer. That's possible, but I have one condition. Summer didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I want to take down Li Da's account isn't just about being chased by bird droppings. It's a matter of life. When Summer learned other research institutes were coming, she was already waiting for this day. Any weapons used in the sea would definitely be tested in the water. Before having perfect equipment, she was the best choice for underwater experiments. Lung Qiu frowned.
Who is Lida?
It's understandable she doesn't know. Besides caring about research, Lung Qiu didn't care about anything else. As for Lida, who used her and Fu Chong as imaginary enemies, he was completely forgotten by Lung Qiu. Just ask around, you'll find out. I won't interfere. As long as the results are achieved and Lida receives the punishment he deserves, I'll cover your underwater tests. Really? Lung Qiu immediately stood up, eyes shining brightly, not even waiting for Summer's reply. I'll go find Fu Chong. He's better at causing trouble. Lung Qiu said, and left quickly. Summer watched her hurried departure from the door. This girl was obsessively dedicated to research. She turned back and saw a little eagle that she didn't know where it came from. The sticky substance on the eagle's body had dried, turning it into a fluffy little ball. A goose was gently protecting the little eagle under its belly, trying to keep it warm. The little eagle is very dependent on the white bird, probably because the white bird is incubating eggs. Its scent makes the eagle feel safe. Xia is sitting nearby watching them, while Turtle Lao Lu is lying on the other side and Little Flower is standing on Turtle Lao Lu's shell. Probably fell into the sea during that strong wind the other day and was picked up by the white bird. Xia cuts some small pieces of fish to feed the eagle, and a new member has now settled in. Meanwhile, Lung Qiu returns to the temporary research station set up by the team and immediately looks for Fu Chong. Fu Chong, just finished washing his hair, walks out while drying his head, startled by Lung Qiu's sudden appearance, and instinctively buttons up his shirt. Lung Qiu glances at him, saying there's no need to hide since it's just human skin. Fu Chong. Lung Qiu gets up again to close the door, thinking it's better to keep things private for personal matters. Fu Chong watches as Lung Qiu openly closes the door and quietly says, "I'm going to find Xia. She said she can help us, but we need to get Li Da out of the way. Do you know who Li Da is?" Fu Chong's anxious heart drops, and after coughing twice, he puts down the towel. "Everyone knows except you. I don't know him. He must not be famous enough." Fu Chong is instantly amused, wondering how seriously Lung Qiu is speaking. Next, Fu Chong explains who Li Da is. His dad is Li Weiming. Who? Our department's deputy leader. Oh, I don't remember him. Fu Chong, speechless, continues, Li Da is the one who stole your radar research materials.
Bang!
Lung Qiu stands up angrily.
That.
He's pretty despicable, not very capable, but always causing trouble.
Fukianga Grace.
Then, they discuss a plan to lure Li Da into a trap. If he falls into their net willingly, it has nothing to do with them. That noon, rumors spread that the Beijing Research Institute had made new progress in sonar research. Li Da, upon hearing this, paces anxiously in his room, almost breaking out of the trap, eager to claim the research results for himself. That night, Li Da tosses and turns, unable to sleep. The next morning, Li Da takes some unimportant materials to find Fu Chong, claiming it's to contribute to the research. Fu Chong coldly refuses, saying it's unnecessary. Li Da isn't surprised by Fu Chong's refusal, as they don't get along. If Fu Chong had accepted, he would be the one to be surprised. Fu Chong, I was a bit anxious before, but I truly care about the progress of the research, not to sabotage your work. Li Da spoke sincerely, tears welling up in his eyes. Our country is so weak. Now is the time when we need you and me. I hope you can put aside personal biases and work with us to quickly apply our research results to the country's development and border defense. Fu Chong seemed moved, but still didn't agree. Li Da understood and said, I know. I haven't done well before. I will leave this information here and go now.
Li Da left.
Fu Chong picked up the files and quickly looked through them. With this level, you're still proud to show off and embarrass yourself. Of course, he also knew that Li Da might be reluctant to share useful information. But who cares? He just wanted to criticize him. After Li Da left, Fu Chong flew a few days of kites. 3 days later, they met again. In the cafeteria, Fu Chong was puzzled over some research problems. Fu Chong, are you facing a difficult problem? I'm not trying to pry, but I've noticed you've been sitting here for half an hour without eating a single bite. Fu Chong looked up but said nothing, starting to eat in silence. He ate quickly, and Li Da sat opposite him, pretending to care and offering warmth. More minds mean more ideas. Why don't you tell me briefly? I've been working on sonar research for many years. Maybe I can help. Li Da's words made sense, and Fu Chong also seemed to be truly stuck. Fu Chong hesitated, but then said, forget it. He left again. Li Da didn't follow him, his gaze deep. Fu Chong was too guarded. But this also showed that their research must have made progress. No, he must get into this project. Just as Li Da was about to use his father's influence, Fu Chong suddenly fell into the water, giving him a chance. Fu Chong was rescued after falling into the water and was hospitalized for rest. Lida went to visit him again. The researchers' team was short-handed, and during a critical experiment, Fu Chong collapsed. At this moment, Lung Xiao, who was focused on research, met Lida, who introduced himself at the hospital. "Are you doing research?" "Yes, here is my work ID." Lung Xiao checked and said with dissatisfaction, "Since you've been free for so long, why don't you come help?" Lida wondered, was it because he didn't want to help? Lida finally entered the temporary research site at Jing City Research Institute. Others at the institute heard that Lung Xiao and Fu Chong had a big argument. But the incident had already happened. Lung Xiao and Fu Chong were colleagues with equal rights. Lida achieved his goal. He had heard about Lung Xiao before. She was indifferent to everyone except her research. Lida's purpose for entering the research institute was certainly not pure. After a few attempts to gather information, he took action. While Lida was secretly pleased, copying research documents in his dormitory, the door was suddenly kicked open. "He's the one stealing our research files. Catch him." Lida's face hit the desk as he was pushed down, with his hands restrained behind his back. "Let me go." "What are you doing? Do you know who my dad is?" Fu Chong snorted coldly and stood at the door. "Your dad is just a big shot. Coming here won't help this time." "Lida, you probably don't know that our results have already been reported. This is a top-secret national document. How dare you steal and copy it? What exactly are you trying to do?" Lida panicked, sweat pouring down his face. It's not me, it's you guys, boo-hoo." "Stop his mouth." Lida was taken away. The Fu family, the Lung family, and even Commander Wei all contributed a little effort. Lida's interrogation was quick and harsh. Although Fu Chong wanted to accuse Lida of being a spy, there was no real evidence. In the end, Lida was charged with stealing confidential documents and was sent to the Misty Forest, a place for reforming criminals. The forest was always damp and full of poisonous insects. A true northerner like Lida might not survive to come back. Lida's father was also somewhat involved. The matter he previously handled for Lida was exposed by his rivals. His enemies seized the opportunity, and others who also wanted to eliminate him moved against him. When Cold Chi returned, Shixia was running with students from Ha Sandao. Yes, besides the women's director, Shixia was also the part-time principal and teacher of all subjects. On the island, she was the only one who had attended middle school and the only one with free time. But Shixia didn't rely solely on herself. She had assistants. For example, now Big White and Little Flower were supervising the students running, and later, Sea Turtle Lao Lu was watching them right on the ground. As for mischievous kids, none dared to cause trouble. Before class, their families warned them repeatedly. They must not upset Shixia. If Shixia was unhappy, she might scold them or even hit them, and at home, they would face double punishment from their parents. The school schedule was also arranged freely by Shixia. Morning reading. Shixia sat in a rocking chair, not even opening her eyes, but if any student drifted off, Xiaoshi too would throw a precise stone at them. After a few times, no student dared to slack off. After morning reading, the old turtle watched the children practicing writing on the ground. After writing, they moved on to math. Following math, they went swimming. As Xia said, children by the seaside not only learn to swim, but also swim well. With support from Fatty, a group of little dolphins became the children's swimming partners. This was also their happiest time, and many parents watched with envy. They were dolphins. During times of famine, people did not hunt dolphins. At Ha Sand Island Elementary School, Lung Qiu approached Shixia's rocking chair. Lida has been transferred. Shixia opened her eyes, and Lung Qiu said seriously, "It's unlikely he'll come back." Shixia was even more satisfied. They finished quickly, in less than half a month. "When will you do the underwater test?" "Now?" Shixia sat up, smiling warmly at Lung Qiu. "You guys at the Research Institute should have many people, right?" "Somewhat." Lung Qiu's response was casual, and she found a part-time job for others at the Research Institute without pay. While Shixia helped them with underwater experiments, Each day someone needed to be a teacher on Hasan Island. Don't worry, I have teaching assistants here. Shirsia formally introduced a few assistants: Big White, Little Flower, Old Turtle, and Fatty. Lung Chio looked at the assistants and felt a little tempted to come teach the children. Shirsia was very proactive. When she decided to help, she just grabbed her bag and left. After talking to Grandpa Shir, she also told Uncle Chow, mentioning that college students would come to teach the children. College students? To teach the kids on our island? Yes. Uncle Chow secretly glanced at Lung Chio and pulled Shirsia aside to ask, "Did you teach them safety?" He knew Shirsia had taught safety to several families. Recently, there were fewer arguments among couples in their village, probably because of her safety lessons. Am I that kind of person? Uncle Chow's face was a mix of a forced smile and seriousness. No, I am. Uncle Chow, don't underestimate yourself.
Just go now.
Shirsia chuckled. Don't worry, the college students come voluntarily. I help them with work in exchange. Hearing this, Uncle Chow's attitude changed from disdain to gratitude. Shirsia didn't say more. She boarded a military ship, which carried many research institute and military personnel. 2 hours later, the ship stopped. Lung Chio, Fu Chong, and others took paper and pens, ready to record data. Shirsia followed their instructions, repeatedly diving into the sea to bury some items. Some experiments required help from Turtle Lao Lu and Fatty. For those unfamiliar, the experiments could be dull and repetitive, often boring and monotonous. Throughout the entire time, Shirsia never once complained. She did whatever was asked of her. Many soldiers watching from the water and the shore couldn't bear to see her struggle. They trained less than her, but Shirsia persisted. Others thought she was tired, but in truth, she was in her element and having a lot of fun. Still, she had to pretend to be tired sometimes. From the start to the end of the experiment, which lasted 6 hours, Shirsia finally came out of the water. Lung Chio wrapped her in a large towel. Thank you, Shirsia. No need to thank me. I said I'd cover the experiment if you all could do it. Shirsia gave Lung Chio a faint smile, wiped her face, and sat nearby as the boat headed back. Lung Chio nodded at Shirsia and went to stand beside Fu Chong. I want to apply for a subsidy for Shirsia. The intensity of diving she does needs high nutrition food for energy. Okay. So, Shirsia received an additional subsidy. Unknowingly, the subsidies for the women's director, the temporary principal, the temporary teacher, and the experimenter added up to nearly the same as a regular salary. In the following days, Shirsia continued helping with experiments at sea. After repeating this for half a month, the period for when Cheng'en's new recruits was almost over. At the same time, the Research Institute's experiments reached a bottleneck. They needed a new round of data analysis, which Shirsia didn't understand well. She only knew she could finally rest. Not involved in experiments, Shirsia couldn't wait to set out on the fishing boat. Similarly, Jean Kaiwan, a neighbor who had been resting for nearly 2 months, took his new fishing boat and set out on a new mission. Shirsia helped the Research Institute for over a month and a half. The fishing boat went out to sea once, and the biggest catch was a rotten piece of wood. Pure rotten wood, not some rare ebony. They checked. All the small fish and shrimp were too embarrassed to be brought out. In the village's popular saying, Shirsia's family's white ducks wouldn't even look at it. This again proved Shirsia's importance. On the fishing boat, Shirsia lay on her own special lounge chair with a handmade sunshade umbrella, while Old Turtle 6 was lying nearby. You're so clever, always knowing how to sneak back home on the boat. Old Turtle 6 moved a little to the side, hiding his head in Shirsia's shadow. It's too hot. You have a shell, so you're not afraid of the sun? Do you think your shell will turn black if it's exposed to the sun for a long time? Maybe we should do an experiment when we get back. While Shirsia was still talking, she saw Old Turtle 6 cover his entire head with his 2 front hands. He didn't want to hear any more. Okay, you're tired of me. Suddenly, Shirsia stood up and made a gesture. The fishermen on the boat, who had coordinated multiple times, immediately started working. Amidst the chaos, They began to cast the nets in an orderly way. Hurry up. Let's go. The net is in the water. Xia stood at the edge of the boat, sensing the strange energy in the sea. A school of fish was about to pass by. In this era, even if they're delicious, they are not as valuable as fish with more meat. Of course, fish are also not very expensive. People's first choice is always pork. But having fish is better than not having any. After the net was cast, Xia's energy remained active, waiting for the best moment to pull in the catch. At this moment, no one on the boat dared to speak. They thought Xia was communicating with the sea goddess, maybe even lost her soul. If she got scared and couldn't come back, what would happen? Although superstitions are frowned upon, everyone still believed in them deep down. Pull in the net. With a command, the paused fishing boat became active again. The large gears turned, thick ropes swung, and shouts rang out. Pull harder. Dash. Keep going. The net was slowly pulled out of the water. A fisherman skillfully jumped onto the narrow boat railing and hung a thick rope on the gear. As the boat rocked, most people would be frightened by such bold moves. If he lost his balance, he could fall. No one wanted to imagine that. The gears kept turning, the fishermen pulled the ropes, and the heavy, fruitful fishing net was hauled up. The net formed a big ball, and with a loud splash, the fish jumped and struggled on the deck. Big mackerel. Look at this big mackerel. It must weigh over 30 jin. The mackerel, scientifically called blue-spotted mackerel, has a spindle-shaped body. It's usually 25 to 50 centimeters long, and the largest can be over 9 jin. It has tiny round scales, a lead blue back that turns yellow-green when fresh, a silver-white belly, and irregular dark spots along the sides. The fishermen sorted the mackerel, and Xia also came over. Since not all fish in one net are mackerel, she enjoyed the feeling of searching through the net for treasures. Small octopuses, blue, large shrimp, scallops, and even mantis shrimp. Xia collected a basin of small seafood, cooked it directly on the boat, and ate it fresh. This freshness was different from buying live seafood at the market. It was a kind of deliciousness that made the taste buds happy and eager for more, each bite making you want the next. On the fishing boat, a large iron pot was cooking mackerel with a few pieces of tofu they brought themselves. Around the edge of the pot, they casually stuck some flatbread. The fishermen's lunch was ready. They ate heartily, enjoying the fish and the satisfaction of their work. The meal smelled especially good. Xia, Chao Ping called out as he steered the boat, holding a half-eaten crab. Look over there. Xia looked in the direction Chao Ping pointed. Thousands of seagulls were flying low, then returning to the sea surface, eating something. The boat didn't get close because there might be hidden dangers. But Xia's special ability noticed something, a shark's carcass. Are seagulls eating sharks? That's rare in the food chain. Looking closer, the shark's fins were missing. Could they have been cut for fins? Shark fins are thin, soft cartilage, often dried from the fins on the shark's back, belly, and tail. Today, many shark fins are from farmed sharks or rays, as sharks are protected. In the past and present, some people in China ate shark fins, but not everyone loved them. In Southeast Asia and nearby regions, there was a crazy obsession with shark fins. Xia thought those people probably hadn't tasted much good food. In ancient times, when China received tributes, they probably saw emperors or officials eating shark fins and thought they were the best delicacy, turning fins into a symbol of nobility. In reality, shark fins don't have much flavor. It mainly depends on the soup base. If you close your eyes, you could even mistake it for eating noodles. Xia didn't withdraw his special ability. Instead, he extended it, searching for something. Nowadays, in China, people don't eat much fish, and fish can't even be sold easily. No fishermen bother to hunt for shark fins. So, there must be foreign ships nearby. And this sea is definitely Chinese waters. Chao Ping, change course. Xia gave the command, and Chao Ping quickly responded. Their teamwork had been practiced for months. Big Brother Chao, have you ever fought with foreign ships? Of course. Our ancestors fought them too. Xia smiled. Good. Get everyone ready. Chao Ping immediately understood and looked ahead, spotting a small black. They dare to come into our waters. Brothers, grab your weapons. In an instant, the fishermen stopped eating and sharing fish. They grabbed sticks, shovels, large knives, anything within reach. At the same time, on a distant ship, Jean Kaiwan was urging everyone forward. Hurry up, finish these fish, then we can leave. I keep feeling cold chills. Jean Kaiwan remembered the last time he almost broke his hand trying to go home, and he didn't want to go through that again. That woman who tore apart their engine was like a devil. Fishermen often fought, but this was the first time he saw someone dismantle another boat's engine. If it weren't for chasing those sharks, he wouldn't want to cross the line. Brother Jean, no worries. The sea is big. We won't keep bumping into each other every time. Even if we do, we're not afraid. We have weapons now. Jean Kaiwan felt the same. This time, they were armed with guns. No matter how tough you are, you can't dodge bullets. Thinking this, Jean Kaiwan relaxed a bit and looked at the fish fins they caught, as if seeing money waving at him. Keep catching more. Rich people want this stuff. Catch more. The shark hunting was in full swing, and Jean Kaiwan couldn't stop smiling. Brother Jean, a ship is coming. It's flying the 5-star red flag. A ship with the 5-star red flag appeared. Jean Kaiwan instinctively took a breath and gathered his courage as he walked toward the bow. Hey, this is Chinese waters. Chao Ping shouted angrily, followed by fishermen holding sticks. The fishermen shouted loudly, all looking fierce. When Jean Kaiwan saw Chao Ping, he unconsciously sighed in relief. Thank goodness it wasn't that fierce woman. This is our Philippine waters. Jean Kaiwan awkwardly shouted in Chinese, with the fisherman behind him also looking confident. This was a sign of confrontation. F your mother's nonsense. Do you think you can use our sea in your tiny place? Our sea goddess will make you wash your eyes for 3 days if she sees you. Chao Ping couldn't speak complex foreign languages, so he cursed back in Chinese. Then he used the only foreign phrase he knew. You're dead. Chairs, tear that apart. Get lost. Get lost. Get out of here. The fishermen behind him shouted together, their faces fierce, eager to fight with honor that could send them to their ancestors' graves. If young soldiers longed to make achievements, border fishermen were fearless in battle. This is our Philippine Sea, not for tearing things apart. Jean Kaiwan responded awkwardly in Chinese, while the fishermen behind him also raised their weapons and shouted. The curse battle began. After a few minutes of insults, Chao Ping steered the fishing boat closer. Fight them. Don't move, we have weapons. Jean Kaiwan confidently waved one hand and smiled proudly at Chao Ping. I advise you not to come closer. Weapons don't have eyes. The sea is so big, we're all fishermen. What's wrong with catching some stuff? Chao Ping looked dismissive, and the fishermen on the boat all smiled as they watched him speak, none showing any sign of fear. Could they also be armed with hot weapons? Jean Kaiwan hesitated and turned back. Better to strike first. Brother Jean, I agree with what you just said. Jean Kaiwan's words caught in his throat as he pointed at Xia, who had suddenly appeared, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Why you? What are you doing here? You, my brother. There's no brother anymore. The fishermen behind Xia were secretly attacked from behind, one by one falling silently. Only Jean Kaiwan remained standing. As for the weapons, they were being examined in Xia's hands. Big brother Jean, how do you think this thing works? Girl, don't shake so much. Jean Kaiwan was scared. He felt like crying. Why don't you follow the usual rules? In the old days, 2 fishing boats would first threaten each other before fighting. No one would just sneak up and knock out everyone on the other boat right away. Xia blinked innocently. After freeing everyone, my hand is really trembling. I don't know what can fix it. Xia's gaze flickered as if he was observing carefully, and Jean Kaiwan immediately understood. His wallet was about to bleed again. Actually, I have something good, really good. Just wait. All right. Xia was very cooperative and easy to talk to. Jean Kaiwan grimaced and walked toward the cabin, secretly glancing at Xia waving outside. His eyes fell on the pistol in the drawer, hesitating with one hand over it, then suddenly pulling away and grabbing a nearby box. This box was placed there when he was preparing to set sail, as if it predicted something. Outside the cabin, Xia smiled slyly, making a clever decision. There was water inside the boat, and a single drop could turn into a deadly arrow. Can I give this to you? Please don't dismantle the engine. That's very kind of you. Jin Kaiwen's mouth twitched. Could you please put down the gun when you say you're sorry? Could you slow down your actions? Xia opened the box, revealing half a box of sunflower seeds. It was small, but of good quality. I'll take it. Now, let's talk about the shark compensation. Jin Kaiwen couldn't believe his ears and suspected there was something wrong with his hearing. Whose compensation? Shark, you killed our sharks in the sea. Shouldn't you give them some compensation? Xia spoke very sincerely, then started fiddling with his gun. With a click, it loaded, causing Jin Kaiwen to raise his hands instantly. Yes, compensation. Compensation. Big Brother Jin is truly open-minded. I enjoy dealing with someone like you. Xia smiled warmly, waiting patiently, while Jin Kaiwen's mind was about to go crazy. What can he give as compensation? The more he thought, the more he felt like crying. Jin Kaiwen looked worried and said, Can I just compensate with the engine? That depends on you. I can't make decisions for the sharks. Don't you agree? Xia kicked the fallen fisherman, who nodded wildly. Big Brother Jin, just give her everything. Whatever you have, give it to her. Yes, 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 we can't move at all now. Total numbness. Jin Kaiwen looked at his fellow fishermen and then at Xia. His heart was pounding so hard it felt overwhelming. I'll give, wait, is this okay? Jin Kaiwen painfully took out a rope from his chest, tied to an irregularly shaped stone. Xia sniffed the air. This smell is whale oil. Although it's small, I can barely accept it for the sharks. Xia took the whale oil and quickly dismantled her spear into 7 or 8 pieces. The parts scattered all over, falling around Jin Kaiwen. Big Brother Jin, I'll take the shark fins. By the way, you're welcome to come again. I really enjoy your visits. Xia walked to the side of the boat, and a few people from Chao Ping's team jumped over, taking all the shark fins from Jin Kaiwen's boat. Goodbye. Wait, what will they do now? Jin Kaiwen pointed at the immobilized fishermen and looked at Xia. Within an hour, they'll be able to move again. Xia jumped back onto her boat and waved friendly. Big Brother Jin, I heard your area produces a lot of gold. I like it very much. Next time, bring some souvenirs. Xia cheerfully waved, deciding not to dismantle the engine for now. What if she dismantled it and was too scared to come back? Chao Ping started the boat, and the Chinese fishing vessel slowly sailed away. Jin Kaiwen sat down with a thump, looking at the group lying on the deck across from him. How did she even get on here? No one knew. They only knew that as soon as their necks felt cold, they collapsed. At first, their tongues went numb, and they couldn't make a sound. Fortunately, their bodies were gradually recovering from the numbness. After their boat was taken away, Jin Kaiwen looked at them deeply. He really didn't want to come back. He was doomed. On the other side, Xia gave each person 2 pumpkin seeds, and she kept the rest for herself. Everyone had no objections. As for this matter, of course, it was kept secret in their hearts. Xia, what about the fish fins? They've all been killed. There's no point in feeling sorry now. Take them back, so everyone can share and eat. Xia waved her hand, and Chao Ping responded with a sigh, distributing the fish fins to everyone. After fishing with 2 more nets, the boat headed back to Haisan Island. Xia was the first to get off the boat. As soon as she reached the shore, she saw Uncle Chao approaching with a worried look. Uncle Chao, is something wrong? Uncle Chao nodded and gave a small nod to Xia. Xia understood and walked over with him. They moved a little farther apart, and Uncle Chao sighed, saying, The educated youths are coming. The educated youths are coming. We can't refuse this. But once they arrive, they'll eat our food. They can't carry things with their hands or shoulders. They won't be able to do much work, and we'll still have to support them. Uncle Chao got more and more upset as he spoke. When will they come? Tomorrow. We also need to go to the dock to pick them up. It'll take some effort. Tomorrow, we plan to sell the dried fish we prepared and pick them up at the same time. Since we can't refuse, we might as well accept it. Once they arrive, can they really turn things upside down? Hearing this, Uncle Chow felt a bit more relaxed. I think so too. But there's one more thing. I'm worried they might not be from our village, not sharing the same mind as us. Tonight, I plan to hold a village meeting. Shirxia nodded.
All right.
The decision was made, and Uncle Chow went to arrange the meeting. The fishing boat was managed by Chow Ping. Shirxia carried 2 red-spotted fish and a string of big, then went home for dinner. Grandpa, I'm back.
Ga.
A sound of acknowledgement. Bai responded. Shirxia and Bai looked at each other at the door. Shirxia tapped its head with a finger. Don't agree to anything rash.
Ga.
Questioning sound. Don't pretend to be innocent. Bai turned around directly, wagging its as it walked away. Shirxia smiled helplessly. The turtles at home were becoming more and more unruly under old Turtle Lu's influence. Girl fish. Grandpa's gaze shifted smoothly to the red-spotted fish in Shirxia's hand, and he chewed his lips. Delicious. Tonight, we'll invite Uncle Wen and his wife over for dinner. Shirxia pointed to the neighbor's house and made an eating gesture. Grandpa understood. Come over when Xiaozi, dinner time. He shouted loudly, and Uncle Wen's damp head peeked over the wall, shouting back loudly, okay. In the evening, Uncle Wen and Auntie brought 10 eggs and a net full of sea urchins. Fry some eggs and steam some sea urchins, Annie said as soon as she entered, already planning the menu. In the yard, Xia was relaxing with a fan made of reeds, pointing toward the kitchen. You need to ask Grandpa. He might not let you into the kitchen.
Huh?
Uncle sure cooking? Then I definitely can't go in. Xia nodded, told Annie to sit down, and the two of them simply ate pumpkin seeds and drank coconut water outside. Ever since Grandpa Sure returned, Xia's coconuts haven't stopped. They chatted outside while Grandpa Sure was cooking inside. With a sizzling sound, the rich aroma of oil wafted out. Auntie asked with concern, how much oil does this take? As long as it's tasty, Xia replied. She wasn't going to feel wronged. If she wanted to eat, she would. She and Baldy Brother had agreed that every 10 days they would send oil, every 5 days meat, and grains once a month. Of course, Xia paid for all of it. Soon, the fragrant smell made everyone unable to sit still. Time to eat. Grandpa Sure called out, and Uncle Wen, who was fetching water, moved the fastest. I'm clean. Uncle Wen went to serve the dishes, and Auntie had to set the table.
For people sat down.
In the middle was a big bowl of spicy fish slices along with spinach and eggs, steamed sea urchins and steamed. For dishes paired with white rice, this was as good as a festival feast. Eat up. Xia invited everyone to start. She was the first to pick up a fish slice and place it in Grandpa Sure's bowl. Grandpa Sure looked at Xia's chopsticks. Not used before, but you can eat. He ate. After Grandpa Sure ate, everyone else started to eat. The tender fish of the red-spotted grouper practically melted in the mouth, with the unique aroma of Sichuan peppercorns coating the fish. One bite was spicy, numbing, and very satisfying. At this moment, a bite of rice made it even more heavenly, like a fairy's feast. Next to them, the steamed sea urchins and stir-fried spinach with eggs remained untouched until the fish was finished. Really delicious. Uncle Sure is amazing. How did you think of making this? Trying the spicy fish slices with all these seasonings, I've never had anything like it. So satisfying. Grandpa Sure didn't hear Uncle Wen's praise, and Xia didn't say it was her idea. Explaining how to make spicy fish was quite a struggle. After dinner, the four sat in a pavilion, chatting and cracking open the leftover crab legs, talking about the upcoming arrival of the young intellectuals tomorrow. Xia, sister, the village chief called you to a meeting. A little kid ran over, also informing Uncle Wen and Auntie. A few people decided to go out together. On the way, they met other villagers heading to the drying yard. They walked in small groups, chatting eagerly. Some were curious about the upcoming educated youth, Some were unhappy, and others didn't care. At the drying yard, every household was there. Uncle Chow didn't waste words and briefly explained that the educated youth would arrive tomorrow. This matter is settled and can't be changed. What I want to say is, after the educated youth arrive, we shouldn't talk about Shirxia outside. Everyone knew what was going on with Shirxia. Remember, sometimes staying quiet can bring big benefits. We might not get rich, but eating a few more meals with meat and letting the children go to school are clear advantages. We are all from the same village. If we work together, outsiders might not be able to interfere. Most of the time, people can't stand to see others doing better than them. Uncle Chow spoke sincerely and concluded, "Let me be clear. Anyone gossiping about others will be excluded from village fishing, seaweed farming, and other income activities." Village chief, don't worry, we won't say anything. Exactly, no one is foolish. Life has improved a lot recently. Everyone is enjoying good days. My silly son is now better at diving than I am. Maybe he'll join the army someday. The villagers who supported him then reminded everyone of a few things: the future of the children, Shirxia's relationship with the army. Uncle Chow nodded, feeling satisfied with the few trusted people he had arranged to speak. Today's meeting was over. Shirxia, hiding in a corner, didn't say a word. She quietly arrived and left without making a sound. Before dawn the next day, Shirxia set out empty-handed, walking ahead. Old Turtle Lu carried a large basket behind her, slowly following. The basket was filled with dried sea cucumbers, dried abalones, and other high-quality dried goods she had recently dried and hung out to dry. At the port, fishing boats were ready. Villagers were loading baskets of dried squid, golden pomfret, dried sea cucumbers, and other dried seafood onto the ships. The baskets were heavy, but everyone worked hard because these were valuable items. Once the ships were nearly loaded, Chow Ping, Uncle Chow, and 2 islanders boarded the boat. Shirxia was given a small stool, but the rocking chair was taken away because there was no space left. Yesterday's catch and today's dried goods filled the boat to capacity. At the same time, dozens of young men and women from the county town got off the train, their spirits high and bright. They held red books in their hands, full of enthusiasm and dedication to building the motherland. After the educated youths got off the train, they saw signs held by various communes. A dozen or so youths went to Xingli commune. Director Ma looked up and said without a smile, "Leave your luggage on the cart, walk on foot, and go to the dock." These people were all headed to the island as educated youths. Although the dozen or so youths were reluctant, they wouldn't be foolish enough to offend the commune director right after arriving. They obediently left their luggage and followed Director Ma. It was a little over an hour's walk from the train station to the port. Director Ma checked his watch and wiped his glasses. "Wait here. This is your assigned list. When the people on the island arrive, they will arrange you." He handed a list to one of the youths, and everyone looked at it together. After reading it, Director Ma sat on the cart pretending to rest, waiting with the group. A few minutes later, a lively youth approached and asked for permission to buy some things, since going to the island might make it hard to come out again. "Sure, come back early." One person took the lead, and soon several youths went together to buy supplies. About an hour later, they returned, but the boat to the island hadn't arrived yet. They waited another half hour until the boat from High Air Island arrived. Village head, who flattered Director Ma and said a few words, then called out the youths who were going to their place and arranged for them to board the boat. "Has the boat from Hai Sen Island not arrived yet? Knowing it's far away, why not come earlier? Let these kids enjoy the sea breeze." Village head, who took the opportunity to flatter Hai Sen Island, which was busy cultivating seaweed and laver, unlike High Air Island, which was often idle. Of course, Director Ma just thought about it, but didn't say it aloud to avoid making Hai San Island jealous. But some people understood what was going on. Li Yafeng, wearing black high heels, tapped her toes inside the shoes to relieve the pain. She sat on her woven basket, looking dissatisfied at the sea. "This shows they don't value us at all. We're here to help with construction." After saying that, Li Yafeng looked at the 4 others waiting with her, but no one responded. She pouted unhappily and pulled at the man next to her affectionately. Brother Qingmin, my feet are sore from standing. Cheng Qingmin, with a square face, looked at Li Yafeng gently and said, maybe you should change your shoes? But the other shoes don't match my clothes. I can't just change my outfit. Li Yafeng was unhappy that Cheng Qingmin didn't support her. They were engaged after all. Then let's hold on a bit longer. Cheng Qingmin smiled softly. Li Yafeng pouted in dissatisfaction, stomping her feet as she looked at the sea, complaining, why isn't it coming yet? Amid her complaints, the fishing boats from Haisan Island arrived ashore. Uncle Chow got off the boat, and Director Ma, who had been pretending to sleep, woke up with a cheerful smile. They shook hands, chatted, and asked about the kelp and seaweed farming. It's going well. The seaweed seedlings have grown this big. Uncle Chow gestured with his hand. Director Ma asked with concern, in a couple of days, we'll go there. If this works out, you guys on Haisan Island will be great heroes. Are you guys done yet? We've been waiting for a long time. Just like this, Li Yafeng was pulled back by Cheng Qingmin, glaring at him in frustration. Qingmin, why are you pulling me? We're here to help build things in the countryside. Is this how you treat us? Li Yafeng's words made Cheng Qingmin blush and feel awkward. This young lady really didn't understand the hardships of life. On someone else's land, even if you're a tiger before, you need to behave. You can't just offend people right away. After hearing this, Uncle Chow exchanged looks with Director Ma, both showing no particular reaction. Are these the young people going to our Haisan Island? Yes, these are their documents. The rest is up to you. After smiling and saying this, Director Ma and Uncle Chow left. Uncle Chow approached the young people and Cheng Qingmian immediately apologized.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. You just arrived and don't understand yet. Haisan Island is the farthest away. We leave before dawn. After some time, you'll understand that sailing at night is much more dangerous than during the day. After speaking, Uncle Chow arranged for Chow Ping to organize a few people. As for Shirxia, forget it. He originally wanted Shirxia to arrange things because they were all educated people and might have common topics. But now it's better to keep Shirxia at a distance. He was worried these people wouldn't be able to handle it. Chow Ping arranged the young workers and Shirxia went to find the supply and marketing cooperative to weigh fish. The fishing boats started weighing and selling their catch. Seeing no problems, Shirxia decided to leave first. She went to find Tutuga. When Tutuga saw Shirxia, he was so happy he brought out all kinds of snacks he usually didn't eat. Girl, have some. Tutuga, is something wrong? You can't hide from the girl. Bald brother eagerly pushed the snacks toward Shirxia. Someone wants deep-sea pearls. The better the quality, the more they pay. How much? Bald brother simply raised one finger. 1,000. That's expensive. Are they waiting for help? Bald brother silently nodded his thumb. The girl is impressive. I don't know all the details, but I heard it's from the Jing City area, waiting for medicine. Ordinary pearls don't work well. Shirxia understood. Let's go look for it. Okay. After finishing, Bald brother collected the goods Shirxia brought and prepared what she wanted.
Girl.
Oil, salt, vinegar, and various seasonings. I found some for you. Also, cured meat with this bamboo shoot tastes good.
Take some back to try.
Thanks. Shirxia carried her basket, covered with straw, and left. She headed toward the port, but halfway, Lin Sisi stopped her. Shirxia. Shirxia paused. Lin Sisi got off her bike and looked at her watch. The ferry hasn't arrived yet. Our village has a fishing boat coming to sell goods. Oh, have you eaten? I just finished work. My mom is cooking. Next time, okay? I'm in a hurry today. Lin Sisi looked a bit disappointed. All right then, next time, you must come to my house for a meal. My mom misses you. Shirxia nodded without revealing her feelings. Okay, I miss Annie too. Lin Sisi's cheeks instantly puffed up in annoyance. Does she not miss her? Shirxia pinched Lin Sisi's puffed cheeks, and her face instantly deflated.
Goodbye.
Lin Sisi's face turned red as she rode away on her bike. Shirxia returned to the port. After selling the fish, Everyone was waiting for her. She hurried onto the boat, and Uncle Chow, smiling happily, was about to ask, "Why are you so unpatriotic? So many people are waiting for you. How can you be so shameless?" Li Yafeng also arrived. Shixia put down her basket, smiled calmly without arguing, and walked toward Chao Ping's spot. "Brother Chao, I'll take the boat back today." Shixia's revenge always comes on time. Li Yafeng caused trouble and complained, but Shixia didn't even glance at her. She was pulled aside by Qingqing, looking unwilling, and sat down with a huff. Other fishermen, seeing Shixia heading toward the steering wheel, also quietly found their seats. Uncle Chow, confused, was pulled to sit down by Chao Ping and was given a rope. "Uncle, tie this on. It might shake a bit later." "Who do you think you're looking down on?" "Your uncle. When I was young, I spent more time sailing at sea than you have lived." Uncle Chow refused, and Chao Ping looked at him deeply before tying himself up. Shixia took the helm, and the boat left the harbor. After sailing less than 100 meters, it started to sway. Although the waves weren't very big, the boat still rocked. It was like a pirate ship, going up and down, up and down. When the first shake happened, some young workers fell flat on the deck. After that, it was impossible to stand up. Li Yafeng slid across the fishy, wet deck, face pressed to the ground, then was rocked back by the boat. Back and forth she went. She didn't complain, but she was gasping for breath. Uncle Chow, who had a good spot, silently pulled on the rope lying on the ground, tying himself up without a word. He was still young and inexperienced. Chao Ping looked on calmly, saying nothing. Last time, when they suddenly faced a big wave, Shixia took over the steering wheel and led them through the rough waters. Compared to that, this was nothing. The boat had been rocking for over 2 hours, and 5 young workers had been tossed around all that time. They kept vomiting and vomiting, but luckily, they stayed relatively clean. The worst was Li Yafeng. It was strange. Whenever Li Yafeng vomited, the boat tilted the most. Her seemed to have eyes, hitting her face back as it splashed. When the boat stopped, the fishermen usually got off easily. The rocking was nothing to them. "Shixia, we're leaving. Hurry up and go. There's a lot of work in the fields today." "Yeah, I still need to check on the kelp over there." The fisherman spoke and disembarked. Shixia approached the 5 young workers. "Welcome to Hai San Island. I'm Shixia, known for being brave and helpful. If you need anything, just come find me. I'm happy to help." Shixia grinned brightly, friendly and kind. She waved to Uncle Chow and then stepped off the boat. Uncle Chow also untied himself and went to the young workers. "Let's go. I'll take you to your place. Since you just arrived and don't have food yet, I'll arrange some from the village. Later, it will be deducted from your work points. Our land is limited here. You'd better learn how to fish from the shore, or there might not be enough to eat. Today, you can rest. Tomorrow, you'll start working officially." Uncle Chow paused, looking at the 5 young workers, finally focusing on Qingqing. "Your name is Qingqing, right? You seem the oldest, so you should take charge of the young workers first. If you have questions, ask. I'll be staying right there." Uncle Chow pointed to a house and took the educated youth to an empty village house. "5 of you, 2 men and 3 women. That's enough for this house. You can divide it yourselves. There's seaweed over there. You can use it to cover the roof. Get water from the well, and don't waste it." After saying this, Uncle Chow stopped caring, as they were no longer children. He left them to ask questions on their own. Chung Ching-min and the others, with dizzy heads, entered the slightly leaky, rain-damaged seaweed house. For a moment, sadness filled their hearts. Li Yafeng, who had never experienced hardship, finally recovered from her seasickness. Smelling the on herself, she burst into tears. "Ugh, I want to go home. I want to go home. Qingmin-ji, I want to go home." Qingmin also felt regret. He shouldn't have come here just because he was attracted to the romantic seaside. "All right, Yafeng, stop crying. We'll pack up and get through this." Qingmin tried to comfort her, but Yafeng cried even harder. The other 2 young women looked at each other. They didn't have time to stay and comfort her.
Let's go inside and see.
We need to settle down quickly, because we have work tomorrow.
Exactly.
If you want to cry, do it on your own time. The tall and short girls entered the house, choosing the slightly larger room on the right. Qingming also stopped comforting her and went to the left room with another boy. Yafeng kept crying, but the audience disappeared. Her tears grew more sorrowful. The lively scene at the youth camp was just for watching. Life still went on. Shixia paid no more attention. Back home, she sorted the bought items, dried the preserved goods, and fed the little eagle chick. Shouldn't you learn to fly now? Yes, I should. Shixia made a firm decision and took the little eagle chick to the highest cliff in the village. Old 6, remember to save it. Dabai, don't worry. I won't hurt your son. On the sea, Dabai, the turtle old 6, was relaxed, while Dabai, the worried one, was cautious. On the cliff, Shixia gently said to the little eagle chick, "We're going to fly now." She swung her hands and threw the eagle chick out. Curious, Shixia looked down. Oh no, it seems a bit short. She stuck out her tongue, ready to use her powers to support the little eagle chick. The chick tumbled in the air and was about to touch the water. At the last moment, its wings suddenly flapped, splashing on the water's surface. Just as Dabai was about to bite and catch it, the chick surprisingly flew up a little, then a little more. Not bad. Sai Xia nodded happily, watching the little eagle fly higher and higher until it finally crashed into the cliff. With a swoosh, like a drop of water falling into the sea, the little eagle fell into the water without any disturbance. Old Turtle 6 turned over and fished it out. Sai Xia felt a bit regretful about the cliff incident. It's a pity that the kids didn't see such a lively scene turning into sadness. All afternoon, Sai Xia trained the little eagle. After seeing some progress, she took her family of animals home. In the evening, Sai Xia enjoyed a bowl of seafood soup that was so fresh it seemed to sparkle. The soup was made with clams, razor clams, and some diced green beans, creating a rich flavor. Paired with chewy hand-pulled noodles, the fragrant, tasty broth made her swallow eagerly. Then she added a bite of stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat, and once again, she ate until she was full. After eating and drinking well, Sai Xia planned to exercise at night. She explained to Grandpa Sai that she was going out to sea, and also told Uncle Wen and Auntie so they wouldn't worry. Auntie Wen, worried, prepared some dry food. "How many days will you be gone?" "Bring more food." 3 or 4 days, maybe 5 or 6. "I don't really know, just want to take a little trip." "This is the first time I've heard of wandering at sea, but if you can do it, I won't stop you. Just be careful. You're not alone now, you know?" Sai Xia nodded obediently. Auntie Wen helplessly shook her head and tapped Sai Xia's forehead, saying, "With that cute little face, you look so obedient." After packing everything, Sai Xia set off in her small boat, which she had prepared herself. Old Turtle 6 and the little eagle followed her. Sai Xia went out to sea alone. Grandpa Sai, Uncle Wen, Auntie, and Uncle Chow all knew. She sailed past Mingming Island, specifically went ashore to see Wen Qing'an, and also greeted Captain Chung. After all, wandering around, who knows where she might end up? If she crossed the boundary, she planned to pretend she didn't see anything. Mingming Island. Wen Qing'an, who had just finished basic training, was assigned to Captain Cheng's unit. After training, a group of men lay on the ground, their faces covered in sweat mixed with mud, chatting. "Don't you know what it's like to be married? Only after getting married do you realize how good having a wife is. Men and women are different."
Ha ha ha.
A bunch of men joked around, giving those who weren't married some advice. Wen Qing'an listened quietly and was suddenly asked, "Wen Qing'an, have you kissed your partner?" "My relationship with my partner is just between us. You don't try to find out. Don't say that you're still just pretending to be in a relationship. Even when it becomes real someday, Wen Qing'an can't tell them." "Wow, you're already defending him before you're even married." "Wen Qing'an, I told you, wives shouldn't be spoiled." "Exactly, men need to have their own status." Wen Qing'an smiles, disagreeing. "My partner at home makes the decisions." One sentence causes a group of people to cheer for Wen Qing'an, mocking him for being useless. "You guys don't understand. My boss's word is final. If you mess with him, my boss will handle you easily. Lee Daniel supports Wen Cheng'en strongly. Meanwhile, a young soldier runs over. Wen Cheng'en, your partner is here to see you. Wen Cheng'en runs away. Behind him, a group of soldiers buzz with gossip and chase after him. They look up and see Wen Cheng'en always talking about his partner. At the camp gate, Shirxia carries some snacks, swinging them around. Shirxia. A loud, warm call full of longing makes Shirxia turn around. At first glance, everything seems dark. Wen Cheng'en runs over, teeth showing, and bows his head. His legs are apart, and Shirxia doesn't need to look up to see him. You came to see me. Yes, if you promise, you have to keep your word. Here, this is for you. Wen Cheng'en wears a simple smile, takes the snacks, and asks, Did you leave any for me? I ate them all. That's good. The two fall into a moment of silence. Shirxia thinks for a moment and asks, Are you tired? Yes, very tired. Wen Cheng'en's simple answer makes him sound a little pitiful, like a grown man complaining. But he speaks with just enough restraint, not seeming weak, which makes others feel a little heartache for him. I guess I am a bit sunburned, but your shooting skills are good. Really? That's because you trained me well. Shirxia smiles in approval, a little proud, and says, That's true. Seeing Shirxia's smile, Wen Cheng'en feels happy inside. Is he your comrade? Wen Cheng'en turns around, nods, and says, They all envy me for having a good partner. A good partner? Where does that conclusion come from? Wen Cheng'en lowers his head and whispers, You visit me often and bring good food. They don't have that. Is that all? Your standards aren't high. Shirxia looks at the sky, and Wen Cheng'en understands and asks, Are you going to see? Yes, I plan to go out for a few days. Tell Captain Chung I want to wander at sea for a few days. When you see me, don't recognize me. You're planning to wander quite far. No plan, just wandering. Wen Cheng'en nods, promises to tell Captain Chung, and Shirxia prepares to leave. Wait a moment. Wen Cheng'en held Shirxia's sleeve, afraid to pull her hand directly to avoid causing her to fall forward. Is something wrong? Be careful. Don't worry. Shirxia left. Wen Cheng'en watched her sail away, feeling reluctant to leave. It seems he still needs to work hard. They say only a captain can live in the family quarters. Although Shirxia hadn't agreed to him yet, he wanted to prepare everything in advance. When Wen Cheng'en returned home, everyone teased him, but he was proud and didn't care. You don't understand anything. Yeah, right. After Shirxia sailed a bit farther from the boat, she stopped burning diesel and switched to using a group of sea turtles to pull the boat. Yes, a group of sea turtles. No one knows where Turtle 6 summoned a bunch of strong, energetic young turtles. Under a few ropes, the boat moved. Shirxia wanted to find some good things, including pearls that the bald man wanted. She decided to head north. The boat traveled on the sea for a long time. Night fell and then brightened again. After several more hours, she finally stopped the boat. She was hungry and didn't want to eat dry rations. She craved something fresh. Shirxia put on her waterproof suit and dove into the sea. This was already deep ocean. Humans can't withstand the water pressure when diving, even with a diving suit. But Shirxia was different. Her powers surrounded her, creating a special space. Inside, she could breathe freely and ignore the pressure. Over the months, her abilities improved a lot. Now she could dive hundreds of meters without trouble. Underwater, Shirxia used her powers to search. She saw a few pearls, but wasn't sure if they met the standards. She didn't care, and simply took them. She put the pearls into a sealed bag. Then she planned to go upstream and find a new spot. Suddenly, a lively big shell popped out nearby. Its tubes opened and closed quickly, flashing as it darted into the deep-colored sea. Was it provoking her? There were many corals and fish like clownfish around where Shirxia was. But the jumping shell was heading toward a deep-sea cliff. Looking from afar, it was unfathomably deep, giving a sense that a monster might be lurking at the bottom. Shirxia extended her powers to stop the shell. She kicked her way over, reaching the edge of the cliff. In front of her was the bottomless, dark blue sea. She withdrew her powers, deciding not to go further. After all, who knew what was down there? Giant octopuses, sharks, or other unknown creatures. 70% of the ocean remains unexplored, and only a tiny fraction of the sea monsters are known. Could they really be just legends? Just as Shirxia caught the fleeing shell in her hand, her powers instinctively reached out a few meters ahead. There was a pole standing on the seabed. A sunken ship? The spirit of treasure hunting immediately defeated the sea monster. Shirxia carefully stored the pearls, then swam with force toward the deep blue water. She saw a tall mast wrapped with many floating creatures. Such a tall mast meant the ship was also big. She kept diving, and the outline of the sunken ship gradually appeared. Most of its shape was still intact, with broken wood and debris, seaweed, and various small sea creatures taking over, making the ship lose its original colors. Shirxia swam through a window, curious, and turned around. A few chests caught her attention. The iron chests probably had a coating, but it was mostly eroded by seawater.
She opened the chests.
Gurgling bubbles rose up. A large piece of gold. It had impurities but was big enough and plentiful. She didn't expect to be so lucky today. Shirxia decided to keep one chest for herself. Maybe 2. Or 3. Or 4. But too many would be hard to sell. After marking her chests, Shirxia prepared to surface when her special ability suddenly warned her.
Someone
Was coming down? They were heading straight for the sunken ship. Her ability warned her immediately, so Shirxia hid quickly. A few minutes later, several people in diving suits with oxygen tanks arrived at the ship, gesturing excitedly. They high-fived and cheered silently, full of joy. It seemed they had a plan to find the ship. Soon, they also discovered the gold, and one person hugged it tightly, kissing it happily. Shirxia decided she didn't want to keep the gold that was kissed. The other group moved quickly and organized, lifting the boxes of gold upward together. Before long, 3 boxes were gone from the ship. Shirxia came out of her hiding spot, opened other boxes, took out the gold inside, and hid it well. She then hid herself again. After an unknown amount of time, Shirxia felt her box was being lifted upward. The other side didn't have time to check all the boxes. Their oxygen was limited. Suddenly, a box dropped to the ground with a thud. Gato, Ixi Dima. Our language? Shirxia was a bit surprised. Had she come this far? Not necessarily, as she was near our country, but the boundary of the sea area was still unknown. But none of that mattered now. She had found the gold. If she didn't take it back, she would be ashamed of herself. There were 16 boxes underwater, all being lifted up. The other group was exhausted, taking off their gear and talking, but Shirxia couldn't understand a word. How's that small boat? No one has come up, it probably sank. After so long, they must be dead. The ship might have drifted from somewhere else. Several people from our country on the boat found Xia's small boat, but no one was on it. They naturally assumed the person who had been on the boat had fallen into the sea. Since someone had been watching the boat all along, and no one came back, they automatically believed the boat owner was dead. Burn the boat, let's leave. Yes. With a quick nod, Xia understood. Are they leaving now? Xia pushed open a gap in the box, using the water filling the boat as her best tool. There were 11 people in total. No, 2 more were in the lower cabin. Or just 1. Xia didn't feel the other person's breath. The remaining breath was very weak. So, only 10 or 11 people had the ability to move. After observing, Xia prepared to act. Suddenly, their cheers made Xia sense danger. They threw torches onto her small boat. With a bang, Xia emerged from the box, swinging her hand. The sea suddenly stirred without wind, large waves crashing onto the boat, extinguishing the small flames that had just started. What's happening? Where did these waves come from without wind?
Who are you? Someone saw Xia.
At this moment, Xia's face was covered, only her eyes showing, dressed in a black rubber suit. You dare to burn my boat? You're really tired of living. I was planning to let you all live. In the vast sea, Xia didn't need to hide. Using her powers, she shot water arrows into the air. Swish, swish, swish. All 11 people were hit in the limbs by arrows, crying out as they knelt down. Next, Xia searched each of them, took all their knives and belongings, and tied them together. Watch them. With her command, a small black flew down from the sky, landing on the boat's railing. An eagle's sharp eyes stared at them. Are we meeting a demon? How did she do that? Oh my God! Please spare us. We'll give you all our gold. A group of people shouted loudly. Xia, facing away from them, suddenly raised her hand. A wave rose into the air and transformed into 11 large palm prints. Xia's arm dropped, and the 11 palm prints precisely struck each person's face, causing their heads to throb loudly. Then Xia walked toward the lower cabin to see what was happening with the 2 half-dead people. In the bottom cabin, there were 2 girls. They were barely clothed, and the smell of decay filled the space. Xia instantly understood, and somewhat regretted not killing the people upstairs directly. But it's okay. There's still a chance. You are free now, even if you don't understand. I understand, one girl said. The girl with faint breaths finally spoke. Xia frowned as she looked at her face, which was now hard to see clearly. Are you from Huaxia? The girl shook her head. My mother was a unmarried woman at the time. I know a little Huaxia language. This is my sister. We were sold here by our father. They are treasure hunters. Through the girl's story, Xia learned that these people went out to find treasures, kidnapped others, and stole valuables. Truly wicked. The older sister had already died, and the younger girl was badly injured and unlikely to survive much longer. Do you want revenge? Xia threw a sharp dagger at her, pointing to it. They are upstairs. The girl stared at the dagger, her eyes filled with hatred. Yes, I wanna. Her legs could no longer move. The girl crawled over, picked up the dagger, and climbed the stairs. Xia did not help her. When the girl emerged from the cabin, the bright sunlight made her close her eyes uncomfortably. The sunlight was so ordinary, yet for her, it was a rare luxury. After adjusting to the light, she crawled toward the people upstairs. What are you trying to do? You scoundrel. What are you going to do? Let us go, or you'll face punishment. The girl laughed with tears of blood, looking at the people covered in blood and wounds. Today is your turn, ha ha ha. Karma, karma. She laughed wildly, then suddenly cried, her mind seeming unhinged. Xia ignored her. A small eagle perched on her shoulder, while Xia turned away. Shouts, curses, and screams of pain filled the air. More than half an hour passed. The girl's dagger finally fell from her weak hands, and she took her last breath. She struggled to crawl out of the blood-stained area and found a clean spot. Good-hearted person, please bury me and my sister in the sea. May we be reborn as fish in our next life. The girl looked at the setting sun. So this is what sunset looks like. It's so beautiful. She closed her eyes, and the scenery froze. Xia turned around and, keeping her promise, buried the girl and her sister in the sea. As for the others, Xia sailed the boat far away before throwing those things into the ocean to feed the sharks. She didn't want to dirty their final resting place. Xia cleaned the big ship with seawater more than 10 times. Eventually, she turned the ship back home. After about a day and a night, she returned to Huaxia waters, hiding 4 boxes of gold in Turtle Lao Lu's cave. Once secured, she sailed the recovered ship toward Haiming Island. The patrol boat on Haiming Island immediately issued a warning when it spotted a foreign-flagged ship. This is Chinese waters. This is Chinese waters. Please turn back immediately. Please turn back now. Xia responded through the microphone. I am Xia from Haisen Island. I found a boat. Xia was again called into the military office. Commander Wei, Commissar Li, and Captain Chung gathered together. All 3 looked at Xia, who was leisurely drinking tea. This tea is really good. Can you bring me some when I leave? Sure, help yourself. By the way, Xia, about the boat, I found it. Xia blinked innocently and asked, can I pick it up? No one was on it, floating in the sea. It would be a waste not to take it.
Of course you can.
Absolutely. Commander Wei was more eager to say that it was a good find. In fact, everyone in the room knew the boat probably wasn't just found, but they had to pretend it was. Asking more questions was just to go through the official reporting process. They couldn't ignore it entirely. What about the gold? This is something I found while searching for pearls in the sea. Xia showed a pearl to the three of them, then put it into his pocket. The three looked at each other helplessly. Could they really fight him for it? Suddenly, with a creak, Xia stood up straight, holding his head high. I understand that the country needs development. So, after discovering the gold, I was not afraid of hardships or dangers. I endured great underwater pressure and several near-death struggles before finally bringing the gold to the surface. As a patriotic and party-loving fisherman, I am willing to contribute my small part to my country. Xia spoke passionately, but the three looked at him with strange expressions. On one hand, they truly admired Xia for resisting temptation and turning in the gold, something not everyone could do. But on the other hand, hardships and near-death struggles? They didn't believe him at all. However, the current situation made it hard not to believe. Commander Wei led the applause, followed by Commissar Li and Captain Chung. Comrade Xia, your patriotism impresses me. Rest assured, I will record every word you said and report everything truthfully. That's a bit embarrassing.
No.
I insist. Xia was persuaded to accept this. The room was filled with harmony. The gold had to be handed over, but Xia had some ideas about the boat. Commander Wei, our Hysan Island is too poor. I wonder if this boat can belong to our island? After all, I was the one who picked it up. Commander Wei didn't think Xia was overstepping. Instead, he believed she deserved it. Take the boat back and use it first. I'll report this on my side. Okay. Xia nodded happily. The R language on this boat looks pretty annoying. Can I borrow some paint? No problem. Commander Chung will take you there. Xia left the military camp satisfied and went with Commander Chung to get the paint. Hey. Commander Chung gave Xia a thumbs up. I know I have good character. You don't need to praise me so much. Commander Cheng's finger stiffened as he lowered it, chuckling softly. About the people on the boat, there's no one. I found the boat myself, and there's no one else. Xia lied with her eyes wide open. Commander Cheng nodded in agreement. Right, no one. Xia, in the future, you must carefully check your surroundings before doing anything at sea. Xia understood what Commander Cheng meant. Don't give anyone a reason to catch you. I never do anything illegal. Even if you did, they wouldn't find out. That's for sure. The two of them silently went to the logistics office to get the paint and headed toward the port. The gold on the boat had already been taken away. Xia boarded the boat and waved goodbye. Little Eagle landed on the bow, and Old Turtle 6 followed from beneath the sea. The two of them, along with the big boat, headed back to Hysan Island. Commander Chung watched them go. Xia's abilities are too strong. Although they didn't know exactly how strong, they knew that such a large boat would need at least 7 or 8 people to operate. But Commander Chung knew that although Xia was ruthless when she acted, she never provoked others intentionally. Forget about those things. It's just a small boat. Serves them right. Xia, driving the big boat, approached Hysan Island, and many villagers looked over. Where did that big boat come from? Isn't it too early for the ferry to arrive? Does anyone recognize the writing? It doesn't seem like it. It's our country's writing. Zhang Jian, a young man learning to fish, said after trying to catch sea creatures, and the villagers immediately raised their tools, ready to fight. No, look at that little eagle. Isn't it from the Xia family? Yes. It's from the Xia family. As the boat approached the temporary port on Hysan Island, Xia poked her head out from the cabin and waved to the nearest villagers. Third uncle, come help us out. Hearing her call, the third uncle immediately dropped what he was doing and hurried over. Several other villagers also went over. Young fisherman Zhang Jian and 2 girls, Gui Yunyun and Jia Yu, curiously came to see what was happening. The villagers boarded the boat, helped Xia drop the anchor, secure it, and tie the ropes. Xia, this big boat? Aren't I going out to find pearls? I didn't find any, So, I picked up this big boat. Shirxia excitedly talks about how she found the boat. She waited all day for someone to come back, and now it's registered with the army.
We can use it for now.
That's great. This big boat will help us catch a lot of fish. Shirxia really has good luck. The boat is lively and busy, while the 3 young villagers on shore look thoughtful. It turns out she is Shirxia, the elementary school principal and part-time teacher. Several villagers are thinking about becoming teachers at the school, but Chairman Chow keeps saying to wait for Shirxia to return. She is the principal, and her word is final.
But Shirxia went out to sea.
During the 4 days on the islands, they experienced how hard work can be. There isn't much land, but there's plenty of work at sea. For example, collecting seafood is essential for food. But what they caught was less than what a child could hold in their mouth. They looked at Shirxia, their minds drifting. Jiayu was the first to look away, carrying a bucket to collect seafood. She only has a middle school education and is not as skilled as Ching Qingmin and Li Yafeng. She should just learn to collect seafood honestly. Guo Yunyan flicked her hair, showing her charming femininity, and thought sadly, why isn't Shirxia a boy? She just wants to marry a capable man who can earn money. Guo Yunyan also looked away and kept working. The only other young man, Zhang Jian, scratched his head, looking honest and simple, and also left. Shirxia finally got off the boat. Uncle Chow came over, and she repeated what she said before. The villagers gathered around the busy dock, looking at the big boat. Uncle Chow suddenly felt that their temporary dock wasn't good enough for such a big boat. It should be repaired. Shirxia handed the paint to Chow Ping and told him to do as he pleased. She was going home. On her way home, Shirxia started calling out before she even entered the yard.
Grandpa, Grandpa, I'm hungry.
Grandpa heard her voice and ran out, happy to see her.
Grandpa, I'm hungry.
Shirxia held her stomach, looking pitiful. Grandpa understood immediately and hurried back inside. When he came out again, he was holding a cooked taro. Eat, and there's more. Thank you, Grandpa. Grandpa went to the kitchen to add more dishes. Shirxia just washed up, changed her clothes, and dinner was ready. Grandpa, your cooking is getting better. Grandpa didn't hear her. Shirxia smiled helplessly. Tomorrow, she plans to deliver the pearls and ask around for a good doctor. After dinner, Shirxia carried pumpkin seeds in his pocket, with a big white goose beside him. He and the goose left the house, walking out of the village with the swagger of the village boss, heading to the gossip spot in the village. There was no TV or entertainment, just listening to the elderly women complain about their daughters-in-law, the daughters-in-law scolding their bad mothers-in-law, and gossip about which wives are lazy or which men are greedy. This is part of the charm of rural culture. Shirxia blended in perfectly, laughing along, almost finishing the pumpkin seeds. Comrade Shirxia, hello, a boy who seemed to be a young worker said as he approached. Shirxia, with pumpkin seed shells still on his lips, looked up at the speaker, who looked like a young worker. Hello, Comrade Shirxia. I am young worker Ching Qingmin. I want to ask about elementary school matters. Ching Qingmin was very polite, but behind him, Li Yafeng's nose wasn't quite right, and her eyes weren't quite right either. What do you want to ask? Is there no teacher at the school? I graduated from high school and want to volunteer to help improve the students' knowledge. Shirxia spat out the pumpkin seed shells. Farming. Probably too hard for you. Ching Qingmin was surprised by Shirxia's straightforwardness, but accepted it naturally and politely said, it's indeed hard. Everyone has their own skills. That's why I wanted to ask if the school needs any help. Although Shirxia was direct, he had no other intentions. He didn't plan to take on the whole school himself. What do you mean? We're both high school students, and you're only a middle school student. What are you pretending for? Li Yafeng interrupted before Shirxia could finish. Ching Qingmin sighed inwardly, regretting that he hadn't sneaked out secretly. Well, he had, but Li Yafeng watched him every day, so he couldn't hide it. Comrade Li Yafeng, don't interrupt others when they speak, Ching Qingmin scolded sternly, giving her a sharp look. Only after his reprimand did others feel better about the situation and continue talking. Li Yafeng, not very bright, didn't realize Cheng Qingmin was defending her. In a rush, she pointed at Shixia. Fine, you like her, don't you? Cheng Qingmin's head spun, and he felt chest tightening and helpless. Yafeng, I'm talking about serious matters. I am your fiancé, and that's beyond doubt. Please don't doubt my loyalty, okay? Wah wah wah, I won't listen. I won't listen. You've changed your mind. Li Yafeng covered her ears, acting like a completely unreasonable woman. Shixia wasn't angry at all. Instead, he felt annoyed that he had finished the pumpkin seeds and missed the show. The seeds were gone. What a pity. The white goose quietly got up and moved next to Li Yafeng without anyone noticing. Li Yafeng, covering her ears, closed her eyes and shook her head. Her next move was to pretend she was chasing and being chased. She tripped and fell flat on her face. Ha 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 ha. Shixia stared blankly at the white goose lying perfectly on the ground, one wing covering its chest, the other wing flapping a few times, then finally fading away. Its long neck slightly lifted, and it made a few sad honks as if leaving a farewell message. In the end, the scene froze perfectly. The white goose's long neck lay weakly on the ground. Shixia snapped back to reality. Was this just a prank? White goose, my dear white goose brother. Shixia turned her head blankly. Next door, a chubby little third party suddenly knelt down and threw himself onto the white goose, crying loudly. Why did you have to leave? You were so cruel. What will I do alone now? Shixia blinked. Should she join in? Everything was happening too fast. It started as something annoying, but because of the white goose's involvement, a surprising comedy twist appeared. The gossipers stopped chatting and burst out laughing, slapping their thighs, while they looked at the crying third party with grins. Someone even boldly turned on the microphone. Your third party is really something. Tears are even falling. By the time you leave, your third party probably won't even be able to cry. Get out of here. If you're jealous, I'll ask my third party to cry for you. Cheng Qingmin was also confused. What kind of drama queen is this? Brother Qingmin. Li Yafeng's face was covered in dirt, and her arms, exposed, were scratched by small stones. She was crying and pitifully calling out to Qingmin. Qingmin felt helpless, but still helped Li Yafeng to her feet. Yafeng. Qingming, kill that goose for me. Qingming's hand suddenly loosened, and Li Yafeng sat back down on the ground, staring at Qingmin in disbelief. Qingmin, how dare you treat me like this? You're ungrateful. Have you forgotten how good we've been to you? Li Yafeng started crying again. Qingmin's head hurt, but his sense of responsibility pushed him to reach out again and help Li Yafeng up. Yafeng, you didn't look carefully. If there's a problem with the goose, you'll have to pay. A fat, fluffy white goose from the village. That was a treasured possession. When Shixia heard Li Yafeng say she wanted to hurt Dabai, her eyes finally changed. Dabai, don't go. Shixia joined in. She quickly performed a smooth combo, saving the short-lived Dabai. Shixia was so happy she cried, hugging Dabai and crying sadly. What? You want to eat small razor clams? Okay, I'll make them pay. Shixia stood up with Dabai in her arms. Dabai, looking tired and badly hurt, lay in her embrace. Li Yafeng, my Dabai was hurt by you. You owe 50 cents, and my Dabai wants to eat 3 pounds of razor clams. You're dreaming. Boo-hoo. Li Yafeng's mouth was covered by Cheng Qingmin, who bowed and apologized to Shixia. Sorry, I apologize on behalf of Comrade Li Yafeng. I will deliver the compensation. Here is 50 cents. Cheng Qingmin paid. He wasn't stupid. When the villagers heard Li Yafeng say something bad about Shixia, they all stared. But when Shixia asked for money, no one spoke. All signs showed that Shixia held an important position in the village. They were under her roof, so there was no need to anger her. Shixia took the 50 cents, her gaze fixed on Li Yafeng. It's okay not to be smart, but listen to clever people around you so you don't die young. Shixia carried Dabai away, also calling away the crying little three fatty. From afar, the excited voice of little three fatty sounded. Boss Shixia, can I learn to swim with Fatty tomorrow? Sure, I approve. Thank you, Boss Shirxia. Little 3 Fatty happily ran off to show off to his friends. Since then, every time Dubai tried to act cute, a group of little kids would rush forward crying loudly, making parents both angry and amused. Shirxia took Dubai home. Dubai struggled to get down. Oh, okay, I'm a miracle doctor. Gag, gag, gag. Gag, 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 gag. All right, I won't tease you. I was just being ungrateful. Shirxia smiled, setting Dubai down and walking toward Grandpa Shir, who was cleaning the cobblestone path in the yard. Honestly, seeing Grandpa Shir so clean made Shirxia feel a bit pressured. Grandpa, Shirxia touched Grandpa Shir's back, and he turned around. I'll massage your head. Shirxia pointed to Grandpa Shir's head. It was something she always did whenever she was at home, and Grandpa Shir was used to it. In the yard, Grandpa Shir sat down, and Shirxia stood behind him, pressing her fingers on his head as her special ability slowly entered. The effect was average. She still needed to find a doctor. There must be an unseen problem in Grandpa's brain. Her ability could only ease or improve functions, not cure illnesses.
Done.
Shirxia loosened her grip, and Grandpa Shir went back to work. He really couldn't sit still. Shirxia, Auntie carried a basket of pickled sea duck eggs over. I kept some for you to eat. The pickling has made them oily. Thanks, Auntie. Your pickled eggs are the best. Mine don't get oily. Of course. You don't need to do it yourself anymore. I'll pickle them for you. It's strange, but lately, these ducks are laying eggs happily. Looking at Dubai and Haigui Lalio, Auntie's face was full of joy. Still, Dubai and Lalio are so capable helping with the ducks. They don't even need me to feed them. It saves a lot, and we get duck eggs and duck meat. After sitting for a while, Auntie left, planning to bring some salted duck eggs to Wenchingen tomorrow. I think it's fine. They don't have much to eat. Auntie, I need to go to the mainland tomorrow. I want to find a good doctor for Grandpa to check his ears. Hearing this, Auntie became more serious. Go ahead with no worries. I'll watch the house. Okay, I might be gone for a few days. I won't be running back and forth. I'll go see Uncle Tsao to get some referral letters. Right, traveling back and forth wastes time. Wait until everything is arranged before coming back. Bring some money with you, and be careful outside. Auntie reminded her, and Shirxia nodded in agreement. Auntie left, and Shirxia took Little Eagle to Uncle Tsao's house. After getting the referral letter, Uncle Tsao asked, those young people want to be teachers. What do you think? I originally wanted them to be, but now I think I should wait. When things are too easy to get, they're not appreciated. Besides, the Research Institute still has college students teaching us. All up to you. Uncle Tsao had no objections. Be careful outside, don't let anyone see you. Uncle Tsao, am I that careless? They exchanged a look and shared a knowing smile before Shirxia left. Meanwhile, at the place where the young people stayed, Yifeng started acting up again. The food was bad, the bed was uncomfortable, and everything just felt wrong. The other 3 had already completely ignored Yifeng. No one liked someone who caused trouble all the time. Only Chung Chingmin was left to coax her, but eventually, he set the food aside. Whether she ate or not, he had done his best. Yifeng saw Chung Chingmin walk away and angrily knocked over the rice bowl. Chung Chingmin, you have no conscience. Our family has been so good to you, and this is how you treat me. Turning away from Li Yafeng, Chung Chingmin clenched his fists. It's always this same sentence. Does he not deserve to have his own thoughts in this life? Yes. The Li family has helped Chung family, and he has also agreed to marry Li Yafeng, never showing any disagreement. But how can they live peacefully? Chung Chingmin feels very tired. Chung Chingmin, I'm coming. He turned again, picked up a taro from the ground, wiped off the dirt. Yafeng, this isn't home. Even if you're tired tomorrow, you still have to work. Chung Chingmin put the taro back into the aluminum lunchbox and placed it beside Li Yafeng silently, then walked away. Li Yafeng wanted to call out, but Guo Wenwen didn't want her to. Li Yafeng, stop causing trouble. If you don't sleep, others won't either. Women who can't sleep will become ugly. Li Yafeng cried again, and in the end, Guo Wenwen pushed her out, crying. Summer at the youth commune didn't notice the lively atmosphere. She packed her luggage and went to bed early. The next morning, Shirxia ate a greasy salted duck egg with rice porridge. She ate quietly, not making a sound. It was delicious. After eating and drinking enough, Shirxia left with Xiaoying. The ferry swayed gently as it moved toward Haiyu Island, docked, and waited for villagers to board. Shirxia sat nearby, looking toward the shore. Wow, isn't that Xinjiandong? Haiyu Island was repairing the port, needing sand, stones, and wood. Chun Jiandong was among them. Once a handsome young man, now he had less hair on his head, cracked lips, and was much darker. He looked miserable while working. Not bad. Today must be a good day. The ferry left, and Chen Jiandong never saw Shirxia the whole time. He couldn't understand why his life turned out like this. Meanwhile, on land, Shirxia went straight to find Bald Brother. Bald Brother was very happy to see Shirxia.
Sister?
I have the goods. Take a look first. I knew you were amazing. Bald Brother invited Shirxia into the house and sat down. Shirxia took out 3 pearls and handed them to him. With this quality, there are more. Good stuff. Bald Brother had seen many good things, but he couldn't help praising the pearls in front of him. Round and full, shining brightly. Definitely rare treasures. Sister, I need to take these pearls to show someone. After they see them, they'll decide if they want them.
Take them.
Shirxia remained calm, and Bald Brother said something impressive. Actually, I have something to ask you. I want to show my grandfather his ears. Do you know any good traditional Chinese doctors or physicians? Hudago heard this and first placed the pearl into a jewelry box. I do know one, but that traditional Chinese doctor has a bit of a bad temper. It's okay. Skilled people often have strong personalities. You can introduce him to me, and I will find him myself. You're so open-minded. I will write down the address for you. Hudago wrote down the address and handed the name of the doctor to Shirxia. Thanks. No need to thank me. Your pearl was a big help. They parted ways. Shirxia looked at the address, which was not in her local town. Since that's the case, she decided to travel far away. Anyway, Uncle Chao's referral letter was blank, so she could fill it out herself. Shirxia went to the train station to buy a ticket. She needed to go to the city first and then take another train. Today's train had already left, so she bought a ticket for tomorrow and stayed overnight at a guest house. That night, as Shirxia drifted into a light sleep, a little bird flew in through the window she left open and landed on her bedside table. Shirxia opened her eyes cautiously. What's wrong? The little bird flew to the windowsill. Shirxia sat up and looked outside. There was a bright orange glow. In the quiet night, the orange flames were hot and dazzling. The fire was some distance from Shirxia. She hadn't yet figured out what was on fire when she heard movement outside. It's on fire. Oh my. That's not at the dehydration plant. Call the fire department. Guests at the guest house opened their windows and looked toward the dehydration vegetable factory. Isn't that Lin Cece's father's factory? Lin Cece's home was in that direction. Shirxia made a quick decision. She waved to the little bird, which flew out, and she rushed downstairs. The front desk lady shouted behind her, "What are you doing?" "Rescuing people from the fire." "Rescuing? You're just a girl causing trouble." Shirxia couldn't hear what the lady was saying. She headed straight toward the fire. A few minutes later, the little bird returned and led her forward. Using her special senses, Shirxia tracked the water source and ran toward the fire. At this moment, chaos and noise filled the scene. Shouts, running, urging, screaming. Firefighters had already started fighting the fire, and the crowd was organizing to help. Everyone who could lend a hand was doing so. But the fire was in a very dry area, spreading quickly. One part was extinguished, but another flare-up started immediately, making it impossible to contain. How did the warehouse catch fire? Inside, there were dried vegetables and cardboard boxes. Just as Shirxia arrived, she heard 2 sentences. Such flammable materials catching fire are very hard to put out. In open areas, barriers are usually set up to let the fire burn out naturally. But here, Barriers can't be built because there are residential buildings and factories nearby, so help must be given. Suddenly, a loud collapse sounded, startling the water-splashing firefighters back. In the rumble, the northeast corner of the warehouse collapsed and fell. No, my dad is inside. My dad is inside. Shirxia quickly turned around, hearing Lin Cece's voice. Lin Cece was holding her mother, crying and shouting with red eyes. Shirxia sighed and decided to help. She ran toward Lin Cece's mother. I need a blanket. I can help get your husband out. Shirxia? Lin Cece shouted in surprise. Her mother reacted faster, pointing to a spot. The blanket. Shirxia nodded and rushed into a nearby house, grabbing a soaked blanket and running. The family behind was stopped by Lin Cece's mother. Several people watched as Shirxia soaked the blanket in water, wrapped it around her head, then sprinted into the flames. Shirxia. No. Don't, Shirxia. Mom, it's not safe. Come back, Shirxia.
Who is that? Come back.
The fire brigade captain was angry and anxious. Lin Cece's tears were all dried up from crying. She shouted desperately for Shirxia to come back, her mother trembling all over. Because of her selfishness, she had caused that bright-eyed girl to be in danger. Why did she agree? Now, she had no time to think. Her regret mixed with hope. Shirxia's words, I can help, made her believe instinctively. Shirxia, wrapped in a blanket, used her special abilities to slow down the evaporation of water on the blanket. Inside, there was a lot of water, which became her focus. Her mind was fully concentrated. In the middle of the fire, she found a man trapped under wood. She didn't know who he was, but saving him was the priority. She kicked away the wood with force, wrapped the blanket around him, regardless of the danger, rolled into a ball, and carried him on her shoulders as she rushed out. Outside, the fire brigade captain and Shirxia met head-on as they hurried forward. Keep going. Shirxia swung the blanket like a toss, and the person inside was thrown toward the captain. There's still someone inside. The captain instinctively caught the figure, but the force of the impact pushed him back a few steps. He was 1.93 meters tall, with a strong, tower-like build, but was pushed back by a small girl. The fire captain carried the person outside, thinking, who is this girl? She's so fierce. The fire captain came out in less than a minute, carrying a person. Hospital staff immediately came to help, while police kept the crowd back to maintain order. Qingzi, my son. Qingzi, an elderly woman recognized the person being rescued and rushed forward, about to cry. Don't touch him. The doctor scolded, and the elderly woman held back her tears. He was so stern. After handing the person to the doctor, the fire captain prepared to go back inside. Again, he was inside for less than a minute before he came out with someone else. This time, he was carrying a woman, wrapped in a blanket. Hey, you should find her some clothes. The fire captain, with a big smile, put the woman on the ground and waved at the tall firefighter.
Coming.
The fire captain blinked. Who is the leader here?
Coming.
The fire captain followed him into the fire, while the firefighters outside continued to put out the flames. The fire seemed smaller now. Somewhere they didn't see, Yixia used her special powers to control water and put out several of the hottest fires inside. Now, Yixia led the fire captain to a man on the ground, shirt torn and disheveled. You, take him outside. He's hugging that woman and isn't wearing any clothes. With that, the fire captain, using his many years of experience, noticed a kerosene lamp fallen beside the man. A thought suddenly appeared. These two wild lovebirds accidentally knocked over the kerosene lamp, causing the warehouse to catch fire. The fire captain was angry, but still took the man out. After handing the man to the fire captain, Yixia looked around and finally found Lin Cece's father. He was the first to organize the rescue after the fire started and wanted to save some of the factory's property, so he went deep into the flames. But the fire spread too quickly, and he didn't have time to escape. When the warehouse collapsed, he was trapped in a corner. Yixia kicked open the cement wall. One kick, and it shattered into pieces. Let's go. Once again, that familiar blanket. Lin Cece's father was hurriedly wrapped up by Xia, carried like a big pancake on her shoulder, and taken out. Lin Cece and her mother watched the warehouse door, their hearts trembling.
Yixia, Dad.
Can't get hurt, can't. The first to come out was the fire captain, and Lin Cece and her mother couldn't hide their disappointment. Though they weren't very kind, they truly hoped their loved ones would be rescued. Someone's coming out. It's that girl with the blanket. The girl with the blanket? What is this title? Xia pouted and lowered the blanket from her shoulders. Dad. Lin Cece recognized her father because of his bald head. Lin Cece's mother collapsed onto the ground, sat down heavily, then tried to stand up again. Fortunately, someone helped her, and her suppressed tears finally fell as she repeatedly opened her mouth toward Xia. Yes, yes. She lost her voice and was embraced by Xia. It's okay. I mainly like the food made by Andy. Boo-hoo, Lin Cece's mother cried out loud. Xia spoke sincerely. She truly felt that losing a good cook was a big loss. She knew her own skills and believed she would be fine, so she went to help. But others didn't think the same, especially Lin Cece's mother, who thought the girl was too kind. Thank you. Thank you. Tell me what you want to eat in the future, and I will cook it for you. All for you. Okay. I really mean it. Xia smiled happily, imagining delicious food in the future. Lin Cece's mother nodded repeatedly. Really, it's all true. Xia, you scared me to death. Lin Cece confirmed that the rolled pancake was her father and, after saying he's still alive, she rushed over. Xia, Lin Cece thought even more. Although she and Xia didn't get along and had caused trouble for her before, Xia had saved her twice without holding grudges. Xia, you're too kind. You'll get into big trouble. Xia blinked. Is she really kind? Yes, she's right. She only hid 4 boxes out of 16 boxes of gold. She's just too kind. Meanwhile, the 3 women on Xia's side put on a show, and Lin Cece's father finally crawled out from the damp pancake blanket, coughing twice. He wondered suspiciously, wasn't he trapped in the fire? Why weren't his wife and daughter looking at him anymore? Forget it, he might as well join in. Comrade, thank you for saving me. Lin Cece's father came over to thank her. Xia waved her hand and said, it's nothing. It will all be repaid someday, anyway. She wondered if the C3 Islands and the dehydrated vegetable factory could cooperate. No one knew her little plans. At this moment, she considered herself a hero, brave and selfless. People around praised her again and again. Xia smiled confidently, thinking that the honor had come to her. After the fire brigade captain arranged the follow-up, he also came over. Comrade Xia, right? Your actions today are very brave. They are all good examples of education from the party and the country. The fire brigade captain twitched his mouth. You're right, he said. Now is not the time for talking. Xia left some personal information, so she could receive honors later. The fire captain also went to investigate the fire's cause and origin. Lin Cece's father naturally went along, as such a big event needed a thorough investigation. Suddenly, the crowd became restless. A woman with messy hair slapped the woman rescued from the fire directly across the face. Don't you have a man of your own? You well slept with my man. Do I deserve this? I'm your sister. Xia, who was about to leave, turned smoothly and came back. She thought it was okay to go back after seeing everything. You can't keep your man, and now you have the nerve to blame me. Besides, my brother-in-law was introduced to me.
You stole my fiancé.
What's wrong with me taking him back now? Xia made a round O sound, still caught up in love and hate. The 2 women exposed each other's faults and fought. The man involved chose to help his sister-in-law, which made his wife very angry. The white bone hand was raised. The man's face was scratched several times, bleeding. The 3 fought fiercely until the man's family stepped in to stop them, barely separating them. Fine. You all have been secretly seeing each other. I tell you, I will never divorce. We'll just wait it out. You're suspected of neglecting your duties and causing the fire. Come with us for investigation. The police arrived. The women who had just been arguing about waiting it out were stunned instantly. A fire? They caused it. Ha ha ha. Serves you right. Serves you right. You two deserve to rot in jail. The cheating couple shouted in protest as they were taken away. Whether they were truly guilty or not, the police would decide. Shirxia watched the lively scene happily and prepared to go back to sleep. Lindsay stopped Shirxia and invited her to stay at her house, but Shirxia refused. All right, I'll cook breakfast tomorrow morning. Will you come for a meal, Shirxia? Lindsay's mother invited her, and Shirxia immediately nodded. Okay. After agreeing, Shirxia returned to the guest house. The lady at the guest house saw Shirxia come back. How did it go? Did you rescue the fire? Yes, I did. And a reporter from the newspaper took my photo. Maybe you'll see me in tomorrow's paper. Shirxia went upstairs, and the lady pouted. You really can boast. The next morning, Shirxia went to Lindsay's house. Lin Cece's mother prepared a very rich breakfast, including golden flour rolls, small steamed buns, scallop congee, pumpkin soup, and more. That much? Of course. My mom was making it late at night. Even my own daughter has to wait behind you. Lin Cece suddenly smiled and said, but I'm happy to wait behind you. Shirxia pushed away Lin Cece's affectionate arm. Just talk, no touching.
How can that be?
That shows we're close. Shirxia shivered slightly. Stop it, don't bother me, I'm not interested. Lin Cece didn't mind Shirxia's straightforwardness at all. She believed Shirxia was the kindest person in the world, just a bit stubborn with words. Shirxia, let's eat. I made some dumplings for you, and later I'll make some pancakes and boiled eggs. You can take them on the train. Thank you, Auntie. I won't be polite. No need to be polite. Never be polite to Auntie your whole life. The three sat down to eat. Shirxia ate a lot and looked happy. After finishing, Lin Cece eagerly served her. I'm back. Lin Cece's father, who had been running back and forth at the factory and police station all night, finally returned. Shirxia is here. He was very happy to see Shirxia. Shirxia, with food in her mouth, nodded with a big smile. Eat your food, don't worry about me. Lin Cece's father sat down and talked about what happened yesterday. They were in the warehouse, being careless, and knocked over a kerosene lamp. The warehouse is full of flammable materials. The investigation was clear. Those two probably wouldn't come out again. Old Lin, is there a big loss in the warehouse? Yes, it's a big loss, but that's not the most important thing. You know, most of our supplies are sent to highlands and islands. The soldiers there need enough vegetables. Lin Cece's father was worried. Shirxia thought about the soldiers on Haisen Island and Ming Island. Vegetables are indeed a problem for islands. Actually, many water-grown vegetables exist in later generations. Maybe they could try that. Shirxia didn't say anything for now. She would consider it once she figured it out. After breakfast, Shirxia carried her beloved train meal pack and was sent to the train station by Lin Cece.
Put your things away.
The train will be crowded. Lin Cece, I found you have a talent for talking too much. Humph. Who am I caring about? Shirxia shook her head, pretending not to know. Anyway, it's not me. Yesterday, I carried someone out with one hand. When Lin Cece heard that, she agreed. I forgot. Your face is very deceiving. Now I'm a bit worried about the person who made you angry. Shirxia patted Lin Cece's shoulder and said, Don't worry, I am a good person. Shirxia carried her backpack onto the train. The hard seat on the slow green train didn't show seat numbers. As long as there was a seat, she sat down. Shirxia was lucky to find a seat when someone got off. She quickly sat down. It was a window seat, and the window was pushed up. Have some sunflower seeds. Here's a pack of cigarettes. Look at the hot sweet potatoes. Outside, vendors with homemade wooden boxes shouted their sales, trying to see if people near the window could buy anything. The train is leaving. It's leaving. Move aside. Move aside. My sweet potatoes. Railway staff called out, and the vendors gradually moved away. Some even chased after the train for a little while. Shirxia looked outside. In a few months, she wouldn't see scenes like this anymore. She looked away and took out a newspaper and magazine she bought on purpose, flipping through them. Traveling by train was tiring, especially with her back straight all the time. Xia kept shifting her position, sometimes leaning, sometimes sitting upright, feeling uncomfortable. Unfortunately, she didn't buy a sleeper berth. An hour later, someone at one end of the carriage made a disgusted sound. Ugh, and Xia looked over. She also showed a bit of disgust. A man with a face full of deep wrinkles, greasy, unkempt hair, and clothes emitting a sour smell sat heavily next to a neat girl with 2 braids. The girl was wearing a white shirt and instinctively moved closer to the inside. The dirty man deliberately leaned toward her, scaring her so much that her steamed bun fell from her hands. Hee, I'll pick that up for you. The man, with black, foul-smelling hands, picked up the bun and handed it to the girl in the white shirt. The girl looked at the bun, which seemed to be dipped in dirt, and gagged, covering her mouth.
I don't want it.
I don't want it. Don't worry, I'll eat it. The dirty man started eating the bun, chewing loudly with his mouth open, crumbs visible in his mouth. This disgusting sight made several people around him gag. After finishing one bun, the dirty man got up and moved forward. He aimed at a young, thin boy nearby, sat down heavily and grinned. Clearly, the young boy was also someone who liked to stay clean. He tried to hold his breath, feeling like his internal organs might get infected if he took a breath. That dirty ghost is here again. What can we do? He bought a ticket properly, just freeloading and stealing food. Young man, give him something to eat, and he'll leave. The young man who overheard the conversation quickly took out a baked flatbread from his pocket and offered it to the dirty man. The dirty man chuckled, took the bread, and left, finishing it in just a few bites. After eating the bread, the dirty man continued on his way. He specifically looked for young, shy, easily bullied, and seemingly clean-looking people. The older sister across from Xia warned, just give him anything, he'll come looking for you. You're right, sister. Xia obediently took out a big, red apple from her bag. The older sister kindly helped cover for her. Quickly put it away. Keep this good thing for yourself.
Just give him a sweet potato, or something.
That apple is too precious. The older sister took out a small sweet potato from her pocket and secretly handed it to Xia, whispering, give him this. Don't waste such a good thing. Thank you, sister. I'll keep this one for myself, Xia replied, refusing the apple. Just as she finished speaking, the dirty man approached. His eyes lit up when he saw the apple. He reached out to grab it, not even sitting down. Xia smiled gently, a flash of light appeared, and the dirty man suddenly yelped. Ouch. You've got terrible eyesight. Why are you always bumping into my fruit knife? Now it's dirty, and I can't cut the apple. Xia's reasoning was just as sharp as his. She spun the dagger in her palm with a playful smile and asked, Want some? The dirty man stared at the apple in her hand and then looked at her, evaluating whether she was truly skilled or just pretending. Xia smiled softly. If he dared to reach out, she would let him keep that hand today. The dirty man stood for over a minute before walking away, leaving the compartment entirely. Xia snorted, put the fruit knife into her pocket, and started munching on the big apple. In these times, even the skin was valuable. No need to peel it. Wow, little girl, you're really impressive. The older sister across from her started chatting. That guy always bullies young people on this train line to get food. At first, everyone felt sorry for him, but later he became more shameless. Feeling bored, Xia asked, What's so pitiful about him?
He
married a wife who wasn't liked by his mother. Later, his wife and child jumped into the river, and he went half crazy. He used to be a water delivery guy on this train line, but after that he changed. Xia nodded and said somewhat disapprovingly, I think his wife and child are more pitiful. There's nothing really pitiful about him. Knowing that her wife and child were not living well, and allowing her own mother to bully her without intervening, only to pretend to be deeply affectionate when the person was gone. What's the use of that? The older sister on the other side was shaken by Xia's words, but upon reflection, it seemed to make sense. However, everyone was used to the mother-in-law's nagging, and many even said that the daughter-in-law was too talkative and couldn't tolerate small issues. The two of them stopped discussing this topic, as the older sister loved to chat. Shirxia just went along. People kept talking along the way, and time passed quickly. At noon, Shirxia took out her lunchbox, which contained pork and celery dumplings. She gave 2 to the older sister, and the rest she ate herself. Still not full, she added 2 large, shiny pancakes. Honestly, Lin Cece's mother is a really good cook. After eating and drinking enough, Shirxia decided to go for a walk and use the bathroom. Go ahead, I'll watch your spot. Thank you, big sister. Shirxia carried her bag and went to the bathroom, walking from one end to the other. There was someone inside, so she had to wait a bit. But after a while, no one came out. Ding dong, Shirxia knocked on the door. Are the older brother or older sister inside? Have you finished? If it takes too long, I'll move to the next carriage. No response. Shirxia's nose wrinkled slightly. Did she smell blood? Blood. A passenger pointed in the bathroom door and shouted. Shirxia looked over. Why are you shouting? Call the train police. The train was crowded, and Shirxia wasn't the only one waiting for the bathroom. When everyone saw the blood flowing out, they backed away in panic, but not too far. They looked like they didn't want to be involved, but still wanted to know what was happening. Soon, the train police arrived, using a key to open the bathroom door. It's that dirty ghost. Is he dead? People like that, if they're dead, then so be it. The police maintained order. An experienced officer stepped forward to examine the fatal wound. A stab to the heart, very ruthless. The police kept the scene secure, and relevant people came to inspect and gather evidence. An older officer stood up and asked as usual, Did you find him? Shirxia nodded and said, I was going to the bathroom. I waited a long time but couldn't recognize him, so I knocked. She saw the blood. Shirxia pointed to the person who saw the bloodstains, who nodded in agreement. The police kept Shirxia and another person's information and then let them go. Shirxia, who hadn't yet gone to the bathroom, had to push through the crowded people to the other restroom. When she returned from the bathroom, the police officer was back again. Did you have a conflict with him? Is eating an apple considered a conflict? The old police officer looked serious, with sharp, alert eyes and a strong sense of pressure. You have a fruit knife.
Dirt ghost.
Zhu Maosheng was killed by a fruit knife stabbed into his heart, dying instantly without even a chance to call for help. Shirxia was a bit speechless. If she wanted to kill someone, could she really make sure the body was found?
Who does she look down on?
Of course. She was just muttering to herself inside. Yes. Shirxia took out a fruit knife and handed it to the old police officer. This thing. The supply and marketing cooperative sells it. This is something I need to worry about. The old police officer didn't think it was Shirxia, but every lead must be investigated. It can't be her. That dirt ghost was talking to me the whole time after he left. Then he ate. When she went to the bathroom, there were so many people standing nearby. How could it be her? Plus, look at her tiny arms and legs. A woman from the other side spoke up to help, and Shirxia smiled in gratitude. The old police officer returned the fruit knife to Shirxia and said, It's our duty. We all need to investigate. Understood. After the old police officer left, Shirxia sat down and secretly asked the woman, Who told the police I had a fruit knife? The woman thought for a moment and shook her head. I don't know. Anyway, he came over and asked if you had been here the whole time. Shirxia pondered. Who would want to kill a dirt ghost? It's quite possible, since he was quite hated by many. But killing someone instantly with one strike isn't something just anyone can do. So, what happened on the train? Shirxia suppressed her thoughts and the train continued moving forward. That night, Shirxia took the remaining large pancake to the dining car and bought hot dishes and rice. There were other people in the dining car. Shirxia carried her rice and spicy fried meat to another table, along with the warm pancake from the chef, and started eating. 3 people at another table finished eating first and passed by Shirxia. The chopsticks in Shirxia's hand paused slightly, then she continued eating. They had the smell of dirt ghosts.
Blood.
Shirxia hurriedly finished her last bite, then carried her pancake and walked behind a few people. She watched as they reached carriages 7 and 8. Xia moved slowly back to her own carriage 9. The dirt ghost, wanting an apple, moved forward, passing through carriages 8 and 7. Did he discover something? Or did he accidentally stumble upon something? That was the only reason Xia could think of for him being killed. The sky gradually darkened, and at some point, light rain started to fall outside. The woman across from Xia tilted her head and looked at the sky. This rain is quite heavy. Look at the sky. It's evenly gray, with no wind at all. Yeah, I think so. As Xia spoke, the train gradually filled with the sound of snoring. Not just snoring, but also the mixed smell of hundreds of people. It was hard to describe, so everyone just held their breath. Xia closed her eyes and took a brief rest. The train guards and ticket sellers passed by several times, reminding everyone to keep their valuables safe. The darker it got, the more active the thieves became. Every train has items lost. At 1 a.m., the night workers moved. The train guards had just gone past, and then they acted. Having observed all day, they had already divided people into different classes, based on wealth. Without a doubt, Xia was at the top. This girl ate apples, dumplings, and plain bread during the day, and even went to the dining car at night. She clearly had money. At both ends of the carriage, there were guards on patrol. With the increasing sound of rain, they didn't need to walk quietly. The person next to Xia slightly opened his eyes, turned his body to the right, facing away from her, but his right hand slipped from his side, holding a blade between his fingers, trying to open Xia's backpack. Xia, pretending to be half asleep, had already opened her eyes. When the other hand reached over, she still had time to admire. She didn't even realize the person beside her was a thief. The thief's blade touched her bag, but the feeling was off. Startled, the thief hesitated to pull back. The feeling of the dagger at his waist made him slowly turn around. This carriage is not for stealing. Otherwise. The dagger suddenly forward, making the thief dare not move. The thief nodded, and Xia directly retracted her dagger, showing she wasn't afraid he wouldn't listen. She was willing to give them a chance because of the scar on the thief's hand. The other was young, about 13 or 14, with scars that looked like they had been caused by training. Children like this are often kidnapped or abducted. Those who are capable are trained for skilled jobs, while the less capable have their hands broken to force them into begging. The thief stood up, signaling with his hand. The lookout and the person responding saw it all. In an instant, 5 people made a wrong decision: run. Xia's finger flicked a drop of water, and the fleeing thief suddenly knelt down with a thud, startling many people awake. No more running. Xia stood up and walked over. Get up quickly. How could you be so careless? The thief was helped up, and Xia threatened, next time, it'll be your head. The thief trembled slightly. Was it her? How did she do that? Xia naturally wouldn't give him an answer. The thief nodded, showing obedience. The carriage gradually quieted again. Thieves have their own rules. Since this carriage was taken over by a few of them, other thieves couldn't come in. Xia was finally able to sleep for a little while. Outside, the rain was falling harder and harder, now a steady downpour, with dense lines of water blocking the view. Around 4 or 5 in the morning, the noise on the train grew louder, people talking loudly, coughing up old phlegm, and the splashing sound of hot water being poured. Sleep was impossible now. When Xia woke up, there was no one beside her. The thief and his accomplices seemed to have left. Xia took out her water bottle, drank some water, and ate 3 boiled eggs. The train would stop around 7, and she planned to find a place to eat then. The train continued to move with a clattering sound. Xia looked at the relentless rain outside, feeling a bit worried since she didn't have a raincoat. Chung County, we're stopping at Chung County, the ticket seller announced, so Xia packed her things and prepared to get off. As the train entered the station, she followed the crowd and got off, ready to run into the station building. Please help me. In the rain, Xia turned around. She saw the thief from last night. Are you a girl?
His voice changed.
The female thief grabbed Xia's arm and begged desperately. I know you're capable. My little brother is missing. Please help me. I'll give you my life. Hearing this, Shirxia pushed away the thief's hand. Just some useless nonsense. The female thief's tightly clenched hand couldn't withstand Shirxia's gentle push. She saw that Shirxia moved without hesitation and quickly chased after her again. I'll pay you money. I'll do chores for you. Shirxia didn't look back and said, You're not free yourself. Who are you fooling? The female thief paused slightly. What else did she have? She truly didn't know who else to ask for help. Please, my brother is only 10 years old. We were both kidnapped. Shirxia suddenly stopped and looked at the female thief. How do I know you're not just pretending? That you're tricking me to get kidnapped? Your credibility with me is zero. If you don't leave now, I'll have to call the police. The female thief still didn't let go of her hand. She felt that the person in front of her was capable. I have a treasure map. I also have a family recipe passed down. Let's go. The female thief was surprised for half a second and quickly followed. Did the treasure map work? You little liar, if you deceive me, there will be serious consequences. Shirxia said, and the female thief shook her head repeatedly. I don't have it. I don't. Our family used to be royal chefs. We really have a treasure map. It's on our family's recipe book, really. Shirxia nodded. Anyway, she had nothing to do, and no one could hurt her on this rainy day. Tell me more. The female thief quickly recounted everything. Her younger brother was also a thief, but not as skilled as she was, and he was only responsible for finding targets. She was in carriage 9, and her brother was in carriage 7. They were supposed to get off the train at 7 o'clock this morning, but her brother hadn't come out, and she searched for a long time without success. I suspect something happened to him. The dirty ghost who died yesterday was also near carriage 7. Shirxia glanced at the female thief, feeling cautious. Where are your gang leaders? They wouldn't just let you go alone, right? The female thief slightly turned her head, not daring to meet her gaze. Are you the leader? The female thief nodded. Shirxia smiled faintly and said, My apologies, you are quite talented. The female thief showed a bitter smile. Is a thief really talented? If her elders at home knew she used her cooking skills, learned since elementary school, for stealing, they might be so angry they'd come back to life. But what else could she do if she didn't learn? She and her brother were kidnapped 3 years ago. If she refused to do anything, the other side would take out their anger on her brother. They also never let her and her brother go on missions together. This time was the first, claiming it was trust, but she knew that everyone involved was watching them closely. If they ran away, the consequences would be losing hands or feet, going blind, or having their tongue cut out. But right now, she couldn't care less. Her brother was in trouble, and whether she lived or died didn't matter anymore. Shirxia asked about her brother's appearance and clothing. Her psychic ability spread along the rainwater, giving her a clear view of the entire train station platform. 3 people caught her eye. They had once passed by her on the dining car, smelling of ghost blood. They split up, each carrying a large bag. Her psychic ability extended further. Someone was inside the bags. She found the person, and she even suspected that the dirty ghost was also killed by these people. Shirxia suddenly turned around and looked at the female thief. Dare you call the police? Have you found my brother? Not yet, but I suspect so. I need to verify. Will you call the police? The female thief was tough and decisive. I'll go right now. Shirxia nodded in approval, said a few words to her, and then the female thief ran off. Timing was tight. Shirxia ran toward the 3 people carrying the bags. She didn't look where she was going and directly bumped into one of them. The bag on his back fell to the ground. The canvas bag opened, revealing a pair of feet. Ah! Shirxia screamed, covering her head, pointing at the exposed feet and shouting. Someone's been killed. Someone's been killed. The man who dropped his backpack wanted to cover his mouth but didn't have time. Under the urging of the other 2 people, he ran away. The criminal has escaped. Just then, the train police arrived. 5 officers rushed toward 3 people. The 3 on the other side immediately pulled out knives and launched deadly attacks. One of the veteran officers quickly realized that these people were the ones who murdered the dirty ghost. The 5 officers faced the 3 suspects, feeling quite strained. One man, carrying a large bag, tried to run first. An officer lunged forward and tightly grabbed his leg. The man raised his knife to attack, and Xia sighed helplessly. "I'll stop you." Xia, holding his backpack, rushed over and started swinging wildly at the man. The food container and water bottle inside the backpack turned into makeshift weapons. With Xia's powerful effort, he swung the bag and hit the man with the knife, causing him to stumble and become dizzy, covered in bits of the bag. With a loud bang, the man fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Next, thanks to Xia's brave interference, the 2 troublesome men were knocked out by a canvas bag containing a water bottle. The police's guns didn't need to be used. One confused officer said to the veteran officer, "Sir, maybe next time we should bring 2 water bottles." The veteran officer glared at his apprentice. Oh well, he was the one who bought it blindly. The 3 bad guys were subdued, and Xia went with the officers to the interrogation room inside the train station. The girl thief and her brother were also brought in. Her brother was still alive, probably just knocked out and brought in recently. If they had delayed any longer, who knows what would have happened. They separated the interrogations. Xia had her own room. I was in a hurry to walk, and I accidentally bumped into someone. I have great strength. My family's secret strength. Don't believe me? Ask around. I'm quite well known on Haishan Island. If you don't believe, call the garrison on Haiming Island. Commander Chung and Leader Wei both know me. The situation on Xia's side was verified by phone call. After the verification, the veteran officer released Xia. "Comrade Xia, you've done many good deeds. I just have a kind heart." The veteran officer twitched his mouth, asked Xia to leave after she signed some documents, and then she was free to go. "Wait, can I know what happened?" Those 3 escaped from the gold mine. The dirty ghosts saw their gold, and the little boy is the same. Xia understood. They were silencing witnesses. And the girl thief? We will continue investigating this matter. Xia responded with 2 sounds and did not ask further, continuing her investigation. She suspects that the female thief might turn into a key witness or undercover agent, likely aiming to take down the criminal gang altogether. Fortunately, the female thief told her where she hid the recipe. Xia left the police station at the train station, wearing an old police officer's raincoat, and went to eat. She also planned to find the old Chinese doctor's place. She went to a state-run restaurant, ordered 2 big bowls of hot wontons, and the coldness she felt started to fade. After eating and drinking enough, Xia took out a box of cigarettes and asked about many things, figuring out the way. After greeting, she headed towards the address given by the bald man, walking carefully towards Sanha village. On the way, her supernatural ability formed a curve over her head, and the rain didn't soak her much. Halfway there, she met a bullock cart coming from a fork in the road. "Sir, can I ride with you? I'm going to Sanha village."
"Sure. Get in."
The old man, wearing a raincoat that covered his face, agreed. Xia sat on the edge of the cart, her large raincoat hood blocking her unclear vision. The old man started talking, and she learned she was going to visit relatives in Sanha village. He enthusiastically pointed her in the right direction. "The bridge to Sanha village is broken, so you'll have to take another route." "Oh, luckily I met you, or I'd have taken a wrong turn." The old man chuckled twice. Today, he thought he'd found a rare good deal. An innocent fool. Not bad. Meanwhile, Xia frowned and thought hard. Recently, she kept encountering unexpected rewards. Not accepting them felt awkward. She sensed something was wrong when the old man started talking. His hands didn't look like an elderly person's, and his voice was disguised. All signs pointed to this old man being no ordinary person. Now, he was leading her around a detour, either a human trafficker or someone with bad intentions. Throughout the journey, Xia played the innocent and kind girl, revealing all her fabricated information to him. This made the old man even more satisfied. He was educated in the city, had many children, was the third in line, and was neither high nor low in status, often ignored. He ran away from home out of anger and went to the countryside to find his classmates. It was a gift sent right to his door. At least, he could sell her for 100 or 200 yuan. The foolish family from before just wanted to buy a cultured wife. The man riding the cart kept calculating, already seeing money waving at him. As for Xia's disguise, he wasn't afraid at all. Once they reached the village, no matter how powerful someone was, they wouldn't escape. The bullock cart continued through the rain, turning onto a small road. Below the road was a wide river. This is the river I mentioned. The bridge is broken, so we can only go this way. This river is quite large. Probably many people have been buried here. The two of them continued walking, chatting casually, going uphill and downhill, twisting and turning. Surrounded by mountains with peaks all around, even after crossing one mountain, there are more mountains ahead. If someone tries to escape desperately, just seeing endless mountains might make them lose courage. The ox cart has been moving for hours. The road gets narrower and finally, they pass through a tunnel, and suddenly the view opens up. Xia raises an eyebrow. Such a good place to hide away from the world. But it's wasted. You dare to run. I'll beat you to death. You're running. As the ox cart enters the village, a scene unfolds where the whole village surrounds a woman trying to escape. The person driving the ox cart takes off their rain hat, looking at Xia with no fear. Could they be mentally slow? No, they've gone to school. Is this Sana village? Xia looks at the man with innocent, naive eyes. The man sneers mockingly. Sanha village. Who knows where that is, but I can tell you, this is your future home. Oh, I'm a bit hungry. When will we eat? Xia's reply makes the man frown, feeling something is off. Just then, her foolish father arrives. Liao Laosan, is this for my family? 200. That's too much. I only have 100. 200. If you want it, take it. If not, there are others who want it. Her foolish father is struggling. Their family only has one simple-minded son, and they can't find a wife. The whole family worked hard to save money, just over 200. Did they spend it all on buying a wife?
Wife.
The fool comes over and immediately tries to hug Xia. Xia sighs, initially wanting to get some food first. Wife. The fool tries to hug her, but Xia kicks him away. Liao San reacts quickly, he's skilled. But even his quick reflexes aren't faster than Xia, who is trained in the end of the world. Xia acts decisively, holding a dagger in reverse grip, and first takes down Liao San. Next time, make sure your eyes are clean. Liao San screams as his tendons are cut. But it's not over yet. In the next second, Xia breaks his leg tendons, and Liao San completely loses the ability to move. Kill her. Stop. Catch her. She's my daughter-in-law. Liao San yells to be killed, while her foolish father shouts for her to be caught. The villagers rush forward, surrounding Xia, fighting from inside out. The fight was so intense it looked like a scene from a TV drama, with people being thrown into the air, jumping over the crowd, and lying on the outskirts with broken limbs. Next, one by one, Xia threw people out. The attackers grew fewer, while the group on the outside grew larger and more crowded. The villagers dared not fight anymore. Xia's face was streaked with fresh blood. She held a dagger behind her back, smiling wickedly and wildly. It's been a long time since I fought. I feel so happy. The fresh blood was washed away by the rain. Xia's powers trembled with excitement. She was thrilled and addicted to the fight. Her instinct for battle, long forgotten, returned, making her feel alive. You're a devil. You're a devil. Foolish Dad trembled as he pointed at Xia and shouted, but his feet kept moving backward. Xia tilted her head. I'm not a devil. I'm the soul of someone you wronged. Come back for revenge. I'm here to settle the score. Help, save me. Help. Don't look for me, it wasn't me. The overwhelmed people covered their heads and tried to run. Xia didn't give them a chance. The rain turned into sharp swords, silently and invisibly cutting their ankles.
Bang.
Those who fell to the ground again proved that Shirxia was a deadly ghost. Their throats almost shouted out smoke. Shirxia walked toward them through the rain, waving at the girl who had just run away.
Come here.
The girl was stunned. To the villagers, Shirxia was a demon. To her, she was like a fairy. Fairy sister, don't get too close. Stay away from people. The girl no longer cared what Shirxia said or what she was called. Whatever the fairy said, she believed. With the girl leading, Shirxia locked a group of people who had lost their hands and feet but were still alive in a pigsty. She also found a few girls who had just been sold into the village. The rest of the women and children were also locked up by Shirxia. Sister, some of them were sold here. So what? They saved you or helped you? The girl was speechless and shook her head. No one helped her. That's why good intentions can be dangerous, Shirxia said. You know that, right? The girl nodded wildly. I know. I was only knocked out because I helped an old lady. Shirxia didn't expect the girl to have such personal experience. Go find some food. Eat first. Shirxia directed a few girls who had just been sold into the village to find food and prepared a meal. During the meal, she learned how the girls had been sold into the village. She didn't ask their names or where they were from. I'll take you down the mountain to Qing County. Then you can report to the police. No need to report. The police will arrive tonight. A girl suddenly spoke, and Shirxia looked over. Are you an undercover agent? Are you an undercover agent? The girl nodded. Shirxia wasn't surprised. She thought the girl was probably new to the police force and still dreaming of heroism. She hadn't even figured out her own identity and immediately revealed herself, which wasn't a wise move. But Shirxia didn't remind her. Instead, she found a comfortable spot to rest for a while. She had fought several battles along the way and felt exhausted, not feeling satisfied yet. These people hadn't even been challenged by zombies. When the other girls heard that the girl was a police officer, they were excited and asked when the police would arrive. Things around Shirxia became much quieter. Only the girl she had saved first was boiling water, then letting it cool down, and she handed it to Shirxia with both hands. Drink some water. I added sugar. Shirxia glanced at her and asked, Why don't you go? The girl's eyes sparkled. Despite having gone through a terrible experience, she was recovering well. I think she's not as capable as you. If she had your skills, she could at least help when you're fighting, but she can't. Shirxia took a sip of the sweet water and looked at the girl with admiration. She's a bit clever, but not too much. The girl chuckled shyly and said, My grandpa always says the same about me. Fairy sister, my name is Su Danhong. I live in Sanha village. I only told you that.
Su?
Sanha village? Coincidentally, the old Chinese doctor she was going to find also had the surname Su. Shirxia looked at the girl, without speaking. She knew that her kindness wouldn't be forgotten. Night fell, and the girl police officer who revealed her identity set off a signal flare. Soon after, dozens of plainclothes police rushed in from the village entrance. At first, Shirxia thought there would be a fierce fight, but there wasn't even a single vicious dog. The undercover girl stepped forward and explained. These people were hurt by her. She's a bit harsh, but I think she meant well. However, I believe her identity still needs to be thoroughly checked. She looks very suspicious. Just as she finished speaking, she noticed the team leader seemed distracted. Team leader? Shirxia? The team leader approached Shirxia, who was sitting. It was indeed her. Shirxia looked at the police captain leading the team and stood up. Hello, Captain Xia. Do you know each other? The undercover girl came over, her gaze toward Shirxia becoming more guarded and subtly unfriendly. I met Comrade Shirxia during the day. She helped catch a group of bad guys at the train station. Sister, I knew you were so amazing. Su Danhong excitedly reached to hold Shirxia's arm, but Shirxia dodged away because she didn't like others getting close. Su Danhong didn't mind and remembered that Shirxia didn't like being touched, so she wouldn't do that again next time. The following events became much simpler. Shirxia's identity had already been verified during the day. She was tricked here by Liao Sanner, and it was clear these people had met a tough opponent, someone who liked to do the right thing. When the police came to arrest them, Some of the officers felt troubled because no one there could walk on their own. Captain Xia looked at the situation. Shirxia also looked and explained, there are many of them. If I don't disable their ability to move, someone might attack from behind. You're right, Captain Xia nodded. She had to find her own way to get these people out, at least alive. Besides, with their crimes, half of them probably wouldn't survive. That night, everyone took shifts to guard and worked hard. Shirxia found a clean house and had a good sleep. The next morning, it was still raining. It was hard to go down the mountain, but they had to leave. Captain Xia arranged for some people to take Shirxia and the girls first. The village women who had been kidnapped and married were also taken back. The children and others were temporarily detained until everything was sorted out. Shirxia followed the group down the mountain, and a female undercover agent subtly approached her. How do you think Captain Xia is? Shirxia glanced at her, worried she might like Captain Xia. You mean Uncle Xia? With that, the undercover agent left. She was naive and impulsive, not a good trait for a police officer. The group trudged along the slippery, muddy road. When they saw the town, everyone cried with joy, whether from exhaustion or relief. It was hard to tell. The County Public Security Bureau quickly added nearly 100 people within a few hours. The girls' families who received news arrived, crying and hugging each other. Only Shirxia sat calmly beside them, with Su Danhong massaging her shoulders. Is your family coming?
I
don't even know if I have a family. Shirxia raised an eyebrow, feeling like a plot from a soap opera. She knew things wouldn't be so simple. After a while, the family reunification process was mostly done. The girls and their relatives came to thank Shirxia. No need to thank me. I'm Shirxia from Hysan Island, she said. Don't give me money. I'm not that kind of person. Are you from the newspaper? Here is my ID. I can still publish a thank you notice in the paper. Shirxia's bluntness surprised everyone, but no one thought much of it. Someone has done you a great favor. They don't want money or things, only recognition. It's okay for them to show their gratitude. In the end, both sides left satisfied. Over the next few days, countless thank you letters appeared, and notices were published thanking the people who traveled to Hysan Island. Uncle Chow smiled happily every day. The honor wall in their village became smaller and less impressive. Clearly, Hysan Island was not enough for Shirxia to keep busy with. Meanwhile, Shirxia finished recording her statement here and casually asked for a commendation and medal for bravery. Carrying the upcoming honor, Shirxia left the police station, with Su Danhong following behind her. Fairy sister, I'll write you a thank you letter too. Okay. Fairy sister, where are you going? Sanha village. Sanha village is too far. Wait, is it my family Sanha village? Su Danhong finally realized and jogged to catch up. I don't know. I'm going to find Su Zhongyi, an old traditional doctor. Su Danhong stopped, looking puzzled. Fairy sister, you'd better not go. He won't help you with your illness. Shirxia turned her head.
Do you know him?
My grandfather. But he doesn't like me. Su Danhong hesitated, feeling there was nothing she couldn't say in front of the fairy sister. He only has my mother as his daughter. My father didn't treat my mother well, and my mother died because she went out looking for me. My father wanted to sell me, but my grandfather drove him away. After my mother died, he stopped helping others. Shirxia listened. The story was quite complicated. It's okay. Let's go see him first. The two headed toward Sanha village, with Su Danhong leading the way, making it much easier. After walking for a while, they arrived at Sanha village. Shirxia and Su Danhong entered the village, passing by the usual gossip spots. Danhong is back. Danhong, whose girl is this? She's really pretty. Su Danhong thought she would be questioned by everyone upon entering the village. She was prepared to be overwhelmed by rumors.
But now?
It seemed the villagers didn't know she had gone missing. Stay calm, go back to your home, Shirxia advised. Su Danhong nodded, exchanged a few words with an elderly woman, and then left with Shirxia. At the end of the village, there was a clean, tidy 3-room tile house. A 6- or 7-year-old boy was feeding chickens in the yard. Older sister, you're back. The little boy happily ran over, looking at Su Dan-hong with a bare head. Older sister, did you bring me candy? Grandpa said you went to the city to buy things. Su Dan-hong had a piece of candy in her palm. She looked at Shirxia, who nodded. Yes, I brought some. Here for you. The little boy was very happy when he received the candy, but still asked if there was more for his sister. I have some. This is for you.
Great.
The little boy happily showed off the candy to his friends. Su Dan-hong and Shirxia thanked him and took him inside. In the main room, an old man was drinking tea, not even lifting his eyelids, not saying a word. Grandpa, I'm back. That was all the old man said. Su Dan-hong looked down sadly, but still gathered her courage and said, Grandpa, Shirxia's older man saved me. I was kidnapped. Another and Su Dan-hong's eyes started to turn red. Grandpa, Shirxia's grandpa has a head injury and poor hearing. Can you help check on him? Su Dan-hong humbly begged, eager for her grandpa's reply. I won't see a doctor anymore.
You should know that best.
The old man's sharp gaze shot over. Su Dan-hong quickly looked down, tears falling to the ground, creating ripples. She knew. Too well. Not only was she reminded by others, but she also constantly reminded herself that her stubbornness had caused her mother's death. Many times she wanted to go with her mother. But when she remembered her mother lifting her before dying, telling her she must live on, Su Dan-hong was afraid to die. I understand. Su Dan-hong responded, wiping her tears and turning to leave with Shirxia for the backyard. With her back to Shirxia, Su Dan-hong wiped her tears and put on a lively, chatterbox smile. Fairy sister, I'm sorry. I can't help you. You couldn't have helped anyway. You don't know medicine, and this is between me and your grandpa. You don't need to worry. Shirxia had a different thought. If the old man didn't like Su Dan-hong, he wouldn't have taken her out of the Su family. Are you hungry? I'll go cook. Su Dan-hong found something to do, and Shirxia didn't stop her. She then headed toward the old man's house, casually took a stool, and sat across from him. Old Mr. Su looked up. No manners. I saved your granddaughter, and you didn't even say thank you. You're quite rude yourself. Old Mr. Su frowned at Shirxia's words, but continued to lower his head, ignoring her. Oh no, once again with this cold treatment, it's not working well for me. Let me guess, your village has no rumors or gossip. It's all you're doing, right? No wonder you didn't go to the police to pick up someone. You're thinking ahead. After all, when a girl is taken away, whether she's really hurt or not, people will talk badly. But from the start, you didn't mention she was kidnapped, just that she was gone for a few days, which isn't a big deal. Old Mr. Su looked down and stayed silent, not explaining. Outside, Su Dan-hong was crying and laughing at the same time, crying even harder than before. Shirxia glanced at the door and said, Old grumpy man, what do you want to see a doctor? No, I won't. Are you refusing or just don't know how to treat? Your reputation was fake all along, and you suddenly forget everything overnight? Old Mr. Su twitched his mouth and looked up, saying, delusional disorder. Judging so quickly, it seems your medical skills haven't declined. Old Mr. Su was a bit surprised. He was quite experienced, but he had never seen someone like Shirxia before. Everyone wants something. I don't. Old man, don't speak too soon.
You should leave now.
They fell silent again. Big sister, little Fatty fell into the river. Su Dan-hong's younger brother ran out crying, hugging her leg and shouting, little Fatty fell into the big river. Su Dan-hong didn't have time to ask for details. She grabbed her brother and ran outside. Inside, old Mr. Su suddenly stood up. By the river. Come back, you two. Shirxia's eyes lit up at the mention of the river. Old man, I can save him. You treat my grandfather. No, I won't. He's not my grandson. Old Mr. Su's words made Shirxia feel itchy and frustrated. Such a stubborn old man. Many villagers rushed over. It was still raining. The river by the bank, usually gentle, was now rushing fiercely, like boiling water. What should we do? Adults can't swim in there. We can't see anyone anymore. Where did they go? Child, my child, people trying to rescue were held back by their families. With this weather and rising water, there was no way to save them. One life lost for nothing. We can't save him now. It's impossible. At least you still have other children. At this moment, having other children became a comfort, and everyone agreed with it. Suddenly, with a splash, someone jumped in. Shirxia, big sister Shirxia. Su Danhong tightly held her brother's hand, watching the figure jump down. She knew she couldn't be mistaken. What should she do? What can she do? Who went down? Isn't that stupid? It's over, another life lost. The villager's words made Su Danhong collapse to the ground again. It's her. If it weren't for her, Sister Shirxia wouldn't have come here. She feels she caused Shirxia's death, just like she did her mother's.
No.
It can't be. Su Danhong struggled to stand up and rushed to save her. Even if she died, she would go. She would exchange her life for another. Big sister, what are you doing? Her brother hugged her, but Su Danhong had no time to explain and pushed him away. She's coming up. Quick, throw the bamboo pole. Shirxia and little Fatty emerged from the river, fighting against the current. Su Danhong cried loudly, but she couldn't tell what she was crying for anymore. Little Fatty was rescued and was still alive. The family members thanked them. Shirxia followed Su Danhong back to her house, changed into dry clothes, and drank warm sugar millet porridge. That night, only the sound of rain and silence filled the air. In the middle of the night, with a loud crash, a mountain flood burst out. Shirxia grabbed Su Danhong and rushed out of the door. Brother, the mountain flood poured down with unstoppable force. The Su family's house was at the foot of the mountain and was the first to be destroyed. Shirxia carried Su Danhong and ran about 20 meters before being swept away by the rushing flood. The overwhelming power made Shirxia float in the muddy water for a few seconds. The murky water, mixed with rotten leaves, mud, and decayed wood, could suffocate anyone who took a breath underwater. Shirxia held Su Danhong's head above the water, using her powers to find a safe place, and swam desperately. The flood was caused by heavy rain over a long time. The mountain was bare, offering little resistance. The water accumulated and then burst out, destroying everything as it rushed downhill. But it also had limits. Its flow decreased over distance and within a certain area. Shirxia took Su Danhong to a small hill in the village and placed her there. My brother, Grandpa, Su Danhong trembled, her hands shaking. She had no time to cry, only staring into the dark night, feeling completely hopeless. If I save someone this time, your grandpa still wouldn't help my grandpa. I'll kill him. After saying this, Shirxia turned around and plunged into the flood. She activated her powers fully, searching for Grandpa Su and her brother. With her abilities, Shirxia first found Grandpa Su. The old man was hanging from a tree, shouting Su Danqing's name into the night. Shirxia went over, holding onto the trembling tree trunk, letting the floodwaters flow past her. Hey, stubborn old man. Grandpa Su looked toward the voice, recognizing it as Shirxia. Save Danqing. I'm not his grandson or granddaughter, so why should I save him? Shirxia responded with a question, catching the old man off guard. Wasn't this what he said earlier today? If you save them, I will treat Grandpa's illness. No way. Shirxia was not in a hurry. She leaned against the tree and chatted with Grandpa Su. In fact, her special power had already found Su Danqing. She gently lifted his head out of the water. He wouldn't die. Shirxia, those are 2 lives. Are you lecturing me? You're a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, and you no longer see saving lives as your duty.
Don't talk to me about that.
Also, remember, the longer we talk, the less time we have. Grandpa Su tried to stay calm and asked, What do you want? Become my family's personal doctor. From now on, if there's a headache or fever at my house, you must be there.
No refusing, no nonsense.
Shirxia, taking advantage of the situation, showed no shame. She wanted to be polite, but Grandpa Su didn't buy it. She played her threats even better.
Fine.
Grandpa Su agreed with a nod. Shirxia quickly moved past him. Got a hold. Shirxia disappeared into the darkness, quickly found Su Danqing and brought him back to the big tree where Grandpa Su was holding on. Next, Shi Xia first took Su Danqing to find Su Danhong, then went back to get Grandpa Su. After all three were rescued, Shi Xia finally had time to survey the flood situation. Grandpa Su's house was hit first and was beyond repair. The other houses were impacted by the slowed floodwaters, but at least they still had their outlines and hadn't collapsed. The flood had carved out a path, and much of the water had flowed into the big river downstream of the village. Now, villagers were on rooftops or trees, trying to escape the flood. Many belongings and livestock had been swept away, and heartbreaking cries echoed from every corner. But besides crying, there was little they could do. Shi Xia bypassed these people, using her powers to search the muddy floodwaters. When she found someone caught in the flood, she helped lift them, guiding them to something stable to hold on to, waiting for rescue. Her powers followed the floodwaters toward the big river, which crashed against the coast. The mud on the embankment became loose, and with each wave, it was washed away. The embankment grew shorter and thinner. Are there villages downstream of the big river? Yes. Hui Danhong responded quickly. There's a reservoir here. It was built a few years ago during a drought. Several villages are below it. Reservoir? Shi Xia felt a headache coming on. Go to higher ground and settle in first. I'll check downstream. The reservoir might not hold. I'm from Haisan Island. My name is Shi Xia. If you're waiting for the people to settle, you can leave now. Don't forget our promise. Shi Xia stared intently at old Hui. Don't worry, I keep my promises. It's best if you do. Otherwise, I'll show you why the flowers are so special. Shi Xia asked Hui Danhong for detailed directions and inquired about how to call the police. It's unrealistic for her to save everyone alone. If the dam breaks and causes flooding, the army will come. After confirming everything, Shi Xia took a deep leap into the floodwaters and disappeared. Hui Danhong's heart was heavy, and she desperately prayed to the heavens and gods. Please, let her come back safely. Shi Xia floated downstream, her body rising and falling in the murky water. Soon, she reached the reservoir. There was the sound of rain, voices, and shouting. It turned out the army had already arrived, working to reinforce the dam. They carried bags of sand on their shoulders, stepping into the soft mud, pulling them out, braving the wind and rain, working tirelessly to block the dam. Comrades, the party and the people are testing us now. The dam is holding. Comrades, let's do it. The loudspeakers shouted loudly, boosting everyone's morale. Shi Xia didn't know how long these soldiers had been there, but from the blood on their shoulders, the scars on their palms, and their determined, fearless eyes, she guessed it had been a long time. She wanted to help, but she couldn't make the water disappear. Even if she wanted to, her special powers couldn't do that now. And she didn't know the layout of the villages below, so even if she tried to guide the water, she wouldn't know which way to direct it. Shi Xia decided to investigate the terrain first. She slipped out from a quiet corner and ran toward the downstream villages, hoping the soldiers could hold on a little longer.
Downstream village.
Old lady, there's no time. We have to leave. No, I won't leave my sheep. I'm not leaving. My furniture and house are gone. What's the point of leaving now? I won't go. Everywhere there were voices like this. The army and government were trying to persuade villagers to evacuate, but some refused, holding on to their belongings, delaying their escape. Comrade, what are you doing? Don't you know our soldiers are risking their lives to guard the dam? Every second you delay increases their chance of sacrifice. That is also someone else's son, just a teenager. Is it worth risking your life just for your cabinet? Some people advise, some scold, and others forcibly carry him away. The evacuation downstream is underway. Shi Xia ran as fast as she could for a long time, but found no place to divert the water. There are mountains on both sides, and several villages are in the valleys. The river can't flow backwards. While she was frowning and thinking hard, 3 military trucks arrived, and a group of soldiers quickly and orderly jumped down. Shi Xia glanced at them. Wen Cheng'en Li Daniu? Wen Cheng'en Li Daniu, Zhao Tian, Zhanggatsi. All are soldiers from Hyaming Island that Shirxia knows. Commander Chung also came. She watched as they got out of the trucks, divided into groups, and helped villagers evacuate. They can't hold on anymore. This thought suddenly flashed through Shirxia's mind. The soldiers from Hyaming Island are all good swimmers. Their arrival means they have to rescue people from the flood. Shirxia couldn't help but curse, turned around, and rushed toward the dam. No one can stop the ruthlessness of nature. The heavy rain continued, blurring her vision and the soldiers holding hands to form a human wall. This scene deeply brought back Shirxia's memories. In the early days of the apocalypse, there was also a group of people standing in front of ordinary civilians. Shirxia saw them being killed and bitten into pieces, but no one retreated. Although the people they protected behind them ran away, they still stayed to guard. Shirxia clearly remembers that her shock at that time was greater than her fear. She didn't understand these people's perseverance. Just like now, she doesn't understand the perseverance of those guarding the dam. Maybe she understands now, but she still can't do it. Even though her future self resisted an invasion of the coastline that was based on her own powerful strength, unlike their unwavering hearts. Let's just hold out in a battle. We will surely lose. Shirxia silently entered the water and swam to the front. She floated cross-legged in the water, wrapped in a transparent, round bubble. A faint white light emanated from her, forming an invisible wall that silently blocked the front of the human wall of soldiers. At this moment, Shirxia was a power converter, absorbing water-based abilities from the water and transforming them into a human wall. But her consumption was greater than her absorption, and she gradually grew tired. She kept reminding herself clearly in her mind, "Hold on a little longer." Meanwhile, the soldiers on the dam remained steadfast and did not retreat. More soldiers jumped down behind them, using their bodies to block the breach of the dam. The time has come for the party and the people to face a test. It is now, in this very moment. Only one thought fills their minds. Hold the breach. The relentless water crashes against everything, soldiers on the surface, and those like Shirxia beneath the waves, each fighting with all their strength. Downstream, evacuation is speeding up. Everyone knows there's not enough time. The soldiers carry civilians, guiding them to higher ground. Hurry up. Faster. Wen Chungin carries an injured elderly woman, eyes fixed on the destination, with only his goal in mind. Li Daniu climbs the hillside with his 2 children, using his hands and feet, rushing to safety. Children can be left behind, but soldiers like Li Daniu and Wen Chungin must return immediately. There are still people below. Oh heavens, please don't rain anymore. Stop raining. I beg you. Many shed tears, hearts breaking, anxiously watching the relentless rain fall. From pleading to cursing. You cruel heavens, what do you want from us? You give us no rain during drought, and now you want to drown us. The children are only teenagers. The sky shifts from dark to light, and the rain intensifies. Wen Chungin and Li Daniu repeat their patrols 4 times, their strength waning, but they cannot stop. From the moment they received the order to now, they knew how serious it was. This is the final moment. Children, have a biscuit, have a biscuit. And Annie takes out a biscuit, heart aching as she offers it to Wen Chungin. We have discipline. We can't eat. Wen Chungin pushes her hand away and sets out again. Just a bite. Or where will we get the strength? The auntie's hand is still in the air, but Wen Chungin has already disappeared into the rain. He doesn't know how many times he has gone up and down. He has no time to count, only mechanically moving his heavy legs forward. At this moment, he suddenly understands the meaning of the training. It was all for this moment. Thoughts flood his mind, but there's no time to sort them out. Rescue efforts continue. The sky turns gray again under the heavy rain. Everyone evacuate. Everyone evacuate. Everyone evacuate. The frantic shouts echo from the dam to the village. This command means the dam can no longer hold, it's breaking. Evacuate now. Dam is breaking. The communicator shouts desperately as the floodwaters rush in, crushing everything in their path. The world is connected by the flood. Houses collapse. everything is swallowed. Nothing can be stopped, no resistance can be made. The rescued people standing on high ground watch the flood destroy their homes, feeling helpless but also grateful. At least they are still alive. All soldiers on Haiming Island prepare to rescue people. On command, Wen Chungin and others quickly act, dividing into groups with safety ropes and life rings. The villagers have evacuated, but the soldiers on the embankments remain. Many soldiers have been swept away by the flood. The number is countless. When Wen Chungin and others began rescuing, Xia was also busy. She pushed herself to the last moment but ultimately couldn't hold on. Her face pale, she lost her sense of direction underwater as the flood rushed past her, knocking her down. At that moment, her mind was a bit foggy. She relied on her survival instincts, using her exhausted special ability. Rough, torn, painful. Someone. I'm holding on. Xia was grabbed by a soldier, but in the next second, they were both swept away. Xia gritted her teeth, focusing, as her cracked and fractured energy core began to break apart. Her ability activated, and she pushed a young soldier to the surface. The energy core shattered. Xia held her breath, using her body to maintain balance. So, what if it broke? She was determined to use it. Xia fought to the end, her mind stabbing with pain, forcing her ability to operate. Fragments of the shattered energy core were absorbed by her. Her ability shifted from dry and difficult to fresh and new, like spring. The idea of breaking to create anew became real in that moment. Her internal energy no longer needed the core to operate. Her entire body was filled with energy. She no longer needed the core to use her ability. Caught in the floodwaters, Xia suddenly stopped, letting the water flow past her, remaining steady and unmoving. Good. Rescue is the priority. Even with her energy core shattered, not rescuing would be a waste. Xia began rescuing people, her ability expanding. Any soldier or villager she discovered would be lifted to a relatively safe or stable spot by her energy. If she couldn't find a safe place, she would go directly to rescue them and personally bring them to higher ground. At the same time, Wen Chungin, Li Daniu, and others were also rescuing. Wen Chungin, Li Daniu, Zhao Tian, and Zhang Gotzi formed a team. Zhao Tian and Zhang Gotzi controlled the safety ropes on the shore, while Wen Chungin and Li Daniu went into the water to rescue.
They found a small child.
Wen Chungin was the fastest to dive in, grabbing the child in a leap, his safety rope tied around his waist. Zhao Tian and others on the shore carried the ropes, enduring the cuts on their shoulders from the ropes. Those were their comrades, and they had to come up. The power of the flood carried a wild, destructive force. In the rushing water, Wen Chungin chose to swim against the current, moving sideways. On the bank, Zhao Tian tightly wrapped a rope around himself, biting his lip until it bled, veins bulging with effort.
Come up here.
Facing the flood alone, Zhao Tian's fingers sank deep into the mud. He kicked with all his strength, the rope cutting into his skin, flesh torn.
Get up.
Under Zhao Tian's desperate pulling, Wen Chungin finally reached the shore and quickly handed the child to the person waiting above. Zhao Tian trembling as he took the child. Brother, up. Wen Chungin. A thick log rushed toward Wen Chungin's head, swinging down fiercely. Zhao Tian threw the child to a teammate rushing over and risked everything, ignoring everything else. His rough hands grabbed the rope, pulling it down quickly as blood and flesh stained the fibers. Zhao Tian shouted toward the sky. Ah! The flesh in his palm was torn away, the rope turning red. The muddy ground beneath Zhao Tian suddenly loosened. With a splash, Zhao Tian fell into the water. Zhao Tian! Save him! 3 teammates rushed over, one holding the child, the other 2 rushing down recklessly, trying to intercept. Even if it meant risking 2 lives to save one, even if it meant death, they couldn't stop watching their comrade disappear before their eyes. Wen Chungin, dazed from the struggle to stay conscious. The tug on the rope around his waist made him realize something was wrong. Zhao Tian, cough cough. Wen Chungin grabbed the rope, trying to pull Zhao Tian out of the raging flood. The water's current was too fast. Both Wen Cheng'an and Zhao Tian were tossed among the mud and sand, swept downstream. They could only try to keep their balance and breathe. Suddenly, the rope between them tightened. A large rock caught the rope, trapping Wen Cheng'an and Zhao Tian.
Ha ha ha.
My life shouldn't be over yet. Zhao Tian still had time to joke, but in the next second, neither of them could smile. The sound of crashing water hitting the ground made Wen Cheng'an and Zhao Tian realize there was a cliff below. Go up. Zhao Tian shouted at Wen Cheng'an. Wen Cheng'an shook his head and pointed at the rock, shouting, "You go first." Zhao Tian grinned carelessly. I can't go up. He pointed at the flood, laughing. My legs caught on something. I can't go up. You hurry, I'm the squad leader. Follow orders. Get up here. Wen Cheng'an hesitated, feeling uncomfortable and breathless. Get up here, Wen Cheng'an. Under Zhao Tian's loud shouts, Wen Cheng'an no longer hesitated and climbed onto a large rock. Once on top, Wen Cheng'an grabbed the rope tightly and pulled with all his strength. His only thought was to pull Zhao Tian up. Zhao Tian cooperated and also pulled hard. Nearby, comrades rushing from the shore arrived and threw a life buoy. Zhao Tian tried several times to catch it but failed. Wen Cheng'an, you better serve as a good soldier, understand? Suddenly, Wen Cheng'an looked up while pulling the rope and saw Zhao Tian salute him in an unusual way. Zhao Tian, don't. The rope suddenly snapped. Zhao Tian's smile disappeared instantly as he was swept down the cliff by the rushing water. Zhao Tian. Wen Cheng'an shouted desperately and jumped into the floodwaters. He was a good swimmer and believed he could save him. He swam toward Zhao Tian, and in the blink of an eye, both disappeared into the rushing current below the cliff. Wen Cheng'an, Zhao Tian. On the shore, the soldiers were anxious and heartbroken. Just then, a figure ran quickly toward them. Go downstream and rescue him. Xia leapt into the air and jumped down the cliff. Her supernatural ability activated immediately, searching for Wen Cheng'an and Zhao Tian. Her power quickly found Wen Cheng'an, who was trying to control his body and stay balanced, attempting to surface. He was temporarily safe. Xia swiftly moved on, continuing to search for Zhao Tian. They soon found him, but Zhao Tian was in bad shape. A sharp wooden stick as thick as an arm pierced through his thigh. He looked like a broken doll, unconscious underwater and drifting with the current. Xia's ability quickly lifted Zhao Tian upward, slowing his fall. She sped up and swam toward him, while Wen Cheng'an was struggling to surface from the water. Xia, save him. Without time for words, the two quickly swam toward Zhao Tian, whose figure was already visible. Together, they helped Zhao Tian onto the shore. The soldiers who came from upstream also arrived. On the shore and in the water, they worked together to bring Zhao Tian ashore. His leg injuries made everyone gasp, so severe. Take him to the medic. Quick, be careful. Zhao Tian was carried away by his comrades. Wen Cheng'an clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath. I will go rescue him. He chose to continue. He looked at Xia, whom he missed so much, and suddenly felt like crying. He thought he might never see her again. Do you have the strength? Yes. Xia nodded at Wen Cheng'an. Then let's go. Together, they continued to participate in the rescue efforts. At this moment, time feels vague. No one knows how long has passed. Only one thought remains in the mind. Save one more person, rescue another. Xia and Wen Cheng'an were brought back by Commander Chung. In a temporary camp, they drank tea and ate steamed buns. You two must rest for at least an hour. Commander Chung deliberately looked at Xia after speaking. I know you're not my soldier, but if you don't listen to me, I won't apply for any personal awards for you, and today will be wasted effort. Xia was stunned. Isn't this familiar, threatening tone usually her own? I've wanted to rest for a long time. I've saved 48 people. Don't forget that. Xia's words made Commander Chung smile helplessly. He didn't bother them anymore. There were many other things to do. Drink up. When Cheng'an handed Xia the tea and finally had time to ask why she was here. I came to find a traditional Chinese doctor to check my grandfather's ears. They are upstream, and we encountered a mountain flood. When Chungin looked at Shurxia, she was covered in dirt, with leaves on her. He reached out his hand, but Shurxia avoided it. Leaves. Oh. Shurxia stopped moving. When Chungin removed the leaves and threw them aside, both of them were exhausted and hungry, so they didn't say much. They hurried to eat and rest a little. When Chungin sat on Shurxia's right side, blocking some of the rain and wind. In a daze, Shurxia leaned on Wen Chungin. His warm breath made her feel more at ease and helped her sleep more peacefully. They didn't know how long they slept before being awakened by a thunderclap. Shurxia stood up and asked Wen Chungin, "Are you still strong enough?"
Yes.
Wen Chungin took Shurxia's hand and helped her stand. His warm touch gave him strength. They looked at each other and smiled, both saying together, "Let's save people." They left the temporary camp and continued their rescue efforts. It rained all day and finally stopped at nightfall. When the rain ceased, everyone cheered. The rain stopped. The difficulty of rescue was slightly reduced, and Shurxia continued to help. Su Danhong and her grandfather appeared unexpectedly and also helped. After resting again, Shurxia approached Su Danhong, who was serving rice. "Shurxia, sister, eat some food." "Okay." Su Danhong scooped a thick spoonful of porridge and handed it to Shurxia, wiping her tears. Her heart finally felt settled. "My grandfather came too. He went to help treat the injured." "That's great. That stubborn old man has finally let go." Su Danhong nodded and kept working. Everyone was busy. At first, Shurxia and Wen Chungin stayed together, but gradually they parted ways. The day passed quickly in work and activity. On the third day, Wen Chungin's unit was ordered to retreat, and they reached their limit. Shurxia also prepared to leave, choosing to go by car. Su Danhong, Su Danqing, and the stubborn old man's family had nothing left but the three of them. Since old Su had promised Shurxia he would keep his word, he decided to move his grandchildren and himself to live by the sea. As for the reason, they were fleeing from danger. Shurxia said she would handle everything. Inside the truck, Shurxia sat next to Wen Chungin, surrounded by soldiers sleeping. No matter how bumpy the ride, closing their eyes to rest was the biggest luck. Because this time, they lost 7 comrades and dozens were injured. No one knew if they could continue their military careers in the future. Shurxia kept watching Wen Chungin. He had changed. From a somewhat scheming young man, he had become much more determined. "Are you okay?" Wen Chungin turned his head, forcing a dry smile, then shook his head sadly. Zhao Tian lost his leg. When he said this, Wen Chungin's nose was sore, and tears welled up, but he forced them back. He scratched his head with a bitter smile, feeling a pain he couldn't quite express. Shurxia understood the feeling of losing friends all too well. She silently held Wen Chungin's rough hand. "Your life is still here." Wen Chungin looked down and nodded quietly.
"I know," he said quietly, feeling sad.
Even knowing didn't make it easier. The pain was so deep that he didn't even have time to enjoy the joy of Shurxia reaching out her hand first, or perhaps he ignored it. When the vehicle left, many villagers came to see them off. Despite losing their homes, they sincerely offered their belongings to the soldiers. "Children, eat well. Thank you all, thank you. People's Liberation Army, you are the best." Such heartfelt farewells made the new soldiers understand the true meaning of serving in the army. The words "the party" and "the people need you" were real. They truly needed us. Shurxia released Wen Chungin's hand. At that moment, it was only for him and for every soldier in the vehicle. She and the Su family quietly stepped back. The vehicle drove away, swaying for a long time. The soldiers transferred to a train. At the train station, they lined up neatly, wearing clothes stained with dirt, with their dry, tangled hair. Many civilians spontaneously stood up and clapped, cheering. Shurxia also boarded the train, heading back to the county town where Haisan Island was located. After getting off the train, Shurxia did not return with the army. Captain Chung saluted Shurxia formally and expressed thanks. "Comrade Shurxia, I will remember your achievements."
"Thank you."
Captain Chung led the troops onto the boat and rejoined the team. Xia took the Su family members to Tutu Ji's place. Tutu Go was very happy to see Xia return. "Girl, you're finally back. The flood in Cheng County scared me to death. If anything had happened to you, your grandpa would come and tear me apart."
You guessed right.
Xia and the Su family entered the yard. Tutu Go followed behind, asking eagerly, "Did you go to Sanha village?" "Yes, Dr. Su came with us." Xia pointed to Old Master Su. Tutu Go looked over and then looked back. He quietly asked, "Was he kidnapped? Do I look like someone who would do that?" Tutu Go blinked and lied, "No, of course not." Next, Tutu Go learned that the Su family's house was destroyed and they planned to move to Hysan Island. He also found out that Xia had helped with the rescue and was very impressed. "Girl, you are really something." Tutu Go gave a thumbs up and, regarding Xia's request to buy clothes for the Su family, waved his hand and said, "Done." He called his younger brother and took the Su family to get clothes. He himself went inside carrying a box. "Girl, here's the money for Pearl." Xia took the box, opened it, and inside were rolls of large bandages and many receipts. She took some out and handed them to Tutu Go, saying, just like before, "Send meat and oil every few days." "No problem, I've got it." After putting away the receipts and money, Tutu Go asked, "Girl, are you going out to sea again recently? Any new business?"
Tutu Ye nodded.
"There's a customer looking for high-quality dragon saliva." Xia actually had a small piece of dragon saliva, but she wanted to keep it, to burn for her grandpa, which would help him sleep better. "I don't know, depends on the weather." Dragon saliva needs to be encountered. It's not something you find just like that. "That's definitely true. I thought since you're by the sea, your chances are higher." Xia asked curiously, "How much does it cost?" "Depends on the quality and size, starting at 5,000. Xia had a good idea. For others, finding dragon saliva was just luck, but for Xia, it wasn't. Dragon saliva is a secretion from the intestines of whales, and it's a pathological secretion. She just needed to find a whale, and getting dragon saliva wouldn't be a problem. Brother Baldy has said almost everything he wanted to say. Xia and the 3 members of the Su family, who had changed into new clothes, were preparing to go back. They also brought along quite a few other things. Just in time for the ferry, the 4 of them boarded the boat. The Su siblings were riding a boat for the first time. They felt excited and fresh. That was an hour ago. After 2 hours, they started to get tired of all the water. Old Master Su sat calmly, unaffected, while Xia sat beside him and asked, "Have you ever been to the sea?" "Yes," he replied. Old Master Su was always brief with his words, and Xia didn't ask further. After 3 hours, they arrived at the 3 Seas Islands. The newly built dock made Xia happily jump twice. The islanders by the sea saw Xia and cheered loudly, shouting, "Xia is back! Xia is back!" The lively scene started, with everyone celebrating. A crowd rushed over from all directions. "Xia, you made the newspapers." "Xia, we received several thank you letters just for you. Rumor has it you even helped with flood rescue efforts. You're amazing. It's all because of Xia. She's the best wherever she goes." Xia was surrounded by people as she moved forward. Behind her, Su Danhong excitedly said, "Big Sister Xia is so impressive." Su Danqing nodded in agreement. "Really impressive." Only Old Master Su felt like a sheep walking into a tiger's den, worried he might never leave this island again. When Xia returned, the 3 Seas Islands instantly became lively and bustling. The elders came to praise her. The middle-aged folks also complimented her, and the young ones all called her Big Sister. Old Master Su's steps slowed down after getting off the boat, feeling like he had entered a den of thieves. "Big Sister Xia." Old Master Su watched as the young people left, and a group of children arrived. Behind the children followed a flock of white geese, one of which wore a bright red scarf and led the way, pushing a small kid aside. The fallen child chuckled happily, not minding at all, and moved aside to let the white goose pass. "Here comes the white goose." The children cheered and laughed as the proud white goose strutted up to Shirxia. Shirxia looked at the plump white goose and picked it up, giving it a gentle shake. White goose, are you sneaking some delicious treats at home?
You've gotten so fat.
Gaga gaga.
Gaga gaga. Alright, I get it. I'm fat. You're beautiful like the Tang dynasty, okay? Shirxia coaxed it, and after reluctantly accepting, the white goose pointed its wing at the ground. Good. Go down now, go down. Shirxia placed the big white goose on the ground. The goose waved its wings at the big goose behind it, and the other geese scattered quacking. Oh wow, my big white goose is so impressive. Big White stretched its neck proudly and walked ahead. Of course. The children laughed happily at how lively, popular, and clever the geese looked. They started to tell on each other. Big sister Shirxia, Big White helped my mom with the geese. She said my family's eggs are more now. Big White takes our geese out every morning and brings them back in the evening. My mom plans to hatch more goslings, and she wants Big White to lead them. Whenever Big White walks past my house, my mom gives it tasty food. Through their words, Shirxia finally understood how Big White's round body came to be. Shirxia, the little boss among the children, was sent all the way home by them. At the door, the auntie was already watching. Auntie.
Oh.
You're back. The auntie quickly came over and checked Shirxia carefully to make sure she was okay. Don't worry, I have no injuries at all. That's good. That's good. Your grandpa and Uncle Wen should be back soon after going out to sea. I also made some conch and sea snail tonight for you to eat. Shirxia nodded eagerly, craving it for a long time. Okay. Shirxia introduced the 3 people from the Su family to the auntie, who warmly welcomed them. Shirxia, ask Grandpa Su to let the little grandson stay in Wen Cheng'en's house. You and Dan Hong can share a room.
All right.
Shirxia agreed, but she thought about expanding the house later. After making a mental note, she went to take a shower. When she came out, Grandpa Shi and Uncle Wen returned. They had caught some small fish, shrimp, and scallops. The auntie brought over tofu. For dinner, they planned to stew the small fish with tofu, boil shrimp in boiling water, and steam scallops with vermicelli and garlic. They also sliced and stir-fried a large conch and finished with a clam soup. The meal was set. Dan Hong was very hardworking and kept helping without rest. She didn't know how to handle seafood, but was learning little by little, which she found interesting. Shirxia didn't stop her, but instead pulled Grandpa Shi into the yard and asked him to take a look first. Grandpa Su checked her pulse. Her head was seriously injured, and there's internal blood blocking her hearing. She needs to take medicine to promote blood flow and reduce swelling for a while, then acupuncture can be used to draw out the poison. All right, write the prescription. Grandpa Su was used to Shirxia's straightforwardness. He took a pen and paper, wrote the prescription, and handed it to her. Shirxia kept it safely, planning to buy the medicine when she went ashore. Dinner is ready. Auntie called everyone to eat, and everyone quickly stood up. 7 people sat in a circle. Su Danqing and Su Danhong had almost never eaten seafood before, and their first bites brought great satisfaction. Auntie liked having many people around. She looked at Su Danhong and said, "Tomorrow, I'll take you to gather seafood. There will be plenty to eat. After a few days, you'll be full." Su Danqing tilted her head and said, "It's so delicious. I definitely won't get enough." Annie chuckled and scooped some shrimp onto Su Danqing's plate. "If you like it, eat more." The meal was lively and finished happily. Shirxia took Old Master Su to see the village chief to settle the household registration issue. Big Bai, who had eaten and drunk well, and Xiaoingzi, who had already returned, went along. Only Old Turtle lazily lay in the pond that Grandpa Shi had built for it, not moving at all. On the way, Old Master Su saw how popular Shirxia was. "Are you jealous of how good my relationships are?" Old Master Su honestly shook his head. "No, I'm just curious. How do you do it?" "Of course, it's because I have good character." Shirxia proudly led the way, deliberately passing by the village's honor wall. Coincidentally, Village Chief Chow and Accountant Su were there. "Off a bit, more to the left, yes, just like that." Accountant Sue was pasting a newspaper under Chow's guidance.
Unso cao, ác cao su, we see.
Xia approached, saw the newspaper, and stood next to it, pointing at the black and white photo. Look, isn't it great? This kid not only looks good but also photogenic, and has a brave heart. Old Master Sue's mouth twitched. It was the first time someone praised him so highly. Very well said. Exactly right. Chow and Accountant Sue clapped. Old Master Sue turned around. Well, he was being praised again. But after carefully looking at the honor wall, he saw awards for bravery, helping the army, assisting the research institute, rescuing people from fires, fighting human traffickers, and flood relief efforts. All real honors hung there. He admired them. After showing off a bit, Xia got down to business. Uncle Chow, this is Old Master Sue, a senior traditional Chinese doctor. I remember we don't have barefoot doctors in our village. Chow immediately understood and warmly welcomed Old Master Sue. Old Master Sue looked at Xia with a speechless expression. You con artist, aren't you a private doctor? How did you become the village's doctor? Xia smiled at Old Master Sue. No need to thank me. I just like helping others. Old Master Sue, caught on the scam, couldn't get out of it anymore. Thus, Mr. Sue officially became a barefoot doctor on Haitian Island, earning a little money to support his family. After finalizing Mr. Sue's situation, Xia straightforwardly mentioned her plan to build a house. The house is easy to gather people for, but the materials are hard to find. Xia understood and said, Don't worry, I will handle the materials myself. Go ahead and get them. Once you bring them back, our whole village will help you. It will be finished in less than half a month. Uncle Chow was confident about this. After discussing everything, Xia took Mr. Sue and headed back, also introducing herself. I am the part-time women's director, the part-time principal of the elementary school, and the captain of the fishing team. That's all for now. Mr. Sue, what else do you want to do? Your jobs are too similar, all about being a leader in the community. Xia stopped and looked at Mr.
Sue.
Don't be jealous of me. You should work hard. Even though you're a bit older and stubborn, you'll catch up to me someday. Mr. Sue looked at Xia speechlessly. He seriously suspected that Xia was getting back at him for being rude when she first arrived at his house. But he had no proof. Comrade Xia. Whenever someone called her Comrade Xia, she knew it was a young person from the village, without even looking. No one in the village called her Comrade Xia. Hello, Comrade Qingmin, right? Qingmin nodded. Yes, that's me. Xia looked behind Qingmin but didn't see Li Yafeng, who was never satisfied and had a bump on her head. Yafeng is resting. Qingmin kept a distance of over 2 meters from Xia and explained his purpose. I'm still wondering if the elementary school needs teachers. I can teach many subjects. I also play the accordion and know a little about drawing. Xia didn't make things difficult for Qingmin. The school indeed had no proper teachers, only a principal. All right, you go back and prepare lessons in math, Chinese, music, and drawing. Come to the school at 8 a.m. tomorrow for a trial class. Okay. I will prepare well. I will definitely prepare well. Qingmin was very happy. As long as he passed, he could do less work. It's not that he's lazy, but he really can't do much anymore. After Qingmin left, Xia didn't bother to look for other young people. She admired those who were proactive. Old Mr. Sue, do you know how to swim? Xia suddenly changed the subject, catching Mr. Sue off guard. He looked at her cautiously and asked, What are you planning? Nothing, just asking. By the way, does Sue Danqing go to school? Old Master Sue worked hard to keep up with Xia's ideas, finally saying just one word. Go. The two returned home. Old Master Sue went to Annie's house to stay, while Xia went home, took out paper and pen, and began sketching the house plan. She wanted to build a bigger, more spacious brick house. As she drew and wrote, the sunlight gradually faded. Xia took Su Danhong for a walk to the seaside. For the first time, Su Danhong saw the sunset at the beach and was captivated by its beauty. Su Danhong, did you go to school? Yes, I finished elementary school. Su Danhong looked at Shirxia, eager to speak. I was supposed to start middle school, but after my mom died, I stopped studying.
Su Danyong spoke so loud.
From her words, Shirxia saw a simple, honest woman with deep maternal love. Su Danhong's mother was an only child who married into the family. At first, she was attracted by her husband's honesty and hard work, and Su Danhong herself agreed to marry him. Her mother's first child was a daughter. She insisted her daughter grow up a bit and attend school before having a second child. The second child was Su Danqing, a boy. It should have been a happy ending, but at that time, Grandpa suddenly left home and didn't return for years. Su Danhong's father also gradually revealed his true nature. Her mother had many conflicts with him and was beaten multiple times. I was just out of elementary school then. My dad didn't want me to go to school anymore. My mom and dad fought again. I was scared. I cried and begged them not to hit me. But it didn't help. I wanted to find someone to help. When I ran out, I slipped off a bridge. I didn't know my mom chased after me. I didn't want her to get hurt. Su Danhong's tears burst out suddenly, loud and uncontrolled. Mom pulled me up, but she was too exhausted. I wanted to help her, to save her, but I couldn't move her. I saw her sinking little by little. The last thing she said to me was, "Live on." Shirxia stood silently beside her, waiting until Su Danhong was mostly calm before speaking. Your mom wanted you to live a wonderful life. She kept you in school to make you wise and understanding, not to dwell on the past or be overwhelmed by sadness. Also, why didn't you explain everything to old Master Su? He thought you ran away out of anger, and that's why your mom died. Su Danhong asked with red eyes. Does it matter?
My mom's gone.
Of course it matters. How many years has Qin Hui been cursed? Do you think that once someone dies, everything just disappears? That's not how it works. Su Danhong blinked, finding her perspective quite interesting. The two of them walked for a while before returning to the Shi family. Su Danhong hardly slept all night. Early the next morning, she found Grandpa Su. After more than half an hour, muffled crying was heard. Su Danhong, with red eyes, followed Auntie to go clam digging. Old Master Su came over to the neighbor and said to Shirxia, "Thank you. No need to thank me. First, take care of Annie and Uncle Wen's health." Old Master Su rolled his eyes. You really know how to make the most of people. Enjoy it secretly. At least, you are useful. Shirxia's words made Old Master Su leave in anger. In a good mood, she took to Bai, Xiaoying, and Turtle Lao Lu to the school nearby. Cheng Qingmin arrived very early, dressed in a white shirt, black pants, with a slicked-back hairstyle, looking serious and a bit nervous. Li Yafeng also came. After snorting at Shirxia, she didn't dare to speak. When Shirxia entered the school, all the children quickly lined up in 2 rows, one on the left and one on the right, shouting loudly, "Hello, Shirxia, the boss. Pay attention to the occasion. Here, call her Principal Shi." Shirxia corrected them. The children immediately changed and saluted in unison. "Good morning, Principal Shi, starting a wonderful day at school." After a brief introduction of Cheng Qingmin, he began teaching. After 4 lessons, Shirxia held a vote on the spot, letting the students choose. Cheng Qingmin was extremely nervous. Fortunately, all the students raised their hands. Because Shirxia, the boss, said the school needed teachers. Cheng Qingmin passed the assessment and was so excited that Li Yafeng immediately ran over and hugged his arm. "Qingmin, you're amazing." Cheng Qingmin was also excited, but didn't dare to show off. He pulled back his arm and said, "Yafeng, be careful about your influence in front of the children. They're just happy for you," she replied, a bit upset. Cheng Qingmin could only lower his head and comfort her a few words. Shirxia, uninterested, waved her hand and took the students to swimming class. At the seaside, with Shirxia's arrival, a whistle sounded. Many people on the shore looked at the sea and smiled happily. Pang Pang brought the dolphins. After so many times, I still can't get enough. Shirxia has been gone for a few days, and it's been a while since the last swimming class.
Exactly.
Xia stepped onto a bamboo raft and reached the sea. After a brief moment of closeness with Pang, the children also boarded the fishing boats, each finding their little dolphin friends and jumping into the water happily. Newcomer Su Danqing was very envious, but couldn't swim at all. Su Danqing, come here. Xia called out to Su Danqing, letting Pang personally take him. The other children were all jealous. A military boat slowly docked. Commander Wei, who personally came to deliver the honor, watched children playing happily with dolphins in the sea, feeling very envious. If only their soldiers could be like that. Commander Wei looked at Xia with admiration. Key characters are here. Xia, a high-ranking official, is looking for you. A villager shouted. Curious, Commander Wei asked, why do you say I am a high official? The villager chuckled and pointed at a few young soldiers around Wei, saying, they're all standing behind you. Wei looked and laughed happily. Indeed, you can't underestimate the eyes of the crowd. Behind Wei, Commander Chung and some young soldiers watched longingly as children played and swam with dolphins in the water. Commander Chung thought further ahead. These children are all promising talents. Xia, on the sea surface, shielded his eyes from the sun with one hand. When he saw Wei, he kicked the nearby turtle, Lao Lu. Pull me to the shore. Lao Lu looked back, slowly slid down the bamboo raft, and bit the rope on the raft without moving. Xia was amused and laughed. I think you guys are my real boss. If there's no benefit, you won't work, right? Xia said this, but honestly reached out and patted the turtle's head, sending a heavy burst of his special power. He grimaced and looked at the turtle's face, secretly thinking he was addicted. That playful expression made his skin crawl. Lao Lu, with a mischievous smile, swam toward the shore. Commander Chung exchanged a quick glance with Lao Lu's little eyes. Did the turtle smile? With that look in your eyes, what kind of commander are you? Go home and shell corn, one after another. Commander Chung was teased and muttered, it really did smile. But no one believed it. Xia reached the shore. Comrade Xia, on behalf of the army, I thank you for your brave efforts during the flood rescue. Commander Wei came forward to shake hands, speaking loudly, so everyone could hear. Xia smiled proudly and said in a formal tone, Army and civilians are one family. It's what I should do. Without the courage of the soldiers inspiring me, I wouldn't have come this far. Wei smiled even more broadly. Comrade Xia, you are modest. You are a noble-minded and good comrade. All thanks to the education from the party and the country. They praised each other, and the villagers around listened happily, clapping loudly. When Xia received the honor, it felt like they had all earned it themselves. Several young workers watched the villagers around them, who were fascinated by the weather, each with different thoughts. They all knew that Cheng Qingmin became a primary school teacher, which was approved by Xia. It seemed that Xia was the key to how well life was going on Haisen Island. Commander Wei presented Xia with a certificate, a medal, some money, and gifts. Xia accepted everything. After finishing the official matters, it was time to discuss personal issues. Xia followed Commander Wei and Captain Cheng to the side. Do you want me to help train the soldiers to swim? Yes. Commander Wei nodded confidently. Xia didn't answer right away. After thinking for a moment, he asked, I'm not officially on the staff, am I? I don't want to. It feels awkward to do good deeds outside the official system. Xia quickly denied it. Commander Wei then followed his train of thought and said, then you're not part of the official team. You're free. We hire you externally. If you want to leave, you can. If you want to come back, you can. But you'll need to sign some confidentiality agreements. Will I get paid? Of course. We'll give you benefits based on Captain Cheng's salary. How about that? Deal. Xia agreed. Commander Wei smiled happily and asked when Xia would go. In a few days. Once I finish a few busy things, I'll go. Great, no problem. We'll be waiting for you. After Commander Wei and his team left, Xia started planning what to do next. He needed to bring back building materials, buy medicine for his grandfather, and handle the water-grown vegetables. These could all be added to the agenda, so he still needed to go ashore. After planning, Xia first went to the beach to watch the children learn to swim. An hour later, Xia called the children to come up. The children, splashing in the sea, obediently came ashore without delay. Several parents watching from the shore felt both annoyed and amused. Usually, they had to chase their kids from the east to the west of the village, but since Xia became the principal, just mentioning his name was enough to scare the children. Honestly, Xia's presence had improved relationships between men and women in the village, making family bonds happier. After the children came ashore, a group of dolphins lined up, waiting to be fed by Xia. To outsiders, it looked like Xia was just feeding small fish. No one guessed his special power, but everyone believed Xia was blessed by the sea goddess. Otherwise, so many sea creatures wouldn't be so close to him. After sending the dolphins away, Xia played with Pang Bang for a while, and then Pang Bang left. Old Turtle 6 took on the responsibility of fishing at home and went out to fish in the sea. Little Eagle was not staying at home either. He was flying around playing. The White One is busier now, taking care of all the geese and ducks in the village. It's busier than the head steward in the palace. Xia simply went home alone. When she got home, she found a basin and filled it with water. When Su Danhong returned, she saw Xia staring blankly at the water in the basin. She didn't dare to speak, afraid of disturbing Xia. What is Xia thinking about? She is thinking about how to make the seeds sprout and grow well. The best way is to use special abilities. Next, Xia took out water spinach seeds, soaked them in water with special powers, then transferred them to plain water, waiting for them to sprout. In the evening, everyone ate together again. They ate a big fish caught by Old Lu, cut into pieces and stewed, with cornmeal pancakes on the side of the pot. Early the next morning, Xia arrived at school on time and assigned all the school's tasks to Qingmin. Principal Shi, do I handle all of this? Yes, can't I? Qingmin immediately shook his head when he heard the question. You can do it. Xia nodded seriously. Keep it up, Comrade Chung. And you have helped Old Lu, right? Old Turtle didn't even lift his head, continuing to lie down. Xia said without embarrassment, Old Lu knows. He's an experienced worker. Qingmin watched Xia leave, his smile turning into a Wulan bitterness. It doesn't seem easy to be a teacher either. No, he can't think like that. At least he doesn't have to use it anymore. He looked at Old Lu, reached out his hand, then withdrew it. I really must be losing my mind. It's a turtle, a turtle. Qingmin shook his head and walked out, beginning his tough teaching career. Meanwhile, Xia, carrying Old Master Su, took a ferry to the city. She wasn't very familiar with buying medicine, so she asked Old Master Su to help judge. When they arrived on land, they went straight to a traditional Chinese medicine shop. Old Master Su quickly started chatting with the shopkeeper, but Xia decided to go find Tua Tu Go first. However, Tua Tu Go wasn't there, and the door was locked. This doesn't seem right. Tua Tu Go never locked his door. He always left it open for business. Even if he wasn't there, his subordinates would be inside. Now that the door was locked, something must be wrong. Xia saw the door was tightly shut from afar and didn't get closer. She casually walked past, turning the key for the rope she was holding, humming a silly tune. Suddenly, the key dropped to the ground, and Xia bent down to pick it up. She bent over and saw that several people around her had strange body language. They were watching the bald man closely. Xia picked up the key, hummed a tune, and continued walking. The people around pretended to be normal and kept walking back and forth. After leaving the surveillance area, Xia was about to find one of the bald man's followers, but was stopped by someone.
Liao Sanea? You remember me.
Liao Sana nodded as a greeting and whispered to Xia, don't go looking for the bald man's followers. They are all being watched. Xia didn't say whether she believed him or not. She just asked, why are you telling me this? I owe you one. Last time about the bamboo pole, I was unfair. Do you know where the bald man is? Liao Sana nodded again. I won't tell you, but you'll find out soon enough. He was taken away last night and is being held somewhere. Liao Sana pointed to a place. The same place as me. Shi Xia frowned. That was the same place. All right, I accept your favor. We're even. Shi Xia left. Liao Sana felt a weight lift from his heart, but still felt a bit regretful. He sighed and turned to leave. Regret was useless. Meanwhile, Shi Xia wasn't wandering aimlessly. After circling the place where the bald man was held, she found the person who had helped pass messages to him last time. She looked around and figured out when they finished work. Then she went to see old Master Su first and told him to go home. By the way, if you see Little Eagle later, tell him to come ashore and find me. Old Master Su looked confused and responded with a simple ah, as if passing a message. You just do as I say, no need to worry about anything else. Okay. Old Master Su turned to leave, but then hesitated and came back. I know how to prepare medicine. Can you make some for self-defense? Shi Xia blinked and said seriously next time. Old Master Su looked at her speechless, thinking, you don't want it after all? He didn't ask why specifically and just carried his medicine bag and left. Shi Xia stayed behind, waiting until after work to catch the person directly in an alley. Please spare me. I have an old parent and a young child. Don't hit my face. Shi Xia untied the sack covering the person and handed over a hard stone. Check if it's real, so it won't be useless when the time comes. The person finally saw that the sack was covering a young girl who looked familiar, but he couldn't remember. But a girl with a bit of a mental problem gave him a lot of courage. Oh no, my sister's lonely, boo. Hoo-hoo. A swift kick from behind completely solved the problem of talking too much. The man bent over, face flushed with pain, trembling as he pointed at Shi Xia. You stop talking, I will. Look, this is just a stone, Shi Xia said, holding a stone and throwing it at the man's foot. Ouch. The man wanted to cover himself and hold his foot at the same time. He wished he had 3 arms. Is it really just a stone? In the man's angry eyes, Shi Xia stepped on the stone and crushed it. His anger disappeared. He looked clear and respectful now. Heroine, what do you need? I am ready to risk everything, even my life. Shi Xia chuckled. As the saying goes, sometimes you need to wait patiently for peace, and stepping back can avoid trouble. It's better to be cautious than to die, right? If it weren't for your constant chatter, I wouldn't need to give you a political lesson. Shi Xia kept talking, and the man listened happily, not daring to ignore her. I want to ask you, what happened with Bald-Head Brother? The man was a little surprised, but under the pressure of the question, he thought hard and told everything he knew. In summary, Bald-Head Brother was used by higher-ups to do their dirty work. He had helped many people with their tasks. Some wanted to trouble his enemies, so they used Bald-Head Brother to try to get some information. But Bald-Head Brother refused to say a word. Shi Xia understood Bald-Head Brother's thoughts. She knew he had a lot of information, and once he opened his mouth, many families might be in danger. This incident made Shi Xia realize that many things don't need to wait 10 years. They can start now. I want to see Bald-Head Brother. That's not possible. He's heavily guarded. You don't need to worry. Just tell me the layout and guard shift times inside. Remember, no tricks. I know where your home is. Shi Xia twirled a dagger in her hand. Suddenly, she stabbed the tip of the knife into the man's pocket, grabbing his work ID. If I go in and the guard's shift times are different, your ID might end up somewhere it shouldn't, like your boss's wife's bed. The man broke out in cold sweat instantly. That was a ruthless move. Too harsh. I'll write everything down. I promise to do it properly. The man dared not hide anything and told Shi Xia all the information. After she remembered it, she nodded at him. Let's go. My work ID? Don't worry, I will return it after I finish my task. The man looked helpless and limped away, planning to invent a story about falling into a ditch. He was anxious all night and didn't dare to sleep. As for Shi Xia, of course, she took action. The young eagle successfully flew over to find her, acting as a lookout without anyone noticing. Xia sneaked into the backyard and realized she had overestimated the other's defenses. After injecting the pufferfish toxin, she easily found the bald man's cell. The bald man was not asleep. When he saw a masked, black-clad figure appear, he gave a sad smile. I should have died today. I should have enjoyed a good drink yesterday. The bald man clearly thought Xia was there to silence him. I won't drink alcohol. Just tell me who wants to hurt you and why. Hearing the voice, the bald man knew it was Xia, but he didn't shout her name in surprise. All right. If I get out, I will definitely treat you to a drink. The bald man quickly decided to trust Xia. There's something at the western port. Go and take it, then give it to the Chu family. Xia followed the address given by the bald man and found a heavy box. Locked? Snap. The lock broke easily, without any fuss. Inside the box was a thick paper bag. Xia opened it to see the contents, respecting others' privacy. Sorry, at this point, there's no need to pretend. The documents belonged to a family named Wen, containing information about various members of the family in different places and positions. The bald man had helped many of them with tasks, so he had quite a lot of information. It seemed that the Wen family was involved in the Chu family's affairs. Xia stored the documents carefully, signaled to the young eagle, and they both silently rushed to the Chu family under the cover of night. The Chu family lived in a residential area with security patrols. For Xia, it was all very easy. She quietly sneaked into the Chu family compound. In the middle of the night, she appeared at the bedside of Chu's leader and his wife. If she hadn't covered the wife's mouth in time, she would have screamed. This is me, Xia. Leader Chu is experienced and has seen a lot, but he was still quite frightened by Xia. If he hadn't gone to the bathroom before bed, he might have even soiled his pants. Mrs. Chu was also shaken and wanted to turn on the light. Don't turn on the light, Xia warned, handing a paper bag to Leader Chu. Brother Bald has been caught. They want him to reveal things about the Chu family. This is some information from our opponents. Use it wisely. Also, a word of advice. Plan early. Your family is very wealthy. She almost felt like robbing them. Leader Chu finally got his mind straight and said carefully, I will handle this as soon as possible. He sensed the situation was becoming more dangerous and was looking for a way out. He thought they still had some time, but now it seemed time was running out. Rest well. Good night. I'm leaving now, Xia said, and left immediately. Leader Chu didn't even hear her leave. She was gone. Such talented people. They are both frightening and admirable.
Mrs. Que nervously grabe leader que es arme. Olke.
It's okay. At worst, we can give up all these material things. We should find a place to move to the countryside.
Mrs. Que es finge sudenly clenche tighter.
Leader Chu looked at her reassuringly and asked, What's wrong? I mean, if it really comes to that, what do you think about going to Haisen Island? Haisen Island?
Leader que es easily up.
Xia's presence might bring some change. Not yet at that point, she replied. They decided not to sleep anymore. Leader Chu put on his coat, lit a candle, and looked through the documents, trying to find a better way. Meanwhile, Xia left the Chu family after not staying at the guest house. She found a large tree and lay against its trunk for the night. Before dawn the next day, Xia quietly slipped down, preparing to buy building materials. Everything was now public property. She went to the commune to find Director Ma. Director Ma knew Xia. She was a local who suggested planting seaweed and purple seaweed. She was very insightful and dedicated. Comrade Xia, I happen to want to visit Haisen Island for an inspection. How are your seaweed and purple seaweed growing? The purple seaweed is about arm length. Soon, we can harvest the first batch. The seaweed still needs about a month, but it has grown quite a bit. Director Ma was eager to see the progress. This was valuable data and experience. Good. You all deserve credit. If this succeeds, I will recommend your island as an advanced collective. Xia immediately asked, Are there any outstanding individuals? Ha! Of course there must be. After Director Ma inquired about the seaweed matter, he remembered to ask Xia about her purpose. I want to build a house. My family is growing, and we can't fit in. I need to buy some bricks and tiles. Bricks and tiles. Okay, I'll write you a note. You can go to the brick kiln to get them. Director Ma didn't make things difficult for Xia and directly approved the note. Nowadays, it's true that bricks and tiles are hard to buy, and there are few buyers. Xia took the approved note to the brick kiln, easily bought the needed bricks and tiles, and arranged to pick them up in 5 days, with her boat to deliver. After solving the brick and tile issue, Xia had nothing else to do for the moment. As for Brother Bald and the Chu family's matters, they would handle it themselves, so she didn't need to worry. Xia decided to go to the supply and marketing cooperative. After buying what she needed, she took the ferry back to Hai San Island. As soon as Xia disembarked on Hai San Island, she saw a woman walking toward her. She looked unfamiliar. Comrade Xia, my name is Guo Yunyun. I'm a new educated youth. I made some pancakes, please have one. Xia didn't take the pancake. Guo Yunyun wasn't embarrassed. I came here for something important, so I'm asking for your help. Xia responded with an O and bypassed Guo Yunyun to move forward. Guo Yunyun didn't give up and followed her. I heard you know some people in the army. Can you introduce me to a single guy? I look good, my hips are big, I'm definitely fertile. Whoever marries me will be lucky, really. Guo Yunyun self-recommended herself without any shame. I'm just asking you to help me introduce someone, not that it's guaranteed to work. Guo Yunyun quickened her pace, blocking Xia and again offering her pancake. Xia still didn't accept it. Take your pancake back. I won't be a matchmaker. When couples argue, they always say, "How did I marry you?" She wouldn't want to be her own matchmaker and get scolded. Guo Yunyun looked at Xia as she went around her, thinking about her status in the village, so she didn't dare to chase after her. She snorted, twisting her body and stomping her feet. What's so impressive? Even if you're a fisherman, what are you pretending for? Nothing special. Without you, I can still meet people. It's interesting. Guo Yunyun flipped her hair, huffed, turned around, and cursed loudly. Oh, you bird. Go away, go away. 4 or 5 seagulls chased after Guo Yunyun, and bird droppings rained down mercilessly. Ahead, Xia raised her hand and caught a small eagle returning to her. She rewarded it with her supernatural power. Good job. The fluffy little eagle's head rubbed against Xia's palm. Soon, Xia returned home and saw the first person she met was old Master Su, frowning and glaring at her. I give up. Just end me. My old man hasn't been insulted like this in decades. Old Master Su was angrily standing at the door of Xia, hands on his hips, catching his breath, looking like he had been badly treated. What kind of show is this? Xia spoke, and old Master Su immediately pointed at Grandpa Shi in the yard, looking for support. Who else could it be? Your grandpa. He said my medicine isn't clean. I boiled it for over 2 hours, and he filtered out all the residue. How can I give it to him now? Besides, this is traditional Chinese medicine. What's unclean about it? Even mouse droppings are used as ingredients. What's the fuss about? Xia understood. Grandpa Shi is very particular about cleanliness, and old Master Su cares deeply about traditional medicine. Dan Hong.
All right.
Xia looked at Dan Hong and said, boil another bowl. I'll make Grandpa drink it. Okay. Dan Hong went to prepare the medicine. Old Master Su was still angry, wanting to say something. Old Su, look at this dragon incense. How about it? Xia used a piece of dragon incense to catch old Master Su's attention. When Dan Hong finished boiling the medicine and it cooled slightly, Xia took it to find Grandpa Shi. Grandpa Shi's forehead was wrinkled so deeply it looked like writing, and he covered his mouth with one hand, quickly stepping back. Too dirty. He can't drink it. Grandpa, I know you love me the most. Xia spoke softly, and Dan Hong watched enviously from behind. Such close and caring feelings are really nice. It's dirty. It's not dirty. It's traditional medicine. Be good, drink it up. Xia tried to coax him, but Grandpa Shi didn't listen and turned to run away. Xia sighed helplessly, saying, You're forcing me. In Don Home's envious eyes, Shirxia put down the medicine bowl, and in the next moment, she rushed out, grabbing Grandpa Shir by his collar. Grandpa Shir sidestepped and elbowed her, frightening Dan Hong almost to scream. But then she saw Shirxia block with one hand and punch with the other. Next, the grandfather and grandson started fighting in the yard, ping-ponging back and forth, leaving Dan Hong stunned. What a special bond between grandpa and grandson. And it didn't end there. Just as she was amazed and shocked, the little chickens, the white goose, the old sea turtle, and the young eagle each found a spot to watch, looking very interested. She had a strange feeling. They seemed very happy watching. They're fighting again. From the neighboring wall, Auntie peeked her head out, and soon Uncle Wen's head appeared as well. Uncle Shir, keep going. Hurry and defend yourself. Uncle Wen cheered, and Auntie glared at him. Stop shouting. Su Danhong finally felt like there was a normal person around. Isn't it always us versus Shirxia?
What's the point of you shouting?
Su Danhong's face was grim, and everyone else's strange behavior made her feel even more abnormal. Big Brother Shirxia, keep it up. Big Brother Shirxia is mighty. A group of children gathered around shouting, making the entrance of the Shirxia household lively and busy. A few minutes later, Shirxia held the stubborn old Master Shir's hands behind his back and pressed him down, holding a medicine bowl in one hand and forcefully giving him medicine. Don't spit it out. Old Master Shir reluctantly drank it, looking sad and resigned, as if he felt dirty. Shirxia almost laughed but stayed serious and said, Grandpa, drinking once is the same as drinking many times. So tomorrow, you can drink it yourself or I can feed you. Are you sure about this? If we fight once, the yard will be a mess again. Shirxia released Grandpa Shir and pointed to the messy yard. Grandpa Shir's eyebrows were almost twisted into knots.
Drink.
Good boy. The grandfather and grandson agreed. Annie didn't know when she came over to Su Danhong and comforted her, saying, just get used to it. It's actually kind of fun, isn't it? Su Danhong nodded mechanically, realizing that fun meant this. After the small episode, Shirxia happily sat waiting for dinner. Being lazy is also a form of wealth. Most people can't even be lazy if they want to. As for feeling embarrassed about others working, Shirxia thought that simply didn't exist. She was too lazy to feel guilty. Grandpa, I bought pig's trotters and yellow soybeans. I'll stew the soybeans with the pig's trotters. And some pork fat. Get some pork lard, and the remaining oil can be used to make steamed buns. Shirxia started ordering food, and Grandpa Shir began cooking. That evening, Shirxia enjoyed tender, flavorful pig's trotters that easily peeled apart, paired with plain rice. Such a simple life. So wonderful. Grandpa, let's make some wine another day. I'm craving it. Grandpa Shir saw the craving on Shirxia's face and simply handed her a pig's trotter.
Eat.
Okay, I will. After eating, Shirxia took a big fan, brought her newly bought sunflower seeds, and went to the gossip base to listen to some gossip. There was no entertainment nearby, so it was pretty boring. Today's gossip topic was about who the two children in Lao Wu's family really belonged to. Lao Wu's husband married a wife, but later her sister's family faced a disaster. Her husband died, and her family members also passed away. She came to stay with her sister. This stay lasted for 7 or 8 years. I tell you, Sun Ernyo's hips look like she's had children, but Sun Dinyo's hips are narrow. Not like it. I have carefully read it. Since July last year, Sun Ernyo hasn't been coming out much. She says she's helping at home, maybe even having a baby. Yes, when Sun Ernyo doesn't come out, Sun Danyu tells others she's pregnant. The timing is just too coincidental. Shirxia listened eagerly and asked curiously, don't they find someone to help deliver the baby? You don't know, the old lady from the Wu family is the midwife. She can do it herself. That's right. Many children in our village were born with the help of Grandma Wu. Shirxia exclaimed in surprise. The 2 women and 1 man compared to the end of the world. Still can't compare. She remembers that Wu Daiyong's features often caused family disputes, with his nostrils taking up most of his face. But if they are willing, they just watch the fun. Every day, Shirxia listens to gossip and feels that people in this era are much more open than modern times. After all, in this shy and reserved era, over 1 billion people were born. After hearing all the gossip, Shirxia went home. On the way, she met Chao Ping, who was looking for her. Chao Ping asked if they would go out to sea tomorrow. The old man, who checks the weather, said the weather would be good. Shirxia thought for a moment and said straightforwardly, "This time, we'll go farther out, not take so many people, and catch some deep-sea fish with oil. We'll share it with everyone in the village to help everyone get stronger." Okay, that's great. Chao Ping happily ran to inform others. Shirxia also went home, prepared the things for tomorrow's sea trip, and went to bed early. At night, her abilities increased much faster than before, and Shirxia's strength grew daily. Early the next morning, Shirxia woke up early, ate plain porridge cooked by Grandpa Shir, with salted duck eggs, and also ate 2 large pancakes. She packed 5 large pancakes, 5 boiled eggs, 5 salted duck eggs, and 3 big goose eggs to take with her. When the villagers heard the fishing team was going out to sea today, they came to see them off. This was the first time Shirxia and her team set out on a big boat. Yes, the big boat she found and repaired. The boat's name, C3 Islands, was painted on it, with the word Shirxia written in small characters in the corner. Usually there would be a ritual before going out to sea, but they skipped it this time. Many fishermen silently prayed to the sea goddess for protection when they boarded the boat. Including Shirxia, 7 people went to the open sea. Old Turtle and Little Eagle also went along. Shirxia stood at the bow, waving to the people on the shore, looking proud. "Comrades, wait for our victorious return." The big boat set sail and quickly disappeared from the shore. Chao Ping was the one who steered the boat. Shirxia was responsible for lying flat and supervising to prevent deviation. After about 8 or 9 hours of sailing, Shirxia called for a stop to prepare for tuna fishing. Tuna prefer to swim near the surface of the sea at certain times, and they can be caught with a spear shot. For Shirxia, this was easy. Just as they were getting ready, 6 speedboats quickly approached and surrounded them. 6 boats, each with 5 people, totaling 30, all armed with firearms. Before the boats got close, their weapons were already loaded. There was no need for special powers to kill everyone instantly, and using powers to catch fish would be seen by the crew. Her powers were her biggest secret, and Shirxia wouldn't tell anyone. People could guess her miracles, but they wouldn't know the details.
So,
Don't resist, just see what they want. Shirxia quickly made a decision. She had prepared anesthetic darts with pufferfish toxin to knock out her 6 people at a critical moment. The engines of the speedboats hummed as they approached. Armed men aimed their guns at the fishermen. A translator, with a crooked, flat voice, stepped forward. He looked rough, with a thin, toothpick-like body and a tough appearance, holding a straw hat that made him look like a traitor. "Are you fishermen from Huaxia?" "Hello, big brother translator." Shirxia stepped forward, waving enthusiastically at the translator, which made him pause. Why was there a woman? Fishermen's boats usually had no women, especially Huaxia's. The translator turned to whisper something to someone, then looked back at Shirxia and her group. "Don't move around. Our bullets don't have eyes." With that, the people on the speedboats threw ropes, which they hung onto the boat's side, and climbed aboard. A total of 7 people from the fishing boat were pushed together and surrounded. The people on the speedboats also looked Southeast Asian with darker skin, probably from that region, but the exact country was unknown. In such a small place, they spoke about 80 different languages. The speedboat crew checked the entire boat. After not finding anyone else, they nodded to the leader. The leader said a few words, and the translator bowed and fanned himself with his straw hat. Shirxia couldn't understand, but she had seen a lot. Right now, they faced either killing to silence or forcing people to comply.
she didn't want to fight.
Her fingers moved slightly. "You're lucky. Our boss is mining and needs workers. If you do well, you can come back. If not, don't blame us for being harsh." "Miner?" Shirxia suppressed his supernatural power. Was it a gold mine or something else? Who cares what it was? As long as it was stolen. Anything given by others interested her. The people on the fishing boat had different thoughts, but sometimes Xia felt strangely at ease when he was around. After giving Chao Ping and the others a warning look not to move, he looked at the translator and asked casually, "Big brother translator, this is so great. That big brother behind you looks like someone rich and powerful. If we had known we could mine here with the two big brothers, we would have come earlier. Fishing is enough already. They say wealth comes with risk. To have a future, you need to follow someone like the big brother. When will we be able to build a new house after fishing?" Xia kept babbling, praising enthusiastically, making the translator think she was a fool. Can't she see that he's deliberately trying to lure Chinese fishermen into mining? Does this silly girl think it's some good job? And a girl going to a place full of men mining, she probably won't come back alive. The translator muttered in his mind. Then the big brother pointed at Xia and said, "Bring that woman over here, so I can see her." But bringing her over to look was never going to happen. The translator quickly said, "Big brother, all the women on this boat have contagious diseases." He showed a worried expression, and the big brother also looked disgusted, waving his hand impatiently. "Forget it. Take them away. Let's set sail." Xia didn't know what they discussed, but everyone was, and the big boat was set in motion, gradually leaving Chinese waters. The boat sailed for a long time, so long that Xia fell asleep snoring. The other 6 fishermen, seeing Xia asleep, felt inexplicably that everything was fine, so they also fell asleep. As a result, the boat didn't need them to steer. Someone was on night watch. The robbers fought sleepiness with half-closed eyes, listening to the 7 tied-up people snoring loudly. This script. Something fell off. The next morning, as dawn broke, Xia woke up yawning and took a moment to enjoy the beautiful sunrise at the sea. Another beautiful day. This one sentence made the translator, who understood, twitch his mouth in frustration. Who the is this mental case? "Good morning, big brother translator. What are we eating? Bring me some. Oh, I need to go to the bathroom." Xia clearly stated her needs. The translator felt everyone's eyes on him, first translating, then waiting for the big brother to decide. The big brother stared at Xia's pretty, delicate face, his eyes full of that couldn't be hidden. Unable to do serious work, maybe try something else. "I'll take her." After the older brother said this, the translator was surprised and quickly understood what was happening. He wanted to stop him. "Big brother, how about your daughter coming?" With this, the translator smiled awkwardly and flatteringly, shaking his head to show it wasn't true. He tried his best. The translator looked at Xia and gave one last warning. "Big brother, you look good. I'll personally take you to the bathroom." Xia understood. Her lips curved into a smile, her eyes clear and bright. She stood up excitedly. "Really? I can get close to Big Brother now, that's great. I really admire heroes like this." "Big brother, I'm coming." The older brother, acting dramatic, shouted. Xia spread her arms wide, and the tightly bound ropes broke apart. 2 pieces of rope skillfully whipped near the big brother's face. "Big brother, I missed you so much." Xia tightly held the big brother's hands, saying she missed him. The big brother was no longer confused. Ouch, ouch, loosen up, big brother, and little girl really hit it off. I knew I was born for greatness, just waiting for my steed. I didn't expect to meet it on this vast sea. Big brother, Xia kept calling out to him. Each time her grip got a little stronger, making the big brother grimace in pain, unable to make a sound. The translator watched in shock as everything happened so quickly, biting his lip and clearing his throat. "Let go quickly. You're hurting big brother."
Ha!
"No way. I only used a tiny bit of strength." Xia vividly played the role of someone eager to do great things with brute force. Thanks to the translator's words, the big brother finally understood that his fingers, like twisted dough, were being squeezed. And with the true feelings of 6 fishermen from China confirming, Xia was the strongest girl in their village. Big silly girl. When she listened, she was strong. When she didn't, her strength was even greater, sometimes hitting people randomly. But most of the time, she listened, so they took her out to sea. Hearing this, The big brother, who initially wanted to hurt Shirxia, hesitated. He was afraid she might hurt him without thinking. Anyway, she had no brains, and mining also needed strength. Might as well take her along. Shirxia gained the privilege of free passage this way. Not only that, she sat at the same table as the big brother during meals, happily listening to the translator praise her with exaggerated compliments. The translator was almost overwhelmed by the flattery. He thought he was very good at flattering others, but he didn't realize there were always people better than him. He still had a long way to go. The key was how this girl managed to look so sincere. Didn't you see that the usually stern older brother was smiling so much that his mouth almost split open because of Shirxia? In the end, even the translations were pushed into the corner. He watched helplessly as Shirxia exaggerated, while the older brother opposite just listened blindly. Clearly, they weren't speaking the same language, but they still managed to communicate.
This. How can they argue about that?
After Shirxia, innocent and honest, promised she would bring 6 uncles to follow the older brother and work well, the other 6 crew members also ate, drank water, and went to the bathroom. Besides needing to tie some ropes, everything else was quite good. The boat continued moving and finally approached a certain shore. They landed at night. It was dark and quiet, very black. A group of people sneaked ashore. Thanks to Shirxia's clever actions, the Chinese fishermen they brought along were very obedient, didn't waste any time, and quickly got on land. After landing, everyone started walking. They walked for over 2 hours and arrived at a camp with armed guards, bamboo houses, and a lookout tower. Take them to mine, the older brother waved his hand, and someone came to lead Shirxia and her group away. Shirxia pretended to be silly and waved to the older brother, saying, "Big brother, I will work hard and not embarrass you." The 7 of them were taken to the mining area. Even though it was night, torches lit up the place, and they could see shadows of people digging with mechanical tools. It wasn't a deep underground mine as Shirxia imagined, but a gravel mine. "Third brother is here. Are these new people?" "The people are in your hands. Don't touch that woman." She came back with the second in command. The miner boss who came to pick up Shirxia understood immediately and handed a box of cigarettes to the person calling himself Third Brother. "Thanks, Third Brother. Let's go." Third Brother left, and the miner boss came over, first glancing at Shirxia, feeling a bit confused. Since she came back with the second in command, why was she still mining? But since he couldn't understand, he decided not to think about it. Knowing too much here wasn't a good thing. "Listen carefully. Work hard here. You'll get 2 meals a day. If you don't work well, you won't get a single meal. Many have died of hunger or been beaten here. It doesn't matter if a few more die. If there's no one, just catch more. It's not hard." The miner boss threatened straight away, and Shirxia nodded repeatedly as she listened. "Good words, boss." The mining leader looked at Shirxia with a frown and continued, "The most important rule is that all mined ore must be handed in. Anyone caught hiding or will not have an easy time dying." Next, Shirxia finally understood what kind of mineral it was. A ruby. Though a bit disappointed, since she was already here, it would be rude to leave empty-handed. Plus, the weapons and equipment here are quite good, and there are several large ships on the shore she liked. "Chow Ping, once you go in, just work hard. In less than a week, I will definitely bring you back." "Okay, Shirxia, be careful." "Yes, you too, be careful." The 6 fishermen trusted Shirxia completely, which made her feel warm inside. "All right, I'll share some rubies with you later." She really is a kind person. And so, Shirxia began her life of mining. Mining rubies involved smashing the gravel, washing it, and picking out the stones based on luck. Since water was needed, the entire mining area had water channels, making everything wet and convenient for Shirxia's abilities to work. In less than an hour, Shirxia found a ruby the size of a fist. She handed over the ruby she had found. The mining leader was shocked to see such a large ruby. After that, every hour, Shirxia would find something new. After a few times, the mining leader was numb. Was this girl really lucky? By dawn, the people who came to collect rubies arrived. Seeing the large pieces of rubies, they couldn't stay calm. "Are these From our mine?
Yes.
The leader then explained Shirxia's ruby mining, and the visitors curiously went to see. And when they looked, Shirxia had just found another ruby. That's right, she worked so hard. Since she was mining for herself, it meant others were getting the leftovers for free. With this mindset, Shirxia was very happy mining. In one day, Shirxia efficiently mined rubies, and everyone from the miners to the managers knew about it. That night, Shirxia went to the boss's tent for a meal. The boss was a one-eyed man. That day, the second-in-command was the one who caught people, and both were there, along with the translator. Big brother. I knew you wouldn't forget, little sister. Big brother, I finally see you. Shirxia was very happy to see the second-in-command and sat right next to him. The boss was not very pleased. As the leader, having subordinates more popular than him was not a good sign. Cough cough, I'm not the boss. This one is the boss. Even if the second-in-command has some thoughts in his heart, he can't show them now. He quickly introduces Shirxia. Silly girl Shirxia never hides her feelings and reluctantly calls him Big Brother. The one-eyed Big Brother looks even less pleased, but he still asks about the ruby. I heard you dug up a lot of rubies? Yeah. My older brother said I'm strong, so I should work hard. He promised to keep me rich and famous. No, Big Brother, I was just joking. She's not very smart, just straightforward. The second-in-command quickly explains in their language. Shirxia listens with a happy, silly look, pretending to be innocent. The one-eyed Big Brother raises his glass and says casually, You're overthinking, brother. I never doubt you. Come on, let's drink. They start drinking. Shirxia laughs carefree, while the translator lowers his head, pretending not to notice. During the meal, the Big Brother asks Shirxia why she is so accurate in finding things. Shirxia pretends to be clueless and asks, Is it just about digging for rubies? Do I need other stones? Of course not. The one-eyed Big Brother seems to understand now. Reasoning with a fool doesn't work. He simply promises that as long as Shirxia can keep finding rubies, she can eat well, sleep well, and even make money to become very rich. Really? That's great. I've always wanted to be rich and famous. From now on, you two are my big rich brothers and big famous brothers. Shirxia drinks boldly and successfully makes the first and second-in-command drunk. The meal ends here. Shirxia leaves and gets a private room to stay in. While using the toilet, Shirxia smoothly blocks the translator coming out of the toilet and greets him with a smile. Hi, let's talk. The translator looks unhappy. He doesn't want to talk. He feels like it might lead to trouble. This girl's clear eyes don't look like she's foolish at all. Up to this point, he still doesn't understand. She's deliberately pretending. Hee, I'm a bit tired. The translator pretends to be clueless. Shirxia chuckles, jumps down from the tree, and unknowingly makes a slingshot with a stick. Watch this, whoosh. A stone shoots out and hits a rock, but it keeps going. It passes through. The translator swallows hard, forcing a smile, and says, Actually, I'm not that tired. I can endure it. Brother, you're smart, Shirxia says cheerfully, walking further away with the translator following behind, a little more remote. On the way, the translator keeps thinking, what is she planning to do? He probably wants to run away. He offers a route.
Heroine, I really know a small path.
I'll tell you when to leave. No need to tell me. Leave? I haven't become rich and powerful yet. If I leave now, it would be a waste. When Shirxia spoke, the translator instinctively covered his ears. He couldn't listen. He knew it would be dangerous.
Stop with that.
I plan to take down this stronghold. Do you think you can help in any way? The translator no longer pretended to be naive, his eyes shining as he looked at Shirxia. I admit you're strong, but they have guns. Even if you can fight stones, it won't help. Not to mention taking over here. That's simply impossible. Shirxia didn't argue. He simply asked, Are you from Huaxia? Yes, the translator admitted, still trying to advise Shirxia. I could become the second-in-command tomorrow. If I do, would you be willing to cooperate? The translator was completely stunned. You just arrived today, and tomorrow you'll be second-in-command.
He
was speechless. Xia beckoned to the translator and said, I think the second-in-command doesn't really want to stay under the one-eyed boss. You should go find him and suggest that he sees my strength and looks and secretly offer me to the boss. Then I can make a move to eliminate the big boss, and he can become the leader naturally. As for me, although I may be simple-minded, I still desire wealth and fame. How about it? Do you want to do it? The translator was completely stunned. Is this plan good? Yes. But is he really willing to take the risk? Xia lightly tapped his finger. I'll give you 20 seconds to think. Let me tell you, tonight the big boss will definitely die. It can only be him or the second-in-command. I plan to let him take the blame. You've already thought this through. Why ask me? Xia shrugged. On the boat, you reminded me, so I owe you a favor. The translator's heart tightened. He hesitated but decided it was too risky. My daughter is in their hands. Xia raised an eyebrow. Leave it to me. I'll get your daughter out. The translator stepped forward excitedly. As long as you get my daughter out, I will do anything you ask. Good. You won't regret it. Xia finished speaking and left. In just a few seconds, his figure disappeared into the woods silently. Not a sound was made. The translator's heart was pounding. Who exactly is she? Could it be? He had a suspicion that the Huaxia side had noticed the fisherman's disappearance and sent someone to investigate. But he didn't know which group it was. He tried to suppress his emotions and returned to his place, waiting. In less than an hour, there was a knock on the door. He opened it. Dad, Xiaolan. The father and daughter almost hugged each other, but Xia interrupted, saying, It's your turn to give advice now. Okay. After settling his daughter, the translator went to find the second-in-command as instructed by Xia. The second-in-command listened to the translator's suggestion and didn't suspect anything because the translator's daughter was under their control. Your plan is pretty good, but about Xia. Boss, Xia isn't very smart. As long as you tell her she can be a high-ranking official, she'll be happy. As for whether she really becomes an official, that's just up to us to decide. The translator's flattering and sneaky smile convinced the second-in-command. All right, let's do it. Go get her. Yes. The translator left, and not long after, Xia returned yawning, listening to the second-in-command's persuasion. Girl, Big Brother is really in trouble. If you help me get rid of the one-eyed man, the position of second-in-command here will be yours in the future. The translator started translating, and Xia became more and more excited. Can I be an official? Definitely. The second-in-command was already planning that once Xia succeeded, he would kill her on the spot to silence her, which would also give him the perfect excuse to avenge the boss, killing two birds with one stone. Ha! He really was the smartest. Everyone's little plans were secretly agreed upon. Late at night, Xia pretended to faint and was taken to the boss's room, where the one-eyed man was. The one-eyed man wasn't a good person. He didn't care about gender and didn't realize Xia was strong. Plus, he was overconfident and lustful, so he accepted her without hesitation. After everyone left, the one-eyed man chuckled and reached out a finger to touch Xia's face. Shoo! A water needle shot into his uninjured eye, then out the back of his head, disappearing without a trace. Is this symmetrical enough now? Xia was inside for less than a minute. The second-in-command, who was about to leave, hadn't gone far when the door to the one-eyed man's room was pushed open. Big Brother, Xia called out in their language. While they were drinking, she had said she wanted to learn it, so she could express her loyalty to the boss. Hearing her call him Big Brother, everyone saw Xia smiling happily in front of the second-in-command. The second-in-command's back hair stood up. He felt something was wrong. Big Brother, the one-eyed man is dead. Can I be the second-in-command now? The translator quickly translated, and the second-in-command's face darkened with anger. Are you crazy? Can this be translated? Pretending to be naive and acting innocent, she said with a sad face, You asked me to translate. Suddenly, everyone focused on the second-in-command, and someone to check out the one-eyed person. Big Brother is dead. This sentence immediately made the situation tense, and the second-in-command faced off against the boss. Don't think that only 2 leaders exist. There are many who want to be the boss. Each one is quite ambitious. I'm going all out, the second-in-command declared. I'm going all out, and a fight broke out. At this moment, Xia showed her brave spirit and quick fighting skills. She protected the second-in-command as they broke through the chaos. When both sides' fighting power was halved, she secretly took action and helped the second-in-command gain control. The second-in-command was amazed by Xia's skill. Seeing many bodies around, he decided that having Xia as his second-in-command was good. At least she is straightforward and easy to manage. Girl, from now on you are the second-in-command. Xia became the second-in-command and used her sharp senses to take charge of the mining operations. The head of the miners looked confused, having just been brought in yesterday as a laborer, and now suddenly Xia was the second-in-command. He couldn't understand how this happened. The first order Xia gave as the new second-in-command was to have everyone eat enough food. Her reason was very reasonable. I only found so many rubies because I was well-fed. I'm too weak to mine rubies otherwise. The new boss trusted Xia because of her bravery last night. He believed that only the girl in the camp truly shared his goals. Listen to the second-in-command, serve the food. Both leaders issued orders, and the miners could only do as told, serve the food. Thus, Xia cheerfully started her life as the second-in-command. 5 days later, the fishing boats from Haisen Island had not returned. Uncle Chow was feeling anxious and worried. At the same time, Director Ma from the commune arrived with a team to inspect Haisen Island, to look into kelp and seaweed issues, and to pass along a message to the brick factory. The brick factory said Xia ordered bricks and tiles, but she didn't pick them up yesterday. I issued the invoice, and I want to ask what's going on. Director Ma looked at the people behind Uncle Chow and asked suspiciously, "Where is Comrade Xia?" Uncle Chow sighed with a bitter smile. She took the fishing team out to sea, going far into the ocean. Director Ma was surprised. Comrade Xia is still with the fishing team? This comrade is really impressive. Uncle Chow chuckled casually. You don't know much. Uncle Chow was worried, but his main job was to protect the rear of Haishan Island. He couldn't do nothing, so he asked Uncle Wen and Aunt Zhang to use the excuse of checking on Wen Cheng'en to visit the troops. It was probably the right time now. Director Ma, let me show you the seaweed seedlings. Yes, I've been wanting to see them for a long time. At the entrance of Haiming Island, the troops' base, Uncle Wen and Aunt Zhang were very worried. Even if Xia was very capable, they still saw her as a child. When Cheng'en happened to be free, when he came out, he saw their worried faces. Dad, Mom, what's wrong? Did something happen? Uncle Wen nodded and shook his head, while Aunt Zhang, more anxious, grabbed Wen Cheng'en.
Cheng'an.
Xia has been at sea for 5 days, and she hasn't come back. Can you talk to your leader and ask if they can help look for her while on patrol? Wen Cheng'en's heart tightened. Something was wrong with Xia. But he believed she was fine. Xia was very skilled in water. She could survive even a tsunami. It wasn't that Wen Cheng'en wasn't worried, but he firmly believed she was safe. Still, he asked for details and immediately reported to Captain Cheng. Captain Cheng frowned and asked, "She didn't cross the boundary, did she?" When Cheng'en firmly replied, "Report to Captain. Comrade Xia is not that kind of person." Captain Cheng looked at him with a look full of disdain. Wen Cheng'en, who would believe that? I believe her. He said he believed, but he had to protect her reputation. Otherwise, all those honors would be meaningless. Captain Cheng looked at Wen Cheng'en with a smile and said, "You're so obedient, even without being married." "Thank you, Captain." Captain Cheng almost tripped over his own words because of this shameless reply. "All right, I'll handle the patrol boat." "Thank you, Captain." When Cheng'en didn't leave, he grinned mischievously at Captain Cheng. "Captain, I'm off today and I volunteer for patrol duty." "All right, I approve." When Cheng'en went to patrol. When Li Daniel heard about it, he insisted on going too. Many soldiers who fought alongside Xia last time also volunteered. All the boats that could set sail in the troop were out. The situation was so serious that Commander Wei was alerted and came over to ask. When he learned it involved Shirxia, he became anxious. That girl is really capable, but the sea is ruthless. It's better to go look for her. At the same time, the temporary research team stationed at the military base also heard the news and became worried. Comrade Shirxia is an external staff member at their research institute and must not get into trouble. Because of Shirxia alone, more ships are appearing on the sea. After searching for a day and night without success, everyone's worries grew. At this moment, Commander Wei received orders to cooperate with a team of people. They chose the best soldiers to that team as they approached a restricted area at night. They had no markings on them, so even if they died abroad, they would be considered anonymous bodies. Wen Qing'an was among them, but he couldn't go ashore and was only responsible for support. Captain Cheng, who had been to the other side before and knew the terrain well, participated in the mission. They aimed to rescue a group of fishermen who had been forcibly taken. In recent months, there had been many cases of fishermen going missing, which drew attention from above. After several investigations, they finalized today's plan. Everyone coordinated. A team of soldiers with painted faces skillfully landed, quickly marched to a meeting point, and joined the lead unit to plan the next step. In a hidden mountain valley. Why does it mean the boss has changed? It means the original one-eyed leader is dead, and the former second-in-command has become the boss. The current second-in-command is. The intelligence officer hesitated, and the team leader gave him a look. Stop hesitating, just say it. The intelligence officer scratched his head and said, It's not that I won't say, but it's a bit strange. The new second-in-command is a Chinese woman. When the phrase Chinese woman was mentioned, Captain Cheng, who was nearby, suddenly thought of Shirxia. Could it be? Is it really impossible? Shirxia is the kind of person who could find a boat just by wandering around. What's wrong with a woman? Even traitors aren't divided by gender. She's not a traitor. The intelligence officer argued she should be one of us because she fed the captured Chinese people and implemented a 6-hour work system. Only working 6 hours, resting the rest of the time. If his identity weren't restricted, he would even be tempted by this job. Moreover, I think we don't need to attack forcefully. As long as we connect with this second-in-command, we can take the stronghold without bloodshed. After sharing this information, everyone waited for the team leader to make a decision. On what basis do you think this Chinese woman will help us? The intelligence officer awkwardly chuckled.
Well,
My identity has been exposed. She told me herself. Captain, don't be angry. She didn't reveal my identity and even saved my fake daughter, Little Lan, who is my true partner. The more the intelligence officer spoke, the more Captain Cheng felt nervous. Someone who doesn't follow the usual rules seems more and more like Shirxia. Also, this girl only joined them a few days ago and has already become the second-in-command. Were they early? Maybe if they had arrived a few days later, she might have become the leader. What's going on with my pride? Just as Captain Cheng was feeling proud, the fake translator, who was actually the intelligence officer, suddenly spoke. She said her name is Shirxia. You can ask the soldiers stationed on Haiming Island to confirm that. Haiming Island garrison? Swish, swish, swish. For the first time in his life, Captain Cheng received such focused attention. Hee.
Well.
Captain Cheng struggled to find words and finally said, Let me organize my thoughts. Comrade Shirxia, I do know her. She has made many contributions, acted bravely, and participated in flood relief efforts. She is a true patriot who loves the party and the people. Say something understandable. The captain suddenly spoke, and Captain Cheng chuckled, saying just 2 words, reliable. Very reliable. I swear on my life and my honor. The leading captain exchanged glances with Captain Cheng, weighing the pros and cons. If it could reduce the casualties of the soldiers, he was willing to risk himself. All right, contact Shirxia. At this point, the initial plan for a direct attack was abandoned. The translator, who was actually the intelligence officer, would lead Captain Cheng and the captain to sneak into the village or near it. They needed to meet Shirxia first, confirm her identity, and then proceed. The three changed clothes and disguised themselves. On the way, the translator gave some precautions. The village doesn't allow strangers in, and the inspections are very strict. We should stop nearby. I will find Xia and have her come out. There are many weapons inside. If our identity is exposed, we should retreat from the southeast tower, where the terrain is complex and good for retreat. My wine, don't spill it. I was able to come out today because Xia let me go buy wine. The three quickly arrived near the village. Wait here. The translator is back. A patrol team with weapons approached. The translator was soaked in sweat. Captain Chung and the captain, carrying their loads, tensed up, ready to fight at any moment. The second-in-command said you should be back with the wine. What a fragrant wine. The patrol team lifted the carrying poles of Captain Chung and the captain, smelling the wine and loudly shouting, the second-in-command must like it. Let's go, hurry up. Quickly adjusting her attitude, she rudely shouted at Commander Chung and the team leader, drop it and get out of here. Commander Chung and the team leader cooperated by bowing and pretending to be afraid, looking simple and harmless. No need, let them carry it in. With the second-in-command here, no one else can get in. Exactly, our second-in-command is mighty and impressive. A group of people chattered happily. The team leader and Commander Chung could understand some words, though not fully, but the translation was perfect, so they nodded in agreement. That's right. In 5 days, every day was a contest or a fight. The villagers, from wolf dogs to strong men, all were beaten into submission by Xia. And so, Commander Chung and the team entered what was called the hardest village to get into. They secretly looked at the translator. Hard. Not at all. The translator also felt bitter inside. It used to be really difficult. But Xia was amazing. In just 5 days, she changed the village completely. The group continued walking. After more than half an hour, they reached the village gate. Brothers are back. Bought some wine? Great. The second-in-command has been waiting for this. Tonight, we can finally drink and eat meat freely. Bonfire party. The group chatted happily. When Commander Chung and the team leader entered, they almost thought they had come to the wrong place. Wasn't the patrol orderly and neat? And the children learning to read? Wasn't that a bit out of place? And the cooking fire? Wasn't that a bit too rustic? The scene looked wild and fierce, almost hateful. How did such a peaceful, secluded place come to be? Commander Chung and the team leader had many questions, but unfortunately, it wasn't the right time to ask. The translator is back. Second-in-command is waiting for the wine. Hurry and take it to her. Got it. The translator led Commander Chung and the team leader to a small bamboo house, surrounded by a charming fence with white and purple flowers swaying in the breeze, filling the air with fragrance. Under a big tree, on a luxurious reclining chair, Xia sat with a beautiful young woman massaging her shoulders on the left and a beautiful woman feeding grapes on the right. So comfortable. Seeing this scene, Commander Chung lowered his head, his mind filled with thoughts. It has to be you, Xia. If someone else were in her place, it would be ridiculous. But with Xia, it just made sense. The team leader had a feeling that the person lying in the chair was the second-in-command because she looked like she owned the entire territory. No matter how he looked at her, he couldn't figure out how Xia managed to become the second-in-command. Second-in-command. The wine is here. He naturally and flatteringly took the fan from someone else's hand and gently fanned the cool breeze towards Xia. Xia raised a hand, and everyone around dispersed. Commander Cheng's eyes twitched wildly. This attitude. Does Xia really not want to leave? After a few minutes, everyone had gone, and Xia stared intently at Commander Cheng, nodding with an evaluative look. Where is this fake beard made from? An unrelated question caught Commander Cheng off guard. Recognizing Xia, he wasn't surprised. Bring in the wine. Xia lazily stood up, with the translator following closely behind. The captain and Commander Chung, still mindful of their roles, carried the wine into the room. When will the operation start? How should I cooperate? Xia asked directly. The captain was not one to delay. He had already learned from Commander Chung that this was truly Shirxia. Our task is to rescue the Chinese fishermen. 137 fishermen. Tonight at 10 p.m. at the southeast sunset spot. You will support. All 137 can be taken away. The captain frowned. How will you ensure the safety of all 137? How will you leave quietly? Shirxia shrugged. I'm the second in command. Do I need to explain why I take some people out? The translator, slightly confused, spoke up. The big boss. Shirxia turned his head. Oh, forgot to tell you. The big boss's wife just had a big, chubby baby. The big boss was so happy he had a from joy and couldn't speak. He's lying in bed now. The translator didn't believe a word. Why is the big boss so happy? It would be better to keep things under control. Exactly, Shirxia and the translator echoed each other. Commander Ching looked up at the sky. This pride was not suitable to show now. The captain also didn't believe it but had no good feelings toward the big boss, who was known for his violence and evil deeds. Even if the big boss falls, isn't this plan a bit too hasty? Shirxia shook his head. Plans change quickly. The big boss might fall just like that. The captain couldn't fully trust him. He prepared two plans. If Shirxia's plan failed, he would attack forcefully. The captain and Commander Ching couldn't stay long and left first. That night, the village held a bonfire party. According to the second in command, they were doing it to boost the big boss's morale. That night, Shirxia used the sedative provided by Old Master Su in the wine. The method wasn't very original, but as long as it worked, most people in the village, almost everyone, were stunned by Shirxia. Several women who had been captured were given a chance by Shirxia. Those who wanted to stay could drink until they were drunk. Those who didn't want to stay could leave immediately. She personally handed each departing woman a red gemstone. All the women chose to leave. Shirxia kept her word and gave each person a red gemstone. Our ancestors in China said, having treasures can bring trouble. I am giving you a free lesson in life. Don't trust the people around you blindly. After you leave this village, the people around you will try to take your gemstones. They won't hesitate to kill to get them. So, take care of yourselves. From now on, one person will leave every 5 minutes. Shirxia said this, and her partner Xiaolon, pretending to be her daughter, went to supervise. After the women left, all the Chinese fishermen also arrived, holding weapons they had found. Chao Ping was the leader among them. During these 5 days, Shirxia only gave him one task, to contact all the Chinese fishermen. Chao Ping did well, even becoming a little addicted to it. Sure enough, every man has a dream of becoming an official. Boss, we're here. Chao Ping led a large group of fishermen, all well-fed and strong after 5 days. They looked fierce, with many glaring angrily at the people lying on the ground. Shirxia nodded and looked at the gathered fishermen. You have 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, we will leave. I will only say this once. Listen carefully. If you return safely to China today, you will have decades of life ahead. Think carefully about what you're doing today. Can you live without caring about it for decades? I know you want revenge. I won't stop you. Just a reminder, revenge is a moment of impulse. After that impulse passes, you'll carry this burden for decades. Think it over. You have 5 minutes. Shirxia led Chao Ping and 4 others out of the village, giving them 5 minutes, as she said. After 5 minutes, everyone was outside. Shirxia didn't look back at all. 137 fishermen, carrying weapons, food, and red gemstones they had taken from the village, marched together toward the sunset. At the prearranged meeting point, the scout from her team saw more than 100 fully armed people approaching. He almost thought they had been betrayed, fearing the others had come to attack with the village's firepower. Just as he was about to go back and report, Shirxia noticed him. The man with paint on his face couldn't believe it for a moment. Had he been so poorly hidden? Don't hide anymore. Go back and tell your captain that I've brought out the people, taken the weapons from the village, and even found a red gemstone along the way. Following the principle of finding, Shirxia led a group of people to the fallen mountain. The squad leader and Captain Chung hurried over to confirm their identities with the fishermen, holding a list in their hands. After confirming, the fishermen followed the others onto the boat, ready to leave. There were several boats parked here, including one from Hasan Island. Of course, there were other fishermen's boats too, but the ones originally seized had been dismantled or sold. The boat from Hasan Island was still intact because not enough time had passed to sell it. Shirxia had managed to get on board. Shirxia handed over some red gemstones, pointing at a few boxes, and said, "I found these. Please submit them to the captain and mention my name." The captain said meaningfully, "Don't worry, your name will be mentioned many times." "That's good. Just give me a commendation or some recognition as an outstanding individual. I will obey the organization's arrangements." The captain chuckled and looked at the 6 boxes of gemstones but said nothing. After the handover, Shirxia and the fishermen from Hasan Island boarded their own fishing boat. "Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot." Other fishermen turned to thank Shirxia, some even kowtowed in gratitude. Shirxia stood at the bow, the bright red torch illuminating her face just right. "We're fellow fishermen, brothers. As long as we go out to sea, we're family. If a brother is in trouble, I'd die for him." Shirxia spoke passionately over the microphone, and the fishermen expressed heartfelt thanks. What a good person. A truly good person. Alone, venturing into danger to save them from water and fire. Such a kind-hearted person. The captain watched the scene and tapped Captain Chung, asking if this were ancient times, she'd be a ruler or a king. Captain Chung chuckled. "This isn't ancient times. Comrade Shirxia is very law-abiding, honest, and always returns what she finds. Do you think that's all?" "Of course." If you don't believe it, Captain Chung didn't say more. His own child was protected by her.
Ha ha ha.
The captain stopped talking and didn't think Shirxia was in the wrong, just that she was too dangerous and hard to control. After a few more words, Captain Chung boarded Shirxia's fishing boat, and a few other boats left the shore. Once on the boat, Shirxia completely relaxed. She found her spot, lay down lazily, and let everything be taken care of. Not long after the boat set sail, she saw Wen Qing'an and others coming to meet them. However, Shirxia was asleep and unaware. As dawn approached, the boat finally entered Chinese waters, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, they didn't encounter any patrol ships from other countries. Otherwise, there would have been more trouble. At this moment, Shirxia saw Wen Qing'an. But he was on a mission, so she didn't bother him. Sometimes she wanted to speak, but now wasn't the right time, as speaking might make Wen Qing'an seem unprofessional. Their eyes met, and Wen Qing'an silently said 3 words. "I believe you." Shirxia's lips and eyes both lit up with a smile. Of course. The number of boats decreased as they traveled, and fishing boats headed back in different directions, all thanking Shirxia. She waved in return, and Wen Qing'an and the soldiers finished their task and relaxed. After relaxing, they started joking. "Wen Qing'an, how does it feel to have such a powerful partner?" Wen Qing'an looked at her gently, full of pride. "My partner, you can envy all you want, but it won't help. You're really clueless about shame. Say, if you two get married, who would be the boss?" Wen Qing'an replied without hesitation, "Of course, Shirxia makes the decisions." "Oh, come on, you're a grown man. Can't you be a bit more impressive? You're embarrassing us men." Wen Qing'an didn't care about their teasing at all. "You guys don't understand. There's no winning or losing in love." His philosophical remark was quickly shut down by his companions. "Beat him up, he's shameless." On the boat, Shirxia watched the lively scene below, hearing Wen Qing'an's words. "This guy, is his acting really that good? It looks a bit too real. What's going on?" Shirxia never avoided the truth. Since she thought of this, she continued to ponder more deeply. If her pretend partner wasn't Wen Qing'an, could she accept him? The answer was probably not. With doubts and uncertainty, Shirxia decided to think more. She could easily say she was married and act the part, but if the other person showed real feelings, she wouldn't be able to do the same. It felt unfair. Wen Qing'an was on another boat and could see Shirxia sitting on the deck. He knew she could hear him. There was fear, anxiety, and anticipation. Wen Cheng'en also wanted to slowly become the only man by Xia's side, like boiling a frog in warm water. The longer the time passes, the more he understands a certain truth. This person is Xia. If she doesn't like someone, she won't invest her feelings just by being with them. Since that's the case, let's take a big risk. Wen Cheng'en, not hiding his strong emotions, was noticed by Xia, who tilted her head. Wen Cheng'en smiled broadly. You're a clever fool. Xia turned her head back and continued to lie down. After the boat traveled a bit further, Xia suddenly sat up and shouted, "Slow down." Chao Ping, quicker than his mind, slowed his speed, waiting for Xia's next command. Fishing gun. As Xia stood up, the remaining 5 people on the fishing boat came over with fishing guns, lining up. The fishing guns are similar to ancient warfare guns, but smaller, thinner, and shorter, with one end sharp and the other connected to a rope. Xia didn't need to look back. She simply took the fishing gun, gently raised it, and stared at the sea. Whoosh! The fishing gun shot out with a gust of wind, and the soldiers on the boat instinctively dodged, except Wen Cheng'en and Li Daniu, who stayed still. Wen Cheng'en thought, Xia shot at me because there must be enemies behind me. Even if she doesn't like me, she wouldn't really hurt me. That's his confidence. As for Li Daniu, boss is so handsome. He had no other thoughts. The fishing gun was fired at high speed, and the rope was carried out about 10 meters away. When the rope slackened, the 5 fishermen immediately coordinated to pull. Pull hard. With great effort, a struggling yellowfin tuna was pulled out of the sea. After witnessing this, the officers and soldiers, including Commander Chung, were very impressed. This fish is so fat. Of course, they also envied the accuracy. The first yellowfin tuna was pulled on board. After the fish was brought up, the 5 fishermen split into 2 groups in an orderly manner. One group assisted Xia, and the other handled the tuna. Fresh tuna tastes the best. After catching it, they need to bleed and cool it to reduce acidity. Bleeding is done by injecting seawater into the fish's gills until there's almost no blood. Cooling is done by placing the fish in cold seawater without ice to preserve it. At this moment, Xia already had another fishing gun in her hand and turned back to say, "All processed. We'll eat it when we go back today. Tonight, the whole village will have a bonfire party. Eat to your heart's content." Okay. Eat to your heart's content. On the same boat, Commander Ching looked at the honest fishermen and felt like they all carried a bit of roughness. He looked at Xia. The boss is here. Xia doesn't care what others think. She hasn't broken any laws and often does good deeds, even making herself a bunch of protective charms. She enjoys herself and doesn't mind. Next, Xia goes fishing with the fishermen and Chao Ping drives the boat. Li Daniu and Wen Cheng'en see this and immediately offer to help, and Commander Ching naturally agrees. By the end, Xia has caught so many tuna that she can't count them all. She also has time to help the troops catch quite a few. But that's not all. Since there's a bonfire party, the small amount of food isn't enough for everyone. On the vast sea, 3 boats drift along. The people on board lean on the railings, looking down. Why haven't they come up yet? They should be close. What do you think they'll catch this time? I like those big lobsters. Order some dishes, whatever they catch, we eat. Suddenly, Wen Cheng'en is the first to come up, holding a big lobster in a cage. Wow, I've never seen a blue lobster before. But in the next second, the blue lobster is gone. This one belongs to Xia, Wen Cheng'en says, taking it without any hesitation. The little soldier blinks, feeling like he has no say in the matter. Soon after, Xia also comes up, her net full of small scallops about the size of a small lid. Commander Ching sees such big scallops for the first time and asks as he watches her pour them out, "Did you just scoop up a whole pot of them?" "They should be thankful," Xia replies. "I reunited their family." Commander Ching looks up, struggling to speak. "It's always you." On the way back, the boats often stop, all at Xia's request. When asked why, she simply says she feels there are good catches in this area. When asked how she knows, she just says she feels it. What else can they ask? The little soldiers envy her and jokingly call her Sixth Sense. After being soldiers for a long time, they develop a sixth sense about danger or crime. Shurxia's sense of the sea is just a bit more accurate. As for the fishermen, there's no need to say much. Now, when Shurxia says there's a moon in the sea, they believe her. They fish and stop many times, and finally, the ships return to Haiming Island the next morning. Shurxia gets off the boat and calls Wen Cheng'en away. The others look at each other, hesitant to call out because the female comrade might feel shy. They all feel they've missed out on so much fish. Meanwhile, Wen Cheng'en is very nervous. Shurxia notices and suddenly smiles. "Do you really like me?" "Yes," he replies. With that, Wen Cheng'en stands straight and tall like a young poplar tree. "Are you sure it's not just because I saved you and helped you that you feel grateful?" she asks. Wen Cheng'en shakes his head. "I don't know if it's because of this, but I don't resist the idea because I firmly believe that this person must be you, irreplaceable." Shurxia blinked, still feeling some waves in her heart. "Wen Cheng'en, I will think about it carefully." "Thank you." After saluting, Wen Cheng'en foolishly lowered his hand. He was happy not to be rejected outright, which meant Shurxia still saw him differently. Shurxia is someone who doesn't tolerate people she dislikes. "Go back now, goodbye." "Okay." Wen Cheng'en smiled foolishly, looking back at Shurxia every few steps. As he reached his comrade, he was laughed at by others who were watching the show. To him, those looks were proof of when he and Shurxia started their relationship. "Good brother. What are you talking about? We're just laughing at you. Is this guy silly?" Just by looking at Shurxia, you can tell he's not very smart. Shurxia didn't look foolish. She simply boarded the boat back to Haisen Island. Big things would be discussed tomorrow. Today, she wanted to enjoy the bonfire party and have some fun. On Haisen Island, the Shurxia boat started humming as it set sail. Before reaching the island, everyone there had already gathered. No wonder. Old Turtle Lu and Little Eagle had returned first. The children saw first, and then shouted in the village, "Shurxia is back. Big sister Shurxia is back." Shurxia's return became the happiest news for the islanders of Haisen Island. Uncle Chow, Uncle Wen, Auntie, and Grandpa Shur all stood at the front, stretching their necks to look. When they saw the shadow of the big ship, their hearts fluttered with mixed feelings. "Uncle Chow, I knew Shurxia was fine. Why were you all worried?" "Uncle Wen, I wasn't worried. I've watched the kid grow up. How could I not know?" Andy rolled her eyes at them and said softly, "I don't know who told me to find Ching'en." Grandpa sure didn't hear and just watched the three of them open their mouths and cheer. "My granddaughter is back." Shurxia was already on the ship's bow, waving to the villagers, elders, and family on the shore. "Comrades, I return victorious." As the big ship docked, the ferry raft was lowered, and Shurxia and her companions disembarked. "Why did you take so long to come back? Was everything smooth?" "Yes, everything went well, just a bit farther than expected." "Right, nothing at all. We caught a lot of tuna." Shurxia said, "Tonight there will be a bonfire party in our village and we'll eat fish together." Chao Ping kept the secret about being captured and shared another message directly. "Really? Oh, I'm going to have dinner tonight."
Haha, I haven't eaten yet.
"I need to eat more." The bonfire is lit. The children heard the voice and ran happily, soon forming a big group. They ran all over the village, shouting and calling out, and before long, the whole village knew. It's the knowledge youth point. They are not familiar with the villagers, so they didn't go to pick up Shurxia. Chung Ching-min wanted to go, but he was too tired. When Shurxia managed the school alone, it seemed relaxed and pleasant, just sunbathing every day. But here, it's a different scene. Kids talking in class, not paying attention, being mischievous, chattering nonstop, asking questions, such noise. It made him want to stick his hand into his head, find the most itchy spot, and scratch hard. Eventually, he just gave up and mixed everything up, making his brain evenly scrambled. In just 10 days, Ching Ching-min had gained several new wrinkles. She's capable enough, just going out to fish. What's there to show off? Gua Yunyan was still upset that Shixia refused to help her find a match, tapping the dirt off her shoe, expressing her dissatisfaction.
It's
nothing special. Still just a country girl. Li Yafeng had recently started hanging out with Gua Yunyan, and both of them were quite unhappy with Shixia's popularity. Jiayu, who was silent nearby, heard this but didn't say anything. There were only two boys, Cheng Qingmin and honest, simple Zhang Jian. Cheng Qingmin frowned, looking at Gua Yunyan and Li Yafeng. I advise you two not to bother comrade Shixia. Li Yafeng, don't go crazy. Shixia has a partner. I haven't changed my mind, but it's a bad idea to provoke Shixia on Haisen Island. Cheng Qingmin's attitude was firm. After taking care of schoolwork, Li Yafeng listened a little more obediently. Seeing Li Yafeng silent, Gua Yunyan pouted and stopped talking. Shall we go to the bonfire party? Zhang Jian asked, and everyone looked at Cheng Qingmin. I'll go. You all decide. Cheng Qingmin knew there would be many more years here. Who knew when he could return to the city? It was important to build good relationships with the locals. Also, he wanted to persuade the principal to come back to work soon. He just couldn't take it anymore. On the seaside of Haisen Island, because of Shixia's words, more than 10 bonfires were lit, and over 100 torches burned brightly. The islanders moved tables, brought chairs, and found stones. They grilled fish, pickled it raw, sliced it, and brought out every edible way to enjoy fish. Uncle Chow even took out his treasured eru and played one tune after another. Although the instruments didn't match well, the lively atmosphere couldn't be stopped. Shixia even brought down drinks from the boat. Uncle Chow was puzzled. Where did the alcohol come from? But clearly, this wasn't the right time to ask. Uncle Chow stood up holding his drink. Everyone, men and women, children and elders, comrades, let's toast to Shixia.
cheers.
Cheers to Shixia. Cheers to Shixia. Shixia was unreserved, standing on a big rock, holding a jar of wine. Feel free, I'll drink first. With one hand, Shixia tilted his jar and drank loudly. Brave and bold, the bonfire shining, waves crashing on the shore. This kind of mood is enough to get anyone excited. Children held bowls of water, drinking one after another. They drank, ate seafood, and grilled pancakes. Music started, and dancing followed. Everyone danced regardless of skill. If you danced, I danced, forgetting all worries. When the educated youth arrived, it was just such a joyful scene. Cheng Qingmin joined without hesitation, bringing a mouth, trying to match Uncle Chow's eru and the big drum of the accountant. Under the playful music, people relaxed and let loose. This kind of freedom was brought by Shixia. The bonfire party lasted past midnight. A group of men and women, tipsy and loud, joked and blushed with playful words. What started as fun turned into something more daring, but Shixia wasn't afraid at all. She was even more impressive. The alcohol was almost waking everyone up. After midnight, everyone packed up and the party ended. The leftovers were divided and taken home. Shixia, smelling of alcohol, went home. Auntie and Su Danhong followed her, but she didn't need their help. Old Master Su shook his head, worried that Shixia might fall into a ditch, but she wasn't even drunk. Old Master Su hummed a little tune, thinking that life like this wasn't so bad. The biggest advantage of Hasan Island was having Shixia as the backbone. Never underestimate the power of one person's unity. Without her, this island would just be a poor, backward place. Sometimes, Shixia gives Hasan Island a soul. Finally, Shixia reached home and went to wash up. When she returned, Su Danhong had already laid out the bedding. Danhong is really good. That's because Sister Shixia is good too. Oh, you're sweet-talking now. Shixia teased, went to bed, and Su Danhong slept on a small bed nearby. Before closing her eyes, Shixia thought about building a house tomorrow. An hour later, Su Danhong let out a soft snore. In the dark night, Shixia opened her eyes quietly, got up silently, and left. The old sea turtle and the little eagle in the yard also quietly left. One person and two animals went to the seaside. Shixia went into the sea. After more than half an hour, she had a damp little bag in her hand. This was the rubies she brought back to share with everyone. As for the rest, some was handed over honestly, and the remaining part she told the old sea turtle to take away first, hiding it in the cave of old Turtle 6. Around 2 a.m., Shirxia appeared at Uncle Chow's door. Uncle Chow, who had been waiting in the bathroom, secretly raised his hand and whispered, "I'm here. Here I am." Uncle Chow's guilty voice made Shirxia want to laugh, and she really did laugh. "Can't we choose a better place?" Uncle Chow came out of the bathroom, looking resentful, and said, "Besides the bathroom wall, where else can I hide?" "That's true. Where shall we talk?" Uncle Chow pointed east with one finger. Shirxia nodded. Uncle Chow tiptoed ahead, walking cautiously all the way. "Relax, it's okay. Be careful. The village now has educated youths. Be cautious." "Yes, but the educated youths are easy to handle. As long as you don't give them proof, they can't go back to the city."
Unso cao stay up sudenly.
Right. How did I forget about this? It's okay. Threatening people becomes second nature after doing it many times. Uncle Chow silently looked back. "Got it, I'll remember." Shirxia silently smiled and followed Uncle Chow to a cave in the east of the village. There were others inside the cave. Chow Ping, the 5 others who went out to sea, Accountant Su, the village's wooden boat captain, and 3 uncles from the clan. Shirxia asked Chow Ping to send a message to a few people. She had something to give everyone. "Shirxia is here. Shirxia, sit here." Inside, regardless of age, everyone stood up. "Sit down, don't be so polite. Finish quickly and go back. Don't attract attention." Shirxia's words made sense. Everyone sat down, leaning their heads forward, all looking in Shirxia's direction.
Just this.
With a bang, a bag of jingling, clattering items was thrown into the crowd. In these days, we were taken by foreigners from overseas to mine. I accidentally became the second in command, cooperating with the Chinese troops, and brought all the fishermen back. Most of the rubies have been handed over. These are what I kept. First, I want to clarify that once these items are shared, you must keep quiet about them outside, and we will hand over all the rubies. To be honest, if anyone betrays me, I won't admit it. My awards are increasing, and as someone with the proper background, I would never make such a mistake. Of course, I also hold grudges. I won't help with fishing anymore, and I can't ask the sea goddess for protection when you go out to sea. Shirxia spoke quickly, and the last part about not asking the sea goddess for help made everyone feel most concerned. "Shirxia, don't worry. This stays with us. Even if we share, it can't be divided among every family. Some people might leak information. I think it's better to convert it into money, and at the end of each year, the village can give everyone a little more, gradually distributing it." Uncle Chow looked at Accountant Su. "Old Su, what do you think? Can we make some changes on the books?" Accountant Su pushed his round glasses and nodded. "Yes, that works. We have seaweed, purple seaweed, and fishing income, so it's doable. The village chief's idea is good. After converting to money, we can buy some livestock, which will also bring an extra income for the village. Yes, buying a few pigs is good. We can slaughter them for the new year." "Exactly. When we worship the sea goddess, we'll have something presentable." Everyone was talking excitedly, quickly agreeing on how to use the rubies. After Shirxia had heard enough, he said, "All right, but we can't sell all of them at once, and it's better not to sell in our county. I'll go fetch bricks and tiles tomorrow, and after I get ashore, I'll ask around before deciding." Shirxia was thinking of checking on Brother Baldy's progress since he has many contacts. "Okay, we all follow Shirxia's plan. Yes, we'll cooperate with you." The first sharing the loot meeting on Haishan Island ended successfully. Shirxia carried a bag of rubies home and hid it in the nest on the big tree where Little Eagle was. If anyone came to check and search, Little Eagle would be the first to fly away with it in its beak. Early the next morning, Shirxia woke up. After hearing some noise, Su Danhong knocked on the door and came in. "Shirxia, how about having stir-fried hollow vegetables, rice porridge, and pancakes for breakfast?" "Hollow vegetables are ready?" "Yes, they grew well." Hearing this, Xia went straight to see. Lush and green, with varying heights, the vibrant, fresh-looking hollow vegetables were growing in a basin. Only the one you planted is doing well. When you eat, just cut some off. In a few days, it will grow taller again. It seems like it can be eaten for a long time. Auntie came back wanting to take some seeds to plant, but they were all soaked and rotten. Not good for growing. Su Danhong said this, and Xia listened. It seems that seeds soaked in special energy grow better. Xia looked at the hollow vegetables in front of her and smiled. This was her future honor. Having too much power can also be a burden. Happy, Xia ate 3 bowls of porridge and 4 pancakes in the morning. Another good day began. She hummed a little tune as she left the house. Not far away, she saw Ching Min walking in circles in the same spot. Teacher Chung, what are you doing? Principal, sure, I'm not doing anything. It's time to start work. Ching Min looked a little nervous and asked, Principal, what classes do you plan to teach today?
I don't plan to teach today.
I'm going out. Ching Min's face immediately fell, and he looked sadly at his hair, which was falling out. What's wrong? Do you have something to do?
Xia asked.
Ching Min forced a smile and shook his head.
No.
I just wanted to say, Principal, you're busy. You're busy. Ching Min turned around and looked like he wanted to cry. The whole school had only him as a teacher. Only him. Only him. Xia watched Ching Min's back and sighed. If you have something to say, just say it.
How would I know if you don't tell me?
Xia had never been a teacher, but when she was one, the children listened very well. So she couldn't imagine how painful Ching Min was feeling now. Xia hummed a little tune as she wandered around the village. When she reached the seaside, she saw Dabai, the white goose that had gone out early to graze with other big geese. At this moment, Dabai was being stopped by a young woman named Gua Yunyun. Gua Yunyun held a few wilted vegetable leaves and waved at Dabai. Dabai, come over and eat something delicious. Dabai didn't move. Come on, it's really tasty. Gua Yunyun tried to tempt Dabai over. When she caught Dabai, she planned to break its leg and then pretend she had saved it. She heard that Xia was very kind to geese. If she said that, how could she refuse to help her? Come over quickly. Gua Yunyun called impatiently. Dabai looked annoyed, lowered its head, and took a few fresh, crispy hollow vegetables from its cloth pouch around its neck. Crunching a few times, the vegetables were gone. Dabai looked at Gua Yunyun and honked loudly, gagaga, gagaga, gagaga. Gua Yunyun couldn't understand the sounds, but she felt like she was being looked down on by a goose. Why could a goose eat fresh vegetables while they had been here so long and only ate yellowed leaves?
Go to.
Gua Yunyun was so angry and embarrassed that she clenched her fists around her neck and rushed toward Dabai. Xia used her special power, but saw Dabai quickly turn and run away, then come back and bite Gua Yunyun's lower back. She preferred to take revenge herself, so Xia let her power fade and watched the scene unfold. Gaga gaga. Gaga gaga gaga. After the angry honking, Dabai made another sound, and dozens of other white geese joined in, flapping their wings and stretching their necks as they surrounded Gua Yunyun. Help, save me. Get away. Get away, beast. Don't bite me. Xia watched happily, her powers protecting the geese. As for Gua Yunyun, she deserved it. She brought it on herself. Within minutes, Gua Yunyun was covered in goose feathers and droppings, crawling out of the flock after being attacked. Oh no, who scared the geese? Now, they won't lay eggs. That's not someone from the youth commune. You're grown up and even kids know not to scare chickens, ducks, or geese. All those geese pecked you. What did you do? Were you trying to steal them? Several women passing by started criticizing Gua Yunyun. They clearly understood. She must have provoked the geese. Bah! Whoever said I provoked the geese? They're bullying people. Come on. Our geese are watched over by Dabai. They avoid the vegetable fields. They don't bully anyone. Our big geese even guard the house. Exactly. That girl is lying. So embarrassing. They're stealing geese, and still have the nerve to be ashamed. I didn't steal any geese. Gui Yunyan spat out the goose feathers at her mouth, couldn't stand the smell on her, and stood up shouting that she hadn't stolen any geese, and then ran away. Shirxia snorted and came out, seeing the women, and said, "Our big geese shouldn't be scared like that. We're missing many eggs."
Exactly.
"I need to go talk to the village head. We work hard in the fields, and now someone's scaring our geese. That's not acceptable. Right? Let's go find the village head." The women went off to find the village chief. At first, Uncle Chow was just listening. These women made mountains out of molehills over small issues. "Shirxia is here too?" When Uncle Chow heard Shirxia was present, his attitude changed immediately. It was clear that Gui Yunyan had bullied Dabai. With Shirxia's protective stance, he knew he had to do something. "Okay, I understand. I will handle this matter seriously." Uncle Chow was also influenced by Shirxia and decided to act quickly. First, he went to the school to find Cheng Qingmin. "Cheng Qingmin, tell Gui Yunyan that she tried to damage the village's property. Punish her by making her clean the toilets in each household. And tell him that this manure is actually good stuff. If she dares to slack off, I will report her properly when I go back to the city." Cheng Qingmin understood. After saying this, Uncle Chow left. Cheng Qingmin was quite annoyed. He couldn't understand why people couldn't just work properly and live well. Why cause trouble? What's their mindset? He thought these people still didn't work hard enough. Meanwhile, as they handled Gui Yunyan's issue, Shirxia also set sail. She was accompanied by Chao Ping and a few fishermen, all helping her with bricks and tiles. On the way, Chao Ping steered the boat, while Shirxia held a fishing rod, fishing from the boat. She caught fish willingly, especially the grouper she liked. Such a good catch, but something fell off. Shirxia looked at the sea, smiled, and whistled. "Fatty." With a splash, Fatty jumped out of the water, excitedly spraying seawater. Unprepared, Shirxia got soaked. She and Fatty exchanged glances, and Fatty, the orca, grinned happily. Shirxia wasn't really angry. A little sun would dry her off soon. "All right, I guess you missed me." Shirxia smiled. Seeing she wasn't mad, Fatty happily splashed around in the water. She played with it for a while, and Fatty even chased the fish school to bump into her fishing hook. One after another, fresh fish were thrown into her bucket. She drank coconut water when thirsty and ate a big bun when hungry. No snacks, but it was still pretty good. She was faster in her boat than a ferry, since she didn't need to get on and off or wait for others. When the boat docked, Shirxia took Chao Ping and others to the brick and tile factory. After showing her permit, they started moving bricks and tiles. "Shirxia, you go handle your business." Chao Ping shooed her away. "Yes, Shirxia, just let us do the work. Why are we not moving if we're not working?" Everyone really didn't want Shirxia to work, and she didn't pretend to insist. Dividing tasks and working together was good. "All right, you guys work first. After you're done, take a walk along the shore. I'll come back after I finish my business." Shirxia left. She headed to Tutu Ge's place. The door was still closed. Had he not come out? It shouldn't be, right? The composer and bald-head brother are not fools. Can they really lose if they team up? "Comrade Shirxia?" Shirxia looked at the man speaking to her and nodded, saying, "You are someone under bald-head brother." Yes, just call me Little Fourth. Brother asked me to stay here. He moved to another place." "All right. Lead the way." Little Fourth led the way ahead, and Shirxia went to another courtyard. He pushed open the door, called out Big Brother, and Shirxia arrived. With a bang, the wooden door was pushed open, and bald-head brother strode out from inside.
"Girl."
Bald-head brother. Come, Little Fourth, go get the canned food and snacks." Little Fourth nodded and left to fetch the treats, canned goods, and snacks, filling a table. Bald-head brother enthusiastically urged Shirxia to eat. "No need to persuade me. I'll take everything away soon." Yes, I'll pack some more for you." Bald-head brother dismissed everyone except himself and Shirxia. "Girl, it's thanks to you. Just a small favor. I'm just passing a message." Bald-head brother shook his head, grateful beyond words. It might have been a small task for Shirxia, but at that moment, who could get in unnoticed and who could avoid all eyes to send information back to the Chu family. Such ability and courage are not common. Bald head brother didn't waste words and simply told Shirxia, "Girl, if you need anything in the future, just look to me. I really do have something." Shirxia took out a red gemstone from her pocket. "I found it. I found quite a few. I was thinking of trading them for supplies or money outside. Do you know anyone who can help?" "Yes. I'll take you there myself." Bald head brother is very loyal, and Shirxia didn't refuse. They agreed that she would come back later, and they would go together. "I'll probably come in a few days. My family is building a house. And the army still expects her to train. Plus, she hasn't found the dragon fragrant incense from before, and the water spinach needs to be reported. Thinking about it, she has quite a few things to do." "Girl, you're building a house? In that case, I'll find someone to make furniture for you. Their craftsmanship is excellent." Shirxia followed Bald Head Brother to find an experienced furniture maker. According to Bald Head Brother, the craftsman's furniture can last for generations. From the east of the county to the west, this is a shanty town. Such a skilled craftsman lives here? He's a bit stubborn. Shirxia rolled her eyes and bluntly said, "I've noticed everyone you know is pretty capable." Yeah, a little. Bald Head Brother also thought about Master Su's situation. Even the strongest isn't as impressive as a girl. Many people have asked old Su to come out of retirement, but he refused. Only you succeeded. Shirxia disagreed. "I don't think there's going to be another flood. If the weather had been better, she might have been able to knock out old Su, but it would have taken some effort." Under a small shelter of less than 10 square meters, the door was just a broken basket. "Master Shan, it's me." An old man, pale and thin, emerged, pushed aside the broken basket, and asked expressionlessly, "Got work?" "Yes. This is Shirxia. She wants to build a complete set of furniture. Her family is building a new house." The old man looked at Shirxia and gave a direct quote. 32 legs for 80, 64 legs for 180, 138 legs for 400. You provide the wood, I provide the labor. You handle the food and drink. I want to take my grandson with me. He won't interfere with the work. If you accept, we start. If not, then no." The old man turned to go into the shelter, where the sound of a young boy coughing could be heard. "What's wrong with your grandson?" The old man stopped, turned back, and looked at Shirxia cautiously. Shirxia ignored him completely. "With these conditions, are you afraid I might harm you or rob you?"
Just answer when I ask.
"Maybe I'm a benefactor, and you don't even realize the opportunity. If I don't ask clearly, how can I allow your grandson to work? What if he passes on something contagious? It's not contagious. He's naturally weak." The old man realized and replied. Shirxia nodded. "When can you start making furniture?" "I live on an island. Can your grandson take a boat?" The old man hesitated, unsure. Shirxia didn't say anything, but her gaze fell on a small object under the shelter. "Is that made by you?" The old man turned around and looked. Following Shirxia's gaze, he picked up a small box from beside the bed. The box could be flipped and changed into different shapes.
"Yes."
Shirxia eagerly reached out, took it in her hand, and examined it carefully. Her craftsmanship. How could someone live in such a place with this skill? She looked at the old man and said decisively, "If you have this skill, I might be able to help you. I have an old Chinese doctor in my family. Besides being as sharp as you, he's pretty good. I can ask him to check on your grandson." The old man was momentarily at a loss. Wasn't he here to find a carpenter? Why was he being asked to look at a sick child? And should he trust this person? What if she was sent by someone from Beijing? "Master Shan, opportunities are really important. The Chinese doctor Shirxia mentioned is Dr. Su, whom you can't get on your own." The old man's pupils suddenly lit up, and all his caution was let go. "Girl, if you can help my grandson get better, I will work for you for free. If I don't have enough money, I will give you all I earn in the future." Shirxia blinked. She actually liked gathering talented people. "You have the skill, so you shouldn't be living in a shed. Are you hiding from someone?" Shirxia suddenly changed the subject. The old man looked at the bald man, who nodded. "Yes, but I swear, we haven't done anything wrong." It's just that the stepmother can't accept the biological children. There's no way around it. Young master is too clever. So clever that it makes that woman afraid. After saying this, the old man suddenly sighed and said, "You should go now. Our crime is with the Een family in Jing City. We don't want to drag you into it. Is the Een family very powerful?" Shixia looked at the bald man, who nodded. "Yes, they are quite powerful." Shixia nodded and responded, "I'll bring old Sue over tomorrow." The old man suddenly looked up, confused, and asked, "Did you hear what I just said?" "Yes, I heard. I mainly like your craftsmanship. Besides, these days, playing the role of a noble matriarch from ancient times is really outdated. It's like you're rushing to die faster. All right, see you tomorrow." Shixia turned and left immediately. The bald man comforted the old man with a glance and followed Shixia. "Girl, I didn't mean for you to get into trouble." "I know. I just like that old man's skills." The bald man didn't explain further, but packed more delicious food for Shixia. As the older brother, he had to care for his sister, although she was very capable. "Bald man, can you help me slaughter a pig? We'll eat it after we kill it. We need it for when the house is finished." "Sure, leave it to me." After saying this, Shixia and the bald man prepared to go back to the boat. As for snacks and treats, the bald man had his men deliver them onto the boat. Shixia walked toward the shore. Lin Sisi came from the opposite side and suddenly braked, stopping right in front of Shixia. Shixia took 2 steps back and pushed away the excited Lin Sisi with a finger. "Comrade Lin, please watch your influence." "Hee, I'm so excited. I haven't seen you in a long time. Is it really necessary?" "Of course. Don't you miss me?" Shixia shook her head frankly. "Honestly, I didn't even think of you." Lin Sisi pretended to look hurt and said softly, "You're really heartless. My mom even gathered ingredients for Buddha jumps over the wall to make it for you. Actually, I do miss you a little." Shixia changed her tone, and Lin Sisi giggled, feeling helpless as she asked, "I think you just want to eat. Is it bad to be very clear?" "It's better when everyone is a bit confused." Lin Sisi was used to Shixia's frankness. Although she said that if something serious happened, she would be the first to step forward. It's a pity. If she were a man, she would definitely marry her. "Shixia, come to my house. My mom and dad would be so happy to see you." "Not today. Our village is launching a boat to help me work, so I have to go back." "What kind of work are you doing?" Shixia explained about building the house, and Lin Sisi was even more excited than her. "Can I come see?" "No, there's no place to stay. But once the new house is finished, you can come." Lin Sisi was very happy. She decided to walk with Shixia, making the most of their time to chat. "So you're coming to town again tomorrow?"
Yes.
"Please tell Andy for me, Lin Sisi." Lin Sisi was instantly amused and promised, "Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll make sure you get to try Buddha jumps over the wall." Shixia already started to look forward to it. As the ships from Haishan Island set sail, Lin Sisi waved goodbye. After saying goodbye, Lin Sisi rode her bike home quickly to tell her mom to get ready. At the Lin family gate, Lin Sisi put down her bike and rushed inside. "Mom, Shixia is coming tomorrow. Do you know Shixia?" A young but steady male voice sounded. Lin Sisi looked toward the sofa, surprised. "Big brother." "Lin Sisi. Who is this Shixia you're talking about?" Lin Sisi hadn't yet recovered from her shock at seeing her unpredictable big brother when she heard him mention Shixia's name, instantly becoming alert. "Why are you asking me that? Who is this Shixia you're talking about?" Lin Song didn't expect his silly little sister to become so clever, but he wondered if the Shixia she mentioned was the same person he knew. "Sisi is back." Lin's mother returned from outside, first noticing Lin Sisi's bicycle. She was puzzled why Lin Sisi hadn't spoken, but as soon as she entered the house, she saw Lin Song sitting on the sofa. Lin Song grinned and called out, "Mom."
Don't call me that.
"I don't deserve it. We're not close." Lin's mother snorted and turned to the kitchen. Feeling helpless, Lin Song quickly got up and gave Lin Sisi a look, signaling her to coax her. Lin Sisi turned proud and aloof. "If I caused it, I'll fix it myself. I don't care." Lin Cece turned her head with a hum and then went to the kitchen. She held her mother's arm softly and said, Xia said she will come tomorrow to eat Buddha jumps over the wall. Really? That's great. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I need to get ready quickly. Her mother looked visibly happy, and Lin Song heard it clearly with his sharp hearing. It's always Xia. He wanted to ask, but thinking about his mother and sister's attitude in the kitchen, he decided to wait and ask his father later. Only his father seems to like him more in this family. Thinking of this, Lin Song immediately smiled happily and went into the kitchen. Mom, can I help you with something? What do you mean, help me? Are you not eating? Perfect, then I won't cook. Anyway, I've been feeding those meals like I'm feeding a dog since I was young. Raising a son is no better than raising a dog. His mother was quite upset, and Lin Song knew he was in the wrong. He learned to be a chef since he was young, wanting to inherit his mother's cooking skills. He learned at the kitchen counter from a young age, but in the end, he joined the army. His mother wasn't unreasonable. She just felt sad that her family's cooking skills would die with her. Plus, Lin Song hadn't been home for years, always worried about her son's safety outside. His mother felt both anxious and awkward. Mom, how about I get you a dog? Get lost. Lin Song was driven out by his mother's words, and Lin Cece happily watched the fun. Mother and daughter laughed happily in the kitchen, while Lin Song sat outside cracking sunflower seeds alone. When his father came back, he was surprised to see Lin Song, an unexpected guest.
Dad.
His father looked at the kitchen and then at Lin Song, understanding what was going on. Did you get scolded?
Yeah.
His father sat down, and Lin Song poured tea for him. They exchanged a few formal words. Still alive, that's good. Yeah, how's your health? Just okay. I almost got burned to death recently, what? Lin Song suddenly stood up, feeling confused. He didn't know what had happened at home. His father waved his hand.
Sit down.
We're not mad at you. Your mother just feels guilty about your grandfather. You're very important to her. I'm sure you know that.
I know, Dad.
Lin Song sat down, his tall figure full of guilt. There was silence between father and son. Lin Song took a deep breath, looked at his father, and asked, Dad, do you know Xia? His father's hand holding the tea paused naturally and said, Yes, I do. I almost died in a big fire. Xia rushed into the fire with a quilt and saved me. Lin Song was surprised. So the fire rescue that Commander Cheng mentioned was actually saving his father. Is there a problem? Mr. Lin asked, and Lin Song shook his head. Xia is a good kid, a good comrade, and has helped our family. Mr. Lin put down his teacup. Lin Song understood what Mr. Lin meant. He didn't want to trouble Xia, just thought he was too dangerous. Dad, I understand. That's good. Xia had already returned to Haisen Island. Most villagers had come, bringing carts with single wheels, double wheels, and people carrying things on their shoulders. A boatload of bricks and tiles was delivered to the site where Xia planned to build his house. The area was large and close to Xia's home, all allocated by Uncle Chow. Uncle Chow also came, bringing skilled builders from the village. Xia, the weather's good today. With so many of us, we can dig the foundation in a few days. Okay, I'll rely on Uncle Chow to watch over it. No problem, do what you need to do. Xia confidently handed over the building project. His family found Old Master Su. Old Master Su was busy drying herbs. Now, villagers often came to him with headaches and colds. He was very effective, and everyone respected him. Is there something? Tomorrow, take me to the mainland to see someone. Old Master Su turned around. You really are handy. First you wanted me to see your grandfather, then your family, then the whole village. Now, I'm being sent outside for consultations? Xia nodded, and more annoyingly said, By the way, no consultation fee. You treat people, and they give me furniture. Old Master Su was speechless again, feeling like he was just a bargaining tool. All right, go quickly. Your eyes look painful. Then you better get some medicine for yourself. Old Master Su's beard puffed with frustration. Xia chuckled, stepped closer and opened his palm. Your sleeping potion is almost gone. Give me some. Are you out? That's enough for hundreds of people. Just once. And it's gone. Once. And it's gone. Old Master Su had nothing to say.
Got it.
Make more next time. Old Master Su waved his hand. This ship of thieves was beyond repair. Xia returned to the next door, gave Old Master Shi a daily massage, then used his powers to soak some seeds, planning to plant a large amount of hollow vegetables, which sounded convincing. The next morning, after waking up, Xia wandered around the village and met Cheng Qingmin again. Cheng Qingmin asked again, and Xia was about to leave, feeling helpless. Principal Shi, when will you be back to work? I'm the principal. I don't even need to teach. Cheng Qingmin blinked. Is that so? Qingmin Cheng left again, returning to face the chattering children. Xia probably knew why Qingmin Cheng came, but she was curious to know when he would speak directly. After a walk and breakfast, Xia went around the house site, energized herself, then took Old Master Su onto the ferry. Once in town, Xia took Old Master Su to the shantytown to have him see a doctor. Old Master Su got a prescription and suggested changing his living place, as this was not suitable for recovering. The mountain old man agreed immediately, saying he was willing to help build houses on the island. Old Master Su gave Xia a look. Satisfied? Xia. Not bad. So, Old Man Shan packed his things to leave, while Xia went to the Lin family to enjoy Buddha jumps over the wall. Early in the morning, the Lin family stove was heating a pot, filling the air with a delicious aroma that spread for miles. Many children drooled with hunger, and the adults ate so eagerly they almost forgot to breathe, biting their chopsticks. When Lin's father left for work in the morning, he was accompanied by several colleagues, all eager to know what delicious food Lin family had cooked. Comrade Shi, who saved me, is coming to see Cici. My wife used all her best ingredients to make Buddha jumps over the wall. That Comrade Shi. He's a good comrade. We should treat him well. This has used up all the good stock my sister-in-law had. My sister-in-law's cooking is really good. Even fried potato strips smell better than ours. Lin's father responded with a smile, and they all went to work together. Xia arrived at the Lin family around 11. As soon as she reached the door, she saw Lin Song doing push-ups. She looked at the sun, and then at Lin Song in his military green vest. 2 words, flashy. She recognized Lin Song at first glance. No wonder, she had a special talent for remembering. Even zombies with no faces she could remember, so Lin Song, just painted with makeup, was easy. Isn't he the captain from the ruby mine? She just didn't know his relationship with the Lin family. Brother, are you crazy? It's noon, Xia. Lin Cici came out and gave Xia an answer. That brother of hers, who was fighting for his life outside in the army. Xia, my mom made Buddha jumps over the wall for you. I can smell it, it's so good. Auntie's cooking is the best. Xia handed the mesh bag she was holding to Lin Cici. What are you doing with that? For Auntie. Next time, make me something delicious. Xia spoke bluntly, and Lin Cici listened happily, seeming a bit silly but pleased. The two of them passed by Lin Song's entire world, as if they had made a firm decision. Lin Song pressed his tongue against his teeth. It's nice, the first time being ignored so completely. When Lin Song entered the house, his mother also came out. As the saying goes, 3 women make a show, and the 3 women sitting together were chatting nonstop about the seafood brought by Xia. Really fresh. Better than what I bought at the market. Auntie, I like to bring you these often. There's plenty by the seaside. That's great. I won't refuse your kindness. Lin's mother carried a mesh bag to the kitchen, planning to prepare a few more dishes for Xia. Lin Cici stayed with Xia, holding a lot of snacks and fruit. She was diligently peeling fruit for Xia. Lin Song stood speechless at the door. He knew the 2 women inside were upset with him. Did they not wonder why he, an adult, suddenly appeared at Lin's house? After waiting a minute, Lin Song decided to make a move. He was here mainly because he hadn't taken a vacation in years and wanted to rest for a couple of days, and also because he wanted to learn more about Xia. This person was dangerous. If he couldn't control her, Lin Song thought she would be very risky. He would do everything to stop any dangerous actions. Hello, I'm Lin Song, Cece's older brother. Shirxia suddenly looked up, glanced at Lin Song, then at Lin Cece. It gave the impression that she was surprised, as if she hadn't realized there was another person here, not a ghost. My older brother, Lin Song. Oh, hello. Shirxia seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, realizing he wasn't a ghost. Lin Song was even more speechless. He simply walked over and sat on the sofa, looking for a chance to talk. Big brother, the two of us girls are talking privately. You shouldn't listen in, right? Lin Cece immediately told him to go away. She knew her brother well. When she was in 5th grade, she liked a little boy, and Lin Song investigated him thoroughly. In middle school, it happened again. Yesterday, when Lin Song asked Shirxia's name, Lin Cece became very alert. Her brother was definitely going to investigate Shirxia, no doubt about it. But she didn't allow him to do that. Shirxia was her friend, and she didn't want to lose her. Lin Song looked into Lin Cece's serious eyes and couldn't continue asking questions, so he got up and left. Lin Cece secretly moved closer to Shirxia. My brother is very nosy. When he asks questions, just ignore him. Okay. At 12:30 p.m., Lin's father came home from work. Today he specially came back for lunch, otherwise he usually ate at the factory. Dad, Shirxia is here. Really? That's great. Comrade Shir, welcome. Father Lin is very warm. He's back, so let's start eating. Mother Lin begins to prepare the meal, and soon everyone is seated at the table. The main dish, Buddha jumps over the wall, is served. Mother Lin fills the first bowl for Shirxia. Father Lin, standing nearby, says it's only right. Cece Lin sweetly adds, it's made just for you. I won't be polite then. This smells so good. It's making me hungry. Everyone is happily chatting. Mom, dinner's ready? Lin Song comes downstairs. Mother Lin feels a bit guilty. She forgot there was still another person at home. You're already grown up, and you didn't come down for dinner? I was about to call you. Mother Lin quickly shifts the blame, as usual. That's just how it is. Lin Song rolls his eyes, thinking he's not even as important as a good dog in this family. He sits down, directly opposite Shirxia. The five start eating. Shirxia ignores Lin Song's gaze. Food is more important than anything else. Comrade Shirxia, where do you live? None of your business. I live on Haisan Island. Shirxia stops Cece Lin from speaking further. Cece Lin snorts, but doesn't say anything more. Lin Song looks at Cece Lin helplessly. Who is the real brother here?
Haisan Island.
It's close to Haiming Island. I have comrades there in the army. Oh. Shirxia responds with an oh, then continues eating. Lin Song tries to keep talking but gets shut down. He persists. Thanks for saving my father. You're welcome, Shirxia replies. His tone suggests your thanks are a bit unnecessary. I heard you rushed into the fire alone and carried someone out. It seems Comrade Shirxia is very strong? Shirxia puts down her bowl with a bang. Comrade Lin Song, no need to hesitate. Just ask what you want directly. Just a man making a fuss. Mainly, you're delaying my meal. Shirxia looks annoyed. Lin Song straightforwardly says, I just want to spar with you, Comrade Shirxia. Is that all? Then why are you wasting time talking? Shirxia touches her bowl, then stands up and points to the yard. Hurry up, don't let my soup get cold. Lin Song feels challenged. He's a squad leader and Shirxia is so confident, if her soup isn't cold, she can beat him. Who does she think she is? They leave immediately. Lin Cece tries to stop him, but their father blocks her. I think your brother might not win. Really? Cece Lin's eyes instantly light up with interest. Serves him right. Every time he has friends over, he always comes to cause trouble. In the yard, Shirxia was too lazy to bother with a fancy stance and simply nodded at Lin Song. Let's begin. Then, I won't hold back. In the Lin family yard, Lin Song took the first move. As he attacked, Shirxia only used one move. She swung her arm downward. Lin Song tried to block, but he couldn't stop her. He wanted to run, but Shirxia's strength was like a small mountain pressing down on him. With a loud sound, Lin Song knelt on the ground. Shirxia withdrew her arm, turned around with her hands behind her back, and went back inside to drink soup. The three members of the Lin family who had just come out looked at Xia walking past, and then at Lin Song kneeling on the ground. Son, you need to exercise more. Otherwise, when you go on missions, your mom and I might not be able to sleep. I thought you were so impressive. Is that all? After circling Lin Song twice, Lin Sisi, happily, went to find Xia. Lin's mother also came over and said with a bit of frustration, "We fed you so many good things when you were little. Where did all that go?" The three Lin family members finished their complaints and left. Lin Song watched them walk away, feeling like he was the only one left to eat. He wasn't really discouraged. Instead, he confirmed his thoughts. Xia is very powerful. Someone so strong is too dangerous. Although Xia handed over the ruby and saved the fisherman, her actions lacked order, and she did things as she pleased. And he could guarantee she didn't give all the rubies, but he had no proof. Lin Song stood up. What should he do about Xia? An hour later, Xia finished eating. Lin's mother handed her a packed lunch. "This is what I saved earlier. Take it home for your grandpa to eat."
Thank you, Auntie.
You're welcome. If you want to eat something else, just tell me. I'll make it for you. Xia nodded in agreement. It would be nice if she brought more seafood next time. Xia, this is your favorite mung bean cake and pumpkin seeds. My mom cooked them with seasoning. They're delicious. Xia took the bag of pumpkin seeds, not sure how long the other person had been saving them. Thanks, I really like them. She was honest and generous, accepting everything openly. Lin Song watched the scene and suddenly had a good idea. He had another purpose for this vacation. His boss asked him to solve a big personal matter. Xia got along so well with his family. If they got married, there would be no conflicts and it wouldn't interfere with his work outside. A harmonious family, and he could keep such a dangerous person like Xia close to watch over her. What a win-win situation. The more Lin Song thought about it, the more he believed the idea was good. Not thinking clearly, he walked over to Xia. "Comrade Xia, my name is Lin Song, battalion commander. My salary is 108.
What do you think of me?"
Xia was stunned. The Lin family trio was also surprised. "Brother, are you crazy?" Xia has a partner. Lin Sisi was the first to speak. Lin Song turned around in surprise. "A partner?"
He really didn't know about that.
"Do you want to marry me?"
Xia asked.
Lin Song felt a bit awkward and said, "I don't know if you have a partner, but I do want to marry you. I think you're very suitable." "We're not suitable." Xia grabbed her things and left. Lin Sisi quickly followed. Lin's mother looked more upset than ever. "Lin Song, is this how I raised you? You think you're very suitable. This is just high-handed charity, not dating, and definitely not looking for a wife. Don't say Xia has a partner. Even if she doesn't, I wouldn't agree. You don't deserve Xia." Lin's mother stormed off angrily. Lin's father thought more deeply and looked at Lin Song. "You knew Xia before, right? Why do you want to get married?" "Dad, sorry, I can't say." Those two words made Lin's father understand a lot. "Lin Song, you're a qualified soldier, but you must understand that this world isn't only black and white. I thought you'd known this long ago. I don't know what Xia has done, but you haven't arrested anyone. Planning to marry her to tie her down means she hasn't done anything harmful to national interests, right? Since that's true, why are you so guarded against someone who's helpful?" Lin Song was speechless. "Think carefully about it." Lin's father turned and left with his hands behind his back. Lin Song stood quietly alone in the living room. Meanwhile, Xia first saw Lin Sisi off. "I'm fine, I just need to go back and handle some things." "Really? Really?" Lin Sisi nodded, her eyes a little anxious. "Xia, I really see you as my best and dearest friend." "I know." Lin Sisi nodded and watched Xia board the boat. Only then did she run back angrily. Xia got on the boat and sat nearby, gazing at the sea in deep thought. The boat passed by High Air Island, High San Island. Xia didn't get off. She had something to do. Old Master Su had to leave the boat with Old Mountain and his grandson, looking worriedly at Xia, who was unusually quiet. Are you okay? Don't worry. I'm not worried about you, Old Master Su said stubbornly, turning back several times. Let's go. I will take you to the Xia family. When she returns, I will arrange a place for you to stay. The ferry continued on to Haiming Island. Xia disembarked. After arriving on Haiming Island, Xia went to the military base to find Wen Qing'an. The guard went to find Wen Qing'an. When Wen Qing'an, who had just finished training, heard that Xia was looking for him, he felt both surprised and scared. He was afraid that Xia might reject him. Anyway, Wen Qing'an didn't delay at all and ran out immediately. It was too hot outside. Xia. Wen Qing'an ran over, naturally raising his hand to block the bright sunlight. Let's go somewhere cooler. Are you thirsty? There's a supply store ahead with orange soda. Xia didn't speak until they reached the shade of a big tree. Wen Qing'an, today a man proposed to me. Hearing this, Wen Qing'an froze completely. He forced himself to think clearly. Even if Xia agreed to someone else, she wouldn't do it just to hurt him. She's not that kind of person. And then, these 3 words showed all of Wen Qing'an's vulnerability and humility. And then I refused. Wen Qing'an's nose tingled, and tears welled up. He didn't care if it was embarrassing for a man to cry. Xia, you scared me to death. Do you know that? I know, Xia said with a smile, suddenly grabbing Wen Qing'an's hand. Wen Qing'an, when someone proposed to me, the only thought in my mind was that if I ever needed a man in my life, that man could only be Wen Qing'an. Wen Qing'an went from crying to feeling his heart stop, with tears still in his pupils, his vision blurred, and his heart numb. Xia, say that again? Xia smiled affectionately, wiping away the tears from Wen Qing'an's eyes with her finger. If I need a man, that man can only be, and must be, Wen Qing'an. Do you understand? Wen Qing'an nodded wildly, afraid that if he delayed in agreeing, Xia might take back her offer. Xia, I promise, I swear with my life, you won't regret this decision. Near the supply store close to the family courtyard on Haiming Island, Xia drank a sweet orange soda, with Wen Qing'an beside her, smiling foolishly with his mouth wide open. Is it hot? Wen Qing'an held a large leaf to fan her, and Xia glanced at him and asked, Are you happy? Very happy. Incredibly happy.
Using idioms now.
Wen Qing'an chuckled softly, sitting next to Xia and continuing to fan himself. I've been studying and recognizing words from the dictionary. Have you finished recognizing the words in your little notebook? Yes, I finished. I kept it safe. Now I'm learning from the dictionary. I promised not to embarrass you. Xia also smiled. It's really nice to have someone who cares about you wholeheartedly. After finishing a bottle of orange soda, Wen Qing'an didn't want to leave, but had to go back. Let's go back. Maybe we'll see each other again in a few days. Okay, I'll wait for you to come see me. Xia didn't reply. She wasn't really coming to see him. Maybe she would surprise him later. Wen Qing'an kept looking back as he headed back to the army. Xia didn't take her boat. Instead, she took a patrol boat to return. When she arrived at Haishan Island, she was friendly with everyone and went straight to the place where they were building a house. They worked very quickly. Almost all the villagers, young and old, came to help. Even at noon, under the hot sun, everyone worked hard. Su Danhong brewed herbal iced tea to prevent everyone from getting too sunstroke. When Xia arrived at the construction site, she didn't rest either. She picked up a shovel and started working with everyone. They worked until evening. Xia urged everyone to go home and come back tomorrow. Before leaving, she gave each person a fish, caught by Turtle Old 6. When she got home, she remembered that Old Mountain and his grandson had come but had nowhere to stay. Old Mountain's grandson was 10 years old, bright-eyed and polite, but his face was pale and very thin. Old Mountain, you should stay at the big team's place for a while. It's better than your old shed, and your grandson needs medicine and exercise. Xia looked at Shan Yuanqing. Can he swim? Shan Yuanqing shook his head, coughing twice, looking a bit like he had asthma and was weak. Xia then looked at old Su. Would learning to swim be good for him? Yes, but it has to be gradual. His body needs to get stronger slowly. Xia understood and told Shan Yuancheng, tomorrow, go to school with Su Danqing. My grandson doesn't need to go to school, Old Mountain started to say, but then looked into Xia's eyes. Su Old was shaking his head in disagreement. Going to school isn't just about learning knowledge. It's also about meeting people. You can't just see others and not talk, right? Old Mountain didn't say more. He knew he hadn't been a good caretaker for the child. He had overlooked many things. All right. Thank you for your help. No trouble at all. You're just doing some work, right? Xia clearly told Old Mountain that she appreciated his skills. I'll do my best. Old Mountain had already started planning the layout and furniture for the new house. In the evening, everyone ate together. More and more people arrived. Although Su Danqing is younger than Shan Yuancheng, she is very good at taking care of others. The two little ones get along very well. They finished eating first, and Su Danqing took Shan Yuancheng to play with Big White. After dinner, Su Danhong did the housework and Xia didn't compete. Without doing anything, Su Danhong might not be able to stay in this home. As it got dark, Xia used a torch to send old Shan and Shan Yuancheng to the village committee office, where there were empty rooms. After sending them off, she looked at the dark night. It should be powered now. So, what can she take out to exchange for electricity? Powering the island is not an easy task, and it's not quite right. Haiming Island already has electricity, but she doesn't know if it's generated locally or supplied from the mainland. Thinking about this, Xia went home to rest. Big problems can wait until tomorrow. The next morning, Xia first worked at the new house for a while. After finishing, she called Uncle Chow away. I want an open space to plant vegetables. Okay. Uncle Chow agreed first, and then asked what she was going to do. Xia honestly told him about planting water spinach. If we succeed, Haiming Island can produce vegetables. Whether for ourselves or supplying the troops, it's good. Plus, with this skill in growing vegetables, do you think it can help us get electricity? Electricity? Uncle Chow really wanted it. Yes, let's grow some first. All right, I'll find someone to dig the trenches. You just focus on the seeds. They split up. Xia's task was simpler. She hadn't eaten the recent batch of water spinach at home, saving the seeds. After sorting out the water spinach, Xia went out to sea again. She first went to Haiming Island to find Commander Chung, who said he could start troop training the next day. Commander Chung was excited when he heard and patted his thigh happily. That's great. Xia pointed in a direction. Commander Chung understood and arrived on time with his troops. Xia, do we also have dolphins?
If you want to, then yes.
Commander Chung, excited like a 3-year-old, went back. If it weren't forbidden, he'd even want to pick out some clothes to meet his destined dolphin partner tomorrow. After leaving Haiming Island, Xia sailed alone to find the whale. She still hadn't found the ambergris. With her supernatural powers and the help of Sea Turtle Old Six, Fatty, and Little Eagle, Xia chased for a while and finally caught up with a whale. The creature was enormous. Xia's small boat in front of her looked like an ant standing before an elephant. On the deep blue sea, today was almost calm with no waves, rare good weather. Xia stood on the boat, waving at the huge creature. Big brother, I'm going inside your belly, please don't eat me, okay? The whale made a puffing sound, and water sprayed out of its blowhole. Xia's special power kept flowing, showing her kindness, but the whale was so big. It ate her power like a snack. She liked it, but it wasn't very exciting. Xia didn't dare to act rashly, so she tried to build a good relationship first. So, she started scraping barnacles off a large whale. From dawn to dusk, then from dusk to dawn again. In the meantime, a young eagle returned to deliver a message, and her family only then realized she was missing. Big brother, I still have to go to work. I can't finish today. I'll do it tomorrow. Xia was about to leave, withdrew her power, and slid down from the whale's back onto the boat. The boat moved, and the whale looked at the tiny boat, tilted its head, dove underwater, and disappeared. Shirxia hurried to help with sea training at Haiming Island, not noticing what was happening behind her. Meanwhile, Commander Chung and the first group of trainees reached the sea surface, explaining that soon reinforcements would arrive for special training, with some surprises. When Chungin saw Commander Cheng's uncontrollable smile and guessed it was Shirxia. Just as everyone was looking forward to it, Shirxia arrived, standing far away to wave. The whale also arrived. In everyone's eyes, Shirxia's small boat suddenly lifted off the water, and a huge creature emerged from the sea. Commander, are you playing so big right at the start? Is our group of dozens enough to fill its teeth? Stop joking, big whales don't eat us. Our meat isn't tasty enough. It was obviously Li Erniu speaking so seriously. Commander Chung was also stunned. Weren't they supposed to see dolphins? Instead, this huge creature appeared. They couldn't handle it. Shirxia was also surprised. She didn't expect the whale to come along. The small boat fell from the sky, crashing onto the sea, and Shirxia held onto the whale, stabilizing the boat. Since she was already here, she decided to act confidently. Commander, are you satisfied with my plan? Shirxia called out, and Commander Chung gave a thumbs up with both hands. Not entirely satisfied, but she didn't dare to say so. Shirxia patted the whale's head, but the whale didn't move and was still wobbling. I understand. After I finish teaching them, I will give you the barnacle remover, okay? The whale was swaying. No. Big brother, don't shake so much. Shirxia hadn't fully tamed the whale yet, and she felt like she was dealing with a very stubborn whale. Why is it so difficult? Shirxia glanced at Li Erniu, ready to give it a try. Captain Chung, today's training is to climb the whale. Let your soldiers go into the water. After Shirxia finished speaking, Captain Chung was completely unsure of what to do. Climb the whale? This was a new kind of training. Forget about everything else.
Go.
Into the water, climb. Captain Chung gave the order, and the soldiers entered the water and started swimming. Suddenly, many large sea turtles appeared around them. Dolphins didn't come, but the turtles arrived first. When Chungin took the lead, the first to reach under the whale. He looked up, but even Shirxia couldn't see him. He trusted Shirxia completely, with no fear at all, and reached out to touch the whale. The whale didn't react at all. It was so big, it was probably no bigger than a mosquito bite to it. But how do you climb up? It was too slippery. Anyway, when Chungin and the other soldiers started trying, looking for ways or working together, Shirxia sat on the whale's back, comforting it. Don't move. When they come up, they'll clean the barnacles for you. I wonder when I'll finish cleaning all of them myself. We need more people. Whether the whale understood or not, it stopped moving and let others use it for training. The soldiers climbed, fell into the water, or got tired or cramped. The turtles always helped lift them at the right moments. Without any life-threatening danger, the soldiers eagerly climbed the whale. This kind of training, no one would believe it. It was physically exhausting, beyond imagination, and mentally very stimulating. Even if they encounter other sea animals in the future, they probably wouldn't feel much anymore. Once Shirxia saw that the whale was cooperating, she simply brought some ropes. She threw them down, and the people below worked hard to climb up. Wen Chungin was the first to reach the top. Shirxia. With heartfelt gratitude, he called her name, and Shirxia handed him a small shovel. Congratulations, this is your reward. That patch over there is yours. Wen Chungin looked in the direction Shirxia pointed and immediately smiled. I told you earlier, I've been here all along. He happily went to work. Everyone spent the whole morning training here. Near noon, Shirxia called a stop, allowing everyone to come ashore to rest and eat. In the afternoon, they continued training. After calming the whale, she boarded Captain Cheng's boat and went to the military cafeteria for a meal. After lunch, Shirxia trained them to hold their breath. The dolphins they wanted finally arrived, but what they did was not very cute. Each dolphin pressed down on a soldier until they felt their lungs about to burst, then let them up. Shirxia carefully monitored each person's limit, pushing them to their maximum before letting them rest. She repeated this, each time increasing the breath hold by 1 or 2 seconds. The progress was clear and real. Shirxia trained for a total of 5 days. After 5 days, the village's water spinach seeds sprouted, lush green patches floating on the water, divided into small sections. These are growing so well. They look delicious. We can stir-fry them with some shrimp paste. Everyone stay back. Watch the ventilation. Don't suffocate yourselves. Uncle Chow shooed the villagers away, as he valued these vegetables very much. Shirxiao ignored him and told Uncle Chow that the seaweed could be harvested first. Yes, I wanted to tell you about that today. The seaweed has grown quite long. Shirxiao nodded and said, the weather has been good these days. We can dry it out and sell dried seaweed. I know, you don't need to worry. Uncle Chow took full charge, and Shirxiao was happy to relax. She planned to go out once the seaweed was collected and her house was built, to handle the ruby. On her way, she met Qingqingmin again. Principal Shirxia, I really can't take it anymore. Can we find another teacher?
Sure.
Qingqingmin looked stunned, which made Shirxia want to laugh. Why are you so surprised? Finding a teacher is normal, isn't it? I'm fine. Qingqingmin went back crying. He agreed so easily. What was he waiting for? In the next few days, Shirxia helped dry the seaweed, and Su Danhong became the second teacher at the school. As for the people at the educated youth station, no one looked quite right, so she didn't choose anyone. No one dared to cause trouble anyway. Gui Yunyun, who wanted to catch Dabai last time, was still sorting manure. Drying the seaweed was quick and easy. After 3 days, the fishing boats from Haishan Island set sail, and Shirxia was on one of them. Chao Ping went to sell seaweed, while Shirxia went ashore to leave. She had arranged to meet Tu Go and visit another city. Chao Ping could handle his stall, so after greeting him, Shirxia went to find Tu Go. Girl, I'll call you girl when we go out, and you call me brother. No problem. The bald brother bought train tickets in advance. The two of them went straight to the train station and booked a soft sleeper berth. Following my brother has a bright future. Of course, no one can suffer more than my sister. They shared the same compartment, with Shirxia on the upper bunk and the bald brother on the lower. They arrived quickly because they didn't have much luggage, just carrying their bags. Soon, 2 men entered, one kind-looking man pushing a wheelchair and another elegant man sitting in a wheelchair. Hello, where are you headed? Seeing the other side speak, the bald brother stepped forward to chat. We're going to Z province to visit relatives. This is my sister. And you? My younger brother is going to the provincial city to see a doctor for his leg. While talking, the kind-looking man took care of the man in the wheelchair. The bald brother nodded and chatted casually with the kind man. Soon, the train started moving. Shirxia, holding a red book, was sleeping on the upper bunk. The bald brother talked endlessly for over 20 minutes, but he didn't tell any real facts. Shirxia was sleeping peacefully on the upper bunk with her red book. Below, the bald brother kept talking for more than 20 minutes, making up stories about his sister being shy, his brother being kind, and their urgent trip to visit their sick grandmother after receiving a telegram. He kept talking nonsense, making everything sound spontaneous. The kind-looking man was focused on his own troubles. He lost his mother as a child, his father when he was young, and now he has a disabled younger brother he raised alone. He's still single and has never married. Life has been very hard for him. Hearing this, the bald brother felt sorry for him. If the other man's wheelchair hadn't been so expensive, he might have believed him. My sister is sleeping. The bald brother made a quiet gesture. The kind man nodded repeatedly and climbed onto the upper bunk. Finally, they could rest. Complaining is tiring. The compartment became quiet. Shirxia was sleeping soundly. After 4 hours, she woke up hungry. She yawned loudly and said, "Let's do our best and strive for progress." "Big brother, I'm hungry." This sudden change surprised the bald brother, making him look even more bald. Cough, cough, cough. Hey, sister, first eat a cookie. Later, we'll go to the dining car for a meal. Shirxia climbed down from the upper bunk. The disabled younger brother on the lower bunk leaned back on his bed, and his kind older brother sat nearby. We'll go to the dining car later. Let's eat together? The bald brother pretended to think for 3 seconds. Xia didn't object, which meant she agreed. Sure, but if we all leave, who will watch the luggage? I still want to shamelessly ask for your help. I won't go. Big brother, buy something for me to eat. I can manage with the luggage. The man in the wheelchair spoke, and everything was smoothly resolved. Half an hour later, after Xia returned from the bathroom, the three of them headed toward the food cart. The food cart had a limited time for service, and meals were still paid for with tickets. The bald man bought 2 bowls of sour soup dumplings, and the honest big brother bought rice and vegetables to take back and eat with his younger brother. At the food cart, only Xia and the bald man stayed. The bald man whispered, "Those two have problems. Yeah, don't worry about them. If they cause trouble for us, it's their bad luck. If they don't, we just ignore them. Okay, I'll listen to the girl." The bald man knew Xia was brave and confident, capable of handling any sudden crisis or difficulty. Honestly, traveling with someone like her was worry-free. After they finished eating the dumplings and drinking the soup, the bald man went to wash the containers and then bought another portion of dry dumplings to take back because Xia wasn't full yet. They were heading to Z province, which would take 3 days and nights on the train. The journey was very peaceful. Xia mostly ate, drank, used the bathroom, or slept. The bald man was even more spoiled, bringing her sunflower seeds, drinks, peanuts, snacks. Anything edible. Xia had an unusually good appetite, eating whatever was offered without any stomach pain or indigestion. Eating and drinking along the way was quite nice, but those two brothers always moved with the bald man and Xia. They boiled water, ate, went to the bathroom, chatted in the corridor outside the soft compartment, and smoked at the train connection. To outsiders, it looked like the 4 of them were together. On the 3rd night, Xia still slept soundly. There was movement on the bed opposite. "Big brother, I want to go to the bathroom."
Come on.
The honest big brother got out of bed and pushed his younger brother out. As soon as they left, the bald man opened his eyes, tapping the bed above him with his finger. "No need to worry."
Okay.
The bald man went back to sleep peacefully. Xia, though saying she didn't need help, had already released her supernatural power. The temperature difference between day and night was large, and water vapor covered the train's glass windows, which became Xia's best helpers. Since her last supernatural core shattered, she had become much more free in controlling her powers. She could faintly sense the 2 brothers heading toward a compartment, holding a black bag full of things. They stayed inside for over 10 minutes before leaving for the bathroom. More than half an hour later, the 2 brothers returned quietly, searching through their clothes. It seems he was explaining why he came back so late, saying he accidentally got his clothes wet. Xia and the bald brother were still snoring, as if they didn't notice anything. There were only about 3 hours left until dawn. Half an hour later, the 2 brothers started packing their things, preparing to leave the train. Xia and his sister, who were on the same station, also began to pack up. Z province is a big station, so many people were getting off. The train quickly became noisy. The train staff started calling out in each carriage, "Z province has arrived. Hurry and get off." As the train pulled into the station, the 4 of them got off together. The honest big brother handed the black bag to the bald brother. "Thank you." "No problem," my sister said. "Whatever you ask me to carry, I will." Although he didn't understand what was happening, he felt safe with Xia there. The 4 of them followed the crowd as they got off. Xia walked beside the bald brother. "Later, when I say run, remember to stay close to me." "Okay." The bald brother didn't ask why, and just followed Xia closely. Ahead, the honest big brother pushing a wheelchair, and the man who looked like a model were walking down the platform at a steady pace. After the 4 of them stepped off the train and walked less than 10 meters, a dozen people suddenly rushed toward them from all sides. The bald brother sensed something was wrong. The man in the wheelchair suddenly shouted, "Girl, you go ahead." Xia smiled knowingly, already expecting this. "This is what you started." "All right, big brother." Xia called him Big Brother, confusing the man in the wheelchair. Who is your big brother? You shouldn't be surprised or run away. Either way, no one would call him Big Brother. Big Brother, the shout repeated. Xia grabbed the man in the wheelchair with one hand, using him as a weapon, and fiercely swung at the surrounding attackers. She grabbed the wheelchair and ran. As for the man pushing the wheelchair, Xia had already kicked him away, creating a gap for her and the bald brother to escape. Let's go. The bald brother had no idea what was happening. Anyway, since Xia said to run, he just kept walking forward. Suddenly, two men jumped out onto the platform. As they appeared, 7 or 8 people were knocked down. A woman carrying the wheelchair and a man holding a black bag ran frantically. After the honest big brother fell, he quickly got up, knocked out the attackers nearby with a punch, and looked at his brother in the wheelchair. What should we do? Chase them. The sturdy man pulled up the man in the wheelchair, carrying him on his back. Using his strong build, he charged forward, chasing after Xia and the bald brother. Behind them, another group gathered and chased after the man in the wheelchair. 3 groups chased each other, running out of the train station and getting farther away. 40 minutes later, where is everyone? Honest Big Brother carried the man in the wheelchair. After running for 40 minutes, he suddenly couldn't see Xia, who was carrying the wheelchair. What should we do? The man in the wheelchair looked darker. First, deal with the people behind us. Yes. Honest Big Brother put the wheelchair man aside, flicked his hands, and 2 Mitsubishi knives dropped from his sleeves. He charged toward the group behind. Honest Big Brother is very strong, with enough power and agility. That's Xia's comment. She was nearby, watching Honest Big Brother fight. In a few minutes, the unruly group was beaten into disarray by Honest Big Brother. Of course, he was also a bit injured. I admit you're very good, but are you sure you can fight so many of us? One person from the larger group stepped forward, with a mustache, staring at the man in the wheelchair behind Honest Big Brother. If you give me the line, I can enjoy the benefits without taking any risks. Isn't that better? I don't understand what you're resisting. Honest Big Brother stepped back cautiously, standing next to the wheelchair man in a protective stance. Although the wheelchair man was sitting on the ground, his demeanor remained dignified. The line is my only bargaining chip. If I give it to you, do I still have value? Don't talk nonsense like you're tricking children. Moreover, he believed in what he was selling. What the other side was selling was not so innocent. He was afraid his ancestor from the Mu family would come looking for him, refuse to cooperate, and face the consequences. How much do you think you can earn selling a few jade pearls? I'll give you one last chance. If you refuse, there's no point in staying. The man in the wheelchair snorted softly. Are you sure? My sister took some things and ran. If something happens to me, she will go to the police and explain everything. The leader of the other side frowned slightly, unsure if what the wheelchair man said was true. They had wanted to catch the wheelchair man for a long time, but he was too clever, always changing his methods of collecting. They finally found him, but now there was also a sister. The wheelchair man knew the other side was somewhat convinced, which was why he insisted on getting close to Xia and the bald guy. He wanted outsiders to think they were on the same side. In fact, he trusted no one except Honest Big Brother beside him. Big Brother, the police are coming. The leader looked deeply at the man in the wheelchair. Let's go. A group of people hurriedly dispersed. When the police arrived, the man in the wheelchair was also carried away by the Honest Big Brother. The Honest Big Brother carried the man in the wheelchair through the streets and alleys, finally entering a residential house. As soon as they entered, they nearly scared the soul out of themselves. Hey, Big Brother, why are you only back now? Xia arrived first. Next to him was the bald guy, panting and unable to speak clearly. Breathing is important. The girl runs too fast. He really couldn't keep up. Xia sat on the wheelchair, smiling as he watched the man in the wheelchair and the Honest Big Brother. The 3-pointed Mitsubishi knife in the Honest Big Brother's hand landed again in his palm, his expression no longer kind but fierce. Wanna fight? That's great. You don't know, I haven't even been able to land a good punch. Xia rolled up his sleeves, ready to stand up, but the man in the wheelchair stopped him. No need, my sister is here. I need to serve tea. Xia nodded repeatedly, agreeing, that makes a lot of sense. But I'd rather not. Xia made a move. The honest big brother had no time to resist. Xia easily took his arms off. Next, after tying the honest big brother with thick ropes, Xia turned to the man in the wheelchair. The man in the wheelchair spread his hands, pointing to his legs. Is this really necessary? Of course it is. Even though you're disabled, I can't discriminate against you. This is called treating everyone equally. The man in the wheelchair twitched his eye corner. This was the first time he saw someone explain equality like that. Xia tied the man in the wheelchair with handcuffs. In the yard, Xia was drinking tea brewed by the bald guy. All right, both of you, speak your piece. There's only one chance. Anyway, I'm not a good person. With this stolen item in the wheelchair, I don't think I've lost out. The stolen item is in the wheelchair? What is it, girl? The bald guy was genuinely confused. He was wondering why they needed to bring the wheelchair when fleeing. As for the black bag in his hand, he finally understood it was deliberately used as bait by the two brothers. He had already opened it and looked inside, just a small bag of stones, nothing else. He was exhausted. Xia's words surprised the bald guy, but the man in the wheelchair had already guessed. I can tell, but can you tell me when you started suspecting me and guessed the item was in the wheelchair?
No.
Xia refused straightforwardly. It was the first time the man in the wheelchair saw such a negotiation. No room for compromise. If you don't want to say, forget it. Let the fire burn. Better to destroy everything cleanly. Xia stood up, and with a clink, a butterfly knife fell into the yard. Wheelchair man, are you waiting for self-rescue? Does this knife look familiar? The wheelchair man's eyes finally changed. When was his knife taken away? He didn't notice at all. There are always better people out there. I am one of the strongest. Xia turned around and dismantled the wheelchair, taking out pieces of greenish jade and large pearls. These are really good things. But in China, they are not worth much. Due to the times, these things are not even worth a big bowl of rice. Based on what the others just said about the routes, these items are probably going to be sold abroad. Recently, the person most interested in these things is Shao'er, and Z province is not far away by sea. Xia lined up the routes casually and asked, how much are these goods worth in our? If I get more, will they sell well? This time, the wheelchair man was truly shocked. Yes, I sell to our country. The group just now wanted to steal this route from me. They're not after jade or pearls anymore. The wheelchair man no longer tried to hide. Smart people don't pretend to be naive. Xia showed some interest. She didn't want to forgive the wheelchair man for tricking her. Since she wouldn't forgive him, she decided to work off her debt. Show me your route. Don't refuse. Whether you pay with your life or with your life, the difference is huge. Xia threatened with experience, and the wheelchair man agreed quickly. Okay. Xia didn't say whether she believed him or not. Whatever she got her hands on, nothing could escape. Let them go. Bald guy went to release them. The wheelchair man and the honest man exchanged a look, then didn't make a move. The wheelchair man thought this girl was too strange and not impulsive. After they were untied, the honest man carried the wheelchair man. Everyone's going to lead me now. No need to pretend to be disabled. Doing that makes me doubt your sincerity. The wheelchair man was shocked for the third time. How do you know? Xia smiled brightly. Guess? Just not telling you, makes you so mad. The wheelchair man wasn't about to be angered to death, but he was eager to know. Since he was young, he was the smartest in the crowd. Today's consecutive shocks were really overwhelming. Xia knew the tricks of dealing with clever people well. In the end of the world, who isn't resourceful? From now on, you will work to pay off your debts. When I think I can forgive you, then it will be over. When the man in the wheelchair used her and the bald guy, she never thought they would survive or die, so she was never soft when she fought back. Let's do the first thing now. Since you're involved in selling stolen goods, you must have a way. I have a batch of rubies here. You can sell them. Xia made good use of her resources, taking out a batch of rubies and showing them directly to the man in the wheelchair. He looked at the rubies and introduced himself. My name is Mu Hai, and his is Mu Shan. Oh, I'm De Li, and he's Xiao Shui, Xia replied casually. Mu Hai forced a smile at her casual attitude, but didn't speak, clearly not trusting them. Are these rubies from inside the country? I don't know. I found them. Can I sell them? Mu Hai didn't believe a word but nodded. Yes, but they're not worth much domestically. Xia understood that due to the times, some people might buy them privately, but the market price was fixed. Say what you need to say. Don't leave half of it unsaid. I don't like guessing games. I plan to go overseas to sell these. Do you want to come? Sure. When are we leaving? Xia agreed too eagerly, making Mu Hai think it wasn't a big deal. Is she too confident? Going overseas isn't the same as staying on land. Tonight. Mu Hai was really planning to set sail, but once they reached the sea, there were many ways to make the two of them disappear. Xia nodded, going to sea was really good. On the ocean, no matter if you're Sun Wukong, she could still control you completely. I'll go with you myself. My brother has other things to do, Xia said, pulling the bald guy away. They argued for a while, and the bald guy looked at the man in the wheelchair and the honest-looking guy. Girl, I'll leave now. I won't hold you back. Don't worry. It might take some time, so take care. The bald guy understood that Xia meant they should look after things on Haisan Island. Don't worry, I understand, he said, and left immediately. Soon, only 3 people remained in the yard. Xia packed a small bag on her back and looked at Mu Hai and Mu Shan. When will you leave? Late at night. The 3 didn't speak anymore. The honest-looking guy went to pack his luggage, and Xia didn't stop him. As for the man in the wheelchair, he just sat there, acting very convincingly. Tina asked curiously, sitting like this every day. Do you have hemorrhoids? Cough cough. The man in the wheelchair turned to look at Tina. You're very different. Of course, the person who can help you get on your way must be impressive. The man in the wheelchair. There's no more to talk about today. The other person keeps trying to send him to the afterlife. They stopped talking, and Tina comfortably found a place to rest. During this time, the honest brother came back a few times with some dry food. Tina isn't afraid of being poisoned. She eats whatever she's given. Don't bother looking. Even if I get poisoned, I'll kill you both before it takes effect. Sis, I have the strength to do that. At 10 p.m., the 3 of them set off. First, they reached the port, boarded a small fishing boat, then headed to a tiny island. On the island, they hit another boat and switched vessels to continue their journey. It wasn't over yet. They changed ships twice more, finally arriving on a boat with our language markings. Only Mu Hai, the man in the wheelchair, could speak our language, and he was very familiar with the boat's captain. They chattered away, but Tina couldn't understand a word. She took the most comfortable spot on the boat, ate and drank leisurely. If she didn't know they were doing something illegal, Mu Hai might have thought she was just out for a trip. Because of her relaxed attitude, Mu Hai, who originally wanted to deal with Tina at sea, never made a move. The boat sailed on, facing big waves along the way. Everyone held tightly to their spots in the cabin. Only Tina's face remained calm, and she even stretched out her hand, sighing, "Big waves, big fish." After the sea calmed down, Tina caught a big fish and calmly grilled it. Her unpredictable behavior made Mu Hai deeply wary. What kind of hidden cards does she have? The boat drifted across the sea, and halfway through, they encountered a patrol ship from our country. After a quick check, everything was fine, and they were allowed to pass. Tina was thoughtful. Actually, as long as she had some contacts in this route was quite easy to navigate. To others, the sea was dangerous, but for Tina, everything went smoothly. It wouldn't be impossible for her to establish a monopoly in our country. Tina started calculating. Many items that couldn't be bought domestically could be purchased here. The boat slowly approached the shore, and Tina kept quiet to avoid trouble. Mu Hai was very familiar with the process. Once ashore, he went straight to a fisherman's house. The country fisherman who opened the door looked at Tina with some displeasure, as if surprised to see an extra person. Mu Hai explained, and the man stepped aside, allowing them to enter. That night, Mu Hai did not sell anything. The next day, Mu Hai and the fisherman went out, probably carrying some samples because Mu Hai took a few rubies from Shirxia. They were gone all day, and only returned late at night. Mu Hai knocked on the door and brought a price offer. With its quality and size, about 5,000 Chinese yuan. A size like a pigeon egg, worth around 5,000 yuan. At this time, our country's economy was similar to China in the 1990s, so the price was acceptable. How much can you eat? Do you have more? Mu Hai didn't see Shirxia bring more rubies.
You don't need to worry about that.
Just tell me the quantity. Mu Hai was silent for a while. All of it. He wasn't planning to sell on the black market like Shirxia thought. He was working with a legitimate company in our country supplying jade, pearls, and now rubies. Our country had just finished hosting the Olympics and was rising rapidly. People's living standards had improved a lot, and they cared more about spiritual pursuits. There was a big demand for jewelry. Shirxia raised an eyebrow, showing he had a big appetite, which proved Mu Hai really had channels in our country. It seemed legal, or he wouldn't be able to make such a big deal. After thinking for a while, Shirxia pulled over a chair and sat facing Mu Hai. Comrade Mu Hai, I think you should stop worrying about killing me. I have resources. So, shall we talk? Shirxia and Mu Hai talked. In the face of huge profits, life and death become less important. Both sides put aside thoughts of killing each other and focused on making money first. After their talk, Shirxia jumped into the sea in front of Mu Hai, who was stunned and disappeared. Mu Shan hurried over to look at the sea. Did you do something? No. She jumped herself, saying she was going to get the rubies. Mu Shan looked at Mu Hai, waving a hand in front of his eyes. She's not blind. What nonsense are you talking? Where can she find rubies in the sea? And she can't swim back, either. Mu Hai looked at the sea and said, I know it's impossible, but I have a strange feeling. This lady with the big sword might come back. When the alias Big Sword Lady was mentioned, Mu Shan's eyes twitched. He didn't quite believe it.
Go back.
When will the delivery be? I agreed with Big Sword Lady to trade in 5 days. Do you really believe her? Who knows? Anyway, I can't beat her.
Mu Shan sighed.
She's really formidable. The two brothers returned to the house and waited. After Shirxia entered the seawater, it was like a launched cannonball, using her special powers at full speed, heading underwater in the shortest possible distance toward Turtle Lao Lu's nest. 5 days was enough because Lao Lu's nest was not in Chinese waters. It took more than 4 days for the round trip. Mu Hai looked out at the sea every day, but saw no one coming. Tomorrow, they'll come to pick up the goods, right? Yes, after that, we'll go back. Mu Shan pushed Mu Hai to leave, and soon it was completely dark. Around 3 a.m., Mu Hai was awakened by seawater splashing on him. Who's there? Your big sister with the sword is back. Shirxia waved openly at the startled Mu Hai and patted the nearby box, saying, One of these boxes is ours. There are 3 in total. How did you get in? I just walked in. Shirxia's answer was almost like she didn't answer at all. Mu Hai was surprised that she showed no suspicion. If the other person wanted to kill him,
no need to think about it.
Killing you would be easier than this. Quick, start counting. You said everything can be sold, right? Mu Hai felt like he might be thrown into the sea to feed the fish at any moment. He had countless questions in his mind. How she got in, how she got out. But after seeing Shirxia, those questions suddenly didn't matter anymore. His life was more important. This unpredictable woman, who had hidden skills in the sea, was too dangerous. Mu Hai completely gave up on the idea of killing Shirxia. He understood her killing intent and smiled. That's right. Now get to work. Shirxia left. Mu Hai was speechless for a moment, thinking, who is really the boss here? Mu Hai, Mu Shan, and the fisherman brothers in this house counted until dawn, their minds numb from the tally. The 3 communicated in our language, while Shirxia was eating noodles nearby, showing no curiosity or fear about their secret plans. Mu Hai, should we? No, if you want to stay alive, forget about it. The young fisherman from our country was obedient, but he was tempted by the many rubies. What about us in the future? If we can work together, then we will. She's very strong and might bring unexpected surprises. Mu Hai said, and the others agreed. Mu Shan kept staring at Shirxia. Little brother, how did she do it? Big brother, if I knew how she did it, I probably wouldn't have my head on my shoulders anymore. You're right. The three fell silent again, continuing to count and sort the items. The next morning, Mu Hai and our fisherman went out again, this time bringing quite a lot of supplies. Shirxia sat calmly at home, not worried at all that they might run away with her ruby. Her calmness impressed Mu Shan. You're really impressive. Such obvious praise, I should hear it more often. But I suggest you say something I haven't heard before. Mu Shan cheerfully sat beside Shirxia. You're different. Yes. Aren't you afraid they'll run away? No, I'm not. Anyway, you'll be the first to die. Mu Shan couldn't continue the conversation. Shirxia successfully distracted Mu Shan and enjoyed some snacks alone, waiting peacefully. Around 4 p.m., Mu Hai and our fisherman returned with happy faces. The four of them entered the house. Mu Hai took out a contract written in our language. Although Shirxia couldn't understand it, it was full of Chinese characters. We sold everything, the price was good. We partnered with a jewelry company. If we find good items in the future, we can keep working together. Mu Hai instinctively looked at Shirxia, thinking she could find good items. As for the things they collected in China, they were too few and not raw, or, okay, I want the most advanced fishing boat. Use the rest of the money to buy rice. She had thought it over. The only useful things she could bring back to China were these two. All right, I'll handle it. Mu Hai sincerely invited Shirxia for the first time. I want to work with you. From now on, if you find any gemstones or similar items, you can come to me.
Deal.
Shirxia agreed. Mu Hai smiled and asked, Can I know your name now? I'm called Dideo. Didn't I tell you already?
Mu Hai sai helper.
That doesn't seem very sincere. Shirxia was not convinced. Making money. Does it matter what my name is? Shirxia got up and left, which didn't surprise Mu Hai, as he didn't trust her much anyway. Shirxia stayed here for 3 more days. After 3 days, the fishing boat was ready. It was a used boat, the latest model, bought in a hurry because the owner had a sudden emergency. Shirxia looked at the boat. It was much better than the one she had found before. The boat was loaded with rice, and Shirxia was very satisfied. Originally, she planned to sneak away at night with a whale and take the boat. But now it seemed this could be a profitable business for a while, so she decided to spend money to buy it first. If she couldn't do it later, she would deal with it then. Mu Hai didn't know that one thought of Shirxia had saved him a lot of trouble. Shirxia left alone in her boat. As for whether she would encounter patrol ships, she could only say that if she did, it would be their trouble. Luckily, she didn't meet any. Shirxia has special abilities, so she simply avoided them. The sea is so vast that running into others is unlikely. With her powers, she doesn't need to follow a set route and can go wherever she wants. Eventually, a large ship slowly sailed out of CER, reached international waters, and then entered Chinese waters. Shirxia only entered Chinese waters after dark, found a familiar small island to land on, and hid her rice supplies. The next morning, she headed towards C3 Island. She didn't deliberately avoid patrol ships near Haiming Island, so it was no surprise when they met. The patrol ship at Haiming Island had its anti-aircraft guns ready. Don't be nervous, I'm Shirxia. Hi, Shirxia came out of the cabin, holding a loudspeaker. When Wen Qing'an on the other patrol ship heard her voice, he quickly came out and smiled. He was lucky again, he found a boat. Wen Qing'an stepped onto the deck, looked into the distance, and made eye contact with Shirxia. She hasn't lost weight. Shirxia also saw Wen Qing'an and didn't expect to meet him by chance. She had brought some snacks, planning to share them with him later. Shirxia's name is very fitting. When the patrol ship's water cannon was lowered, a company commander came out and looked at the big ship. Wow, she really found it. An hour later, Shirxia returned to Haiming Island in the big boat she had picked up. Commander Chung and Director Wei were there. They looked at the ship with shining eyes. It seemed to be the latest type of fishing boat, and the engine on it. Comrade Xia, thank you for your honesty in returning what you found. Director Wei praised her quickly, confirming that she had found the boat herself. I was raised under the red flag and educated by the party. It's what I should do.
They exchanged compliments again.
Xia and Director Wei happily headed to the office. Inside the office, Xia knew her way around and found some tea leaves to brew herself a cup. Director Wei, unbothered, opened a drawer and took out some peach cookies to offer her. Are you hungry? Oh, you're secretly eating peach cookies? Not secretly. I'm eating openly. They both laughed. Xia took the cookies without hesitation. She wasn't very hungry, but her appetite was good. After eating the cookies and drinking some unknown red tea, she said, I like green tea, something light and refreshing. Some of the drinks you chose. Commander Wei stood up and left. Soon after, he returned holding a small handful of tea leaves. Old leaves. Commander Wei brought another teacup, brewed some green tea, and pushed it toward Xia. It's hot. Wait a bit.
Got it.
Neither of them mentioned the boat outside, nor did they need to. They were mainly just pretending to discuss something. Xia ate some peach cookies and drank the tea. Commander Wei decided not to keep her any longer. This boat should stay here for now. It looks like a new ship, and the engine inside is very important to us. All right, once you've studied it, just give me the details. Okay. Xia left. Commander Wei immediately called the senior leader, asking for a mechanic to come and examine their engine. A new ship? Where did you get it? A fisherman found it. He found a boat. Yes, quite lucky. There was a 5-second silence on the other end. Then, in a firm tone, he said, We must reward this honest fisherman. Our country needs more people like him. He even hoped they could recover the submarine too.
Well,
he was just thinking aloud. That's for sure. We will hold a meeting to decide on the reward for the fisherman. Once decided, it will be announced immediately.
Good.
We can't let the fishermen feel discouraged. Military and civilians are one family, and building trust is based on real actions. After finishing his confident speech on the phone, Commander Wei hung up. Now, Xia had a clear path ahead of her. This was a well-known, widely understood lie. But as long as Xia handled it honestly, claiming she found the boat was enough. Anyone who dared to say otherwise would deserve an investigation. Before Commander Wei left his office, the phone rang again. The operator transferred the call, and Wei smiled knowingly, realizing old Zhang couldn't hold back. All right, put the call through. The call connected, and a hurried voice came from the other end. Old Wei, is this really the newest fishing boat? Have you checked the engine on it? Old Zhang, aren't you worried I might damage it? Yes. You're rough. Better not look yourself. I'll buy a ticket and come over. You show me everything, and no one else touches it. With a click, the call ended. Wei put down the phone and shook his head, saying, That old Zhang is still so mysterious. Xia, coming out of the military camp, met people greeting her along the way. The training of the whale was truly breathtaking, and it was hard to forget. Plus, during the summer, when she often brought back little things she found, she became famous all over Haiming Island. When she left the military camp, she wanted to bring some snacks to Wenchungen, but he was still on patrol, so she couldn't call him back. So, she decided to wait. The main reason was that the snacks were not easy to show to outsiders. Xia sat again on the military boat heading back to Haisan Island. By the time the boat approached Haisan Island, it was already after 5 p.m., and many children were playing by the sea. Before the boat got close, Xia saw a group of children forming a circle, cheering and amazed. Wow, that's so impressive. Big White was there too, along with the slow-moving turtle, Old Six. Old Six had a little flower chicken standing on his back, doing a balanced pose, with 2 of its legs in the water. The little flower chicken was quite successful among chickens, able to go to the sea. Xia got off the boat and quietly approached the children on shore. Big White was the first to notice her, and she signaled him with a gesture, making him stop barking. Big White, not barking, mischievously stepped back 2 steps, ready to scare, which almost made Xia laugh. He's grown up. Xia stood behind the children and looked inside. There was a lifelike castle being carved piece by Shan Yuancheng. Outside the castle, there was a moat with a drawbridge that could be lowered. The small figures on the castle had detailed features, and the patterns on the weapons were visible. No wonder he was the grandson of a carpenter. His craftsmanship was both delicate and skillful, and the castle's details showed he thought everything through carefully. Big sister Xia. A child on the other side called out, and all the children looked excitedly at Xia. Shan Yuancheng also looked up shyly and nodded at her. All right, I'll give you some candy. Xia took out a handful of unwrapped candies from her pocket. The children didn't mind. With candy, who cared about anything else? Each child received some, then stood quietly to the side. Some hurried to eat, some hid the candies to eat at home, and some didn't want to eat them. A small thing like this revealed each child's personality. Haha, you can't eat candy. It won't make you grow taller. Big White tilted his head. After convincing Big White, Xia walked over to Shan Yuancheng and squatted down. Your work is really beautiful. Thank you, sister. No need to thank me. Do you want some candy?
Shan Yuancheng shook his head.
He was taking traditional medicine to improve his health, so it was better not to eat too much. Oh, then I'll give you some too. If others have it, you should have some too. If you don't want to eat, you can give it to someone else. Xia sent the sweets out and then turned to call White, who was still deep in thought. Let's go, White. Time to go home. Old 6, Little Flower, time to eat dinner at home. Xia called, and a few others followed her. The group moved confidently, walking out with bold steps, heading home. Along the way, Uncle Chow ran over. Take your time, you're getting old, be careful. No time to waste, hurry up. Old Moo said the weather's going to change. Old Moo is the best weather watcher and boatman in the village, and he has a lot of influence there. Right now, only Xia is more influential than him. When Xia heard this, her special ability quickly sensed the moisture in the air. It was still okay, but she didn't ignore it. Big sister, can I go? Yuancheng from the mountain came over. Big sister, lately the tide has been changing a lot. I think something might be moving on the seafloor which could cause big waves. Yuancheng's words made Xia and Uncle Chow look at him. The tide? Let's go. Xia made a quick decision. A kid who is almost like a stepchild and always causing trouble must have some talent. It seems his cleverness is his special skill. 2 adults and a child headed toward Old Moo's house. Some villagers with influence also arrived. Old Moo sat on a bench, smoking a water pipe, which was very strong and harsh. Stop smoking. I'm back, no need to worry. Xia opened the window to let the smoke out, then sat down and looked at Old Moo. Tell me. Old Moo put down his water pipe. The weather is going to change. Is it over? Yes, it's over. I don't know exactly what kind of weather, but I can feel it's going to change, and it might take a while. Old Moo never went to school, but he relied on years of experience. Xia nodded and looked at Yuancheng behind her. What's the deal with the tide you mentioned? Yuancheng looked a little shy. He wasn't used to so many people watching him, but he remembered what his grandpa said. It's safe on the 3 sea islands. He didn't want Grandpa Shan to have to hide and run anymore. I go to the sea every day. The tide's timing is related to the moon's rise and fall. Based on the recent moonrise and moonset times, the tides are changing faster and becoming bigger. Yuancheng shared all his observations, including tide height and timing, accurate to centimeters and seconds. How do you know the tide height and timing? Yuancheng looked at Xia shyly and said, I just know when I see it. I've been able to since I was little. Big sister, I'm not a monster. Yuancheng lowered his head. Monster? Are you joking? Shan Yuancheng, you're a genius. A big genius. Xia's open praise and admiration made Shan Yuancheng lift his head and show a doubtful smile. Really? He's not a monster? Great. Besides me, there's another genius on Haishan Island. Isn't that right, village chief? Uncle Chow smiled and agreed. Yes. This kid is really smart. Shan Yuancheng, what do you think might happen? Shirxia asked Shan Yuanqing equally, making him feel respected, not looked at with strange eyes. While acknowledging his intelligence, they didn't treat him like a monster. Sister, I think there will be big waves, maybe lasting half a month or even longer. Big waves. A huge enemy on the sea. Catastrophic waves, 10 to 20 meters high, crashing down hard enough to break stones and ships. What should we do? God really doesn't want us to live. Our seaweed and kelp are all white and dead. Don't panic. The waves haven't come yet, and even if they do, so what? Shirxia stood up, silencing everyone's worries and talks. Uncle Chow organized the villagers to gather the seaweed and kelp and pull up the bamboo poles. Swooping, gather the fishing team to drag the boats ashore and keep them away from the coast. Accountant Sue, tell everyone to store their food in the safest places and use all containers that can hold fresh water. When the weather changes, conserve water and reinforce the roofs. Keep an eye on the livestock. In critical moments, people and animals can be sacrificed if needed. Remember, if anything is lost, we can produce more. But if people are gone, everything is lost. Shirxia can lead you all to this point. Starting over is possible, and it will be even better. So, don't be afraid, just do it. Shirxia's few words sparked everyone's rebellious spirit. Just do it. Action. Shan Yuanqing's eyes brightened as he looked at Shirxia, full of envy and admiration. Shan Yuanqing, you have 2 tasks. First, keep watching the weather and tell me immediately what you see. I'll leave the little eagle to you for sending messages. Second, protect yourself. Your head is the greatest gift to this world. Shirxia patted Shan Yuanqing's head and personally sent him home. When they arrived, no nonsense was spoken. After repeating her words, she said she needed to go to Haiming Island to warn others. Her aunt worriedly followed behind. Time Xia, hurry up and come back quickly. The weather changes suddenly and unpredictably, so there's no certainty. I know, she replied. Aunt nodded without continuing to walk, quickly getting to work. They can't fall behind. The entire Haisan Islands are busy, except for those lying helpless on the beds or too young to speak. They're all working. The older ones do the heavy work, the younger ones do lighter tasks. In short, no one is idle. Time Xia is sailing towards Haiming Island. Commander Chung was the first to come out. Without delay, she shared their village's judgment. Commander Chung, I'm here to remind you and to pick up people. Our village needs to pull the boats ashore, but we don't have enough hands. Okay, I'll send a company to help. They'll leave now. Commander Chung didn't think Time Xia was overreacting and quickly took action. Wen Chungin and Li Dania's unit was assigned to help the islanders of Haisan Island settle in. Time Xia didn't have time to delay. She led her people and left. Commander Chung was also in a meeting with Chief Wei and others. In the military office. Chief, I talked to the weather station. They said there are no weather warnings and advised us not to trust fishermen too much. They're uneducated and sometimes make things up. The officer repeated this while standing nearby. Chief Wei chuckled when he heard this. Making things up. Apparently, they don't live by the sea, so they don't care. Forget about them. Prepare for the worst case, as Time Xia said. I'd rather be busy for nothing than be caught unprepared. Yes. Next, each battalion received their tasks and started working hard. That night, Haiming Island and Haisan Islands were brightly lit. No one slept. Everyone was preparing for the unknown. After a night, the sun shone brightly, with no wind or waves. Beautiful weather. The islanders hesitated for a moment, wondering if all their efforts were in vain. Only Time Xia remained calm, standing on a high platform, waving a red flag. Why panic? Good weather isn't enough. Let's dry our seaweed and kelp. Get to work. With that, everyone started moving again. Time Xia didn't rest either. She rowed a small boat out to fish. The day passed busy and full of activity. The next morning, the weather was still good. The troops wondered if they had been mistaken. Some staff at the weather station even mocked them, believing the fishermen's stories were nonsense. They're uneducated and make things up sometimes. They even asked them to remind other islands, which was ridiculous. On the third day, the weather was clear, and the kelp and seaweed were almost dried. Xia kept her boat anchored, not sending out deliveries. At 3 a.m., the moon was like a grinding disk, and the waves started to rise. Xia stood by the window, sensing with her special abilities. Knock, knock, ga, ga, ga. Someone was knocking. Dabai was guarding the door. Xia knew it was Shan Yuanqing coming, while Xiaoingzi had just flown back first. He's here. Xia opened the door. Shan Yuanqing was gasping for breath. The sea breeze just now made him unsteady. Xia grabbed his arm and pulled him inside. I know. The waves are rising. Yes, yes, Shan Yuanqing struggled to breathe. Grandpa Shi and Su Danhong also got up, and the noise was heard from the next door. Xia handed Shan Yuanqing to Old Master Su, then picked up a large drum and started pounding it. The waves are rising. The waves are rising. Come out to fetch fresh water, and do the final check. Xia shouted from the village head to the end of the village. Everyone got up. No one dared ignore her words, except a few foolish youths at the youth station. At the youth station, only Cheng Qingmin listened obediently, but the others didn't bother, not even bringing their clothes inside the yard. Cheng Qingmin carried a shoulder pole to fetch water. His last advice was, it's best to listen to Xia. Everyone in the village does. Ignoring her doesn't make you smart. It just makes you look foolish. Li Yafeng, don't speak. I help you with chores because you're my fiancé, but I don't agree with your actions. Li Yafeng, if you really want to marry me, do as I say. Otherwise, let's forget about it. Li Yafeng froze, about to get angry. Cheng Qingmin seemed to foresee this and said ahead of time, no need to argue. No need to doubt that I have someone else. I won't marry you, and I won't marry anyone else in my life. I'll stay single forever. I mean what I say. Cheng Qingmin's eyes were very serious, which scared Li Yafeng. In this unfamiliar environment, she was used to relying on Cheng Qingmin. Back in the city, she could still lean on her family to control Cheng Qingmin, but now she was alone. She was afraid. She feared that if she left Cheng Qingmin, she wouldn't survive here on her own. Cheng Qingmin knew Li Yafeng very well. Does she like him? Maybe a little, but mostly she just uses him. Cheng Qingmin was sure that if there was a chance to leave here, Li Yafeng would seize it immediately. But he didn't care about that. He had his own principles. Right now, it was just about repaying kindness, nothing more. Under Cheng Qingmin's leadership, the youth station also started moving, but a bit slowly. Big waves and strong winds caused the villagers to carry only half of their water buckets. But they still had to work because fresh water was too important on this island. Water should be used sparingly, don't waste it on cleaning. Saving your life is the most important thing. Don't light fires during strong winds. Hurry up and prepare more dry food. Focus on eating dry provisions first. Don't sleep too deeply. The wind and waves are too strong. We will evacuate the entire village to the mountain cave for safety. As Xia shouted, Uncle Chow organized the strong men in the village to transport dried kelp, dried seaweed, and various dried fish and seafood to the mountain cave as their supplies. Once big waves start, the island's external communication will be cut off. So, food is very important. The 3 islands in the sea moved in an orderly way, and Ming Island was no less active. At the moment the waves began to rise, Commander Wei felt relieved that he had guessed correctly. He immediately called the weather station. The waves are starting. Have your monitoring team check it. The waves are rising. Hurry and notify the other islands. Make sure the fresh water, food supplies, and buildings are secure. Do as much as you can. Commander Wei was anxious as he relayed the message. The people at the weather station responded politely, but didn't seem to take it seriously. Is it unusual for waves to start rising at sea? Making a fuss over nothing. Commander Wei did his best. While preparing to take care of Ming Island, he also made ready to go out and help if needed. At 8 a.m., the sun disappeared. The sky remained dark, with thick clouds swirling and strong winds blowing. Waves crashed against the shore, each one sounding like a cannon blast. Xia, wearing a raincoat, braved the wind and headed forward. Standing on the shore with Uncle Chow, Chao Ping, Old Mu, and the accountant behind her. This wave. It's too strange. These clouds won't disperse. Xia, should we retreat to the mountain cave now? They observed outside, ready to evacuate at any moment. Xia wiped the seawater from her face. Retreat. She sensed even larger wind groups and strange activity beneath the sea. With her command, the entire village moved again. Xia turned to look at the seaweed houses. Many seaweeds danced wildly in the wind, like a wild celebration. This time, many houses probably won't survive. But it's okay, if they fall, they can rebuild. What's there to fear? Resources. They don't have many themselves, but aren't there nearby countries with supplies? She loved wandering around the surrounding areas. Xia was in an excellent mood, unmatched, a true queen who had survived in a zombie world. As long as people are alive, everything else is small. While villagers were moving, Xia personally carried large water jars from each household to evacuate. Water is very important. It can't be wasted. Even with her water-related powers, she still needed these jars for cover. Everyone in the village with strength came to help. The women formed groups of 3 or 4, surrounding the children inside, bracing against the wind to evacuate. The wind was strong now, but they could still move. Xia sensed that after today, they might not be able to leave tomorrow. Speed up, hurry. Villagers supported each other as they moved toward the cave. The cave was large, built over generations by carving out the rock little by little to hide from typhoons or disasters. The sea was very windy, and older houses couldn't withstand the storm. So, each generation expanded the cave, making it bigger so everyone could fit inside. More than 200 people crowded into the cave. Inside, the space was divided into areas: storage for food, cooking areas, living spaces, and toilets, all clearly marked. Everyone entered in order. No one caused trouble or complained. Old Master Su and Old Master Shan were also inside. Both had seen a lot in life and looked at the scene with deep feelings. Xia is the backbone, Old Master Shan said, giving a thumbs up. Old Master Su nodded. Yes, without her, everything would be much harder, someone said. That's true. The 2 old men followed Grandpa Shi, along with Uncle Wen and Auntie. After placing their things down, Su Danqing and Shan Yuancheng watched, while others went to help. Old Master Su cooked a pot of herbal soup. With so many people together, the air was thick and easy to cause illness. He also sprinkled herbal ash inside the cave to disinfect it. The villagers gradually settled in. Only Xia kept carrying water jars and various containers, tirelessly working without rest, racing against time. Someone like her, capable, energetic, responsible. Who wouldn't truly trust her? After delivering the last water jar, Xia no longer went out. Outside, the wind was strong enough to knock a person off balance. Xia stayed by the cave entrance as the wind howled in, hitting the wooden boards blocking the entrance with loud thuds. She leaned against the boards, using her strength to hold them, shielding everyone inside from the wind and rain. Many strong men came to help, and when they leaned on the boards, they realized how much pressure Xia was bearing. Every time the boards bounced, it hurt their backs, but Xia just smiled and ate salted fish, seeming unconcerned. Auntie couldn't stand it anymore and called the village women to bring blankets. You can't block the wind like this. The flesh can't take it. Wrap up a bit. Yes, my quilt is thick, made with new cotton. A kind auntie was reluctant, but still took it out. Skilled women from the village brought their quilts, while children held torches to light up the area, helping them sew the pieces together. The old man from the mountains was also busy. He made some simple locks that could be attached to the boards to save effort. Uncle Chow organized the men to take turns repairing the roof, everyone helping out. Xia sat quietly nearby, not joining in but watching calmly. People say the end of the world is a brutal place, but sometimes it also has warm moments. Like now, everyone trusts you completely because of one decision you made, and they support you unconditionally. That feeling is addictive. The young people worked hard, and the elders weren't idle either. They were burning firewood and cooking. They had to save firewood because the nights were cold and needed warmth. During the day, time felt lost. Everyone had no sense of time because the sky was always dark. The wind grew stronger, breaking the locks on the door repeatedly. The mountain old-timer kept working and fighting. Old Master Su was also busy, giving medicine to the injured men, applying it carefully, and repeatedly glancing at Shirxia. The men's backs were covered with bruises and swelling. What about Shirxia? She never left her place. Su Danhong brought medicine and squatted beside Shirxia, her eyes red. Big sister Shirxia, take a break.
I'm fine.
Why are you crying? I have the protection of the sea goddess. Su Danhong thought Shirxia was pretending to be strong because everyone in the village relied on her. She was a symbol, and she couldn't fall. Big sister Shirxia, I've put the medicine here. Okay, go ahead. Su Danhong pursed her lips and stood up, wanting to do more work. While all the people of Ha San Island hid in the caves from the storm, Ha Air Island was in chaos. At first, no one paid attention to the wind because it didn't constantly and would stop eventually. But in the afternoon, a seaweed house lost its roof, and things inside started flying around in the air, making everyone realize something was wrong. Quick, go into the cave. Clearly, Ha Air Island also had its own caves, but the strong wind came so suddenly that they had no time to prepare or gather supplies. Even so, they had to run. Tiny children were blown into the air, seaweed houses were torn apart, and chickens, ducks, and geese flew everywhere. The scene was so chaotic that no one wanted to see it again. Second Egg. A mother tightly held Second Egg's hand. He cried out loudly, dislocating his arm, spinning as he was blown high into the air. The woman shouted loudly and was knocked down again by the wind. High Air Island is an island swept by a fierce, hellish wind. Land on the island. Rescue people. The troops arrived. The soldiers on Haiming Island formed a human wall to help with rescue efforts, but they couldn't act alone. It's no longer necessary to explain how they got here. The hardships are obvious. When the people of High Air Island saw the soldiers, they didn't even have time to be happy. They only thought of leaving quickly. Around the same time, the troops also landed on Hai San Island. Many houses were blown away, and no one was seen. Before coming, they knew Hai San Island would evacuate, but they didn't expect it to be so quick and complete. Li Er Nyo led the way to the cave. After seeing people inside peacefully eating, the soldiers felt a bit useless. When Shirxia saw Li Er Nyo, she instinctively looked behind her. Wen Chung'an was not there. She waved to Li Er Nyo, who walked over with a smile.
Boss.
Where's Wen Chung'an? His brother-in-law applied to go to another island. He said our island is dangerous for him, and he's good at swimming, so he can do more elsewhere. If I weren't guiding them to the cave, I wouldn't have come either. Shirxia wasn't sure whether to praise or scold him. Without a doubt, Wen Chung'an had grown. All right, we're fine here. Are you leaving? Can you sail outside? Not really, but we have to try. Other islands probably aren't prepared. The wind is too strange. Li Er Nyo whispered. Many houses outside have already been blown away. Be careful, Shirxia said, patting Li Er Nyo's arm. She sent a strange energy into him, hoping it might help at a critical moment. Got it, boss. Li Er Nyo left. The soldiers with him also left. The people on Hai San Island didn't need them anymore, but there were still places that did. Shirxia watched them go, without following. If she hadn't used her special power, it was uncertain whether the hundreds of people here could survive the storm. The wind kept blowing, growing stronger. The waves by the shore already reached about 30 meters high. The newly built port on Hai San Island was shattered. The houses on the coast were also destroyed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days passed, and the strange wind still blew. The waves kept crashing. All the people on High Air Island had moved into the caves. They had no water or food, and the nights were freezing cold. But going outside would them away, so they could only endure inside the caves. The island was not in good shape because it was a land island without caves. Most houses were damaged, and people could only retreat further inland. The strong wind didn't only over the sea, It also affected the land. Although some obstacles on land weakened the wind a bit, the damage was still serious under such strong conditions. Huge waves caused seawater to flow back onto the land, ruining the farmland along the coast. The entire town started emergency rescue efforts, setting up safe places and moving residents to safety. After these tasks, all they could do was pray for the wind to pass quickly. It had been 5 days. This fierce storm had lasted 10 days. The whole county stopped work. Food supplies were running low, and fresh water was scarce because many wells had been contaminated by seawater, making them unusable. The shelters outside were anxious. Food was gone, and people looked tired and dirty. Inside the caves on C3 Island, they enjoyed simple meals like grilled fish, seaweed soup, steamed buns, and large noodles, like a buffet brought by the sea. The waves and wind were strong, bringing in plenty of seafood. The caves on C3 Island were not far from the coast. Shirxia had trained young eagles here before. The mountain was large, with half of it hollowed out to shelter everyone. A few days ago, the wind blew at the cave entrance, but later the wind changed direction, so Shirxia no longer needed to block the door. She was restless and started wandering around. While wandering, she found a narrow cave entrance that people could crawl through. Shirxia used a rope and an iron hook, throwing it forcefully to catch the fish brought by the wind and waves. This way, they enjoyed fresh fish inside the cave. After 10 days of storms, the villagers gradually accepted the calm. Shirxia knew that unrest could lead to bad things, so she organized everyone to learn new skills. Yes, learn. Since they couldn't fish, farm, or go to the sea, couldn't they learn to read or do math? Cheng Qingmin and Su Danhong served as teachers, making learning fun and even acting out roles. Some villagers played merchants, others played buyers, practicing calculations, making change, and learning how to shop properly. In the mornings, they studied. In the afternoons, they did crafts. Shirxia gave each family a bag of shells and a bundle of elastic cords, teaching them how to make shell bracelets, matching colors and shapes to look nice. Besides bracelets, they also made shell wind chimes. These things were seen by her when she went to country yard. The elastic cord was also brought back from there. As for the shells, she can easily gather many just by collecting them casually. Every morning, she studies. In the afternoon, she does crafts, and at night, she organizes storytelling sessions for the elders, similar to traditional storytelling. The children sit eagerly at the front, listening with great interest. Of course, Shirxia also briefly talks about the outside world to everyone. Every day, someone teams up to go see what the village looks like and doesn't hide the truth when they return. In Shirxia's words, accepting things little by little now is better than being hit hard all at once. So, the villagers are slowly coming to terms with their houses being destroyed. Luckily, most of their belongings have been moved out. As for the houses, Shirxia is right. What matters is that people are safe. After 13 days, the wind lessened. The constant howling, which had been loud all day and night, became quieter. Shirxia opened the windbreak door panel, reached out one hand, and the normally strong wind now felt gentle, like a baby. It's calmer. Don't worry, let's go out and take a look and take care of the children. Shirxia, Uncle Chow, Chow Ping, and the men from the village went out first. The scene was full of destruction. Almost no houses remained intact. Ruined walls, broken furniture, baskets, shovels everywhere. Branches were scattered, seaweed covered the ground, and there were various fish and shrimp, rotting and smelling bad. Many men looked at the scene with pain in their hearts, an entire lifetime's home gone. All right, everyone come out now, Shirxia said. Uncle Chow turned around, wiped his tears, and went back to the cave to inform everyone. Within minutes, adults, children, and elders helped each other out of the cave. It felt like a different world. Is this still their home? Wah, my house, wah, wah. The crying was very contagious. Shirxia didn't stop them. She let everyone vent their feelings. After about 10 minutes, Shirxia stood on a large rock and raised her voice. Everyone look at me. She raised her arm, and somehow, a bamboo pole appeared in her hand, with a bright red flag with 5 stars stuck on it. When you've cried enough, wipe away your tears. It's normal to feel sad, but life must go on. Remember the hardships of the long march? But deep in our Chinese bones, we have this resilience. As long as people are alive and we want to, there's nothing we can't do. You see, the houses are gone, and the homes we fought for all our lives are gone. But I see a better future. Shirxia's words caught everyone's attention. After a deliberate pause, she pointed in a direction. This is where my new house is. Did you see it? The foundation is still there, which means if the house is built strong enough, we won't be afraid of big storms in the future. So, the old house is gone, and the new house will be built. The words new house made everyone feel hopeful. But then they thought it might be impossible because they don't have enough money. Money isn't something we can just cry for here. It's something we earn through hard work. So now, follow my lead. Gather everything that can be reused: fish, shrimp, branches, stones. Our fishing team will go out to fish. Starting now, we will earn money. With me here, our fishing boat will never come back empty. So, do you dare to fight for a better C3 island? To fight for an island that no wind can away? Shirxia's inspiring words definitely worked. Plus, her skills made her even more respected among everyone. Let's do it. I dare. Take me along. I've faced big famines before. I can handle anything. Exactly, let's do it. Everyone's spirits lifted, and their motivation grew. Behind Shirxia, the rescue team on C3 Island watched this scene. They came to help with disaster relief. The team leader, another officer, looked at Shirxia with admiration. I finally understand what Captain Ching meant when he said C3 Island is sometimes Shirxia. As long as Shirxia is here, the island won't fall apart. That's the power of unity. Shirxia pushed a big stone, and the whole village started moving. She turned and went to help the rescue team. Are you Captain Li? Yes, do you remember me? Shirxia nodded and straightforwardly said, we need your help to pull out the fishing boats. Sure. We're here to help rebuild after the disaster. The rescue team and the fishing crew worked together. They placed round logs under the boats, and a group of people pulled with all their strength, like ancient boatmen, to drag the big boats into the sea. When the boats entered the water, the whole village cheered. For them, as long as the boats are there, hope remains. Captain Li, how are the other places? Captain Li shook his head. Almost everything is destroyed. Only a few boats remain. Other areas evacuated late, and there's nothing left at home. These days, they've been working rescue efforts. Over 20 brave soldiers have sacrificed their lives. That number is heartbreaking. The villagers around Ha Sen Island heard Captain Li's words. Although they felt bad compared to the losses on Ha Sen Island, it was not much. We can take care of ourselves here. You should go help others. Captain Li didn't refuse. He led his team to leave first but still kept a few people behind, just in case. After Captain Li left, Shirxia was the first to board the boat and go out to sea to earn money. Hopeful money. The fishing boats from Ha San Island set out. Chao Ping was deep in thought as he steered the fishing boat, looking at the sea. The sea had given them everything but also taken everything away. Turn east with the rudder. Chao Ping quickly turned the rudder. Other fishermen waited for Shirxia's command to cast the nets. But after waiting a long time, they didn't get any orders.
Sit down.
Today we won't fish. Everyone was confused but didn't ask questions. They just waited for Shirxia to speak. Our land is suffering too. Who'll buy our fish? Several fishermen patted their heads, realizing the truth. There was nowhere to sell their catch. Shirxia, what about us? We're just out collecting things. I feel the east is better, so we'll keep going.
Okay.
Chao Ping continued to steer the boat. Shirxia closed her eyes and used her special abilities to sense. A sea turtle named Old Six floated up from the sea and led the way in front of the boat. Little Eagle also flew ahead. Follow Little Eagle. Okay. Chao Ping responded and continued to follow Little Eagle. After more than 2 hours, they reached a lonely island. Wait here. Shirxia went into the sea. She had hidden rice she brought back from country are, currently, the most useful resource for trade was food. It was clear that many places on land had lost contact. Without food and fresh water, survival instincts would push people to do bad things. Half an hour later, Xia returned carrying a bag of rice. Chao Ping and the others looked at the rice bag, then at the island, then at Xia. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and move the rice. Remember not to get it wet." Oh. Okay. They didn't dare ask questions or even think about it. Many things had to be overlooked. Today, some of the people on the boat had experienced big events. They had all been mining abroad. They repeatedly transported rice in small wooden boats. Once back, they would open the bags and pour the rice directly into the fish hold. Because the bags had writing on them. Xia put the rice sacks back on the island. After filling the boat, they didn't return to Ha-Sen Island, but headed straight to the land. Xia was thinking carefully and finally decided to find Lin Cici's father. He has good connections and is easy to talk to. After a few hours, the fishing boats from Ha-Sen Island finally reached the shore. Everyone felt relieved that Xia was on their island. The port on land was gone, and the small fish storage houses had disappeared. Every time they reached the shore, they saw many small fishing boats broken, and floating on the sea were planks, ropes, buckets, and other messy debris. "I'll go ashore first. You all watch the rice and stay a little farther from the coast." Chao Ping and the others, having experienced a famine, knew well what people might do when hungry. They were very cautious. Xia quickly got off the boat and headed to the dehydrated vegetable factory. Lin's father was definitely there, not at home. Sure enough, among a group of chaotic people, Xia found Lin's father. He was leading workers to repair machines and check inventory. After recording everything, donate all the current stock. There are too many victims over there. First, meet their food and water needs. If the machines can produce, start production quickly. Factory director, no raw materials. Lin's father also looked worried. "Uncle Lin," Xia called. Lin's father turned around. "Xia, you're safe. Aunt Lin keeps mentioning you. I was worried something might happen."
I'm fine.
"I came to see you." All right. Lin's father followed Xia to the side and whispered, "Go to my house. Aunt Lin left some food for you. I'm not here to take things. I'm here to deliver supplies." Xia took a handful of bright white rice from her pocket and showed it to Lin's father. "I have a boatload of rice and want to trade for some bricks." Trading rice for bricks? That's a losing deal. Lin's father looked at Xia. "How much do you have? If you give too much, people might find out. It's too risky." Xia shrugged. "Our whole village saved up by eating sparingly. Is this really so dangerous?"
Well,
"It's not impossible. A whole village pooling their grain into one boat makes sense." Next, Lin's father and Xia went to see the grain. The high-quality rice made Lin's father suspicious, but he didn't ask. Sometimes, it's better to be a little naive. After looking at the grain, he took Xia to meet the county officials. The roads and bridges outside are all damaged, so right now there's an emergency window of 3 to 5 days. Your rice is a real help in this urgent time. Xia understood. It's not a famine year now, so bringing in grain is easy. The city has no food because the storm came suddenly, destroying many homes and blowing away supplies. Once these few days pass, the rice in her hands will no longer be available for trade. The timing was just right. Xia successfully met with the county's top leader and immediately became a messenger of justice. "Hello, senior leader, I am Xia from Ha-Sen Island. Our village has gathered some grain to help with the emergency. In the past, leaders have taken care of us. During times like this, we can't do nothing." The leader, hearing about the grain, felt more hopeful. "Comrade Xia, we can't take things from the common people. At least not for free. It's not taking, we are happy to give. We rely on fishing by the sea, but with so many people on land, what if we run out of food? We just want to do our part. We know the country and the party haven't abandoned us. They will help us rebuild after the disaster. Now everyone is in this together." They spoke politely. The leader learned that Ha-Sen Island had grain, but their houses were destroyed. Shirxia kept emphasizing that they wanted to face the difficulties together, and Haisan Island was willing. Linjia, standing nearby, suggested exchanging bricks for grain to help rebuild. Shirxia said she wasn't there to ask for things, but genuinely wanted to give. Comrade Shirxia, I appreciate your kindness, but we have policies. You must accept this. Otherwise, I can't take it. All right, I'll accept it. Thank you, senior leader. Some bricks for rebuilding Haisan Island were obtained, land supplies improved, and the crisis was eased. Both sides were satisfied. Next was unloading the grain. The leader specifically unloaded the grain in front of many people to show that the county had the ability to solve problems. Don't worry, don't panic. This was just the first batch of supplies. Post-disaster rebuilding would definitely begin. This reassured everyone, and work went much more smoothly. Shirxia then took her fishing team to the brick factory. The factory was located further back. It had some losses, but was still operational. Shirxia took all usable bricks, knowing it wouldn't be enough. Once they reopened the kiln to make bricks, Haisan Island could be among the first to exchange for supplies, and the brick vouchers had been approved. With a boatload of bricks, Shirxia returned to Haisan Island. She stood on the bricks, beside 2 bags stained black with cuttlefish ink. Today, we eat plain rice, full and happy, and then build big brick houses. Haisan Island, cooking and eating. Several temporary chimneys were smoking. Next to large iron pots, a few women stood, stirring and cooking food. Each large black iron pot had its own task, working together smoothly. People on the island are busy preparing various dishes: plain rice, stewed big fish, fried cured meat, soup, and seafood stir-fry. The villagers have brought out all their cured meat just for today's special meal. At first, everyone worried about how dry the food was today and wondered what they would eat tomorrow. But old Xiao said confidently, "Eat boldly. I'll take care of the food." The villagers went back to work, and Uncle Chow and Su the accountant approached a few people. "Shirxia, is this rice? Isn't rice tasty?" "Yes, it is." "So, what's the problem? Remember, our Sanhai Island donated this rice to the mainland. It's all saved from our thrift." Uncle Chow understood and started his brainwashing work. "Old Su, you're responsible for the east side. I'll handle the west." "Okay." They left skillfully, speaking uniformly to everyone, saying that Sanhai Island donated rice. The villagers accepted this well, though some young workers had their doubts. But smelling the fragrant rice, no one dared to complain. Uncle Chow kept a close watch on the young workers, approaching them with a serious face and saying a few more words. "If you don't cooperate, I won't stamp your proof of leaving. Our village is united, and it's not like your children. You'll have to face the consequences yourself. And those consequences are probably not what you want." After saying this, Uncle Chow left. Ching Ching Min looked tiredly at the young workers. "Take care of yourselves. I think Sanhai Island is great. It's rare to have no injuries during a disaster and still have enough to eat. Go see for yourselves, there won't be many chances." Chung Ching-min finished speaking and didn't say more. Soon everyone was eating. Each person's bowl was filled with plain rice, and the fragrant cured meat made everyone's mouth water. Eating this meal gave them strength all over. Shirxia, her grandfather, and a few others sat together to eat. Also present were Shan Yuan Chung and his grandson. "Old Shan, the village is going to rebuild some houses. I want to build a unified one, something that can block the wind, sturdy, and good-looking. Do you have any ideas?" Old Shan looked at Shirxia, thinking she was asking for a lot. But he saw Shan Yuanqing looking at him expectantly and simply nodded. "I'll go study it." "Great. Let me know what materials you need. Wood is the most basic. You've brought back quite a few bricks, but it's still not enough. Cement would be better, but it's hard to get." Old Shan listed the materials without hesitation. Shirxia's mind was filled with the world map. They didn't have it at home, but other places did. "Since I found a ruby in someone else's mine and brought back rice from another person's land," Shirxia's ideas suddenly opened up. 70% of the earth is covered by the ocean, so she thought it was not unreasonable to do something. All resources belong to the earth. It doesn't matter whose land they come from. No one knew what Shirxia was thinking. Everyone was trying to find joy in hardship, and this happiness was hope that Shirxia brought. That night, everyone stayed in a cave. Early the next morning, villagers woke up early to work and clean the village. Old Mountain Man was also busy, checking the terrain and thinking about how to connect the houses of each family into a shape that could resist the wind. Shan Yuancheng was pulled away by Shirxia and followed her onto a boat. Shan Yuancheng, I want to send you to learn for a while. If you do well, I plan to build a device on Haisan Island that can generate electricity. What do you think would be good? Shan Yuancheng thought carefully about this question. Tides and wind are both options. If there are underground combustible resources, that could work too. Shirxia nodded and asked, do you want to go learn? I don't know if it will work, so I want to ask for your decision first. Then I will decide what to do next. Big sister Shirxia, I like learning.
Good.
Shirxia decisively changed direction and headed to Haiming Island. Since Shan Yuancheng had no problem, she decided to give it a try. Haiming Island has a research institute. She had already decided that if they didn't accept Shan Yuancheng, she wouldn't help them with underwater experiments. Yes, it was a straightforward threat. Shirxia sailed her small boat to Haiming Island, greeted the patrol ships and guards casually, and waited at the gate. Soon after, Fu Chang and Leng Qiu from the institute came out. Shirxia, it's so good you came. We were just looking for you. Leng Qiu spoke frankly, and Shirxia smiled. Coincidence, isn't it? Shirxia pushed Shan Yuancheng forward and said, you teach him, I'll help you. Leng Qiu looked at the short-statured Shan Yuancheng and agreed immediately, sure. Fu Chang thought a bit more. If he was just an ordinary kid, Shirxia probably wouldn't go to such lengths. Does he have something special? He's very smart. Don't be discouraged. His learning progress will be a bit faster. Our Haisan Island is waiting for him to come back and work. Fu Chang carefully accepted Shirxia's information. All this was a mess. We can let him learn, but he can't enter the research institute. It doesn't matter, as long as he's learning. What time each day? You decide. Fu Chang and Leng Qiu were quite familiar with Shirxia. They knew she was firm and decisive. If they didn't agree, the upcoming experiment would definitely fail. It's clear that this is her personality. Everyone instinctively accepted her decision without negotiation after she spoke. After the plan for the second phase of the study with Shan Yuancheng was finalized, Shirxia asked what she needed to do. We were planning to start the second stage of the experiment, but a big storm destroyed our previous base stations. Do we need to start over? Leng Qiu nodded. No problem. When you're ready, go to Haisan Island and let me know. I'm about to go out for a few days, maybe a week or two, but I'll be back in a month or two at most. Where are you going? Leng Qiu asked straightforwardly, and Fu Chang wanted to stop her but couldn't. Fishing, Shirxia casually replied. She waited at the door for a while for Leng Qiu, then went back to get a book to show Shan Yuancheng. When Shan Yuancheng received the book, he immediately immersed himself in it, not even hearing Fu Chang ask if he could understand it.
He must understand it like this.
He's so smart. Fu Chang's eyes lit up a little. That's ours on Haisan Island. Don't think about stealing it.
Fu Qiang sighed helplessly.
You can't tie him up for life. Of course not. I mean, before he's an adult, don't even think about it. His health isn't good. He needs to rest and recover. Shirxia took Shan Yuancheng and left first. Back home, Shirxia told Uncle Chao about her plans to go out. Uncle Chao's heart was pounding. Shirxia, take it easy. We're doing well now, no need to take too many risks. Don't worry, I always follow the rules. Uncle Chao watched the most rule-abiding Shirxia walk away and nodded. Exactly, Shirxia is very disciplined. I need to say it several times, keep it in mind. Even when she talks in her sleep, she's careful. After successfully building her confidence, Uncle Chao left. Shirxia returned to the cave and found where Grandpa Shir was staying. It was very large. Grandpa Shir's cleanliness obsession made it uncomfortable for him to stay there. The villagers, because of Shirxia, gave Grandpa Shir the best spot and ensured no other house was within 2 meters of him. Shirxia was happy to pamper her grandpa. She brought stones and built a wall around him. Everything from the Shur family was inside, organized neatly and categorically. Shur Xia arrived outside the stones and knocked on them with a sense of ceremony. "Grandpa, I'm back." Grandpa Shur turned around and looked at Shur Xia's shoes.
I know.
"I'll come over now." Xia used force to scrub her shoes on the woven tree branch mat, and the dirt finally became much cleaner. "Here." She handed over a small wooden-handled brush. Xia skillfully took it and sat on a stone to start cleaning the soles of her shoes. This was her daily routine. Finally, the shoes were clean. Grandpa Shur's furrowed brow relaxed, and with a ceremonial gesture, he opened the door to let Xia in. "Grandpa, what are we eating tonight?" "Salted pork." Grandpa Shur's ears had recovered somewhat, and Xia shouted loudly. He could hear her faintly and responded. Old Master Su's medical skills were indeed very good. That evening, Xia ate stir-fried salted pork with sliced melon and stir-fried water spinach. This batch of water spinach was newly grown by Xia. The previous batch had been fed to the wind. Although it was a bit regrettable with experience, growing a new batch was not difficult. Xia didn't feel too upset. After dinner, Xia chatted with Annie nearby. "I wonder how Chung and the others are doing." Annie had been worried these days. She knew Wen Chung and was on a mission, helping with disaster relief and reconstruction. "It's okay. I'll ask about them tomorrow." "No need. You do your own thing."
Don't worry about him.
Auntie knew Xia had important work to do. Xia smiled confidently and said, "It's fine. I've been thinking about Wen Chung and..." The person speaking didn't blush, but Annie did. All right. 6 all rights in a row. Auntie secretly smiled and then knelt to thank the sea goddess, praying that her silly son would find a good daughter-in-law. The next morning, after Xia got up, she carried the package everyone had packed for her and set out. She was using the small fishing boat from Ha San Island, pretending to go fishing. Most villagers, except Uncle Chow and a few others, really thought Xia was out fishing. Xia sailed the boat first to Ming Island. Wen Chung and hadn't returned yet. He was still on a mission outside. After leaving a note, she left. Xia boarded the boat and headed south. The waters near Southeast Asia are almost all connected, and she planned to explore around. On the small boat, Xia used her special abilities to steer, feeling relaxed and carefree. She thought it would be great if I could run into some robbers. Unfortunately, her wish didn't come true. She traveled for a long time without knowing how long, then stopped steering the boat. She hid the boat near a lonely island and dove into the sea, ready to come ashore at any time. There were patrols along the coast, but that was not difficult for her. Little Eagle also came along. Now, Little Eagle was quite large and reliable, using excellent eyesight to help Xia with reconnaissance. The two worked well together, and under the cover of night, they successfully landed ashore. After reaching the shore, Xia painted her face black and pretended to be a mute beggar. That night, she was captured. Without any hesitation, she was sold. The chaos had its benefits. She was ruthless when she acted. Xia was sold to a bad place for flesh and blood. That night, a secret underground venue was taken down by a mute woman. Over the next 5 days, 4 more places were raided, angering some local bosses. Xia was sold wherever she was taken, acting unpredictably and causing chaos in the area. Taking advantage of the chaos, Xia disguised herself, took the money she had, and went to the MD mine. This mine often held auctions. It's not really a mountain, more like a deep mine shaft. No one knew what was inside the rocks, so buying was a gamble. Xia found a translator there. She spoke English and pretended to be a wealthy person from Country M, just wanting to buy a mine for fun. On the night she joined the bidding, 3 groups tested her. After that night, no one dared to underestimate this eccentric woman from Country M. In the end, Xia bought a mine without spending her own money and began mining and cutting stones. Luckily, she struck high-quality jade. Xia left immediately with the jade. As soon as she left, several groups chased after her. But all they could do was roar. Nothing else. This time, Xia's actions made the kidnapping industry cautious. She was completely free and found her own boat, happily heading back to Country R with the jade. Country R's economy was growing fast, and she was sure she could buy all the materials she needed there. The biggest problem now was how to bring everything back. The small boat couldn't hold everything. Xia seriously thought about this and finally decided to ask for help. A day later, Xia arrived on the shore of Manhwa. When Manhwa saw her, he thought he was dreaming. You're back. How did you come back? Just doing business. Xia took a piece of jade from her waist and handed it to Manhwa. Is it valuable? Yes. Do you want it? Manhwa had many questions, but in the end, he only said one word. Yes. This item was very popular now. Not making a profit would be a shame. This time, I want cement and good wood. Can you get them? I don't know. Even if I can get them, how will you bring them back? Although Manhwa didn't know exactly where Xia lived, he knew she was Chinese. This is a problem I need to worry about. You just focus on doing your part.
Manhwa stopped asking.
Xia gave him a lot of jade and many pearls, all found from the seabed during her journey. Each piece was top quality, and Manhwa was very excited to see them. This batch would make him a big profit. Dadao, you really don't plan to tell me your name? Do you like being called Dadao? Yes, I like it. How could I not like my own name? You really stick to your character. Alright, Comrade Dadao, you should know you're making a loss now, right? These items might be worth more in the future, though I don't know exactly when. Xia sat down casually, very calm, and said, I know. But I don't need that now. Even if they become valuable later, I have skills now that will be even more valuable in the future. Xia's words made Manhwa's head shake in surprise. Such powerful words. What backing does she really have? Manhwa was extremely curious, but also very afraid to ask. He knew she wouldn't tell him even if he did ask. Fine, I'm simple-minded. I need to make money. It's okay. Not everyone can compare to me. Xia's words sent Manhwa away to work, and she comfortably stayed by the sea. During this time, Border Patrol came to check, and Xia disappeared into the water, only returning at night. Manhwa and Mushan, used to her disappearing like this, didn't find it strange. The jade and pearls this time were of high quality. Since they needed wood and cement, Manhwa had to find a good reason, which took a bit more time. Xia wasn't completely idle either. She changed into local clothes and went out for a walk. While waiting for a country, some familiar people arrived at Haisan Island. Bald Brother and Chu Leader's family came to Haisan Island. Chu's family had left the city and donated all their assets to gain a non-relegation status. Their rivals had checked out Haisan Island and found there wasn't a single complete house. Many people lived in caves. They decided to bring Chu's family here. They were initially worried that Chu's family had used some tricks and deliberately chose Haisan Island. But after seeing how it looked, Chu's rivals immediately approved and urged Chu's family to leave. Such a difficult place was too good to miss. The musician was sent over by Bald Brother. Bald Brother has met Uncle Chow, and both know that Xia is on very good terms with each other. So when Bald Brother said that the musician knew Xia and that they would settle on Haisan Island after some arrangements, Uncle Chow only said one thing: stay peacefully. The musician family consists of only 3 people: Grandma Chu, Leader Chu, and Madam Chu. Their eldest and second sons, upon learning they would be relocated, cut ties with them. The 3 of them, carrying the ashes of the youngest son, arrived at Haisan Island with only their bare hands. There are no standing houses on the island, but the foundations and drainage ditches have already been started. This was all arranged before Xia left. The necessary work was to be done first, and the houses would be built when she returned. The Chu family knew about the destructive storms and had some expectations for the current state of Haisan Island. They weren't surprised. They came here because Xia was here. Bald Brother not only sent the Chu family here, but also brought a pig. He had worked hard to get it, worried that Xia wouldn't eat well. He truly cared a lot. The Chu family first settled in a cave. Auntie, hearing that they were friends of Xia, warmly welcomed them. Soon, the Chu family felt something different. The people here are very active. And whenever they mentioned Xia, it seemed like they gained strength and confidence. Although their material conditions weren't great, not being mistreated was already better than many other places. The Chu family settled down like this. By this time, Xia had been gone for over 20 days. The Haiming Island Research Institute had sent people several times, but the answer was always that Xia had gone out to sea. Now, disaster relief and rebuilding no longer required military work. Others were handling it. The sea, as always, was generous, providing many gifts to the fishermen, but unfortunately, there were no ships. Many fishing boats were destroyed in the recent storm. The fishermen lost their main boats and could only return to small bamboo rafts or wooden boats, fishing near the coast. 1 month after Xia left, late at night, she began to act in country. Our Muhai was very clever, and Xia didn't care how he managed it. Anyway, cement and wood were bought and stored in a warehouse at the dock. Quite a lot. Large cargo ships can't carry it all. I know, so I prepared big ships.
Huh?
It's too obvious to escape by sea. There are patrol boats. Xia knew this well, so she didn't plan to use ships. Since her supernatural power upgraded, she discovered she could create a space using water. In other words, she could isolate herself with water. The disadvantage is that I must keep using my special ability and stay in the water. The benefit is that I can move things around in the water. This is great news for her, who plans to travel around the world. Xia didn't explain much, just told Muhai she would move everything as soon as possible. That night, Xia knocked Muhai and Mushan out and went alone to the warehouse. The warehouse is near the shore. She first created a space in the water, like a magical battle scene from cartoons, tearing through the water with her bare hands, leaving no splash. The shape of the space changed with her thoughts. She made it look like a submarine train, with a chain made of water hanging on her old friend, the whale. Now she had power. She just needed to keep her ability from dispersing until she returned to China. The submarine train was surrounded by water, but the middle was dry. Xia threw bag after bag of cement into the space, working hard for 3 hours, then switched to round logs, which are less afraid of water and moved a bit faster. At dawn, after placing the last piece of wood, Xia jumped into the water and disappeared. The whale, communicating through her ability, sped up and headed forward. The transparent water train under the sea started its first delivery. Xia sat on the whale, using her ability at full speed to absorb, output, and cycle repeatedly. When Muhai woke up and remembered what happened last night, he was amused. Because Xia specifically woke him up to tell him she was going to knock him out and leave. Muhai fainted clearly and peacefully. He called Mushan, who pushed his wheelchair to the warehouse. After they entered, "Brother, are you sure you didn't go the wrong way?" "I think I didn't go the wrong way, but I'm not sure." "Where are the things?" "Yes, where are the things?" It's an unsolved mystery, but since there's no surveillance, they could only guess. The two brothers made an important decision: never provoke Brother Dao. Brother Dao moved quickly, landing on an island near the C3 Islands, working alone all night to hide the things on the island. The next morning, Xia sat on the whale, which had a long rope behind it. The rope was tied with a bunch of wooden logs. She returned like this: "Comrades, I'm back." Xia's return caused the C3 Islands to become lively instantly. The villagers pulled the logs ashore. Uncle Chow was stunned, then quickly told himself, "Normal, normal. Finding good wood while out at sea is normal. Nothing unusual." While Uncle Chow was building himself up, Xia came over. "Uncle Chow, tonight find trustworthy people to go to the island and secretly bring back some cement for building a house."
Concrete?
When Chow Shu looked at Xia nodded. "That's right, we still need to weave seaweed. Later, we can put it outside the concrete to block it a bit. We need to stay low-key, understand? No need for concrete in the houses at the youth point. Just plan to support them when building." Chow Shu understood Xia's words. "Okay, I'll take care of it." Chow Shu went to handle it. Xia sighed, thinking that the logistics team was doing a good job, which made things much easier. After agreeing with Chow Shu, Xia saw Madame Chu. At first, she thought she was mistaken, but upon closer look, it was indeed Madame Chu, dressed in a simple short-sleeved shirt and shorts, along with old Madame Chu. The woman in the cross-collared cloth shirt was definitely Leader Chu. Probably can't call her Leader Chu anymore. Xia walked over. Xia, from now on, we'll stay here. Madame Chu explained, and Xia replied reassuringly, don't worry, I'll take care of the living arrangements. Her words unexpectedly brought tears to Madame Chu's eyes. They had 3 children. 2 had cut ties, and 1 young person had drowned. Sometimes, she felt she couldn't go on. You're here now, so don't just sit around. Teach the women in our village to read and write. And Uncle Chu, you go to school and teach the children. When you're here, you have to work. We don't support idlers. Xia quickly made arrangements for them, and both agreed happily. That evening, the Chu family and Xia had dinner together. Later, a few quiet boats set out to the small island. The workers kept their lips sealed, not saying a word, and only brought back enough supplies for tomorrow's work. The village didn't need big construction teams, just a carpenter and a tile maker, and that was enough. Most of the other tasks could be handled by villagers, so building the houses was quick. Early the next morning, Xia first went to find Old Mountain. She looked at his drawn plans. The whole village was circular, with curved walls around each house to block the wind. The design was both beautiful and practical, and Xia liked it very much. Since that's settled, let's get started. With those words, the rebuilding of Haisan Island officially began. Xia wanted to help, but the research institute that came every day called her away. She followed the institute to help rebuild the radar base, and was surrounded by Fu Chong, who kept talking non-stop. Yuanqing really is too smart. I've learned so much from him that I think I've wasted my time. I could send him to Jing City, where my teacher is even better. No, that's not possible. Xia sat by the boat wearing equipment, but firmly refused. Yuanqing, who came from the capital city, wanted to send her back. Besides, with everything going on now, staying far away was the right choice. Stop talking. I won't change my mind. Xia leaned back and jumped into the water. In the following days, she was busy here. After finishing the first phase of the base station setup, she finally had time to visit Wencheng'an. When Wencheng'an heard Xia was looking for him, he ran back to his dormitory to grab some things before coming out. From afar, he waved at Xia while shouting, "Wait for me over there. It's sunny here." Everyone in the yard could tell that Wencheng'an's partner was coming, even without looking. Wencheng'an, who looked silly and was completely different from the training-obsessed version, was used to it now. Wencheng'an ran out, and Xia smiled as she watched him. What's wrong? Got darker again. Don't like it? Next time, I'll train with a mask. Xia chuckled, forming a circle with her thumb and index finger, and placed it over Wencheng'an's eyes. With a mask, there will be 2 circles here, and you'll look like a panda. Do you like pandas? Are you silly? Wencheng'an chuckled and, a bit braver, grabbed Xia's hand, holding it as if admiring the scenery. Look how blue the sky is. Xia, with a smile on her face, took the lead and slipped her hand into Wencheng'an's, fingers intertwined. It's pretty blue. Wencheng'an stopped looking at the sky and gazed at their hands, pulling Xia to sit down. I have an hour off. Captain Chung gave it to me. I made another contribution this time. The captain said I might get promoted next time, and when I become a company commander, my family can come with me. Wencheng'an looked at Xia carefully, who pushed his face away. Got it. When the time comes, if you propose, I'll say yes. Deal? Wencheng'an was surprised by the big news, and his heart beat faster. Yes, yes. I'll keep my promise. What if I don't keep it? Xia teased, and Wencheng'an pouted sadly, saying I'll cry. Ha ha ha. Wencheng'an, how can you be so shameless? Xia burst into laughter at Wencheng'an's expression. Wencheng'an, with one arm around her waist, supported her without any shyness and said, For you, I don't mind anything. Xia blinked, and the colors in her mind started to stir again. This is for you. Wencheng'an handed Xia a small cloth pouch containing beef jerky. One of my comrades is from the great grassland hometown. His family sent something by mail, and I exchanged it with him. Did the great grassland become a navy base? Yes, he said, because there is no sea there. He wanted to see the ocean. He joined the army just by relying on his strong body. I even trained him in swimming. Shirxiao listened to his funny stories about the military camp and laughed happily, feeling very relaxed. As for Wen Qing'an, he didn't ask what Shirxiao was doing at all. It's better not to ask about his partner's activities. The two of them didn't go anywhere, just chatted at the gate of the military camp. An hour passed quickly, and Wen Qing'an had to leave again. I will work hard. I know. Take good care of yourself. Wen Qing'an nodded heavily and ran back. Shirxiao knew without asking that Wen Qing'an trained very hard. He had six-pack abs and looked strong and determined, already having the look of a soldier. Now, he was completely different from when he first started. Shirxiao carried some beef jerky and went back. After returning, he joined the building of a house. Everyone in the village, young and old, participated. But they couldn't build everywhere. They still needed to eat and work on the farmland. The first thing they made was the water spinach field. This time, they planted a bit more, and Shirxiao planned to earn quick money by selling water spinach. The kelp and seaweed fields on the sea were also re-established. Everything was back on track. Although not fully recovered, there was hope and motivation. Shirxiao went out to sea again with a fishing boat. This time, it was truly a fishing trip. News came from land that there would be fish again. Because other islands suffered heavy losses, there hadn't been many fish sent to land recently, and the land also needed meat. Pork is good, but raising pigs takes time, and fish are faster. Since he knew land was catching fish, Shirxiao wouldn't miss this opportunity. Early in the morning, the Sanya Island Shirxiao ship set sail to fish. On the other side, the Chinese coast, the sea storm disaster somehow reached the old rival Jin Kaiwan. He had been harmed twice by Shirxiao, and after hearing about the disaster in China, he became interested again. Their fishing boats were all destroyed. That female villain definitely couldn't go to sea. Not fishing now would be a big loss for him. To be safe and maybe a bit guilty, Jin Kaiwan gathered more than 10 fishing boats to go out to sea. With so many people, even patrol boats would have to think twice if they encountered them. The Shashia ship from Sanya Island was sailing on the sea. Since leaving Sanya Island, they didn't encounter a single fishing boat. In the past, such good weather often meant seeing a few fishing boats. Whenever they went out to sea, fishermen would look out for each other, say hello, and avoid catching fish in each other's areas. If someone had trouble or needed help, they would assist immediately. This was the promise all fishermen kept. Seagulls hovered low, and next to Summer on a lounge chair, there was a small bucket filled with small fish. She casually speared a tiny fish with a fork. A seagull flew down and snatched it away. Then another seagull lined up and flew down in order, all very organized. Above a group of seagulls, a large eagle circled, giving a sense that the seagulls might be in danger at any moment. But the young eagle didn't like to eat seagulls. It didn't have much meat, and it wasn't tasty. Real delicacies like tuna or big fish were much better. It was still Chao Ping driving the boat, with 8 other fishermen on board. Today, they were going fishing. After Summer's powers evolved, he was more precise about when to fish. This time, they aimed to supply land with fish, so Summer planned to catch large, tender, and meaty fish. His powers detected a small school of sea bass approaching. Sea bass are elongated and flat, with large mouths and prominent lower jaws. Their backs are bluish-gray, bellies whiter, with irregular black spots on their sides. Their flesh is tender, fatty, and delicious, with few bones. Drop the nets. Thinking about how tasty sea bass are, Summer shouted to drop the nets. The fishermen, working in perfect harmony, cast their nets at the moment Summer raised his hand. The net spread out onto the sea, the fish swam into it, and they pulled in the catch, hauling it onto the boat. Their movements were smooth and coordinated, a result of long practice. The boat continued to sail. Summer was eating peanuts sent by Bald-Head Brother when his powers sent a signal. A group of large-eyed fish with unattractive appearances approached. Large-eyed fish are oval and flat, with big mouths and slanted jaws. Their eyes are enormous, taking up half their heads, and their bodies are bright red with yellow spots. They usually hide during the day and come out at night, resting alone on reefs. But in deeper waters outside the reefs, they travel in groups. This batch was driven out by Summer's powers after he discovered them. There weren't many, only a few hundred, but their meat was snow-white, fatty, and tasty. Drop the nets. Once again, the fishermen worked together. Seeing the red large-eyed fish pulled up, everyone smiled happily. Big eyes are here. They're delicious. When I first tried them, I thought they might be poisonous. These big eyes are so good. One fisherman joked with small eyes, and everyone laughed loudly. Under the bright, shining sun, the fisherman's skin was dark and shiny. They are simple but also brave and not afraid of any challenge. The big-eyed fish was placed into another fish tank, and the fishing boat continued to move forward. Fatty Orca didn't know when it arrived, following behind the boat. Xia simply walked over and sent some special energy to Fatty. A young eagle, which had already flown away earlier, suddenly returned. Xia knew it had probably found something. The young eagle landed on the boat, pointing its wings in a certain direction. Xia sent out more energy, but from a far distance, so she couldn't tell where the young eagle had flown back from. So many boats? Xia saw them. They were coming from that direction, in groups, but their way of doing things was different from Chinese fishermen. Her energy kept spreading, climbing onto the ships, and along the water on the boat, she saw blurry figures. Oh, old friends! Xia's eyes lit up instantly. She called the orca over, communicated briefly, then the young eagle and Fatty left together. Chao Ping turned towards that direction.
Got it.
Chao Ping turned the steering wheel and headed in the direction Xia pointed. They weren't going very fast, and Xia was waiting. On the other side, Jean Kaiwan was at a good harvest time. Every fishing boat that came by had caught a lot, and now they were finishing their last net before heading back. This harvest would definitely make them a big profit. Big brother. It seems like there's a boat coming from that side. What kind of boat? Whose boat? From where? Jean Kaiwan looked around nervously, his head turning quickly, sweat standing on his body, ready to run at any moment. This is what people call Xia's aftereffects. Big brother over there. Jean Kaiwan looked in the direction his younger brother pointed. He could see a small dot, too blurry to see clearly even with binoculars. For some reason, he felt that was Xia's boat. Go, go, go. Hurry up and leave. Big brother, we haven't finished pulling up the nets yet. Jean Kaiwan was so anxious he felt like he had caught fire inside. Deep down, he knew they had many people, and the other side only had one person, but still. Pull up the nets and leave. No, they had to go. What's going on? Didn't they say all the fishing boats were destroyed? Jean Kaiwan prepared to leave, but the other boats weren't ready to go. After some communication among them, Jean Kaiwan, you're too cowardly. One Chinese fishing boat scared you so much? Exactly. We have 12 boats with over 150 people. Are we afraid of just one boat? We've fought them many times before. What's there to be afraid of? We're not leaving. Not only are we staying, but we're also leaving their boats behind. Exactly. When there are many people, they become braver. Jean Kaiwan couldn't say that he was afraid of a woman. He kept thinking, please, don't let her be a fierce woman. With this hope, the ship in the telescope became clearer. When Jean Kaiwan saw the words Haisan Island, he cried. Since the last time, he had struggled to learn Chinese just to avoid seeing those words. He felt like the heavens and earth didn't hear his pleas. After seeing those 3 words, Jean Kaiwan gave up struggling. Even if they had 12 fishing boats, or 100, he still felt scared inside. Even if that fierce woman couldn't defeat all of them, it would be easy for her to kill him. He imagined many Jean Kaiwans giving up and started to think about what he could give or pay to the fierce woman. Getting closer, getting closer. They are really brave to come this far. It can't be patrol boats, right? It can't be. Even if it is, so what? We have over 150 people. Can we catch them? It looks like Chinese fishing boats. Huh, aren't they stupid? China is stupid. They hold on to silly rules about borders, even risking their lives. The people here were fearless and ready to mock the boats when they got close. Shirxia's boats got nearer, and the fishermen on High Sand Island all took weapons, shovels, sticks, iron hooks, whatever was handy. Shirxia, the first few boats are coming. What do we do? Chao Ping kept driving without fear. Full speed ahead. Crash into them.
Hit hard.
If they don't learn to fear, they'll never stop. Shirxia used her powers to cover the boats, her eyes showing fierce determination.
Good.
Crash into them. Shirxia went crazy. Chao Ping followed her, and the fishermen went even crazier. Are they afraid? Yes, they are. But with the temptation of being recorded in the family tree and Shirxia's strong support, all their fear turned into adrenaline. Let's do it. Jean Kaiwan kept watching the High Sand Island fishing boats. When he saw they didn't leave but sped up, he had a bad feeling. What are they trying to do? This speed. Jean Kaiwan swallowed hard and moved to the edge of the boat, avoiding the propellers, and stood firm. Wait, why are they so fast? What are they doing? They're about to hit us. Hey, what are you doing, Crash? With great speed, the ships collided with a loud, deafening crash. People on the hit fishing boat quickly lost their balance, falling onto the deck with thuds, and cries of pain followed one after another.
Keep hitting.
Shirxia ordered. Chao Ping reversed the boat, sped up, and crashed again. Are you crazy? Madman. The boat is taking on water. After Chao Ping's third collision, one fishing boat started to sink. The people on board shouted loudly. The nearby fishing boat wanted to help but was afraid of being hit too hard. The fishing boats from High Sand Island remained unharmed and stopped safely with a signal from Shirxia. Isn't this our friendly neighbor? Coming here today in such numbers. You should have told me so I could prepare to host you. Did you like our little welcome gift? Shirxia spoke in Chinese, not caring if the others understood. This was her territory and she was in charge. If they didn't understand, they could learn. The others started speaking hurriedly in English. Shirxia could understand but pretended not to, standing firmly at the bow of the boat and remaining silent. Why isn't she talking? Probably doesn't understand English. Find someone who speaks Chinese. Just hit them again. Of course, it's not your boat that's damaged, so you don't care. They started arguing among themselves. Shirxia watched calmly, understanding everything, amused by their chaos. It seemed like a temporary fishing team, deliberately coming to fish in their waters. Could it be that they knew many local fishing boats were broken nearby and took advantage of the timing? Nowadays, technology isn't advanced enough for thorough maritime reconnaissance. Patrol ships often can't detect foreign fishing boats crossing borders. Most of the time, it's the fishermen at sea who notice. But currently, the waters around China are heavily damaged, with many fishing boats lost, creating a gap. The other side is taking advantage of this. This suggests they have sources of information, which makes this even more interesting. The others were still arguing, and Shirxia was speechless. Such chaos was embarrassing enough to come out and wander around. Jean Kaiwan, didn't you learn Chinese? Come out and translate. Tell them to compensate for the fishing boats. If they don't, we won't let them leave. Jean Kaiwan, who had been trying to hide, was pulled out and waved sheepishly at Shirxia. Big sister, what a coincidence. I'm so young, you call me big sister? Shirxia was reluctant, and Jean Kaiwan's face looked even more bitter. Ancestor, I was wrong. I didn't bring anything today. Let's not take the engine, okay? I promise to bring money when I go back. No, gold bars. I'll compensate you. Jean Kaiwan knelt down. The people behind were completely confused. Does translation still require kneeling? Is this a special custom in our country? Jean Kaiwan, what did she say? Did you tell her what we said? Jean Kaiwan, kneeling, turned around immediately. Shut up. Shirxia chuckled secretly. Was she very harsh the first 2 times? That's why Jean Kaiwan looks so scared. After telling him to shut up, Jean Kaiwan turned his head with a bitter and pleading smile. We really made a mistake. Whatever you want, just take it. I only have this boat. I'll give you anything you ask for. Please don't hit me, okay? Xia watched closely.
Get up, translate for me.
Jin Kaiwen hurriedly got up, turned around, and faced away from Xia, looking very serious at his fellow countrymen. As if they were the enemies. Tell everyone to get on your fishing boat. I'll take the remaining boats. Jin Kaiwen's back stiffened. Will this translation still work? Will there be a fight? But he dared not refuse to translate. The female villain behind him had even spoken English last time. Hurry up, my arrow won't wait. While speaking, Xia shot a bamboo-made arrow past Jin Kaiwen's ear. The wind stung his face. Xia nodded in approval. Old Mountain's hands are indeed clever. She thought, maybe every fisherman should have a few. It's legal and not against the rules. She's really smart. Xia felt pleased, and Jin Kaiwen's legs went weak. He babbled on, and his partner on the other side understood. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. She can't be counting, right? We have over 150 people, and they only have 20 missing? She probably thinks hitting one boat scared us. If we really fight, they're nothing. Xia's boast clearly became a joke for the others. Jin Kaiwen didn't dare to translate directly. In the end, he only said 5 words. They are unwilling. Xia actually understood herself and expected this. The reason they were arguing here was just to delay time. Fatty and Little Eagle haven't come back yet. She wasn't afraid, but exposing her special ability wasn't good either. Unwilling? Jin Kaiwen, tell them what happens if they refuse. Don't say you have 150 people. Even if you have 1,500, our C3 islands are not afraid. Jin Kaiwen's mind was about to explode. How could he remember that the first 2 times the big villain came up, he just fought without saying so much? The more he talked, the more guilty he felt. Jin Kaiwen's mind started to think again. Could the big villain also be feeling guilty? They had many people, and he might have a chance to fight back. The temptation was strong. Jin Kaiwen was caught between heaven and earth. Actually, this matter could be resolved peacefully. We hit your ship, and we'll take responsibility ourselves. You can feel better now, and we can leave Chinese waters. Isn't that better than fighting? From now on, we definitely won't come back, I promise. At least, he wouldn't come again. Jin Kaiwen played the peacemaker. Xia looked up at the small black, approaching in the sky, and smiled. She stretched out her arms straight, and a small eagle approached and landed. The black eagle, weighing dozens of pounds, looked fierce with its sharp claws, standing on Xia's arm. Xia's arm didn't shake at all. You promise. What good is that? You come to fish in my waters, and you still want to leave safely? That's just a dream. One last chance. Pay for the ship or pay with your life. Choose one. Jin Kaiwen understood. He was very confused. What exactly was the reliance of the big villain? His companions behind urged for translation, but Jin Kaiwen had no time to think clearly, so he just translated directly. Ha ha ha. That's the funniest joke I've heard this year. Arrogant and ignorant, not knowing how high the sky is. A woman should go home and nurse her children. Grandma, I'm not... The man making dirty jokes, blood streaming from his bright red mouth, spat out 7 or 8 teeth. Jin Kaiwen, it's starting. She's making her move. Jin Kaiwen guessed right. When Xia made her move, she didn't leave any room for mercy. After the bamboo arrow on her wrist shattered the man's teeth, she fired 5 shots in a row, causing the 5 guns to fall to the ground. Stop her from doing this again. The toothless man, full of bravado, pointed at Xia and spoke fiercely, his eyes full of hatred, as if he wanted to skin her alive. He was sure he would defeat her and make her kneel and beg. Ugh, the fierce-eyed man, clutching his shoulder, took 3 steps back. A bamboo arrow hit his shoulder blade, making him scream in pain. He instinctively pulled it out, blood and flesh tearing as he did, causing him to howl. Xia let out a sharp sound. Anyone who looked at her with that kind of gaze, she wouldn't have broken his family's second son, but she was just afraid of dirtying China's waters. Fire. Kill them all. The other side raised a few guns, and in less than half a second, they pulled the triggers. None of the fishermen from High Sand Island dodged. They all stood in front of Xia, risking their lives to block the bullets. Xia was momentarily stunned. It's over. I can't bring myself to let you all risk your lives for wealth. Don't worry, the sea goddess said their guns are broken. With that, the people from High Sand Island looked at the armed group across from them, but they didn't move for a long time. It really was broken. Xia shrugged. There's nothing we can do. We are the righteous side. At the moment the guns fell, Xia used the water on the boat to destroy their weapons. Now it was her turn to fight back. Back up, and soon tears will splash on you.
Tears.
Splash on you, such a rare phrase. But the fishermen obediently moved behind Xia, making a loud noise. In their eyes, Xia shone brightly. Grab your weapons, fight them. The other side gave up their guns and picked up knives and axes, trying to jump onto the boat and overpower the fewer people with more. Xia easily leapt up, standing on a narrow railing about the width of a palm. A little eagle hovered above her head. She swung the Chinese flag in her left hand and clenched her right fist high.
Rise.
With that shout, she opened her right fist. The sea was still, as if something beneath was about to emerge. Suddenly, water splashed loudly as a whale burst out of the sea, its huge head spouting a jet of water. Its calls echoed right beside her ears. The whale's big waves rocked the boat. The boats from High Sand Island were also affected, but Xia remained steady on the railing, her body swaying with the boat, rooted firmly. Come again. With another command, another wave hit, even before the last wave subsided. A larger whale emerged, playfully charging at F's boat, shooting a water jet, its calls sounding like giggles. The fishing boats nearby looked tiny compared to them. If they just flipped their backs, they could easily capsize the boats. F and his team were at a loss. What should they do? No one had ever taught them how to fight whales. And why weren't they playing by the rules? Who calls whales to help in a fight? Most importantly, how did she even summon them? Do you think this is the end? No way. Distinguished guests have come from afar. I welcome you warmly. Come on, let's dance for them. Xia clenched her fists and drew circles in the air. Over 20 orcas leapt out of the sea, then fell back, jumping and landing repeatedly. 12 boats were surrounded. Xia smiled gently as she looked across the water. Jean Kaiwen, please ask them if they're still fighting or not. Jean Kaiwen was already stunned. He had thought the female villain was powerful, that she used medicine, dismantled guns, and fought. But calling marine animals for help, this is not scientific. Jean Kaiwen snapped back to reality. The translators and companions all became honest, their speech much cleaner, and they started using polite language. Everyone looked more humble. In the face of absolute power, everything else is just nothing. Xia is that unstoppable force. They said they won't resist, so we won't resist either. Whatever you say we should pay, we will pay. We also need to go back and live our lives. If this ship is gone, we will starve to death when we return. Jean Kaiwen spoke pitifully, and Xia smiled kindly. You make a good point, I hear you. So, hurry up and move. I still need to take the ship back. Jean Kaiwen wanted to say 1,000 things, but in the end, he just nodded politely. He knew the chances were slim. The female villain was not someone who would easily soften her heart. A group of people started to move, preparing to board the same ship. Xia planned to take all 10 other ships. The only ships left were the damaged one they collided with and the one Jean Kaiwen was on. While they were changing ships, Xia looked at Jean Kaiwen. Brother, where do you live? Jean Kaiwen hesitated, doubting if he heard right. Could they be so familiar that they could chat about family matters? How did he not know? Don't be so nervous. We've met 3 times, and we're old friends. I promise next time I see you, I'll give you a discount. Jean Kaiwen felt like crying but had no tears. I won't come again. In this life, if others pull or drag him, he will never come back. All right, it's okay if you don't come. Jean Kaiwen nodded with a smile. Can I find you? Jean Kaiwan was stunned. Find who? Shirxia smiled sweetly and said, so leave an address. Let's stay in touch. I'm not very good at Chinese. I didn't understand. Jean Kaiwan pretended to be naive and ran away. Shirxia felt a little regretful and turned back. Such innocence. If she didn't tell her, she wouldn't know. The process of changing ships went surprisingly smoothly. There was no choice. An eagle would occasionally strike with its claws, and with each strike, it was bloody and gruesome. Plus, the female villain with the bamboo bow was even colder, each arrow aimed at the shoulder blades, piercing from front to back mercilessly. They all knew one thing. This woman could kill them as easily as flipping a hand. Everyone has gathered on the same boat. Shirxia jumps off the boat, steps onto the back of a whale, and holds a thick rope, linking several boats together. The last rope is bitten by the whale, and a string of fishing boats sets out. Shirxia stands on the whale's head and waves to the people behind. Thank you for your gift. Come again next time, bring more stuff. We don't mind at all.
Goodbye.
Shirxia leaves. Waving her sleeve without taking a single cloud, she only takes 10 boats. With 10 boats and a whale, the scene is grand and amazing. Halfway through, they encounter a patrol boat from Haiming Island. Inside the patrol boat, a soldier in charge of reconnaissance looks at the screen. Report, there's a large object moving ahead. Large, the patrol boat's commander quickly comes over, checking the data and using binoculars. Could it be an enemy ship?
No.
Don't make a fuss. The whale is just coming up for air. Don't disturb it. Go around. The commander lowers the binoculars, but almost immediately, he raises them again, faster than his thoughts. Is there a ship behind the whale? Is the whale pulling a boat? A cold chill flashes through his mind, and he suddenly remembers Shirxia training on Haiming Island. His strange thinking suggests that since they no longer use diesel, maybe they should switch to having the whale pull the boat. That would save a lot of money. Report, they're signaling back. It's probably our Chinese fishing boat, but that whale. It should be Comrade Shirxia. Besides her, no one else can command the whale like that. Report, what about that string of boats? What string of boats? Isn't it just one boat? He raises the binoculars again. This time, he sees clearly because the whale has made a turn. A long, clear bend is visible, heading toward them. After about 10 minutes, the two parties communicate. Comrade Shirxia, are these boats yours?
Yes.
Shirxia answers naturally, and the patrol ship doesn't find it strange. As long as Shirxia is involved, it's considered normal. After watching Shirxia's string of boats leave, the patrol ship's crew looks toward her direction. Good. These people have crossed the line again. They don't use their own things, but insist on meddling in others' affairs. They deserve to be cut off. Meanwhile, Shirxia arrives at Haiming Island with her string of boats, but doesn't get close, just gives a greeting. When Commander Wei hears the news, he immediately runs out. By the shore, the sight of the whale pulling 10 fishing boats was beyond words to describe. Shirxia, Commander Wei, I'm just passing by. The implication was that these boats weren't just picked up for you. Commander Wei also thought about the damage to ships on other affected islands. Okay, do you need help? No, thanks. I'll go ahead. Commander Wei, unwilling to give up, asked, why don't I go with you? I happen to know the leaders on the shore. Mostly, he didn't want to miss this stunning scene. Seeing others' surprised expressions would be very interesting. Shirxia understood Commander Wei's curiosity and simply waved, saying, sure. Commander Wei confidently and happily boarded the fishing boat from Ha San Island. After the fishing boat left, Commissar Li, who was a bit slower, decided to patrol near the coast after hearing that Commander Wei had gone and that the whale was pulling 10 boats. Soon, another patrol boat set out, with Captain Chung, who loved adventures, and 2 other officials who jumped aboard. A group of people went off to patrol. Since the whale couldn't get close, Shirxia expressed gratitude when it reached its furthest distance and quietly said, let's meet tomorrow to clean the barnacles. The whale probably understood, as it dove underwater and went to find its friends. It found a partner that could scratch it for a long time, The 10 fishing boats stayed on the sea, and fishermen from Hasan Island went over to watch. The boats docked at the shore. The port had been roughly repaired and was just barely accessible. After reaching land, Xia went to the dehydrated vegetable factory and Commander Wei also went. Do you know Lao Lin? You know him too? Both nodded. Xia briefly explained how she knew Lin's father, while Commander Wei only said 2 words, comrade. The dehydrated vegetable factory is part of a semi-military industry, mainly supplying the troops and border guards on the plateau, helping solve their shortage of fresh vegetables. Long-term lack of certain nutrients can affect soldiers' health. It impacts training and work from all sides, so military supplies must be guaranteed. When Xia arrived at the dehydrated vegetable factory, Lin's father was in a meeting. Xia waited outside, recognized by face recognition, and staff inside brought her tea and newspapers. If only they had some sunflower seeds, they'd be set. Wherever I go, I seem to get along well. Last time, Captain Ching said that if he hadn't arrived early, Xia might have become a top leader abroad. Her confident attitude showed she was experienced. I just do a lot of good deeds. Just as Xia finished speaking, the person who had been pouring water nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 Comrade Xia is the bravest and most just person I have ever seen. Commander Wei covered his mouth with his teacup. That's so true. It's all about justice. Why are you still here? Can't you see the vegetables? Hurry up and go find some. With a loud bang, something fell against the door and hit the ground. After that, the door to the meeting room was pushed open and several hurried, scolded-looking faces appeared, quickly disappearing down the corridor. Lin's father was the last to come out, with a very noticeable circle of firework marks around his mouth.
Director Lin.
When Xia called him Director Lin's father was momentarily stunned. Xia usually called him Uncle Lin. Xia, why are you here? Director Lin, I heard you were short on vegetable raw materials? Lin's father nodded. Very short. A big storm destroyed many nearby vegetable fields. The ones far away couldn't be transported properly, and the closer ones were gone. Their dehydrated vegetable factory is struggling without enough raw materials. I have a batch of water spinach. Do you want it? Really, hiss. Lin's father was so excited he pulled at the corner of his mouth, but he couldn't care now. Xia, we need a large amount. They need to supply all the border defense troops nearby. Temporary relief is no problem. Water spinach grows very quickly, so we can expand the scale at any time. We can supply you first. If it's still not enough, our Hasan Island can provide improved seeds. Our water spinach doesn't even need soil to grow. After Xia finished speaking, Lin's father looked confused. Vegetables, no soy? Commander Wei also became interested. Because of the soil problems on their island, vegetables always grow poorly. If there really is a kind of vegetable that doesn't need soil, maybe they could grow it too?
Exactly.
We grow it with fresh water. The growth cycle is about half a month. After 2 weeks, you can eat the leaves. It will keep growing for over a month. So as long as there's water, this kind of vegetable can be grown. We, Hasan Island, are happy to share it. Xia smiled after speaking. Commander Wei, familiar with her, sensed the familiar recipe. Since that's the case, he didn't mind giving Xia some support. Comrade Xia, your Hasan Island is truly selfless. Your Hasan Island is really too selfless. This vegetable planting technology is a lifesaver for our island. It's incredibly important. Xia tilted her head and received a nod of approval from Commander Wei. As a member of the island, I know very well how hard it is to grow vegetables here. To improve the seeds of water spinach, our whole village worked together tirelessly. We wanted to develop a vegetable that could grow in fresh water. Actually, we had already made progress before the big storm, but unfortunately. However, we are not afraid of difficulties. Every challenge makes us stronger. No matter how strong the wind blows, we stand firm. We start from nothing, fearless and brave. As long as we can provide vegetables for the island residents and soldiers, everything is worth it. Commander Wei was so moved that he almost cried, his face full of emotion. Next to him, Director Lin looked around, took a deep breath with years of determination, and held back his smile. If it weren't for Xia trading rice from the 3 islands for bricks earlier, he might have believed it. Comrade Xia, you are truly the most selfless comrade I have ever seen. Director Lin joined in. At the door of the meeting room, the 3 of them started praising each other. A few minutes later, Director Lin decided to visit the 3 islands himself to see the grown water spinach. Once he saw the harvest, he and Commander Wei would report it together. The honor would be theirs. The 3 of them left the factory, and Xia suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Director Lin turned back, and Commander Wei suddenly realized he had forgotten something. Xia smiled shyly. I forgot to mention an important matter. Wasn't that the important matter just now? Director Lin was confused. For him, solving the vegetable problem was the biggest thing. This is also a big matter, but there's one more important thing. Let's go to the port first, I'll tell you there. Director Lin nodded and followed Xia. After walking a few steps, he stopped. You found 10 ships?
Yes.
You found them?
Yes.
The sea is so big. What's wrong with finding ships? What's wrong? Who would be so careless as to leave ships in the sea? Yes, Xia was lucky. Isn't that okay? Commander Wei nodded approvingly, watching Xia and Lin's father. Lin's father wasn't stupid. He knew this was finding ships that had been abandoned. Great, I envy those who are lucky, he said calmly. Xia, do you think you could find things like production lines out at sea? Wei Zhang tilted his head. Good grief, old Lin. Even a monkey can climb a tree faster than you. Xia chuckled softly. Depends on luck. Yeah, just luck. If you see something one day, just pick it up.
Okay.
The 2 of them talked casually as they quickly reached the port. At this moment, many people were at the port. 10 ships? Where did they come from? I don't know. The writing above doesn't seem to be in our Chinese language.
It's okay.
Didn't the patrol boat just say that these are normal arrivals, not illegal crossings? That big ship looks really nice. My family's small fishing boat is gone. It would be great to have a big ship. Come on, those big fishing boats belong to the village, units, or collectives. They have nothing to do with you personally. Mr. Lin saw 10 ships. They've been collected very well. Now that the ships are seen, the matter should be settled. Mr. Lin once again acted as a middleman and took Xia to the county leader's office. Commander Wei didn't go along. He didn't need to interfere with land management. He was just visiting a comrade, so it was a different matter. At the county leader's office, the leader looked at Xia. You've collected 10 ships to be handed over. Yes, I am also a fisherman. I understand how a collective can't have large fishing ships. I thought if I give 10 ships to 10 different groups, it might help some groups become more self-sufficient. Xia spoke simply. The county leader understood and also realized that the ships couldn't have been just found. County leader, this isn't my first time collecting ships. This is the 3rd time. You're very lucky. The county leader smiled, recalling Xia's impressive list of honors. Comrade Xia, are you sure we don't need to find the owners? I don't think so. I found these ships in our own waters, but they belong to other countries. Do they still need to be returned? No one wants to return them. Mainly, they're worried about trouble from the other side, international disputes, and so on. But then they thought, since they came to our home, and we are in the right, what are we afraid of? They've collected the ships. Comrade Xia, on behalf of all the people in the county, I thank the C3 Islands for your good luck and hard work. With that, everything was settled. The credit belonged to C3 Islands. Since learning that the brilliant scientists at the Mountain Yuan Chengsong's Research Institute believed they couldn't teach him, Xia had wanted to turn C3 Islands into a fortress, one that was both red and specialized, with a name that no one could touch. She ambitiously wanted to make C3 Islands a peaceful paradise amid the vast ocean, her backyard being the wide sea. Xia left the county leader's office, and because Mr. Lin mentioned water-grown vegetables, something beneficial for the country and the people, and also a way to gain achievements, the county leader wanted to go too. So, the group went to the port and boarded the ships. At the same time, the people who came with them, the boat operators, took over the 10 fishing boats. While Xia was handling matters, Chao Ping and others had already sold all the fish caught. Plus, the 10 ships also had fish, so the storage area at the port was suddenly full. Everyone in the county could eat fish without any problem, or rather, they had more than enough. Now it was time to think about how to dry salted fish. The C3 Islands' quick action directly solved the temporary shortage of meat on land. When the fishing boats returned to C3 Islands, Commander Wei went along with them, followed by Commissar Li and Captain Chung. A large group of people arrived at C3 Islands. Uncle Chao on the island already knew someone was coming, because Little Eagle had returned with a message. He quickly hid the cement and, upon seeing a group of leaders, pretended to be panicked and looked anxious. Xia secretly gave a thumbs up. Great acting. Uncle Chao, thanks to your training. After a brief exchange of glances, Uncle Chao led a group to see the water spinach planting area. Because of Xia's judgment, when they resumed production, they mainly planted water spinach. When the leaders saw the lush green water spinach fields, they felt comforted by the greenery. When they saw that there was no soil at all, only freshwater cultivation, they were very excited. Comrade Chao, how did you manage to grow this successfully? Uncle Chao thought hard. Dig holes, lay waterproof materials, spread woven grass nets, plant seeds, and let them grow wild. That's it. As for how it was successful, he really didn't know. He just threw the seeds in and they grew by themselves. But Uncle Chao, the clever fox, wouldn't say that. Growing this stuff is really hard. Uncle Chao spoke freely for over 10 minutes, describing how island residents couldn't eat vegetables, looked pale and thin, and couldn't see clearly. He talked about dozens of failed breeding attempts, not giving up, working day and night to record data and learn from experience. Finally, they succeeded, but a big wind destroyed everything. Xia listened to Uncle Chao's vivid storytelling, and next to him, the person with shallow eye sockets was so moved that tears started to fall. So touching. So hard. Xia deeply felt she still had a long way to go in learning. At least, when it came to storytelling, she wasn't as good as Uncle Chao. Comrade Chao, you've worked hard. The significance of this technology's success is enormous. Thanks to your perseverance, it's truly admirable and commendable. This is all thanks to the good education from the country and the party. This was genuine mutual praise. Xia's eyelids fluttered as she watched, and she wondered if her words sounded so fake. Impossible, her acting skills are that good. The vegetables caught everyone's attention, and several leaders hurried back to implement the plan. Father Lin even asked the islanders of Dao to harvest water spinach and use their boats to deliver the vegetables to the factory so the machines could start working. Commander Wei stayed behind and told Xia when she handed over the technical details that he wanted to be the first to use it. Using it a day earlier would help their soldiers achieve vegetable independence. Xia agreed, leaving the rest of the work to Uncle Chao, and she decided to go home. But it wasn't exactly home, since her house wasn't finished yet. Fortunately, the house was built quickly. The first one completed was Xia's, which everyone agreed on. Xia didn't refuse and felt at ease accepting it. On her way back to the cave, she saw Uncle Chu outside, teaching children. Boys and girls sat on stones, holding sticks and drawing in the sand. Write the character for country 10 times, Uncle Chu said, walking around with his hands behind his back, occasionally bending down to correct their posture and writing. Behind the children, several women were watching, mending fishing nets, patching shoes, always busy with something. But their eyes held hope for the next generation to do better. Xia is back. Perfect timing. Xia, step here. I made you a pair of shoes. One woman brought over a finished pair of cloth shoes, eager to help Xia put them on. I can do it myself. Xia sat on a stone, trying on the shoes made by the woman, feeling very comfortable. Nice and fitting. Yes, I make the best shoes in our village. Look at her showing off. Xia, I also made you a dress. My sewing skills are good. A group of women kept giving her small gifts, pumpkin seeds, shoes, and even gossip from the worst. Every time Shirxia passed by, she never returned empty-handed. At the cave entrance, Madame Chu was teaching how to make pickled. Seeing this scene, a wave of sadness washed over her again. Her son's betrayal was hard to forget. Be careful, little sister, don't your hand. These things have some kind of bacteria, I can't remember. Yuan Chung said if yourself, you might cut your hand off. We didn't know before how many times a day we pricked ourselves. After hearing that, I was afraid to catch. The women's words brought Madame Chu back to her thoughts, and she nodded in agreement. Everyone's here. Shirxia sat down, still warming up, just as a loud, rough voice approached. Later, Grandpa Shir was chasing with a shovel. Granddaughter, stop that naughty beast. The word naughty beast made Shirxia laugh uncontrollably. She held Big White's hind leg with one hand. Seeing this, Big White quickly hid between Shirxia and Annie, only sticking out its head to watch Grandpa Shir. Grandpa, what's wrong? Shirxia spoke loudly. Grandpa Shir, who had partially regained his hearing, occasionally misheard. I haven't eaten yet. How can I be full? It's all because of that creature. Grandpa Shir pointed at Big White, glaring at it. If you're so capable, come out.
Gaga.
You coward, come out. Gaga. They argued back and forth. Grandpa Shir, who was hard of hearing, found the noise unpleasant, but Shirxia couldn't take it anymore and closed her mouth. Big White's beak was closed too. Grandpa, what did it do? Shirxia spoke slowly, pointing at Big White again, probably meaning that Big White had dirted Grandpa's house. This time, Grandpa Shir understood and said angrily, it's hiding the little flower and raising other chickens. Shirxia's temples throbbed wildly. What kind of ridiculous reason was that? Big White was a mother goose and Little Flower was a hen, two different species. How could it be hiding other chickens? The relationships were so complicated. Big White, I can't help you with this. Little Flower is so good. Auntie moved aside, and Shirxia tilted her head, realizing she didn't know about this. Gaga 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 gaga. Shirxia accidentally loosened her grip. Big White started honking loudly, and she could hear its clever excuse. In the end, Shirxia carried Big White back to the cave and saw another chicken in Grandpa Shir's mouth. A small, wet, fluffy chick. The other main character in the story, Little Flower, was feeding the chick. Grandpa Shir, seeing this, said angrily, I told you I'd decide for you. Why did you rebel? After calming Grandpa Shir, Shirxia sat nearby, watching Big White and Little Flower take care of the chick. Is this really a chick? Big White also had strange habits, always picking up eggs from others to hatch. This time, it was even better bringing back a tiny chick. Anyway, under the care of Big White and Little Flower, the chick was temporarily settled at Shirxia's home. At night, there was rice, crab with sauce, dompa pork, steamed ribs, and stir-fried bok choy. Such a good life, by modern standards, it was quite comfortable. The next day, Shirxia claimed she was training soldiers and climbed a whale, 5 of them. After Commander Chung climbed up, he held a shovel and thought, something feels off. Over the next month, Shirxia occasionally helped with training and sometimes went out to sea, always returning with full loads. After a month, people from the county arrived at Haisan Island to deliver good news. Congratulations to Comrade Shirxia for winning the County Lei Feng Model Worker Award. Congratulations to Haisan Island for being named an advanced collective by the county. The award ceremony will be held tomorrow, and it will be done personally by the county officials. Shirxia and Uncle Chow both expressed their thanks and personally saw each other off onto the boat. After seeing them off, Uncle Chow confidently organized a village meeting to share the good news. People in this era take honor very seriously. They see it as more important than life itself. That's why Shirxia always sought honor. The meeting was short, but today's discussion centered around this achievement. Since Shirxia had to receive the award, her aunt, Madame Chu, and Grandma Chu insisted on dressing her up nicely. The next day, Shirxia and Uncle Chow took a boat to the mainland. Uncle Chow was nervous the whole way, and even more so once they arrived at the county government. Shirxia, are you nervous? A little. Really? Of course. I'm worried I might speak too well during my acceptance speech. When Shirxia thought about it, she considered other options. Collaborating with Haiming Island might also be possible. After receiving the award, Shirxia and Uncle Chow prepared to leave. She first went to find Bald Brother and handed him the dragon saliva incense. Bald Brother looked at the large piece of dragon saliva incense, which was bigger than his head. He squatted down, leaned over, and sniffed it carefully, then looked again. Is it really this big? Big? This is the smallest one. She had organized soldiers to scrape barnacles off a month's worth of whales, and had scraped dozens of nearby whales. Even Commander Ching suspected her training purpose. It might not be very big. Bald Brother didn't ask where it came from, only said he would sell it. Shirxia didn't mind. She really had plenty of these. She took 2 hens, 2 boxes of peach cookies, a box of mung bean cakes, and bought some sunflower seeds and peanuts to roast and eat later. Carrying her things, Shirxia headed toward the port. Before she got close, she saw Lin Cece waving and shouting at her. Shirxia, finally back. My mom made dumplings for you. My dad said you went to receive the award today. I wanted to go too, but I couldn't get time off from the hospital. My mom made dumplings at home for you. They're delicious. Shirxia took the 2 aluminum lunchboxes handed to her by Lin Cece, which were still warm. Thanks. Here, this is for you. Shirxia casually took a fist-sized stone from his pocket. Lin Cece didn't know what it was, but as long as Shirxia gave it to her, she liked it. Thank you. Shirxia didn't explain that it was dragon saliva incense. As long as she took it home, her mother would recognize it. Lin Cece also asked about Shirxia's home. Shirxia told her honestly, and Lin Cece felt very sorry for him. Your house is gone. Where do you live now? Why don't you come stay at my house? My house's windows were broken by the wind, but we still live there. No need. Our whole village now lives in caves. The houses are being built. When they're finished, I'll invite you to visit my home.
Great.
I'll be looking forward to it. Lin Cece wasn't clingy. After a few words, she let Shirxia leave. She had waited specifically at the dock for Shirxia. No matter where Shirxia wandered in the city, he would always pass through here. Go back now.
Goodbye.
Shirxia boarded the boat and found Uncle Chow. By this time, several more ships had arrived at the port. Looking carefully, some looked familiar. These were all ships Shirxia had picked up from the sea. These ships had been painted with fresh boat paint and decorated with some Chinese-style ornaments, making them hardly recognizable as foreign ships. It was said that these ships were allocated to different groups. For example, one was given to Hai E Island. That ship became their fishing boat, helping fishermen earn more income and support daily needs. The ships from Hai San Island sailed away from the shore. When they reached Hai San Island, Uncle Chow and the others disembarked, and Shirxia drove the boat to Haiming Island. Familiar with the area and the people, Shirxia registered and was then taken to Commander Wei's office. Building houses? Sure, I can handle that small task. Commander Wei agreed quickly. Shirxia had helped train soldiers, and the results were clear. Whether it was to help remove barnacles from the whales or for other reasons, as long as it worked, it was fine. Besides, even if it was to remove barnacles, whales are not easy to find. Shirxia successfully asked for help from the military. The next day, soldiers from Haiming Island, who were on leave, volunteered to help build houses on Hai San Island. On the 3rd day, Commander Wei also came and took Shirxia away. Do you have cement on your island?
Yes. Then.
Is there any leftover? Shirxia looked at the shrewd Commander Wei, exaggeratedly rubbing his chin. It's not impossible. They shared a knowing, unspoken smile. Recently, Shirxia didn't plan to go to R, but there was indeed leftover cement. He brought back a lot. With the help of the military, the progress of building the houses improved day by day. During this time, the ships from Hai San Island went several times to the mainland to fetch bricks. They had brick tickets. The villagers watched as their spacious, sturdy brick and tile houses were built day by day. They felt as if their adrenaline was fully charged, and they wished they could work non-stop, 24 hours a day. With their own efforts, Such houses could never have been built in their lifetime, but now the entire village was living in big tiled houses. It felt like a dream come true. Most of the village's houses looked similar. Some had 5 or 6 rooms for larger families, others had 3 or 4 rooms for smaller families. According to local customs, the entrance was the main hall, which served as the living room, with rooms on both sides, big rooms and small rooms, depending on personal preference. The children went to school every day, but as soon as classes ended, they would go near the construction site, filled with hope. While the houses on Haishan Island were being built rapidly, the Haiming Island team received visitors. Xiaowei, where is that boat going? I told you to come earlier, but the wind picked up. When it finally stopped, the train track broke again. I was so anxious. Speak up. Did you break it? I swear if you did, I'll take you apart like an engine. Commander Wei sat steadily, holding a teacup and blowing on the tea leaves. You still have time to drink water. Wei put down his teacup. Ridiculous, if I don't drink water, how can I talk? You're such a chatterbox, full of secrets. If I put you on the battlefield, you'd save bullets. Old Zhang, the veteran mechanic specializing in engines, snorted. Stop talking nonsense. Did the strong wind break my engine? Stop, stop, stop. It's not just your engine. It's a borrowed one for research. You need to return it intact. If it's damaged, you have to pay for it.
Got it.
Hurry up. Finally, the two stopped arguing and went to the boat dock. Thanks to Shirshia's message, they managed to drag the boat ashore before the wind cut it apart. The moment Wei saw the boat, he felt abandoned. At the same time, a team of agricultural researchers arrived in the county, preparing to board the boat and set off for Haishan Island. Haishan Island. Recently, Shirshia hadn't wandered around much. She mainly helped build houses on the island, took occasional trips near the coast to improve their food supply, trained the little eagle, and communicated with Turtle Lao Lu and White Dottie to strengthen their bonds. Also, White Dottie's adopted daughter had grown a bit and was clearly not a chicken anymore.
She looked somewhat like
an eagle. Shirshia didn't know the exact breed, but she knew she now had another helper for reconnaissance. Training the eagle had become part of her daily routine. At the seaside, Shirshia sat on the beach, happily building a sand castle with a group of children, even more excited than they were. Shirshia. Lin Xiu arrived, excited. Lin Xiu. Before she could finish, more people approached from the harbor. Comrade Shirshia, these are agricultural scientists from the provincial capital. They came to see our hydroponic water spinach. Shirshia nodded and stood up to greet them. Shirshia, more people came.